The Story of Civilization, Volume 3, Caesar and Christ, Part 1, by Will Durant. Copyright 1944 by Will Durant. Copyright renewed 1972 by Will Durant. This recording of the full-length reading of Caesar and Christ was published by arrangement with Monica Ariel Mahel, Trustee Ethel B. Durant Trust, Monica Ariel Mahel and William James Durant Easton, and was produced in 1994 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape Incorporated. This book is read by Alexander Adams. Caesar and Christ, Part 1, by Will Durant. This book consists of 30 chapters and is 672 pages long. The following material appears on the dust jacket of the book. In this massive book, whose scope and wit recall the golden days of historical writing, Will Durant recounts the flaming pageant of the rise of Rome from a crossroads town to mastery of the world. He tells of its achievements from the Crimea to Gibraltar, and from the Euphrates to Hadrian's Wall, of its spread of classic civilization over the Mediterranean and Western European world. He relates Rome's struggle to preserve its ordered realm from a surrounding sea of barbarism and its long, slow crumbling and final catastrophic collapse into darkness and chaos. Primarily a cultural history, Caesar and Christ cogently discusses government, industry, manners, and morals, the status of women, law, philosophy, science, literature, religion, and art. Besides the varied pageant of the Catos, the Scipios, and the Gracchi, of Hannibal, Marius, Sulla, Catiline, Pompey, Antony, Cleopatra, and the emperors, good, bad, and indifferent, we view Cicero, busy in all departments of life, Lucretius, Catullus, Virgil, Horace, Ovid, Tacitus, Juvenal, and such cultivators of latter-day Hellenism as Plutarch, Lucian, and Marcus Aurelius. We watch the rise of temples, basilicas, and forums, pass a day of games and spectacles at the Flavian Amphitheater, correctly nicknamed the Colosseum. Turning to the eastern Mediterranean, we accompany Christ on his ministry, witness the tragic scenes of the Passion, and sail and walk with Paul on his missionary labors. The colors darken, Palmyra rises and falls, the empire attains a new and spurious invincibility under the Emperor Aurelian, declines, and finally stiffens into a bureaucratic mold. Caesar and Christ contains many parallels to modern history, and Dr. Durant presents them with lucid authority. He believes that a reading of past events should illuminate the present. In the class struggles and jockeying for power that typify Roman history from the Gracchi to Caesar, he finds an analogue to the development of Europe and America from the French Revolution to the present. He reminds us that dictators have ever used the same methods. He tells us that the dole was resorted to more than a century before Christ, and that the first Roman labor union was established about 600 B.C. We hear of bank failures, pork barrels, depressions, governmental projects and regulations, state socialism, wartime priority plans, electoral corruption, pressure groups, trade associations, and other phenomena of ancient Rome that might easily fit into front-page headlines today. Caesar and Christ, Volume 3 of Will Durant's monumental survey of world history, represents the result of 25 years' preparation and 5 years' writing. Like the earlier volumes, Caesar and Christ is an independent, self-contained segment of the story of civilization, the Durant's celebrated 11-volume cultural history. Dedication to Ariel. Preface. This volume, while an independent unit by itself, is Part 3 in a history of civilization, of which Part 1 was Our Oriental Heritage, and Part 2 was The Life of Greece. War and health permitting, Part 4, The Age of Faith, should be ready in 1950. The method of these volumes is synthetic history, which studies all the major phases of a people's life, work, and culture in their simultaneous operation. Analytic history, which is equally necessary and a scholarly prerequisite, studies some separate phase of man's activity, politics, economics, morals, religion, science, philosophy, literature, art, in one civilization or in all. The defect of the analytic method is the distorting isolation of a part from the whole. The weakness of the synthetic method lies in the impossibility of one mind speaking with first-hand knowledge on every aspect of a complex civilization spanning 1,000 years. Errors of detail are inevitable, but only in this way can a mind enchanted by philosophy, the quest for understanding through perspective, content itself with delving into the past. We may seek perspective through science by studying the relations of things in space, or through history by studying the relations of events in time. We shall learn more of the nature of man by watching his behavior through 60 centuries than by reading Plato and Aristotle, Spinoza and Kant. All philosophy, said Nietzsche, has now fallen forfeit to history. The study of antiquity is properly accounted worthless except as it may be made living drama or illuminate our contemporary life. The rise of Rome from a crossroads town to world mastery, its achievement of 2 centuries of security and peace from the Crimea to Gibraltar, and from the Euphrates to Hadrian's Wall, its spread of classic civilization over the Mediterranean and Western European world, its struggle to preserve its ordered realm from a surrounding sea of barbarism, its long, slow crumbling and final catastrophic collapse into darkness and chaos, this is surely the greatest drama ever played by man, unless it be that other drama which began when Caesar and Christ stood face to face in Pilate's court, and continued until a handful of hunted Christians had grown by time and patience, and through persecution and terror, to be first the allies, then the masters, and at last the heirs of the greatest empire in history. But that multiple panorama has greater meaning for us than through its scope and majesty. It resembles significantly, and sometimes with menacing illumination, the civilization and problems of our day. This is the advantage of studying a civilization in its total scope and life, that one may compare each stage or aspect of its career with a corresponding moment or element of our own cultural trajectory, and be warned or encouraged by the ancient aftermath of a modern phase. There, in the struggle of Roman civilization against barbarism within and without, is our own struggle. Through Rome's problems of biological and moral decadence, signposts rise on our road today. The class war of the Gracchi against the Senate, of Marius against Sulla, of Caesar against Pompey, of Antony against Octavian, is the war that consumes our interludes of peace. And the desperate effort of the Mediterranean soul to maintain some freedom against a despotic state is an augury of our coming task. De nobis fabula narratur. Of ourselves this Roman story is told. I wish to acknowledge the invaluable and self-sacrificing aid of Wallace Brockway at every step in the preparation of this book, the patience of my daughter, Mrs. David Easton, and of Miss Regina Sands in typing 1,200 pages from my minuscule script. And above all, to the affectionate toleration and protective guidance accorded me by my wife through many years of dull and plodding and happy scholarship. Introduction. Origins. Chapter 1. Etruscan Prelude, 800 to 508 B.C. 1. Italy. Quiet hamlets in the mountain valleys, spacious pastures on the slopes, lakes upheld in the chalice of the hills, fields green or yellow verging toward blue seas, villages and towns drowsy under the noon sun and then alive with passion, cities in which, amid dust and dirt, everything from cottage to cathedral seems beautiful. This, for 2,000 years, has been Italy. Throughout the whole earth and wherever the vault of heaven spreads, there is no country so fair. Thus even the prosaic elder Pliny spoke of his fatherland. Here is eternal spring, sang Virgil, and summer even in months not her own. Twice in the year the cattle breed, twice the trees serve us with fruit. Twice a year the roses bloomed at Paestum, and in the north lay many a fertile plain like Mantua's, feeding the white swans with grassy stream. Like a spine along the great peninsula ran the Apennines, shielding the west coast from the northeast winds and blessing the soil with rivers that hurried to lose themselves in captivating bays. On the north the Alps stood guard. On every other side protecting waters lapped difficult and often precipitous shores. It was a land well suited to reward an industrious population, and strategically placed athwart the Mediterranean to rule the classic world. The mountains brought death as well as splendor, for earthquakes and eruptions now and then embalmed the labor of centuries in ashes. But here, as usually, death was a gift to life. The lava mingled with organic matter to enrich the earth for 100 generations. Part of the terrain was too steep for cultivation, and part of it was malarial marsh. The rest was so fertile that Polybius marveled at the abundance and cheapness of food in ancient Italy, and suggested that the quantity and quality of its crops might be judged from the vigor and courage of its men. Alfieri thought that the man plant had flourished better in Italy than anywhere else. Even today, the timid student is a bit frightened by the intense feelings of these fascinating folk. Their taut muscles, swift love and anger, smoldering or blazing eyes, the pride and fury that made Italy great and tore her to pieces in the days of Marius and Caesar and the Renaissance still run in Italian blood, only awaiting a good cause or argument. Nearly all the men are virile and handsome, nearly all the women beautiful, strong, and brave. What land can match the dynasty of genius that the mothers of Italy have poured forth through 30 centuries? No other country has been so long the hub of history, at first in government, then in religion, then in art. For 1,700 years, from Cato's censor to Michelangelo, Rome was the center of the Western world. Those who are the best judges in that country, says Aristotle, report that when Italus became king of Oenotria, the people changed their name and called themselves no longer Oenotrians, but Italians. Oenotria was the toe of the Italian boot, so teeming with grapes that the word meant land of wine. Italus, says Thucydides, was a king of the Sicels, who had occupied Oenotria on the way to conquer and name Sicily. Just as the Romans called all Hellenes Graeci, Greeks, from a few Graii who had emigrated from North Attica to Naples, so the Greeks gradually extended the name Italia to all the peninsula south of the Po. Doubtless many chapters of Italy's story lie silent under her crowded soil. Remains of an old Stone Age culture indicate that for at least 30,000 years before Christ, the plains were inhabited by man. Between 10,000 and 6,000 B.C., a Neolithic culture appeared. A long-headed race called by ancient tradition Liguri and Sicily fashioned rude pottery with linear ornament, made tools and weapons of polished stone, domesticated animals, hunted and fished and buried their dead. Some lived in caves, others in round huts of wattle and daub. From these cylindrical cottages, architecture pursued a continuous development to the round House of Romulus on the Palatine, the Temple of Vesta in the Forum, and the Mausoleum of Hadrian, the Castel Sant'Angelo of today. About 2000 B.C., northern Italy was invaded, presumably not for the first time, by tribes from Central Europe. They brought with them the custom of building their villages upon piles sunk in water for safety from animal or human attack. They settled on Garda, Como, Maggiore, and the other enchanted lakes that still lure aliens to Italy. Later they moved south, and, finding fewer lakes, built their homes upon land, but still upon a foundation of piles. Their habit of surrounding these settlements with rampart and moat passed down to form features of Roman camps and medieval chateaux. They pastured flocks and herds, tilled the soil, wove clothing, fired pottery. And out of bronze, which had appeared in Italy toward the end of the Neolithic Age, about 2500 B.C., they forged 100 varieties of tools and weapons, including combs, hairpins, razors, tweezers, and other timeless implements. They allowed their rubbish to accumulate so lavishly around the villages that their culture has received the name of terra mare, earth marl, from the fertilizing potency of these remains. So far as we know, they were the direct ancestors of the basic population of Italy in historical times. In the valley of the Po, the descendants of these Taramaricoli, about 1000 B.C., learned from Germany the use of iron, made from it improved implements, and so armed, spread their Villanovan culture from its center at Villanova, near Bologna, far down into Italy. From them, we may believe, came the blood, languages, and essential arts of the Umbrians, Sabines, and Latins. Then, about 800 B.C., a new flood of immigrants arrived, subjugated the Villanovan population, and established between the Tiber and the Alps one of the strangest civilizations in the records of mankind. 2. Etruscan Life. The Etruscans are among the irritating obscurities of history. They ruled Rome for 100 years or more, and left upon Roman ways so varied an influence that Rome can hardly be understood without them. Yet Roman literature is as mute concerning them as a matron anxious to forget publicly the surrenders of her youth. Italian civilization, as literate provision, begins with them. 8,000 inscriptions, as well as many works of art, mingle with their remains, and there are indications of a lost literature in poetry, drama, and history. But only a few unrevealing words of the language have been deciphered, and scholarship stands in deeper darkness today before the Etruscan mystery than that which shrouded the Egypt of the pharaohs before Champollion. Consequently, men still debate who the Etruscans were, and when and whence they came. Perhaps the old tradition has been too readily set aside. Pedants love to disprove the accepted, which mischievously survives. Most Greek and Roman historians took it for granted that the Etruscans had come from Asia Minor. Many elements in their religion, dress, and art suggest an Asiatic origin. Many again seem natively Italian. Most likely the civilization of Etruria was an outgrowth of the Villanovan culture, commercially influenced by Greece and the Near East, while the Etruscans themselves, as they believed, were invaders from Asia Minor, probably Lydia. In any case, their superior killing power made them the ruling caste in Tuscany. We do not know where they landed, but we know that they founded, conquered, or developed many cities, not mere villages of mud and straw as before them, but walled towns with geometrically laid out streets, and houses not only of beaten earth, but often of baked brick or stone. 12 of these communities joined in a loose Etruscan federation, dominated by Tarquinii, now Corneto, Arretium, or Arezzo, Perugia, or Perugia, and VIII, or Isola Farnese. The names given are Roman, the Etruscan names are unknown. Hardships of transportation through mountains and forests collaborated with the jealous pugnacity of men, here as in Greece, to form independent city-states, seldom united against external foes. Each cherished its separate security, often stood aside while others were attacked, and one after another succumbed to Rome. But through most of the 6th century B.C., these allied municipalities constituted the strongest political force in Italy, with a well-organized army, a famous cavalry, and a powerful navy that for a time ruled what is still called the Tyrrhene, that is, Etruscan, Sea. As in the case of Rome, the government of the Etruscan cities began as a monarchy, became an oligarchy of first families, and gradually gave over to an assembly of propertied citizens the right of choosing the annual magistrates. So far as we can make out from the tomb paintings and reliefs, it was a thoroughly feudal society, with an aristocracy owning the soil and enjoying in luxury the surplus product of Villanovan serfs and war-won slaves. Under this discipline, Tuscany was reclaimed from forest and swamp, and a system of rural irrigation and urban sewage was developed beyond anything discoverable in contemporary Greece. Etruscan engineers built drainage tunnels to take the overflow of lakes and cut drained roadways through rock and hill. As early as 700 B.C., Etruscan industry mined the copper of the western coast and the iron of Elba, smelted the iron ore at Populonia, and sold pig iron throughout Italy. Etruscan merchants traded up and down the Tyrrhene Sea, brought amber, tin, lead, and iron from northern Europe down the Rhine and the Rhone and over the Alps, and sold Etruscan products in every major port of the Mediterranean. About 500 B.C., Etruscan towns issued their own coins. The people themselves are pictured on their tombs as short and stocky, with large heads, features almost Anatolian, complexion ruddy, especially in women, but rouge is as old as civilization. The ladies were famous for their beauty, and the men sometimes had faces of refinement and nobility. Civilization had already advanced to a precarious height, for specimens of dental bridge work have been found in the graves. Dentistry, like medicine and surgery, had been imported from Egypt and Greece. Both sexes wore their hair long, and the men fondled beards. Garments followed the Ionian style, an inner shirt like the chiton, and an outer robe that became the Roman toga. Men as well as women loved ornament, and their tombs abounded in jewelry. If we may judge from the gay pictures of the sepulchres, the life of the Etruscans, like that of the Cretans, was hardened with combat, softened with luxury, and brightened with feasts and games. The men waged war lustily and practiced a variety of virile sports. They hunted, fought bulls in the arena, and drove their chariots, sometimes 4 horses abreast, around a dangerous course. They threw the discus and the javelin, pole-vaulted, raced, wrestled, boxed, and fought in gladiatorial bouts. Cruelty marked these games, for the Etruscans, like the Romans, thought it dangerous to let civilization get too far from the brute. Less heroic persons brandished dumbbells, threw dice, played the flute, or danced. Scenes of bibulous merriment relieve the paintings in the tombs. Sometimes they are symposia for men only, with vinous conversation. Now and then they show both sexes, richly dressed, reclining in pairs on elegant couches, eating and drinking, waited on by slaves, and entertained by dancers and musicians. Occasionally the meal is adorned with an amorous embrace. Probably the lady in this case was a courtesan, corresponding to the Greek hetaira. If we may believe the Romans, the young women of Etruria, like those of Greek Asia and samurai Japan, were allowed to obtain dowries by prostitution. A character in Plautus accuses a girl of seeking in the Tuscan way to earn her marriage by the shame of her body. Nevertheless, women enjoyed a high status in Etruria, and the paintings represent them as prominent in every aspect of life. Relationship was traced through the mother in a manner suggesting again an Asiatic origin. Education was not confined to the male, for Tanaquil, wife of the first Tarquin, was versed in mathematics and medicine as well as political intrigue. Theopompus ascribed a communism of women to the Etruscan, but no confirming evidence has come down to us of this Platonic utopia. Many of the pictures are scenes of marital concord and family life, with children romping about in happy ignorance. Religion provided every incentive to negative morality. The Etruscan pantheon was fully equipped to terrify the growing ego and ease the tasks of parentage. The greatest of the gods was Tinia, who wielded the thunder and lightning. About him, as a committee pitilessly carrying out his commands, were the 12 great gods, so great that it was sacrilege, and we may therefore neglect to pronounce their names. Especially fearsome were Mantis and Mania, master and mistress of the underworld, each with an executive horde of winged demons. Least appeasable of all was Lesa, or Mian, goddess of fate, brandishing snakes or a sword, and armed with stylus and ink to write and hammer and nails to affix her unalterable decrees. Pleasanter were the Lares and Penates, little statuettes kept on the hearth and symbolizing the spirits of field and home. The sacred science of ascertaining the future by studying the livers of sheep or the flight of birds had probably come down to the Etruscans from Babylonia. But according to their own traditions, it had been revealed to them by a divine boy, grandson of Tinia, who sprang to life from a furrow freshly turned and at once spoke with the wisdom of a sage. The Etruscan ritual culminated in the sacrifice of a sheep, a bull, or a man. Human victims were slaughtered or buried alive at the funerals of the great. In some cases, prisoners of war were massacred as a propitiation of the gods. So the Phocians taken at Eulalia in 535 BC were stoned to death in the Forum of Syri, and some 300 Romans captured in 358 BC were sacrificed at Tarquinii. The Etruscan appears to have believed that for every enemy slain he could secure the release of a soul from hell. The belief in hell was the favorite feature of Etruscan theology. The dead spirit, as seen in the sepulchral representations, was conducted by genii to the tribunal of the underworld, where in a last judgment it was given an opportunity to defend its conduct in life. If it failed, it was condemned to a variety of torments that left their mark on Virgil, reared on Mantua's Etruscan lore, on the early Christian conception of hell, and, through these and 20 centuries, on Tuscan Dante's Inferno. From such damnation the good were spared, and the sufferings of the damned might be shortened by the prayers or sacrifices of their living friends. The saved soul passed from the underworld to the society of the gods above, there to enjoy feasts, luxuries, and powers depicted hopefully on the tombs. Normally the Etruscans buried their dead. Those who could afford it were laid to rest in sarcophagi of terracotta or stone, and the lid was topped with reclining figures, carved partly in their likeness, partly in the smiling style of the archaic Greek Apollos. Here again Etruscan traditions contributed to medieval art. Occasionally the dead were cremated and placed in cinerary urns, which also might be adorned with the figure of the deceased. In many cases the urn or tomb simulated a house. Sometimes the tomb, cut into the rock, was divided into rooms, and was equipped for post-mortem living with furniture, utensils, vases, clothing, weapons, mirrors, cosmetics, and gems. In a tomb at Syri, the skeleton of a warrior lay on a perfectly preserved bed of bronze, with weapons and chariots beside it, and in a chamber behind his were the ornaments and jewelry of a woman, presumably his wife. The dust that had been her beloved body was clothed in her bridal robes. 3. Etruscan Art. Etruscan art is nearly all that we know of Etruscan history. We can trace in it the manners and morals of the people, the power of religion and caste, and the changing tides of economic and cultural contact with Asia Minor, Egypt, Greece, and Rome. It was an art fettered by ecclesiastical conventions and liberated by technical skill. It reflected a brutal and obscurantist civilization, but expressed it with character and force. Oriental influences, Ionic, Cypriot, Egyptian, dictated its earlier forms and styles, and Greek models dominated its later sculpture and pottery. In architecture and painting, however, in bronze, statuary, and the working of metals, Etruscan art spoke with its own voice and was unique. The architectural remains are never more than fragments or tombs. Parts of Etruria's city walls still stand, heavy structures of uncemented masonry firmly and accurately joined. The homes of rich Etruscans defined the classic design of the Italian house, a deliberately forbidding external wall, a central atrium or reception room, an opening in the roof of the atrium to let rain fall into a cistern below, and a circuit of small chambers surrounding the atrium and often faced by a colonnaded porch. Vitruvius has described Etruscan temples, and the tombs sometimes take their form. Essentially, they followed Greek models, but the Tuscan style modified the Doric by leaving the column unfluted, giving it a base and planning the cella on a 6:5 proportion of length to breadth, instead of the more graceful Attic relation of 6:3. A cella of brick, a peristyle of stone, architraves and pediments of wood, reliefs and ornaments in terracotta, the whole resting on a podium or elevation, and brightly painted outside and within. This was the Etruscan temple. For secular mass architecture, for city gates and walls, aqueducts and drains, the Etruscans, so far as we know, introduced the arch and vault to Italy. Apparently they had brought these majestic forms from Lydia, which had taken them from Babylonia. But they did not follow up this brilliant method of covering great spaces without a confusion of columns and an oppressive weight of architraves. For the most part they walked in the grooves worn by the Greeks and left Rome to consummate the arcuate revolution. The most renowned of Etruria's products is its pottery. Every museum abounds in it, setting the weary navigator of ceramic halls to wonder what unseen perfection exonerates these stores. Etruscan vases, when they are not clearly copies of Greek forms, are mediocre in design, crude in execution, barbarous in ornament. No other art has produced so many distortions of the human frame, so many hideous masks, uncouth animals, monstrous demons, and terrifying gods. But the black wares, bucchero nero, of the 6th century B.C. have an Italian vigor, and perhaps represent an indigenous development of Villanovan styles. Fine vases were found at Volci and at Tarquinii, imported from Athens or imitated from black-figured Attic shapes. The François vase, a huge amphora discovered at Chiusi by a Frenchman of that name, was apparently the work of the Greek masters Clytius and Ergotimus. The later urns, red-figured on a black ground, are elegant but again evidently of Greek manufacture. Their abundance suggests that the Attic potters had captured the Etruscan market and driven the native workers into merely industrial production. All in all, the robbers were justified who, when they rifled Etruscan tombs, left so much of the pottery. We cannot speak of Etruscan bronzes with such reckless irreverence. The bronze casters of Etruria were at the top of their craft. They almost rivaled the potters in productivity. One city alone is reported to have had 2,000 statues in bronze. What remains to us from their hands belongs mostly to the period of Roman domination. Among these reliefs, 2 masterpieces stand out. The Orator, who now holds forth with Roman dignity and bronze restraint in the Archaeological Museum at Florence, and also at Florence, the Chimera found at Arezzo in 1553 and partly restored by Cellini. It is a disagreeable figure, presumably the monster slain by Bellerophon, head and body of a lion, a serpent for a tail, a goat's head growing anomalously out of the back, but its power and finish reconcile us to its biological extravagance. Etruscan bronze workers produced, often for distant export, millions of statuettes, swords, helmets, cuirasses, spears, shields, utensils, urns, coins, locks, chains, fans, mirrors, beds, lamps, candelabra, even chariots. Greeting the visitor to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York is an Etruscan chariot, body and wheels of wood, sheathing and tires of bronze, the high front embossed with figures of considerable grace. Many bronze objects were delicately engraved. The surface was coated with wax, the design was etched in with a stylus, the piece was dipped into acid, the wax-freed lines were burned into the metal, and then the wax was melted away. In the working of silver and gold, bone and ivory, the Etruscan artist was the heir and peer of the Egyptian and the Greek. Sculpture in stone was never popular in Etruria. Marble was scarce, and the quarries of Carrara were apparently unknown. Fine clays were at hand, however, and soon took shape in a profusion of terracotta reliefs, statuettes, and sepulchral or architectural ornaments. About the end of the 6th century, an unknown Etruscan artist established a school of sculpture at Veii and molded the chef-d'oeuvre of Etruscan art, that Apollo of Veii, which was found on the site in 1916 and until lately stood in the Villa Giulia at Rome. Modeled on the Ionian and Attic Apollos of the time, this engaging statue shows an almost feminine Mona Lisa face with delicate smile, archly slanting eyes, and a body of health, beauty, and life. The Italians call it Il Apollo che cammina, the Apollo that walks. In this, and in many excellent figures on sarcophagi, Etruscan sculptors carried to perfection the Asiatic stylization of hair and drapery, while in the orator they, or their Roman heirs, established a tradition of realistic portraiture. Etruscan painting collaborated with that of Greek Italy in transmitting another art to Rome. The elder Pliny described frescoes at Ardea of older age than Rome itself, and at Syri others of still greater antiquity and supreme beauty. The art used pottery and the interiors of homes and tombs for its surfaces. Only tomb frescoes and vase pictures remain, but in such quantity that every stage of Etruscan painting can be traced in them, from Oriental and Egyptian, through Greek and Alexandrian, to Roman and Pompeian styles. In some tombs we find the first examples of windows, portals, columns, porticos, and other architectural forms mimicked by painting on inner walls, in the very manner of Pompeii. Often the colors of these frescoes are faded. A few are astonishingly fresh and brilliant after more than a score of centuries. The technique is mediocre. In the earlier pictures there is no perspective, no foreshortening, no use of light and shade to give fullness and depth. The figures are Egyptianly slender, as if seen in a horizontal convex mirror. The faces are regularly in profile, wherever the feet may point. In the later examples, perspective and foreshortening appear, and the proportions of the body are represented with greater fidelity and skill. But in either case there is in these paintings a frolicsome and impish vivacity that makes one wonder how pleasant the life of the Etruscans must have been if their tombs were so gay. Here are men in battle and enjoying it, or they play at war in the jousts of the arena. They hunt the boar or lion with all the bravery of men who have or expect an audience. They box or wrestle in the palestra, while the spectators dispute more violently than the combatants. They ride their horses or drive their chariots around the amphitheater. Sometimes, resigned to peace, they fish. One pleasant scene shows a couple idly boating on a quiet stream. So old is wisdom. In a grave at Syri, the pictured man and his lady recline on a couch. Garlanded with laurel, he pledges her his eternal fidelity with a goblet of wine. She smiles and believes him, though she knows he lies. In other burial chambers, the Etruscan painter sketches his idea of paradise, endless revelry, with careless lasses dancing wildly to double pipes and the lyre. Pipes and lyres, trumpets and syrinxes were apparently essential to every banquet, wedding, and funeral. Love of music and the dance is one of the gracious aspects of Etruscan civilization. In the tomb of the lioness at Corneto, the figures whirl about in nude and Bacchic frenzy. It was the natural destiny of the Etruscans to expand north and south, to extend their sway to the foothills of the Alps and the Greek cities of Campania, and then to find themselves face to face across the Tiber with growing Rome. They established colonies at Verona, Padua, Mantua, Parma, Modena, Bologna, and beyond the Apennines at Rimini, Ravenna, and Adria. From this modest Etruscan outpost the Adriatic took its name. They hemmed in Rome with Etruscan settlements at Fidene, Praeneste, or Palestrina, and Capua, perhaps also at Cicero's Tusculum, Little Tuscany. Finally, in 618 BC, according to a precise and precarious tradition, an Etruscan adventurer captured the throne of Rome, and for a century the Roman nation was ruled and formed by Etruscan civilization and power. 4. Rome under the kings. About 1000 BC, Villanovan migrants crossed the Tiber and settled in Latium. No one knows whether they conquered or exterminated or merely married the Neolithic population they found there. Slowly, the agricultural villages of this historic region between the Tiber and the Bay of Naples coalesced into a few jealously sovereign city-states, loath to unite except in annual religious festivals or occasional wars. The strongest was Alba Longa, lying at the foot of Mount Alban, probably where Castel Gandolfo now shelters the Pope on summer days. It was from Alba Longa, perhaps in the 8th century before Christ, that a colony of Latins, greedy for conquest or driven by the pressure of the birth rate upon the land, moved some 20 miles to the northwest and founded the most famous of man's habitations. This hazardously hypothetical paragraph contains all that history dares say about the origin of Rome. But Roman tradition was not so parsimonious. When the Gauls burned the city in 390 BC, most historical records were presumably destroyed, and thereafter patriotic fancy could paint a free picture of Rome's birth. What we should call April 22nd, 753 BC, was given as the date, and the events were reckoned AUC, Anno Urbis Conditae, in the year from the city's foundation. 100 tales and 1,000 poems told how Aeneas, offspring of Aphrodite Venus, had fled from burning Troy, and how, after suffering many lands and men, had brought to Italy the gods or sacred effigies of Priam's city. Aeneas had married Lavinia, daughter of the king of Latium, and 8 generations later their descendant, Numitor, said the story, held the throne of Alba Longa, Latium's capital. A usurper, Amulius, expelled Numitor, and to the end of the line of Aeneas, killed Numitor's sons and forced his only daughter, Rhea Silvia, to become a priestess of Vesta, vowed to virginity. But Rhea lay down by the banks of a stream and opened her bosom to catch the breeze. Too trustful of gods and men, she fell asleep. Mars, overcome with her beauty, left her rich with twins. Amulius ordered these to be drowned. They were placed on a raft which kind waves carried to the land. They were suckled by a she-wolf, or lupa, or, said a skeptical variant, by a shepherd's wife, Acca Laurentia, nicknamed Lupa because, like a wolf's, her lovemaking knew no law. When Romulus and Remus grew up, they killed Amulius, restored Numitor, and went resolutely forth to build a kingdom for themselves on the hills of Rome. Archaeology offers no confirmation to these stories of our youth. Probably they contain a core of truth. Perhaps the Latins sent a colony to develop Rome as a strategic moat against the expanding Etruscans. The site was 20 miles from the sea, and not well adapted to maritime commerce. But in those days of marauding pirates, it was an advantage to be a bit inland. For internal trade, Rome was well placed at the crossroads of traffic on the river and the land route between north and south. It was not a healthy location. Rains, floods, and springs fed malarial marshes in the surrounding plain, and even in the lower levels of the city, hence the popularity of the 7 hills. The first of these to be settled, tradition said, was the Palatine, possibly because an island near its foot made easier there the fording and bridging of the Tiber. One by one the neighboring slopes were peopled until the human overflow crossed the river and built upon the Vatican and Janiculum. The 3 tribes, Latins, Sabines, and Etruscans, that dwelt on the hills joined in a federation, the Septimantium, and slowly merged into the city of Rome. The ancient story goes on to tell how Romulus, to secure wives for his settlers, arranged some public games and invited the Sabines and other tribes to attend. During the races, the Romans seized the Sabine women and drove off the Sabine men. Titus Tatius, king of the Sabine Curites tribe, declared war and advanced upon Rome. Tarpeia, daughter of the Roman who had charge of a fortress on the Capitoline, opened a gate to the invaders. They crushed her with their shields in fair recompense, and later generations gave her name to that Tarpeian rock from which condemned men were hurled to death. As the troops of Tatius neared the Palatine, the Sabine women, not insensitive to the compliment of capture, secured an armistice on the plea that they would lose their husbands if the Curites won, and their brothers or fathers if the Curites lost. Romulus persuaded Tatius to share the kingdom with him and join his tribe with the Latins in a common citizenship. Thereafter the freemen of Rome were called Curites or Quirites. There may again be some elements of truth in this wholesale romance, or perhaps it patriotically concealed a Sabine conquest of Rome. After a long reign, Romulus was lifted up to heaven in a whirlwind, thereafter to be worshipped as Quirinus, one of Rome's favorite gods. Tatius too having died, the heads of the more important families chose a Sabine, Numa Pompilius, as king. Probably the real power of government between the foundation of the city and the Etruscan domination was in the hands of these elders, or senatores, while the functions of the king, like those of the Archon Basilius in coeval Athens, were chiefly those of the highest priest. Tradition pictured Numa as a Sabine Marcus Aurelius, at once philosopher and saint. He strove, says Livy, to inculcate fear of the gods as the most powerful influence that could act upon a barbarous people. But as this effort would fail to impress them without some claim to supernatural wisdom, he pretended that he had nocturnal interviews with the divine nymph Egeria, and that it was on her advice that he was instituting the religious ritual most acceptable to heaven, and was appointing special priests for each major deity. By establishing a uniform worship for the diverse tribes of Rome, Numa strengthened the unity and stability of the state. By interesting the bellicose Romans in religion, Cicero thought, Numa gave his people 40 years of peace. His successor, Tullus Hostilius, restored to the Romans their normal life. Convinced that the vigor of the state was becoming enfeebled through inaction, he looked around for a pretext for war. He chose Rome's mother city, Alba Longa, as an enemy, attacked it, and completely destroyed it. When the Alban king broke a promise of alliance, Tullus had him tied to 2 chariots and torn to pieces by driving the chariots in opposite directions. His successor, Ancus Marcius, agreed with his martial philosophy. Ancus understood, according to Dio Cassius, that it is not sufficient for men who wish to remain at peace to refrain from wrongdoing, but the more one longs for peace, the more vulnerable one becomes. He saw that a desire for quiet was not a power for protection unless accompanied by equipment for war. He perceived also that delight in freedom from foreign broils very quickly ruined men who were unduly enthusiastic over it. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 3, Caesar and Christ, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued. Cassette 1, Side 2. 5. The Etruscan Domination. About 655 B.C., proceeds the tradition, Demaratus, a rich merchant banished from Corinth, came to live in Tarquinii, and married an Etruscan woman. His son, Lucius Tarquinius, migrated to Rome, rose to high position there, and on the death of Ancus, either seized the throne or, more probably, was chosen to it by a coalition of Etruscan families in the city. He was the first, says Livy, who canvassed for the crown and delivered a set speech to secure the support of the plebs, that is, those citizens who could not trace their ancestry to the founding fathers. Under this Tarquinius Priscus, the monarchy increased its power over the aristocracy, and Etruscan influence grew in Roman politics, engineering, religion, and art. Tarquin fought successfully against the Sabines and subjugated all Latium. He used the resources of Rome, we are told, to adorn Tarquinii and other Etruscan cities, but also he brought Etruscan and Greek artists to his capital and beautified it with majestic temples. Apparently, he represented the glowing power of business and finance against the landed aristocracy. After a reign of 38 years, the first Tarquin was assassinated by the Patricians, who aimed to limit the kingship again to a religious role. But Tarquin's widow, Tanaquil, took charge of the situation and was able to transmit the throne to her son, Servius Tullius. Servius, says Cicero, was the first to hold the royal power without being chosen by the people, that is, by the leading families. He governed well and built a protective moat and wall around Rome, but the great landowners resented his rule and plotted to unseat him. Consequently, he allied himself with the richer members of the plebs and reorganized the army and the voters to strengthen his position. Taking a census of persons and property, he classified the citizens according to wealth rather than birth, so that while leaving the old aristocracy intact, he raised up as a balance to it a class of equites, literally horsemen, men who could equip themselves with horse, equus, and armor to serve in the cavalry. The census reported some 80,000 persons capable of bearing arms, reckoning 1 woman and 1 child for each soldier, and a slave for every 4th family. We may estimate at 260,000 the population of Rome and its subject environs, about 560 B.C. Servius divided the people into 35 new tribes, arranging them according to place of residence rather than kinship or rank. Thereby, like Cleisthenes a generation later in Attica, he weakened the political cohesion and voting power of the aristocracy, the class that rated itself supreme by birth. When another Tarquin, grandson of Tarquinius Priscus, charged Servius with ruling illegally, he submitted himself to a plebiscite and received, says Livy, a unanimous vote. Unconvinced, Tarquin had Servius assassinated and announced himself king. Under Tarquinius Superbus, the Proud, the monarchy became absolute and Etruscan influence supreme. The patricians had thought of the Rex as the executive of the Senate and chief priest of the national religion. They could not long consent to unlimited royal power. Therefore, they had killed Tarquinius Priscus and had raised no hand to protect Servius. But this new Tarquin was worse than the first. He surrounded himself with a bodyguard, degraded freemen with months of forced labor, had citizens crucified in the Forum, put to death many leaders of the upper class, and ruled with an insolent brutality that won him the hatred of all influential men. Thinking to gain popularity by successful wars, he attacked the Rutuli and the Volscians. While he was with the army, the Senate assembled and deposed him, in 508 BC, in one of the great turning points of Roman history. 6. The birth of the Republic. Here the tradition becomes literature, and the prose of politics is fused into the poetry of love. One evening, says Livy, in the king's camp at Ardea, his son Sextus Tarquin was debating with a relative, Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus, the comparative virtue of their wives. Collatinus proposed that they should take horse to Rome and surprise their ladies in the late hours of the night. They found the wife of Sextus feasting with intimates, but Lucretia, wife of Collatinus, was spinning wool for her husband's clothing. Sextus was inflamed with desire to try Lucretia's fidelity and enjoy her love. A few days later, he returned secretly to the home of Lucretia and overcame her by wile and force. Lucretia sent for her father and her husband, told them what had happened, and then stabbed herself to death. Thereupon, Lucius Junius Brutus, a friend of Collatinus, called upon all good men to drive the Tarquins from Rome. He himself was a nephew of the king, but his father and his brother had been put to death by Tarquin, and he had gained his cognomen Brutus, that is, idiot, by pretending lunacy so that he might be spared for his revenge. Now he rode with Collatinus to the capital, told Lucretia's story to the Senate, and persuaded it to banish all the royal family. The king had meanwhile left the army and hurried to Rome. Brutus, apprised of this, rode out to the army, told Lucretia's story again, and won the soldiers' support. Tarquin fled north and appealed to Etruria to restore him to his throne. An assembly of the citizen soldiers was now convened, and instead of a king chosen for life, it elected 2 consuls, with equal and rival powers, to rule for a year. These first consuls, says the tradition, were Brutus and Collatinus, but Collatinus resigned and was replaced by Publius Valerius, who won the name Publicola, friend of the people, by putting through the assembly several laws that remained basic in Rome: that any man who should try to make himself king might be killed without trial, that any attempt to take a public office without the people's consent should be punishable with death, and that any citizen condemned by a magistrate to death or flogging should have the right of appeal to the assembly. It was Valerius who inaugurated the custom whereby a consul, upon entering the assembly, must part the axes from the rods and lower them as a sign of the people's sovereignty and sole right in peace to impose a sentence of death. The revolution had 2 main results. It freed Rome from Etruscan ascendancy and replaced the monarchy with an aristocracy that ruled Rome until Caesar. The political position of the poorer citizens was not improved. On the contrary, they were required to surrender the lands that Servius had given them, and they lost the modest measure of protection with which the monarchy had shielded them from aristocratic domination. The victors called the revolution a triumph of liberty, but now and then liberty in the slogans of the strong means freedom from restraint in the exploitation of the weak. The expulsion of the Tarquins from Rome, added to the defeat of the Etruscans by Greek colonists at Cumae in 524, threatened to end Etruscan leadership in central Italy. Responding for these reasons to Tarquin's appeal, Lars Porsena, chief magistrate of Clusium, collected an army from the federated cities of Etruria and advanced upon Rome. At the same time, an attempt was made in Rome itself to restore Tarquin. The 2 sons of Brutus were among the arrested conspirators, and the fiery first consul provided an exemplar, perhaps a myth, for all later Romans when he witnessed in stoic silence the flogging and beheading of his children. The Romans destroyed the Tiber bridges before Porsena could reach them. It was in this defense of the bridgeheads that Horatius Cocles immortalized himself in Latin and English lays. Despite this and other legends with which defeat tried to cover itself with glory, Rome surrendered to Porsena and yielded portions of her territory to VIII and to the Latin towns that had been despoiled by Rome's kings. Porsena showed his good taste by not demanding the restoration of Tarquin. In Etruria, too, by this time, aristocracy had driven out monarchy. Rome was weakened for a generation, but her revolution remained. The Etruscan power had been expelled, but the marks and relics of Etruscan influence were to survive in Roman civilization to its end. That influence was apparently least on the Latin language. Nevertheless, the Roman numerals are probably Etruscan, and the name Roma may have come from the Etruscan Rumon, or river. The Romans believed that they had taken from Etruria the ceremonies of a returning conqueror's triumph, the purple-hemmed robes and ivory curule, or chariot-like seat, of the magistrates, and the rods and axes carried before each consul by 12 lictors in token of his authority to strike and kill. The coins of Rome, centuries before she had a fleet, were adorned with the prow of a ship, long used in the coinage of Etruria to symbolize her commercial activity and naval power. From the 7th to the 4th centuries B.C., it was a custom among Roman aristocrats to send their sons to Etruscan cities for higher education. There, among other things, they learned geometry, surveying, and architecture. Roman dress derived from the Etruscan, or both from a common source. The first actors, and their name, histriones, came to Rome from Etruria. It was Tarquinius Priscus, if we may believe Livy, who built the first Circus Maximus and imported racehorses and pugilists from Etruria for Roman games. The Etruscans gave Rome brutal gladiatorial contests, but they also transmitted to Rome a higher status of woman than could be found in Greece. Etruscan engineers built the walls and sewers of Rome and turned it from a swamp into a protected and civilized capital. From Etruria, Rome took most of her religious ritual, her augurs, haruspices, and soothsayers. As late as Julian, in AD 363, Etruscan soothsayers were an official part of every Roman army. With Etruscan rites, Romulus was believed to have laid out the limits of Rome. From the same source came the Roman wedding ceremony, with its symbolism of capture, and the Roman ceremonial funeral. Rome took her musical modes and instruments from Etruria. Most of her artists were Etruscans, and the Roman street where the artists worked was called Vicus Tuscus. The arts themselves, however, may have filtered in through Latium from the Campanian Greeks. Sculptural portraiture in Rome was deeply influenced by the death masks made for the family gallery, a custom taken from Etruria. Etruscan sculptors adorned the temples and palaces of Rome with bronze statuary and terracotta figures and reliefs. Etruscan architects bequeathed to Rome a Tuscan style that still survives in the colonnade of St. Peter's Church. Etruscan kings at Rome seem to have built her first large edifices, and to have transformed Rome from an assemblage of earthen or wooden huts into a city of wood, brick, and stone. Not till Caesar would Rome see again so much building as under Etruscan rule. We must not exaggerate. However much Rome learned from her neighbors, she remained, in all the basic features of life, distinctively herself. Nothing in Etruscan history quite suggests the Roman character, the grave self-discipline, the cruelty and courage, the patriotism and stoic devotion that patiently conquered and then patiently ruled the Mediterranean states. Now Rome was free, and the stage was cleared for the incomparable drama of the grandeur and decline of paganism in the ancient world. Book 1. The Republic, 508 to 530 B.C. Chapter 2. The Struggle for Democracy, 508 to 264 B.C. 1. Patricians and Plebs. Who were the patricians? Livy thought that Romulus had chosen 100 clan heads of his tribe to help him establish Rome and be his council or senate. These men were later called patres, fathers, and their descendants, patricii, derived from the fathers. Modern theory, which lives by nibbling at tradition, likes to explain the patricians as alien conquerors, perhaps Sabines who invaded Latium and thereafter ruled the Latin plebs, or populace, as a lower caste. We may believe that they were composed of clans that through economic or military superiority had acquired the best lands, and had transformed their agricultural leadership into political mastery. These victorious clans, the Manlii, Valerii, Aemilii, Cornelii, Fabii, Horatii, Claudii, Julii, etc., continued for 5 centuries to give Rome generals, consuls, and laws. When the 3 original tribes united, their clan heads made a senate of some 300 members. They were not such lords of comfort and luxury as their descendants. Often they put their own hands to the axe or the plow, lived vigorously on simple fare, and wore clothing spun in their homes. The plebs admired them even when it fought them, and applied to almost anything appertaining to them the term classicus, classical. that is, of the highest rank or class. Close to them in wealth, but far below them in political power, were the equites, or businessmen. Some were rich enough to win their way into the Senate, and formed there the second part of its constituent, patres et conscripti, that is, patricians and co-inscribed men. These two classes were called the orders, and were termed boni, the good. For early civilizations thought of virtue in terms of rank, ability, and power. Virtus to the Roman meant manliness, the qualities that make a man, or vir. Populus, people, took in only these upper classes, and originally it was in this sense that those famous initials were used, SPQR, Senatus Populusque Romanus, which were to mark so proudly 100,000 monuments. Gradually, as democracy fought its way, the word populus came to include the plebs. This was the main body of Roman citizens. Some were artisans or tradesmen, some were freedmen, many were peasants. Perhaps in the beginning they were the conquered natives of the city's hills. Some were attached as clientes, or dependents, to an upper-class patronus. In return for land and protection they helped him in peace, served under him in war, and voted in the assemblies as he told them. Lowest of all were the slaves. Under the kings they had been costly and few, and therefore had been treated with consideration as valuable members of the family. In the 6th century B.C., when Rome began her career of conquest, war captives were sold in rising number to the aristocracy, the business classes, and even to plebeians. And the status of the slave sank. Legally, he could be dealt with as any other piece of property. In theory, and according to the custom of the ancients, his life had been forfeited by defeat, and his enslavement was a merciful commutation of his death. Sometimes he managed his master's property, business, or funds. Sometimes he became a teacher, writer, actor, craftsman, laborer, tradesman, or artist, and paid his master part of his earnings. In this or other ways he might earn enough to buy his freedom and become a member of the plebs. Contentment is as rare among men as it is natural among animals, and no form of government has ever satisfied its subjects. In this system the businessmen were piqued by their exclusion from the Senate, the richer plebeians by their exclusion from the equites, and the poorer plebeians resented their poverty, their political disabilities, and their liability to enslavement for debt. The law of the early republic allowed a creditor to imprison a persistently defaulting debtor in a private dungeon, to sell him into slavery, even to kill him. Joint creditors might, said the law, cut up the corpse of the defaulting debtor and divide it among them, a provision apparently never enforced. The plebs demanded that these laws should be repealed and the burden of accrued debt reduced, that the lands won in war and owned by the state should be distributed among the poor instead of being given or sold at nominal prices to the rich, that plebeians should be eligible to the magistracies and the priesthoods, be permitted to intermarry with the orders, and have a representative of their class among the highest officials of the government. The Senate sought to frustrate the agitation by fomenting wars, but it was shocked to find its calls to the colors ignored. In 494 B.C., large masses of the plebs seceded to the sacred mount on the river Anio, 3 miles from the city, and declared that they would neither fight nor work for Rome until their demands had been met. The Senate used every diplomatic or religious device to lure the rebels back. Then, fearing that invasion from without might soon be added to revolt within, it agreed to a cancellation or reduction of debts, and the establishment of 2 tribunes and 3 aediles as the elected defenders of the plebs. The plebs returned, but only after taking a solemn oath to kill any man who should ever lay violent hands upon their representatives in the government. This was the opening battle in a class war that ended only with the republic that it destroyed. In 486, the consul Spurius Cassius proposed an allotment of captured lands among the poor. The patricians accused him of currying popular favor with a view to making himself king, and had him killed. This was probably not the first in a long line of agrarian proposals and senatorial assassinations, culminating in the Gracchi and Caesar. In 439, Spurius Maelius, who during a famine had distributed wheat to the poor at a low price or free, was slain in his home by an emissary of the Senate, again on the charge of plotting to be king. In 384, Marcus Manlius, who had heroically defended Rome against the Gauls, was put to death on the same charge after he had spent his fortune relieving insolvent debtors. The next step in the climb of the plebs was a demand for definite written and secular laws. Heretofore, the patrician priests had been the recorders and interpreters of the statutes, had kept their records secret, and had used their monopoly and the ritual requirements of the law as weapons against social change. After a long resistance to the new demands, the Senate, in 454, sent a commission of 3 patricians to Greece to study and report on the legislation of Solon and other lawmakers. When they returned, the assembly in 451 chose 10 men, decemviri, to formulate a new code and gave them supreme governmental power in Rome for 2 years. This commission, under the presidency of a resolute reactionary, Appius Claudius, transformed the old customary law of Rome into the famous 12 tables, submitted them to the assembly, which passed them with some changes, and displayed them in the forum for all who would and could to read. This seemingly trivial event was epical in Roman history and in the history of mankind. It was the first written form of that legal structure which was to be Rome's most signal achievement and her greatest contribution to civilization. When the second year of the Commission's tenure ended, it refused to restore the government to the consuls and tribunes, and continued to exercise supreme and ever more irresponsible authority. Appius Claudius, says a story suspiciously like Lucretia's, was stirred with a passion for the beautiful plebeian Virginia, and to secure her for his pleasure had her declared a slave. Her father, Lucius Virginius, protested, and when Claudius refused to hear him, he slew his daughter, rushed out to his legion, and asked its aid in overthrowing the new despot. The enraged plebs once more seceded to the Sacred Mount, imitating, says Livy, the moderation of their fathers by abstaining from all injury. Learning that the army was supporting the plebs, the patricians gathered in the Senate House, deposed the decemvirs, banished Claudius, restored the consulate, enlarged the tribunate, recognized the inviolability of the people's tribunes, and confirmed to the plebs the right of appealing to the assembly of the centuries from the decision of any magistrate. 4 years later, in 445, the tribune Caius Canulius moved that the plebs should have the right of intermarriage with patricians, and that plebeians should be eligible to the consulate. The Senate, again faced by threats of war from vengeful neighbors, yielded the first point and averted the second by agreeing that thereafter 6 of the tribunes chosen by the centurial assembly should have the authority of consuls. The plebs responded handsomely by choosing all these tribuni militum consulari potestate from the patrician class. The long war with VIII, from 405 to 396, and the assault of the Gauls upon Rome unified the nation for a time and stilled internal strife. But victory and disaster alike left the plebeians destitute. While they fought for their country, their lands were neglected or ravaged, and the interest on their debts mounted beyond possible repayment. The lenders took no excuse but demanded principal and interest, or the imprisonment and enslavement of the borrowers. In 376, the tribunes Licinius and Sextius proposed that interest already paid should be deducted from the principal, the balance to be met in 3 years, that no man should be allowed to own more than 500 jugera, about 300 acres, of land, or to use on them more than a certain proportion of slaves to free laborers, and that one of the 2 consuls should regularly be chosen from the plebs. For a decade the patricians resisted these proposals. Meanwhile, says Dio Cassius, they stirred up war after war that the people might be too occupied to agitate about the land. At last, threatened with a 3rd secession, the Senate accepted the Licinian laws, and Camillus, leader of the conservatives, celebrated the reconciliation of the classes by building a stately temple of Concord in the Forum. It was a major step in the growth of Rome's limited democracy. From that moment the plebs progressed rapidly towards a formal equality with the orders in politics and law. In 356 a plebeian was made dictator for a year. In 351 the censorship, in 337 the praetorship, and in 300 the priesthoods were opened to the plebs. Finally, in 287 the Senate agreed that the decisions of the tribal assembly should also have the force of law, even when contrary to the resolutions of the Senate. Since in this assembly the patricians could easily be outvoted by the plebs, this lex hortensia was the capstone and triumph of Roman democracy. Nevertheless, the power of the Senate soon recovered after these defeats. The demand for land was quieted by sending Romans as colonists to conquered soil. The cost of winning and holding office, which was unpaid, automatically disqualified the poor. The richer plebeians, having secured political equality and opportunity, now cooperated with the patricians in checking radical legislation. The poorer plebeians, shorn of financial means, ceased for 2 centuries to play a significant role in the affairs of Rome. Businessmen fell in with patrician policy because it gave them contracts for public works, openings for colonial and provincial exploitation, and commissions to collect taxes for the state. The Assembly of the Centuries, whose method of voting gave the aristocracy full control, continued to choose the magistrates, and therefore the Senate. The tribunes, dependent upon the support of rich plebeians, used their office as a conservative force. Every consul, even if chosen by the plebs, became by contagion a zealous conservative when, at the close of his year of office, he was received into the Senate for life. The Senate took the initiative in legislation, and custom sanctioned its authority far beyond the letter of the law. As foreign affairs became more important, the Senate's firm administration of them raised its prestige and power. When in 264 Rome entered upon a century of war with Carthage for the mastery of the Mediterranean, it was the Senate that led the nation through every trial to victory, and an imperiled and desperate people yielded without protest to its leadership and domination. 2. The Constitution of the Republic. 1. The Lawmakers. Let us try to picture to ourselves this complex state, so formed after 5 centuries of development. By common consent, it was one of the ablest and most successful governments that the world has yet seen. Polybius, indeed, considered it an almost literal realization of Aristotle's ideal constitution. It provided the framework, sometimes the battleground, of Roman history. Who among this people were the citizens? Technically, those who had been born or adopted into one of the 3 original tribes of Rome. In practice, this meant all males above 15 years of age who were neither slaves nor aliens, and all aliens who had received a grant of Roman citizenship. Never before or since has citizenship been so jealously guarded or so highly prized. It meant membership in the relatively small group that was soon to rule the whole Mediterranean area. It brought immunity from legal torture or duress and the right of appeal from any official in the empire to the assembly, or later the emperor, at Rome. Obligations went with these privileges. The citizen, unless quite poor, was liable to military service at call from his 16th to his 60th year, and he could not hold political office until he had served 10 years in the army. His political rights were so bound up with his military duties that his most important voting was done as a member of his regiment, or century. In the days of the kings, he had voted also in the comitia curiata. That is, he and other heads of families had come together, cum ire, in a gathering of the 30 curii, or wards, into which the 3 tribes had been divided. And to the end of the Republic it was this curial assembly that conferred upon the elected magistrates the imperium, or authority to govern. After the fall of the monarchy, the curial assembly rapidly lost its other powers to the comitia centuriata. The soldiers assembled in centuries, originally of 100 men. It was this centurial assembly that chose the magistrates, passed or rejected the measures proposed to it by officials or the Senate, heard appeals from the judgments of magistrates, tried all cases of capital crime charged to Roman citizens, and decided upon war or peace. It was the broad base of both the Roman army and the Roman government. Nevertheless, its powers were narrowly constrained. It could convene only at the call of a consul or a tribune. It could vote only upon such measures as were presented to it by the magistrates or the Senate. It could not discuss or amend these proposals. It could only vote yes or no. The conservative character of its decisions was guaranteed by the class arrangement of its members. At the top were 18 centuries of patricians and businessmen, equites. Then came the first class, men owning 100,000 asses worth of property. An ass, spelled A-S, would now be equivalent in purchasing power to approximately 6 cents of United States currency in 1942. These had 80 centuries, or 8,000 men in the assembly. The second class embraced citizens owning between 75,000 and 100,000 asses, the third between 50,000 and 75,000 asses, the fourth between 25 and 50,000 asses, and each of these classes had 20 centuries. The fifth class included citizens owning between 11,000 and 25,000 asses and had 30 centuries. All citizens possessing under 11,000 asses were formed into 1 century. Each century cast 1 vote, determined by a majority of its members. A small majority in 1 century could cancel a large majority in another and give the victory to a numerical minority. Since each century voted in the order of its financial rank, and its vote was announced as soon as taken, the agreement of the first 2 groups gave at once 98 votes, a majority of the whole, so that the lower classes seldom voted at all. Voting was direct. Citizens who could not come to Rome for the meeting had no representation in the assembly. All this was no mere device to disfranchise the peasants and the plebs. The classification of centuries had been made by the census to distinguish men for taxation as well as for war. The Romans thought it just that the right to vote should be proportioned to taxes paid and military duties required. Citizens with less than 11,000 asses of property
had altogether only one centurial vote, but correspondingly they paid a negligible tax and were in normal times exempt from military service. Of the proletariat until Marius's day, nothing was asked except prolific parentage. Despite some later changes, the centurial assembly remained a frankly conservative and aristocratic institution. Doubtless as an offset to this, the plebs had from the beginning of the Republic held its own assemblies, the Concilia Plebis. Out of these councils probably came the Comitia Populi Tributa, which we find exercising legislative power as early as 357 BC. In this tribal assembly of the people, the voters were arranged according to tribe and residence, on the basis of the Servian census. Each tribe had one vote, and the rich counted for no more than the poor. After the recognition of its legislative authority by the Senate in 287, the power of the tribal assembly grew until by 200 it had become the chief source of private law in Rome. It chose the tribunes, that is, tribal representatives of the people, or tribuni plebis, as distinct from the tribuni militares, elected by the centuries. Here, too, however, there was no discussion by the people. A magistrate proposed a law and defended it. Another magistrate might speak against it. The assembly listened and voted yes or no. Though by its constitution it was more progressive than the centurial assembly, it was far from radical. 31 of its 35 tribes were rural, and their members, mostly owners of land, were cautious men. The urban proletariat, confined to 4 tribes, was politically powerless before Marius and after Caesar. The Senate remained supreme. Its original membership of clan heads was recruited by the regular admission of ex-consuls and ex-censors, and the censors were authorized to keep its numbers up to 300 by nominating to it men of patrician or equestrian rank. Membership was for life, but the Senate or a censor could dismiss any member detected in crime or serious moral offense. The august body convened at the call of any major magistrate in the curia or senate house facing the forum. By a pleasant custom, the members brought their sons with them to attend in silence and to learn statesmanship and chicanery at first hand. Theoretically, the Senate might discuss and decide only such issues as were presented to it by a magistrate, and its decisions were merely advice, senatus consulta, without the force of law. Actually, its prestige was so great that the magistrates nearly always accepted its recommendations, and seldom submitted to the assemblies any measure not already sanctioned by the Senate. Its decisions were subject to veto by any tribune, and a defeated minority of the Senate might appeal to the assemblies, but these procedures were rare except in revolution. The magistrates held power for a year only, while the senators were chosen for life. Inevitably, this deathless monarch dominated the bearers of a brief authority. The conduct of foreign relations, the making of alliances and treaties, the waging of war, the government of the colonies and provinces, the management and distribution of the public lands, the control of the treasury and its disbursements, all these were exclusive functions of the Senate and gave it immense power. It was legislature, executive, and judiciary in one. It acted as judge in crimes like treason, conspiracy, or assassination, and appointed from its membership the judges in most major civil trials. When a crisis came, it could issue its most formidable decree, the Senatus Consultum Ultimum, that the consuls should see to it that no harm should come to the state, a decree that established martial law and gave the consuls absolute command of all persons and property. The Senate of the Republic often abused its authority, defended corrupt officials, waged war ruthlessly, exploited conquered provinces greedily, and suppressed the aspirations of the people for a larger share in the prosperity of Rome. But never elsewhere, except from Trajan to Aurelius, have so much energy, wisdom, and skill been applied to statesmanship, and never elsewhere has the idea of service to the state so dominated a government or a people. These senators were not supermen. They made serious mistakes, sometimes vacillated in their policies, often lost the vision of empire in the lust for personal gain. But most of them had been magistrates, administrators, and commanders. Some of them, as proconsuls, had ruled provinces as large as kingdoms. Many of them came of families that had given statesmen or generals to Rome for hundreds of years. It was impossible that a body made up of such men should escape some measure of excellence. The Senate was at its worst in victory, at its best in defeat. It could carry forward policies that spanned generations and centuries. It could begin a war in 264 and end it in 146 BC. When Cineas, the philosopher who had come to Rome as envoy of Pyrrhus in 280, had heard the Senate's deliberations and observed its men, he reported to the new Alexander that here was no mere gathering of venal politicians, no haphazard council of mediocre minds, but in dignity and statesmanship veritably an assemblage of kings. 2. The Magistrates. The major officials were elected by the centurial, the minor by the tribal assembly. Each office was held by a collegium of 2 or more colleagues, equal in power. All offices except the censorship ran for only a year. The same office could be held by the same person only once in 10 years. A year had to elapse between leaving one office and taking another, and in the interval the ex-official could be prosecuted for malfeasance. The aspirant to a political career, if he survived a decade in the army, might seek election as one of the quaestors who, under the Senate and the consuls, managed the expenditure of state funds and assisted the praetors in preventing and investigating crime. If he pleased his electors or his influential supporters, he might later be chosen one of the 4 aediles charged with the care of buildings, aqueducts, streets, markets, theaters, brothels, saloons, police courts, and public games. If again successful, he might be made one of the 4 praetors who in war led armies and in peace acted as judges and interpreters of the law. At about this point in the cursus honorum, or sequence of offices, the citizen who had made a name for integrity and judgment might become one of the 2 censors, valuators, chosen every 5th year by the centurial assembly. One of them would take the quinquennial census of the citizens and assess their property for political and military status and for taxation. The censors were required to examine the character and record of every candidate for office. They watched over the honor of women, the education of children, the treatment of slaves, the collection or farming of taxes, the construction of public buildings, the letting of governmental property or contracts, and the proper cultivation of the land. They could lower the rank of any citizen or remove any member of the Senate whom they found guilty of immorality or crime. And in this function the power of either censor was immune to the veto of the other. They could try to check extravagance by raising taxes on luxuries. They prepared and published a budget of state expenditures on a 5-year plan. At the close of their 18-month term, they would gather the citizens together in a solemn ceremony of national purification, or lustrum, as a means of maintaining cordial relations with the gods. Appius Claudius Caecus, the blind, great-grandson of the Decemvir, was the first to make the censorship rival the consulate in dignity. During his term, in 312, he built the Appian Aqueduct and the Appian Way, promoted rich plebeians to the Senate, reformed land laws and state finances, helped to break down the priestly and patrician monopoly and manipulation of the law, left his mark on Roman grammar, rhetoric, and poetry, and by his deathbed speech against Pyrrhus decided the Roman conquest of Italy. Theoretically, one of the 2 consuls, or consultants, had to be a plebeian. Actually, very few plebeians were chosen, for even the plebs preferred men of education and training for an office that would have to deal with every executive phase of peace and war throughout the Mediterranean. On the eve of the election, the magistrate in charge of it observed the stars to see if they favored the presentation of the several candidates' names. Presiding over the centurial assembly on the morrow, he might offer to its choice only those names that the auspices had approved. In this way, the aristocracy discouraged upstarts and demagogues, and in most cases the assembly, awed or intimidated, submitted to the pious fraud. The candidate appeared in person, dressed in a plain white, or candidus, toga to emphasize the simplicity of his life and morals, and perhaps the more easily to show the scars he had won in the field. If elected, he entered office on the ensuing March 15th. The consul took on sanctity by leading the state in the most solemn religious rites. In peace, he summoned and presided over the Senate and the Assembly, initiated legislation, administered justice, and in general executed the laws. In war, he levied armies, raised funds, and shared with his fellow consul command of the legions. If both of them died or were captured during their year of office, the Senate declared an interregnum and appointed an interrex, or interval king, for 5 days while a new election was being prepared. The word suggests that the consuls had inherited, for their brief term, the powers of the kings. The consul was limited by the equal authority of his colleague, by the pressure of the Senate, and by the veto power of the tribune. After 367 BC, 14 military tribunes were chosen to lead the tribes in war, and 10 tribunes of the plebs to represent them in peace. These 10 were sacrosancti. It was a sacrilege as well as a capital crime to lay violent hands upon them except under a legitimate dictatorship. Their function was to protect the people against the government and to stop by one word, veto, I forbid, the whole machinery of the state, whenever to any one of them this seemed desirable. As a silent observer, the tribune could attend the meetings of the Senate, report its deliberations to the people, and by his veto deprive the Senate's decisions of all legal force. The door of his inviolable home remained open day and night to any citizen who sought his protection or his aid, and this right of sanctuary or asylum provided the equivalent of habeas corpus. Seated in his tribunal, he would act as judge, and from his decision there was no appeal except to the assembly of the tribes. It was his duty to secure the accused a fair trial, and when possible to win some pardon for the condemned. How did the aristocracy retain its ascendancy despite these obstructive powers? First, by limiting them to the city of Rome and to times of peace. In war, the tribunes obeyed the consuls. Secondly, by persuading the tribal assembly to elect wealthy plebeians as tribunes. The prestige of wealth and the diffidence of poverty moved the people to choose the rich to defend the poor. Thirdly, by allowing the numbers of tribunes to be raised from 4 to 10. If only one of these 10 would listen to reason or money, his veto could frustrate the rest. In the course of time, the tribunes became so dependable that they could be trusted to convene the Senate, take part in its deliberations, and become life members of it after their terms. If all these maneuvers failed, a last bulwark of social order remained: dictatorship. The Romans recognized that in times of national chaos or peril, their liberties and privileges and all the checks and balances that they had created for their own protection might impede the rapid and united action needed to save the state. In such cases, the Senate could declare an emergency, and then either consul could name a dictator. In every instance but one, the dictators came from the upper classes, but it must be said that the aristocracy rarely abused the possibilities of this office. The dictator received almost complete authority over all persons and property, but he could not use public funds without the Senate's consent, and his term was limited to 6 months or a year. All dictators but 2 obeyed these restrictions, honoring the story of how Cincinnatus, called from the plow to save the state in 456 BC, returned to his farm as soon as the task was done. When this precedent was violated by Sulla and Caesar, the Republic passed back into the monarchy out of which it had come. 3. The beginnings of Roman law. Within this unique constitution, the magistrates administered a system of law based upon the 12 tables of the decemvirs. Before that epical enactment, Roman law had been a mixture of tribal customs, royal edicts, and priestly commands. Mos maiorum, the way of the ancients, remained to the end of pagan Rome the exemplar of morals and a source of law. And though imagination and edification idealized the ruthless burghers of the early republic, the tales told of them helped educators to form a stoic character in Roman youth. For the rest, early Roman law was a priestly rule, a branch of religion, surrounded with sacred sanctions and solemn rites. Law was both lex and jus, command and justice. It was a relation not only between man, but between man and the gods. Crime was a disturbance of that relation, of the pax deorum, or peace of the gods. Law and punishment were in theory designed to maintain or restore that relation and peace. The priests declared what was right and wrong, fas et nefas, on what days the courts might open and the assemblies meet. All questions regarding marriage or divorce, celibacy or incest, wills or transfers, or the rights of children required the priest as now so many of them require the lawyer. Only the priests knew the formulas without which hardly anything could be legally done. They were in Rome the first jurisconsulti, consultants in the law, counselors. They were the first to give responsa, or legal opinions. The laws were recorded in their books, and these volumes were so securely guarded from the plebs that suspicion charged the priests with altering the texts on occasion to suit ecclesiastical or aristocratic ends. The 12 tables effected a double juristic revolution, the publication and secularization of Roman law. Like other codes of the 6th and 5th centuries, those of Carondus, Seleucus, Lycurgus, Solon, they represented a change from uncertain, unwritten custom to definite written law. They were a result of increasing literacy and democracy. The jus civile, or law of citizens, freed itself in these tables from the jus divinum, or divine law. Rome decided not to be a theocracy. The priestly monopoly was further deflated when the secretary of Appius Claudius the Blind published in 304 a calendar of court days, dies pasti, days of utterance, and a formulary of proper legal procedures which had till then been known to few but the priests. Secularization took another step when Coruncanius in 280 began the first known public instruction in Roman law. From that time onward, the lawyer replaced the priest and dominated the mind and life of Rome. This book is continued on Cassette 2, Side 1.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 3, Caesar and Christ, Part 1, by Will Durant, continued. Secularization took another step when Coruncanius, in 280, began the first known public instruction in Roman law. From that time onward, the lawyer replaced the priest and dominated the mind and life of Rome. Soon the tables were made the basis of education. Till Cicero's day, all schoolboys had to learn them by heart, and doubtless they had a share in forming the stern and orderly, litigious and legalistic Roman soul. Amended and supplemented again and again by legislation, praetorial edicts, senatus consulta, and imperial decrees, the 12 Tables remained for 900 years the basic law of Rome. The law of procedure was already complex in this code. Almost any magistrate might act as a judge, but the praetors were the usual court, and their revisions and interpretations of the statutes kept Roman law a living growth instead of a corpse of precedents. Every year the praetor urbanus, or chief city magistrate, drew up a list or white tablet, album, of senators and equites eligible for jury service. The presiding judge in an action chose jurors from this list, subject to a limited number of rejections by plaintiff and defendant. Lawyers were permitted to advise clients and plead in court, and some senators gave legal advice in public sittings or at home. The law of Cincius, in 204 BC, forbade taking pay for legal services, but legal skill found ways of circumventing this counsel of perfection. Slaves were often tortured to elicit evidence. The 12 Tables constituted one of the severest codes in history. They retained the old paternal omnipotence of a military agricultural society, allowed the father to scourge, chain, imprison, sell, or kill any of his children, merely adding that a son thrice sold was thereafter free from his father's rule. Class division was preserved by forbidding the marriage of a patrician with a plebeian. Creditors received every right against debtors. Owners could dispose freely of their property by will. Property rights were held so sacred that a thief caught in the act was given as a slave to the man whom he had robbed. Penalties ranged from simple fines to exile, enslavement, or death. Several took the form of equivalent retaliation, lex talionis. Many were fines delicately adjusted to the rank of the victim. For breaking the bones of a freeman, 300 asses; of a slave, 150 asses. Death was decreed for libel, bribery, perjury, harvest thieving, nocturnal damage to a neighbor's crops, the defrauding of a client by a patron, practicing enchantments, arson, murder, and seditious gatherings in the city by night. The parricide was tied in a sack, sometimes with a cock, a dog, a monkey, or a viper, and cast into the river. Within the capital, however, appeal from any but a dictator's sentence of death could be taken by a citizen to the assembly of the centuries. And if the accused perceived that the vote there was going against him, he was free to commute his sentence into exile by leaving Rome. Consequently, despite the severity of the 12 Tables, capital punishment of freemen was rare in Republican Rome. 4. The Army of the Republic. The Roman constitution rested finally on the most successful military organization in history. The citizens and the army were one. The army, assembled in its centuries, was the chief law-making body in the state. The first 18 centuries supplied the cavalry. The first class formed the heavy infantry, armed with 2 spears, a dagger, and a sword, and protected by bronze helmet, cuirass, greaves, and shield. The second class had all of these except the cuirass. The third and fourth had no armor. The fifth had only slings and stones. A legion was a mixed brigade of some 4,200 infantry, 300 cavalry, and various auxiliary groups. 2 legions made a consul's army. Each legion was subdivided into centuries, originally of 100, later of 200 men, commanded by centurions. Every legion had its vexillum, its banner or colors. Honor forbade that they should ever fall into hostile hands, and clever officers sometimes threw it into the enemy's ranks to stir their men to a desperate recovery. In battle, the front ranks of the infantry hurled at the foe 10 to 20 paces away a volley of javelins, short wooden lances with an iron point, while on the wings archers and slingers attacked with arrows and stones, and the cavalry charged with pikes and swords. Hand-to-hand combats with short swords were the final and decisive action. In a siege, massive wooden catapults, worked by tension or torsion, hurled 10-pound rocks over 300 yards. Immense battering rams, suspended on ropes, were drawn back like a swing and then released against the enemy's walls. An inclined ramp of earth and timber was built, wheeled towers were pushed and hauled up this ramp, and from these towers missiles were discharged upon the foe. Instead of the solid and unwieldy phalanx, 6 lines of 500 men each, which the early Republic seems to have taken over from Etruria, the legion was rearranged about 366 BC into maniples of 2 centuries each. Free room was left between each maniple and its neighbors, and the maniples of each succeeding line stood behind those open spaces. This formation made possible a rapid reinforcement of one line by the next, and a quick veering of one or more maniples to face a flank attack. And it gave quick play to that individual combat for which the Roman soldier was especially trained. The major element in the success of this army was discipline. The young Roman was educated for war from his childhood. He studied the military art above all others, and spent 10 formative years of his life in field or camp. Cowardice was in that army the unforgivable sin, punished by flogging the offender to death. The general was empowered to behead any soldier or officer, not merely for flight from battle, but for any deviation from orders, however favorable the result. Deserters or thieves had their right hands cut off. Food in camp was simple: bread or porridge, some vegetables, sour wine, rarely flesh. The Roman army conquered the world on a vegetarian diet. Caesar's troops complained when corn ran out and they had to eat meat. Labor was so arduous and long that the soldiers begged for battle instead. Valor became the better part of discretion. The soldier received no pay till 405 BC, and little thereafter, but he was allowed to share, according to his rank, in the booty of the defeated, bullion and currency, lands and men and movable goods. Such training made not only brave and eager warriors, but able and intrepid generals. The discipline of obedience developed the capacity to command. The army of the Republic lost battles, but it never lost a war. Men molded by stoic education and brutal spectacles to a contemptuous familiarity with death carved out the victories that conquered Italy, then Carthage and Greece, and then the Mediterranean world. Such in outline was the mixed constitution that Polybius admired as the best of all existing governments: a limited democracy in the legislative sovereignty of the assemblies, an aristocracy in the leadership of the patrician senate, a Spartan diarchy in the brief royalty of the consuls, a monarchy in occasional dictatorships. Essentially, it was an aristocracy in which old and rich families, through ability and privilege, held office for hundreds of years and gave to Roman policy a tenacious continuity that was the secret of its accomplishments. But it had its faults. It was a clumsy confusion of checks and balances in which nearly every command could in time of peace be nullified by an equal and opposite command. The division of power was an aid to liberty and, for a while, a restraint on malfeasance. On the other hand, it led to great military disasters like Cannae. It dissolved democracy into mob rule, and at last brought on the permanent dictatorship of the Principate. What astonishes us is that such a government could last so long, 508 to 49 BC, and achieve so much. Perhaps it endured because of its muddling adaptability to change, and the proud patriotism formed in the home, the school, the temple, the army, the assembly, and the senate. Devotion to the state marked the zenith of the Republic, as unparalleled political corruption marked its fall. Rome remained great as long as she had enemies who forced her to unity, vision, and heroism. When she had overcome them all, she flourished for a moment, and then began to die. 3. The Conquest of Italy. Never had Rome been so encompassed by enemies as when she emerged from the monarchy as a weak city-state ruling only 350 square miles, equivalent to a space 19 by 19 miles. While Lars Porsena advanced upon her, many of the neighboring communities that had been subjected by her kings resumed their liberty and formed a Latin league to withstand Rome. Italy was a medley of independent tribes or cities, each with its own government and dialect. In the north, the Ligures, Gauls, Umbrians, Etruscans, and Sabines. To the south, the Latins, Volscians, Samnites, Lucanians, Bruttians. Along the western and southern coasts, Greek colonists in Cumae, Naples, Pompeii, Paestum, Locri, Rhegium, Crotona, Metapontum, Tarentum. Rome was at the center of them all, strategically placed for expansion, but perilously open to attack from all sides at once. It was her salvation that her enemies seldom united against her. In 505, while she was at war with the Sabines, a powerful Sabine clan, the Claudian Gents, came over to Rome and was granted citizenship on favorable terms. In 449, the Sabines were defeated. By 290 all their territory was annexed to Rome, and by 250 they had received the full Roman franchise. In 496 the Tarquins persuaded some of the towns of Latium, Tusculum, Ardea, Lanuvium, Aricia, Tibur, and others, to join in a war against Rome. Faced with this apparently overwhelming combination, the Romans appointed their first dictator, Aulus Postumius. At Lake Regillus they won a saving victory, helped, they assure us, by the gods Castor and Pollux, who left Olympus to fight in their ranks. 3 years later, Rome signed a treaty with the Latin League in which all parties pledged that, between the Romans and the cities of the Latins, there shall be peace as long as heaven and earth shall last. Both shall share equally in all booty taken in a common war. Rome became a member of the League, then its leader, then its master. In 493 she fought the Volscians. It was in this conflict that Caius Marcius won the name of Coriolanus by capturing Corioli, the Volscian capital. The historians add, probably with a touch of romance, that Coriolanus became a hard reactionary, was banished on the insistence of the plebs in 491, fled to the Volscians, reorganized them, and led them in a siege of Rome. The starving Romans, we are told, sent embassy after embassy to dissuade him, to no avail, until his mother and wife went out to him and, failing in their pleas, threatened to block his advance with their bodies. Thereupon he withdrew his army and was killed by the Volscians, or, says another story, he lived among them to a bitter, ripe old age. In 405, Veii and Rome entered upon a duel to the death for the control of the Tiber. Rome besieged the city for 9 years without success, and the emboldened towns of Etruria joined in the war. Attacked on every side, and their very existence challenged, the Romans appointed a dictator, Camillus, who raised a new army, captured Veii, and divided its lands among the citizens of Rome. In 351, after sundry further wars, southern Etruria was annexed to Rome under the almost modern name of Tuscia. Meanwhile, in 390, a new and greater peril appeared, and that long duel had begun between Rome and Gaul, which ended only with Caesar. While Etruria and Rome were fighting 14 wars, Celtic tribes from Gaul and Germany had filtered down through the Alps and settled in Italy as far south as the Po. Ancient historians called the invaders Celtae or Celti, Galati or Galli, indifferently. Nothing is known of their origin. We may only describe them as that branch of the Indo-European stock which peopled western Germany, Gaul, central Spain, Belgium, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland, and formed the pre-Roman languages there. Polybius pictures them as tall and handsome, relishing war and fighting naked except for golden amulets and chains. When the Celts of southern Gaul tasted Italian wine, they were so pleased with it that they decided to visit the land that produced such transporting fruit. Probably they were moved more by the quest for fresh acres and new pasturage. Entering, they lived for a time in abnormal peace, tilling and herding, and taking over the Etruscan culture which they found in the towns. About 400 B.C. they invaded and plundered Etruria. The Etruscans resisted weakly, having sent most of their forces to defend Veii against Rome. In 391, 30,000 Gauls reached Clusium. A year later they met the Romans at the river Allia, routed them, and entered Rome unhindered. They sacked and burned large sections of the city, and for 7 months besieged the remnants of the Roman army on the Capitol, the crest of the Capitoline Hill. Finally the Romans yielded and paid the Gauls 1,000 pounds of gold to depart. They left but returned in 367, 358, and 350. Repeatedly repulsed, they at last contented themselves with northern Italy, which now became Cisalpine Gaul. The surviving Romans found their city so devastated that many of them wished to abandon the site and make Veii their capital. Camillus dissuaded them, and the government provided financial aid for rebuilding homes. This rapid reconstruction, in the face of many enemies, was a part cause of Rome's designlessness and the venturesome crookedness of her narrow streets. The subject peoples, seeing her so near destruction, revolted again and again, and half a century of intermittent war was required to cure their lust for freedom. The Latins, Equi, Hernici, and Volscians attacked in turn or together. If the Volscians had succeeded, they would have shut off Rome from southern Italy and the sea, and perhaps have put an end to her history. In 340, the cities of the Latin League were defeated. 2 years later, Rome dissolved the League and annexed nearly all Latium. Meanwhile, the victories of Rome over the Volscians had brought her face to face with the powerful Samnite tribes. These held a large cross-section of Italy from Naples to the Adriatic, with such rich cities as Nola, Beneventum, Cumae, and Capua. They had absorbed most of the Etruscan and Greek settlements of the west coast, and enough of Hellenism to produce a distinctive Campanian art. Probably they were more civilized than the Romans. With them, Rome fought 3 long and bloody wars for the control of Italy. At the Caudine Forks in 321, the Romans suffered one of their greatest defeats, and their beaten army passed under the yoke, an arch of hostile spears, in token of submission. The consuls at the front signed an abject peace, which the Senate refused to ratify. The Samnites won the Etruscans and Gauls as allies, and for a time Rome faced nearly all Italy in arms. But the legions gained a decisive victory at Sentinum in 295, and Rome added Campania and Umbria to her domain. 12 years later she drove the Gauls back beyond the Po and again reduced Etruria to a subject state. Between the Gallic north and the Greek south, Rome was now master of Italy. Insatiate and insecure, she offered the cities of Magna Graecia a choice between alliance under Roman hegemony and war, preferring Rome to further absorption by the barbarian, that is Italian, tribes who were multiplying around and within them. Thurii, Locri, and Crotona consented. Probably they too, like the towns of Latium, were troubled by class war, and received Roman garrisons as a protection of property owners against a rising plebs. Tarentum was obstinate and called over to her aid Pyrrhus, king of Epirus. This gallant warrior, fevered with memories of Achilles and Alexander, crossed the Adriatic with an Epirote force, defeated the Romans at Heraclea in 280, and gave an adjective to European languages by mourning the costliness of his victory. All the Greek cities of Italy now joined him, and the Lucanians, Bruttians, and Samnites declared themselves his allies. He dispatched Cineas to Rome with offers of peace, and freed his 2,000 Roman prisoners on their word to return if Rome preferred war. The Senate was about to make terms when old blind Appius Claudius, who had long since retired from public life, had himself carried to the Senate House and demanded that Rome should never make peace with a foreign army on Italian soil. The Senate sent back to Pyrrhus the prisoners whom he had released and resumed the war. The young king won another victory. Then, disgusted with the sloth and cowardice of his allies, he sailed with his depleted army to Sicily. He relieved the Carthaginian siege of Syracuse and drove the Carthaginians from nearly all their possessions on the island. But his imperious rule offended the Sicilian Greeks, who thought they could have freedom without order and courage. They withdrew their support, and Pyrrhus returned to Italy, saying of Sicily, "What a prize I leave to be fought for by Carthage and Rome." His army met the Romans at Beneventum, where for the first time he suffered defeat in 275. The light-armed and mobile maniples proved superior to the unwieldy phalanxes, and began a new chapter in military history. Pyrrhus appealed to his Italian allies for new troops. They refused, doubting his fidelity and persistence. He returned to Epirus and died an adventurer's death in Greece. In that same year, 272, Milo betrayed Tarentum to Rome. Soon all the Greek cities yielded, the Samnites sullenly surrendered, and Rome was at last, after 2 centuries of war, the ruler of Italy. The conquest was quickly consolidated with colonies, some sent out by the Latin League, some by Rome. These colonies served many purposes. They relieved unemployment, the pressure of population upon the means of subsistence, and consequent class strife in Rome. They acted as garrisons or loyal nuclei amid disaffected subjects, provided outposts and outlets for Roman trade, and raised additional food for hungry mouths in the capital. Conquests in Italy were completed with the plough soon after they had been begun by the sword. In these ways, hundreds of Italian towns that still live today received their foundation or their Romanization. The Latin language and culture were spread throughout a peninsula still largely polyglot and barbarous, and Italy was slowly forged into a united state. The first step had been taken in a political synthesis brutal in execution, majestic in result. But in Corsica, Sardinia, Sicily, and Africa, closing the western Mediterranean to Roman trade and imprisoning Italy in her own seas, stood a power older and richer than Rome. Chapter 3. Hannibal against Rome, 264 to 202 BC. 1. Carthage. Some 1,100 years before our era, the inquisitive traders of Phoenicia discovered the mineral wealth of Spain. Soon a fleet of merchant vessels plied between Sidon, Tyre, and Byblus at one end of the Mediterranean, and Tartessus at the mouth of the Guadalquivir on the other. Since such voyages could not then be made without many stops, and the southern shores of the Mediterranean provided the shortest and safest route, the Phoenicians established intermediate posts and trading stations on the African coast at Leptis Magna, now Lebda, Hadrumetum, now Sus, Utica, now Utique, Hippo Dioritus, now Bizerte, Hippo Regius, now Bonn, and even beyond Gibraltar at Lixus, south of Tangier. The Semitic settlers at these posts married some of the natives and bribed the rest to peace. About 813 BC, a new group of colonists, perhaps from Phoenicia, perhaps from expanding Utica, built their homes upon a promontory 10 miles northwest of the modern Tunis. The narrow peninsula could be easily defended, and the land, watered by the Bagradus, now Majerda River, was so fertile that it quickly recovered from repeated devastation. Classic tradition ascribed the founding of the city to Elissa, or Dido, daughter of the king of Tyre. Her husband having been slain by her brother, she had sailed with other adventurous souls to Africa. Her settlement was called Carthage, New Town, to distinguish it from Utica. The Greeks transformed the name into Carchedon, the Romans into Carthago. The Latins gave the name Africa to the region around Carthage and Utica, and followed the Greeks in calling its Semitic population Peni, that is, Phoenicians. The sieges of Tyre by Shalmaneser, Nebuchadrezzar, and Alexander drove many wealthy Tyrians to Africa. Most of them went to Carthage, and made it a new center of Phoenician trade. Carthage grew in power and splendor as Tyre and Sidon declined. The strengthened city drove the African natives farther and farther inland, ceased to pay tribute to them, exacted tribute from them, and used them as slaves and serfs in its homes and fields. Large estates took form, some with 20,000 men. In the hands of the practical Phoenicians, agriculture became a science and an industry, which the Carthaginian Mago summarized in a famous manual. Irrigated with canals, the soil flowered into gardens, cornfields, vineyards, and orchards of olives, pomegranates, pears, cherries, and figs. Horses and cattle, sheep and goats were bred, asses and mules were the beasts of burden, and the elephant was one of many domesticated animals. Urban industry was relatively immature, except for metalwork. The Carthaginians, like their Asiatic forebears, preferred to trade what others made. They led their pack mules east and west and across the Sahara to find elephants, ivory, gold, or slaves. Their immense galleys carried goods to and from 100 ports between Asia and Britain, for they refused to turn back, like most other mariners, at the Pillars of Hercules. It was presumably they who, about 490 BC, financed Hanno's voyage of exploration 2,600 miles down the Atlantic coast of Africa, and the voyage of Hamilcar along the northern shores of Europe. Although their coinage was undistinguished, they were apparently the first to issue the equivalent of a paper currency, leather strips stamped with signs of value and accepted throughout the Carthaginian realm. Probably it was the rich merchants, rather than the aristocratic landowners, who provided the funds for those armies and navies which transformed Carthage from a trading post into an empire. The African coast, except Utica, was conquered from Cyrenaica to Gibraltar and beyond. Tartessus, Gades, now Cadiz, and other Spanish towns were captured, and Carthage grew wealthy from the gold, silver, iron, and copper of Spain. It took the Balearic Islands and reached out even to Madeira. It conquered Malta, Sardinia, Corsica, and the western half of Sicily. It treated these subject lands with varying degrees of severity, charging them annual tribute, conscripting their population for its army, and strictly controlling their foreign relations and their trade. In return, it gave them military protection, local self-government, and economic stability. We may judge the wealth of these dependencies from the fact that the town of Leptis Minor paid 365 talents, or $1,314,000 a year, into the Carthaginian treasury. The exploitation of this empire and trade made Carthage, in the 3rd century BC, the richest of Mediterranean cities. Tariffs and tribute brought her annually 12,000 talents, 20 times the revenue of Athens at her zenith. The upper classes lived in palaces, wore costly robes, and ate exotic delicacies. The city, crowded with 250,000 inhabitants, became famous for its gleaming temples, its public baths, above all for its secure harbors and spacious docks. Each of the 220 docks was faced with 2 Ionic pillars, so that the inner harbor, or Kothon, presented a majestic circle of 440 marble columns. Thence a broad avenue led to the Forum, a colonnaded square adorned with Greek sculpture and containing administrative buildings, commercial offices, law courts, and temples, while the adjoining streets, orientally narrow, teemed with 1,000 shops plying 100 crafts and resounding with bargaining. Houses rose to 6 stories, and often crowded a family into a single room. In the center of the city, providing one of many hints to later builders of Rome, stood a hill or citadel, the Bursa. Here were the treasury and the mint, more shrines and colonnades, and the most brilliant of Carthaginian temples, to the great god Eshmun. Around the landward side of the city ran a threefold protective wall 45 feet high, with still higher towers and battlements. Within the wall were accommodations for 4,000 horses, 300 elephants, and 20,000 men. Outside the walls were the estates of the rich, and beyond these the fields of the poor. The Carthaginians were Semites, akin in blood and features to the ancient Jews. Their language now and then struck a Hebraic note, as when it called the chief magistrates shofetes, the Hebrew shofetim, or judges. The men grew beards, but usually shaved the upper lip with bronze razors. Most of them wore a fez or turban, shoes or sandals, and a long, loose gown. But the upper classes adopted the Greek style of dress, dyed their robes with purple, and fringed them with glass beads. The women led for the most part a veiled and secluded life. They could rise to high place in the priesthoods, but otherwise had to be contented with the sovereignty of their charms. Both sexes used jewelry and perfume, and occasionally displayed a ring in the nose. We know little of their morals except from their enemies. Greek and Roman writers described them as heavy eaters and drinkers, loving to gather in dinner clubs, and as loose in their sex relations as they were corrupt in their politics. The treacherous Romans employed fides punica, Carthaginian faith, as a synonym for treachery. Polybius reported that at Carthage nothing that results in profit is regarded as disgraceful. Plutarch denounced the Carthaginians as harsh and gloomy, docile to their rulers, hard to their subjects, running to extremes of cowardice in fear and of savagery in anger, stubborn in decisions, austere and unresponsive to amusement or the graces of life. But Plutarch, though usually fair, was always a Greek, and Polybius was bosom friend of the Scipio who burned Carthage to the ground. The Carthaginians appear at their worst in their religion, which again we know only from their enemies. Their ancestors in Phoenicia had worshipped Baal Moloch and Astarte as personifying the male and female principles in nature, and the sun and moon in the sky. The Carthaginians addressed similar devotions to corresponding deities, Baal Haman and Tanith. Tanith above all aroused their loving piety. They filled her temples with gifts and took her name in their oaths. Third in honor was the god Melkart, key of the city, then Eshmun, god of wealth and health, then a host of minor gods, Baals or lords. Even Dido was worshipped. To Baal Haman in great crises, living children were sacrificed, as many as 300 in a day. They were placed upon the inclined and outstretched arms of the idol and rolled off into the fire beneath. Their cries were drowned in the noise of trumpets and cymbals. Their mothers were required to look upon the scene without moan or tear, lest they be accused of impiety and lose the credit due them from the god. In time, the rich refused to sacrifice their own children and bought substitutes among the poor, but when Agathocles of Syracuse besieged Carthage, the upper classes, fearing that their subterfuge had offended the god, cast 200 aristocratic infants into the fire. It should be added that these stories are told us by Diodorus, a Sicilian Greek, who looked with equanimity upon the Greek system of infanticide. It may be that the Carthaginian sacrifice solaced with piety an effort to control the excesses of human fertility. While the Romans destroyed Carthage, they presented the libraries they found there to their African allies. Of these collections nothing survives except Hanno's record of his voyage and fragments of Mago on husbandry. St. Augustine vaguely assured us that in Carthage there are many things wisely handed down to memory, and Sallust and Juba made use of Carthaginian historians, but we have no native account of Carthage's history. Of its architecture the Romans left not a stone upon a stone. We are told that its style was a mixture of Phoenician and Greek, that its temples were massive and ornate, that the temple and statue of Baal Haman were plated with gold valued at 1,000 talents, and that even the proud Greeks considered Carthage one of the world's most beautiful capitals. The museums of Tunis contain some pieces of sculpture from sarcophagi found in tombs near the site of Carthage. The finest is a strong and graceful figure, perhaps of Tanith, in a manner essentially Greek. Smaller statues, unearthed from Carthaginian graves in the Balears, are crude and often repulsively grotesque, as if designed to impress children or frighten devils away. The surviving pottery is purely utilitarian, but we know that Carthaginian craftsmen did good work in textiles, jewelry, ivory, ebony, amber, and glass. Any clear picture of Carthaginian government is now beyond our pens. Aristotle praised the constitution of Carthage as in many respects superior to all others, for a state is proved to be well ordered when the commons are steadily loyal to the constitution, when no civil conflict worth speaking of has arisen, and when no one has succeeded in making himself dictator. The citizens met occasionally in an assembly empowered to accept or reject, but not to discuss or amend, proposals referred to it by a senate of 300 elders. The Senate, however, was not obliged to submit to the Assembly any measures upon which it could itself agree. The people elected the Senate, but open bribery reduced the virtue or danger of this democratic procedure and replaced an aristocracy of birth with an oligarchy of wealth. From nominations presented by the Senate, the Assembly annually chose 2 chauffetes to head the judicial and administrative branches of the state. Above all these bodies was a court of 104 judges who, in contravention of the law, held office for life. As it was empowered to supervise all administration and to require an accounting from every official at the end of his term, this court acquired, by the time of the Punic Wars, supreme control over every governmental agency and every citizen. The commander of the armies was nominated by the Senate and chosen by the Assembly. He was in a better position than the Roman consul, for his command could be continued as long as the Senate desired. The Roman, however, led against Carthage legions of landowning patriots, whereas the Carthaginian army was a mercenary force of foreign, chiefly Libyan origin, feeling no affection for Carthage but loyal only to its paymaster and, occasionally, to its general. The Carthaginian navy was without question the most powerful of its time. 500 quinquiremes, gaily painted, slim and swift, ably protected Carthaginian colonies, markets, and trade routes. It was the conquest of Sicily by this army and the closing of the western Mediterranean to Roman commerce by this navy that brought on the century-long duel to the death, known to us as the 3 Punic Wars. 2. Regulus. The 2 nations had once been friends when one of them was strong enough to dominate the other. In 508 they had made a treaty that recognized the hegemony of Rome over the coast of Latium, but pledged the Romans not to sail the Mediterranean west of Carthage, nor to land in Sardinia or Libya, except for the brief repair or provisioning of ships. It became a common practice among the Carthaginians, says a Greek geographer, to drown any foreign sailor found between Sardinia and Gibraltar. The Greeks of Massalia, now Marseille, had developed a peaceful coastal commerce between southern Gaul and northeastern Spain. Carthage, we are told, warred on this trade piratically, and Massalia was a faithful ally of Rome. We do not know how much of this is war propaganda dignified as history. Now that Rome controlled Italy, she could not feel secure so long as 2 hostile powers, Greeks and Carthaginians, held Sicily, hardly a mile from the Italian coast. Besides, Sicily was fertile. It might supply half of Italy with grain. Sicily taken, Sardinia and Corsica would of themselves fall into Roman hands. Here was manifest destiny, the natural next step in the expansion of Rome. How to find a casus belli. About 264 B.C., a band of Samnite mercenaries who called themselves Mamertines, that is, men of Mars, seized the town of Messana on the Sicilian coast nearest to Italy. They slew or expelled the Greek citizens, divided among themselves the women, children, and goods of the victims, and made a living by raiding the Greek cities nearby. Hiero II, dictator of Syracuse, besieged them. A Carthaginian force landed at Messana, drove Hiero back, and took possession of the city. The Mamertines appealed to Rome for help in expelling their saviors. The Senate hesitated, knowing the power and wealth of Carthage, but the rich plebeians who dominated the centurial assembly clamored for war and Sicily. Rome decided that at whatever cost she must keep the Carthaginians from so near and strategic a port. A fleet was fitted out and dispatched under Caius Claudius to rescue the Mamertines. But these had meanwhile been persuaded by the Carthaginians to withdraw their request for Roman aid, and a message from them to this effect reached Claudius at Rhegium. Ignoring it, he crossed the strait, invited the Carthaginian commander to a conference, imprisoned him, and sent word to the Carthaginian army that he would be killed if they resisted. The mercenaries welcomed so gallant an excuse for avoiding the legions, and Messana fell to Rome. 2 heroes were thrown up by this first Punic War. On the Roman side, Regulus; on the Carthaginian, Hamilcar. Perhaps we should add a third and fourth, the Senate and the Roman people. The Senate won Hiero of Syracuse to Rome's side and thereby assured supplies for Roman troops in Sicily. It organized the nation with wisdom and resolution, and led it to victory through almost overwhelming disasters. The citizens provided money, materials, labor, and men to build Rome's first fleet, 330 vessels, nearly all quinquiremes, 150 feet long, each manned by 300 rowers and 120 soldiers, and most of them equipped with novel grappling irons and movable gangways for seizing and boarding enemy ships. By these means, naval warfare, unfamiliar to the Romans, could be turned into hand-to-hand combat, in which the legionaries could use all their disciplined skill. This fact, says Polybius, shows us better than anything else how spirited and daring the Romans are when they are determined to do a thing. They had never given thought to a navy, yet when they had once conceived the project they took it in hand so boldly that before gaining any experience in such matters they at once engaged the Carthaginians, who for generations had held undisputed command of the sea. Off Ecnomus, on the southern coast of Sicily, the hostile fleets, carrying 300,000 men, fought the greatest sea battle of antiquity, this in 256. The Romans under Regulus won decisively and sailed on unhindered to Africa. Landing there without careful reconnaissance, they soon met a superior Carthaginian force, which almost annihilated them, and took their reckless consul prisoner. Shortly afterward, the Roman fleet was dashed by a storm against a rocky coast. 284 vessels were wrecked and some 80,000 men were drowned. It was the worst naval calamity in the memory of men. The Romans showed their quality by building 200 new quinquiremes in 3 months and training 80,000 men to man them. After keeping Regulus a prisoner for 5 years, his captors allowed him to accompany a Carthaginian embassy sent to Rome to seek peace, but on his promise to return to captivity if the Senate refused the proffered terms. When Regulus heard these, he advised the Senate to reject them and, despite the entreaties of his family and his friends, went back with the embassy to Carthage. There he was tortured to death by being prevented from sleeping. His sons at Rome took 2 Carthaginian captives of high rank, bound them in a chest studded with spikes, and kept them awake till they died. Neither tale seems credible until we recall the barbarities of our time. 3. Hamilcar. Of Hamilcars, Hasdrubals, and Hannibals, Carthage had an abundance, for these names were given in almost every generation in their oldest families. They were pious names, formed from those of the gods. Hamilcar was he whom Melkart protects. Hasdrubal was he whose help is Baal. Hannibal was the very grace of Baal. Our present Hamilcar was surnamed Barca, lightning. It was his nature to strike swiftly, suddenly, anywhere. He was still a youth when, in 247, Carthage gave him supreme command of its forces. Taking a small fleet, he harassed the coast of Italy with surprise landings, destroying Roman outposts and taking many prisoners. Then, in the face of a Roman army holding Panormus, now Palermo, he disembarked his troops and captured a height overlooking the town. His contingent was too small to risk a major engagement, but every time he led it forth it returned with spoils. He begged the Carthaginian Senate for reinforcements and supplies. It refused, hugged its hordes, and bade him feed and clothe his soldiers in the country that surrounded him. Meanwhile, the Roman fleet had won another victory, but had suffered a serious defeat at Drepana in 249. Worn out almost equally, the two nations rested for 9 years. But while in those years Carthage did nothing, relying upon the genius of Hamilcar, a number of Roman citizens voluntarily presented to the state a fleet of 200 men of war, carrying 60,000 troops. This new armada, sailing secretly, caught the Carthaginian fleet unprepared at the Egadian Isles off the west coast of Sicily, and so overwhelmed it that Carthage sued for peace in 241. Carthaginian Sicily was surrendered to Rome. An annual indemnity of 440 talents was pledged to Rome for 10 years, and all Carthaginian restrictions on Roman trade were withdrawn. The war had lasted nearly 24 years and had brought Rome so near to bankruptcy that its currency was debased 83%. But it had proved the irresistible tenacity of the Roman character and the superiority of an army composed of free men over mercenaries seeking the greatest booty for the least blood. Carthage was now to be all but destroyed by its own greed. It had withheld for some time the pay of its mercenaries, even of those who had served Hamilcar well. They poured into the city and demanded their money, and when the government temporized and tried to disperse them, they broke into mad revolt. Carthage's subject peoples, taxed beyond endurance during the war, joined the uprising, and the women of Libya sold their jewels to finance revolution. 20,000 mercenaries and rebels, led by Matho, a Libyan freeman, and Spendius, a Campanian slave, laid siege to Carthage at a time when hardly a soldier was there to defend it. The rich merchants trembled for their lives and appealed to Hamilcar to save them. Torn between affection for his mercenaries and his city, Hamilcar organized an army of 10,000 Carthaginians, trained them, led them forth, and raised the siege. The defeated mercenaries, retreating into the mountains, cut off the hands and feet of Jesco, a Carthaginian general, and 700 other prisoners, broke their legs, and then threw the still-living victims into an indiscriminate grave. Hamilcar maneuvered 40,000 of the rebels into a defile and blocked all exits so well that they began to starve. They ate their remaining captives, then their slaves. At last they sent Spendius to beg for peace. Hamilcar crucified Spendius and had hundreds of prisoners trampled to death under elephants' feet. The mercenaries tried to fight their way out but were cut to pieces. Matho was captured and was made to run through the streets of Carthage while the citizens beat him with thongs and tortured him till he died. This war of the mercenaries lasted 40 months, from 241 to 237, and was by far, said Polybius, the most bloody and impious war in history. When the conflict was over, Carthage found that Rome had occupied Sardinia. Carthage protested and Rome declared war. The desperate Carthaginians bought peace only by paying Rome an additional 1,200 talents and surrendering Sardinia and Corsica. We may judge the fury of Hamilcar at this treatment of his country. He proposed to his government that it should provide him with troops and funds to re-establish the power of Carthage in Spain as a stepping stone to an attack upon Italy. The landowning aristocracy opposed the plan, fearing further war. The mercantile middle class, resenting the loss of their foreign markets and ports, supported it. As a compromise, Hamilcar was given a modest contingent, with which he crossed to Spain in 238. He recaptured the cities whose allegiance to Carthage had lapsed during the war, built up his army with native recruits, financed and equipped it with the products of Spain's mines, and died while leading a charge against a Spanish tribe. This in 229. He left behind him in the camp his son-in-law Hasdrubal, and his sons Hannibal, Hasdrubal, and Mago, his lion's brood. The son-in-law was chosen commander, and for 8 years governed wisely, winning the cooperation of the Spaniards and building near the silver mines a great city, known to Rome as Nova Carthago, or New Carthage, the Cartagena of today. When he was assassinated in 221, the army elected as its leader Hamilcar's eldest son Hannibal, then 26 years of age. Before leaving Carthage, his father had brought him, a boy of 9, to the altar of Baal Hammon, and had bidden him swear that someday he would revenge his country against Rome. Hannibal swore and did not forget. 4. Hannibal. Why had Rome permitted the reconquest of Spain? Because she was harassed with class strife, was expanding in the Adriatic, and was at war with the Gauls. In 232, a tribune, Caius Flaminius, foreshadowed the Gracchi by carrying through the assembly, against the violent opposition of the Senate, a measure distributing among the poor citizens some lands recently won from the Gauls. In 230, Rome took her first step toward the conquest of Greece by clearing the Adriatic of pirates and seizing a part of the Illyrian coast as a further protection for Italian trade. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 3, Caesar and Christ, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 2, Side 2. In 230, Rome took her first step toward the conquest of Greece by clearing the Adriatic of pirates and seizing a part of the Illyrian coast as a further protection for Italian trade. Safe now on south and east, she resolved to drive the Gauls over the Alps and make Italy a completely united state. To secure herself on the west, she signed a treaty with Hasdrubal, by which the Carthaginians in Spain agreed to stay south of the Ebro River, and at the same time she made an alliance with the semi-Greek towns of Saguntum and Amporius in Spain. In the following year, 225, a Gallic army of 50,000 foot and 20,000 horse swept down the peninsula. The inhabitants of the capital were so frightened that the Senate returned to the primitive custom of human sacrifice and buried 2 Gauls alive in the Forum as an appeasement of the gods. The legions met the invaders near Telamon, killed 40,000, took 10,000 prisoners, and marched on to subjugate all Cisalpine Gaul. In 3 years the task was completed. Protective colonies were established at Placentia and Cremona, and from the Alps to Sicily, Italy was won. It was an untimely victory. Had the Gauls been left unmolested for a few years more, they might have stopped Hannibal. But now all Gaul was aflame against Rome. Hannibal saw the opportunity he had longed for, to cross Gaul with little opposition and to invade Italy with Gallic tribes as his allies. The Punic leader was now 28 years old, at his prime in body and mind. In addition to a Carthaginian gentleman's schooling in the languages, literatures, and history of Phoenicia and Greece, he had received a soldier's training through 19 years in camp. He had disciplined his body to hardship, his appetite to moderation, his tongue to silence, his thought to objectivity. He could run or ride with the swiftest, hunt or fight with the bravest. He was the first to enter the battles, as the hostile Livy, and the last to abandon the field. The veterans loved him because in his commanding presence and piercing eyes they saw their old leader Hamilcar return to them in fresh youth. The recruits liked him because he wore no distinctive dress, never rested till he had provided for his army's needs, and shared with them all sufferings and gains. The Romans accused him of avarice, cruelty, and treachery, for he honored no scruples in seizing supplies for his troops, punished disloyalty severely, and laid many snares for his foes. Yet we find him often merciful, always chivalrous. Nothing occurs in the accounts of him, says the judicious Mommsen, which may not be justified under the circumstances and according to the international law of the times. The Romans could not readily forgive him for winning battles with his brains rather than with the lives of his men. The tricks he played upon them, the skill of his espionage, the subtlety of his strategy, the surprises of his tactics, were beyond their appreciation until Carthage was destroyed. In 219 BC, Roman agents organized in Saguntum a coup d'état that set up a government patriotically hostile to Carthage. When the Saguntines molested tribes friendly to him, Hannibal ordered them to desist. When they refused, he besieged the city. Rome protested to Carthage and threatened war. Carthage replied that since Saguntum was 100 miles south of the Ebro, Rome had no right to interfere, and had, by signing an alliance with it, violated her treaty with Hasdrubal. Hannibal persisted in the siege, and Rome took up arms again, never dreaming that this Second Punic War was to be the most terrible in her history. Hannibal spent 8 months in subduing the Saguntines. He did not dare advance toward Italy while leaving to the Romans so excellent a port for landing in his rear. In 218 he crossed the Ebro, challenging fate as Caesar would at the Rubicon. He had an army of 50,000 infantry and 9,000 cavalry, none of them mercenaries, most of them Spaniards and Libyans. 3,000 Spaniards deserted when they learned that he planned to cross the Alps, and Hannibal released 7,000 others who protested against his enterprise as impossible. It was hard enough to force a passage through the Pyrenees. More unexpected was the fierce resistance of some Gallic tribes allied with Marseille. A summer of fighting was required to reach the Rhone, and a major battle to cross it. He had hardly left its banks when a Roman army arrived at the mouth of the river. Hannibal led his troops north toward Vienne and then struck eastward into the Alps. Celtic hordes had crossed those ranges before him, and he too might have done it without extraordinary hardship, had it not been for the hostility of the Alpine tribes and the difficulty of getting his elephants through narrow or precipitous passages. Early in September, after a climb of 9 days, he reached the summit and found it covered with snow. There he let his men and animals rest for 2 days and then began the downward march through passes steeper than the ascent, over roads sometimes buried by landslides and often paved with ice. Many soldiers and beasts lost their footing and tumbled to their deaths. Hannibal spurred on his despairing forces by pointing out to them in the distant south the green fields and sparkling streams of Italy. That paradise, he promised them, would soon be theirs. After 17 days in the Alps, they reached the plain and rested. So many men and horses had been lost in the crossing that the army was now reduced to 26,000, less than half the force that had left New Carthage 4 months before. Had the Cisalpine Gauls resisted him as the Transalpine Gauls had done, Hannibal's progress might have ended there. But the Boii and other tribes welcomed him as a savior and joined him as allies, while the recently established Roman settlers fled southward across the Po. Faced with this second threat in 7 years to the very life of Rome, the Senate mobilized all its resources and called upon the states of Italy to unite in the defense of their land. With their help, Rome raised armies totaling 300,000 foot, 14,000 horse, and 456,000 reserves. One army, under the first of many famous Scipios, met Hannibal along the Ticino, a small river flowing into the Po at Pavia. Hannibal's Numidian cavalry put the Romans to flight, and Scipio, dangerously wounded, was saved by the brave interposition of the son, who was destined to meet Hannibal again at Zama 16 years later. At Lake Trasimene, Hannibal encountered another Roman army, 30,000 strong, led by the tribune Caius Flaminius, and accompanied by slave dealers bringing fetters and chains for the prospective prisoners whom they hoped to sell. With part of his forces, Hannibal decoyed this army into a plain surrounded by hills and woods that concealed most of his troops. At his signal, the hidden columns debouched upon the Romans from every side and killed nearly all of them, including Flaminius himself. This in 217. Hannibal now controlled all northern Italy, but he knew that he was still outnumbered 10-1 by a resolute foe. His only hope lay in persuading at least some of the Italian states to revolt against Rome. He released all prisoners whom he had taken from Rome's allies, saying that he had come not to fight Italy, but to set it free. He marched through flooded Etruria, where for 4 days no dry land could be found on which to pitch a camp, crossed the Apennines to the Adriatic, and there allowed his soldiers a long interval to refresh their energies and heal their wounds. He himself suffered from severe ophthalmia, took no time to treat it, and lost the use of one eye. Then he marched down the eastern coast, inviting the Italian tribes to join him. None did. On the contrary, every city closed its gates against him and prepared to fight. As he moved south, his Gallic allies, interested only in their northern homes, began to desert him. Plots against his life were so numerous that he had to assume ever-new disguises. He begged his government to send him supplies and men by some Adriatic port. It refused. He asked his younger brother Hasdrubal, whom he had left in Spain, to organize an army and cross Gaul and the Alps to join him. But the Romans had invaded Spain, and Hasdrubal did not dare to leave it. 10 years were to pass before his coming. Rome now adopted against her greatest adversary his own baffling policy of caution and attrition. Quintus Fabius Maximus, made dictator in 217, created an adjective by delaying as long as he could a direct engagement with Hannibal. In time, he believed, the invaders would be reduced by hunger, discord, and disease. After a year, this masterly inaction irritated the Roman populace. The assembly overruled the Senate, as well as all precedents and logic, by electing Minucius Rufus co-dictator with Fabius. Against Fabius's advice, Minucius advanced against the enemy, fell into a trap, was severely beaten, and thereafter understood why Hannibal said that he feared Fabius, who would not fight, more than Marcellus, who would. A year later, Fabius was deposed, and the Roman armies were entrusted to Lucius Aemilius Paulus and Caius Terentius Varro. Paulus, the aristocrat, counseled caution. Varro, of the plebs, was all for action. And as usual, caution lost the argument. Varro sought and found the Carthaginians at Cannae, in Apulia, some 10 miles from the Adriatic coast. The Romans had 80,000 infantry, 6,000 cavalry. Hannibal had 19,000 veterans, 16,000 unreliable Gauls, 10,000 horse, and he had lured Varro to fight in a broad plain ideal for cavalry. He had placed the Gauls at his center, expecting that they would give way. They did, and when the Romans followed them into the pocket, the subtle Carthaginian, himself in the thick of the fray, ordered his veterans to close in upon the Roman flanks and bade his cavalry smash through the opposed horsemen to attack the legions from behind. The Roman army was surrounded, lost all chance of maneuvering, and was almost annihilated. 44,000 of them fell, including Paulus and 80 senators who had enlisted as soldiers. 10,000 escaped to Canusium, among them Varro and the Scipio, who was to win the surname of Africanus Maior. This in 216. Hannibal lost 6,000 men, 2/3 of them Gauls. It was a supreme example of generalship, never bettered in history. It ended the days of Roman reliance upon infantry and set the lines of military tactics for 2,000 years. 5. Scipio. The disaster shattered Rome's hegemony in southern Italy. Samnites, Bruttians, Lucanians, Metapontum, Thurii, Crotona, Locri, and Capua joined Cisalpine Gaul in attaching themselves to Hannibal. Only Umbria, Latium, and Etruria remained firm. Hiero of Syracuse was loyal to the death, but his successors declared for Carthage. Philip V of Macedon, fearful of Roman expansion through Illyria into the east, allied himself with Hannibal and declared war upon Rome. Carthage herself became interested and sent Hannibal meager reinforcements and supplies. Some of the young Roman nobles among the survivors at Canusium thought the situation hopeless and meditated flight to Greece. But Scipio shamed them into courage. Rome was for a month hysterical with terror. Only a small garrison remained to protect it against Hannibal. Matrons of high family ran weeping to the temples and cleansed with their hair the statues of the gods. Some whose husbands and sons had fallen in battle cohabited with foreigners and slaves lest their strain should die. To regain the favor of obviously offended deities, the Senate again sanctioned human sacrifice and buried alive 2 Gauls and 2 Greeks. But the Romans, says Polybius, were most to be feared when they stood in real danger. Though they were now so overwhelmingly defeated and their military reputation had been destroyed, yet by the peculiar virtues of their constitution and by wise counsel, they not only recovered their supremacy in Italy, but in a few years made themselves masters of the world. The class war ceased, and all groups rushed to the rescue of the state. Taxes had already risen apparently beyond tolerance, but now the citizens, even widows and children, voluntarily brought their secret savings to the treasury. Every male who could bear arms was called to the colors. Slaves were accepted in the levies and were promised freedom in the event of victory. Not a single soldier would consent to receive pay. Rome prepared to contest every inch of ground against the new lion of Carthage. But Hannibal did not come. His 40,000 men were too small a force, he thought, to besiege a city to whose defense many armies would converge from still loyal states. And if he took it, how could he hold it? His Italian allies, instead of strengthening, weakened him. Rome and her friends were raising forces to attack them, and without his help they would succumb. His aides reproached his caution, and one of them remarked sadly, "The gods have not given all their gifts to one man. You know how to win victory, Hannibal, but you do not know how to use it." Hannibal decided to wait till Carthage, Macedon, and Syracuse could unite with him in a multiple offensive that would retake Sicily, Sardinia, Corsica, and Illyria, and compel Rome to confine her power to Italy. He released all captives except Romans, and offered these to Rome for a small ransom. When the Senate refused this, he sent most of them to Carthage as slaves, and forced the rest, in Roman style, to amuse his men by gladiatorial combats, even to the death. He besieged and took several towns, and then led his army to winter in Capua. It was the most pleasant and dangerous place that he could have chosen, for this second city of Italy, some 12 miles north of Naples, had learned from the Etruscans and the Greeks the vices as well as the graces of civilization, and Hannibal's troops felt entitled to indulge for a season the flesh that had borne so many hardships and wounds. They were never again the invincible soldiers who had through many campaigns been formed in their master's Spartan image. In the next 5 years Hannibal led them to some minor successes, but while they were so engaged the Romans laid siege to Capua. Hannibal sought to relieve it by marching to within a few miles of Rome. The Romans raised 25 new legions, 200,000 men, and Hannibal, still limited to 40,000, retired to the south. In 211 Capua fell. Its leaders, who had let loose a massacre of Romans in the city, were beheaded or committed suicide, and the population which had strongly supported Hannibal was dispersed throughout Italy. A year before, Marcellus had taken Syracuse, and a year later Agrigentum yielded to Rome. Meanwhile, a Roman army under the 2 older Scipios had been sent to Spain to keep Hasdrubal occupied. They defeated him at the Ebro in 215, but both of them were soon afterward killed in battle, and their gains were being lost when their son and nephew, Scipio Africanus, was dispatched to the Spanish command. He was but 24, far below the legal age for so responsible a position, but the Senate was willing to stretch the Constitution to save the state, and the Assembly was by this time voluntarily subordinating itself to the Senate. The people admired him not only because he was handsome and eloquent, intelligent and brave, but pious, courteous, and just. It was his custom, before undertaking an enterprise, to commune with the gods in the temples on the Capitol, and after his victories to reward them with hecatombs. He believed, or represented himself to be a favorite of heaven. His successes spread the belief and filled his followers with confidence. He soon restored discipline among the troops, captured Nova Carthago after a long siege, and scrupulously turned over to the treasury the precious metal and stones that there fell into his hands. Most of the Spanish cities surrendered to him, and by 205 Spain had become a Roman province. Nevertheless, Hasdrubal's main force had escaped and now crossed Gaul and the Alps into Italy. The young leader's message to Hannibal was intercepted, and his plan of campaign was revealed to Rome. A Roman army met his modest force at the Metaurus River in 207 and defeated him despite his excellent generalship. Seeing the battle lost and all hope of reaching his brother gone, Hasdrubal leaped into the midst of the legions and took death in his stride. The Roman historians, perhaps romancing, tell us that the victor cut off the youth's head and sent it through Apulia to be cast over the ramparts into Hannibal's camp. Broken in spirit by the fate of a brother whom he had dearly loved, Hannibal withdrew his thinned-out forces to Bruttium. No action was fought with him this year, says Livy, nor did the Romans care to disturb him, so great was the reputation of his powers, even while his cause was everywhere round him crumbling into ruin. Carthage sent him 100 ships laden with men and food, but a gale drove the vessels to Sardinia, where a Roman fleet sank or captured 80 of them. The rest fled home. In 205, young Scipio, fresh from his victories in Spain, was chosen consul, raised a new army, and sailed for Africa. The Carthaginian government appealed to Hannibal to come to the help of the city that had so long refused to support him. How shall we imagine the feelings of the half-blind warrior, driven into a corner of Italy by an endless stream of enemies, seeing all his toil and hardships of 15 years brought to nothing, and all his triumphs summing up to futility and flight? Half of his troops refused to embark with him for Carthage. According to hostile historians, he had 20,000 of them killed for disobedience, and for fear that Rome might add them to her legions. Touching his native soil after an absence of 36 years, he hastily formed a new army and went out to face Scipio at Zama, 50 miles south of Carthage, this in 202. The two generals met in a courteous interview, found agreement impossible, and joined battle. For the first time in his life, Hannibal was defeated. The Carthaginians, mostly mercenaries, gave ground before the Roman infantry and the reckless cavalry of Massinissa, the Numidian king. 20,000 Carthaginians were left dead on the field. Hannibal, now 45, fought with the energy of youth, attacked Scipio in personal combat and wounded him, attacked Massinissa, reformed his disordered forces again and again, and led them in desperate countercharges. When all hope fled, he eluded capture, rode to Carthage, announced that he had lost not only a battle but the war, and advised the Senate to sue for peace. Scipio was generous. He allowed Carthage to retain her African empire, but demanded the surrender of all her war vessels except 10 triremes. She was not to make war outside of Africa or within it without Rome's consent, and she was to pay Rome 200 talents, or $720,000, every year for 50 years. Hannibal pronounced the terms just and persuaded his government to accept them. The Second Punic War changed the face of the western Mediterranean. It gave Spain and all its wealth to Rome, providing the funds for the Roman conquest of Greece. It reunited Italy under Rome's unquestioned mastery and threw open all routes and markets to Roman ships and goods. But it was the most costly of all ancient wars. It ravaged or injured half the farms of Italy, destroyed 400 towns, killed 300,000 men. Southern Italy has never quite recovered from it to this day. It weakened democracy by showing that a popular assembly cannot wisely choose generals or direct a war. It began the transformation of Roman life and morals by hurting agriculture and helping trade, by taking men from the countryside and teaching them the violence of battle and the promiscuity of the camp, by bringing the precious metals of Spain to finance new luxuries and imperialistic expansion, and by enabling Italy to live on the extorted wheat of Spain, Sicily, and Africa. It was a pivotal event for almost every phase of Roman history. To Carthage it was the beginning of the end. With much of its commerce and empire left to it, it might have solved the problems of regeneration. But the oligarchical government was so corrupt that it threw upon the lower classes the burden of raising the annual indemnity for Rome and embezzled part of it to boot. The popular party called upon Hannibal to come out of his retirement and save the nation. In 196 he was elected suffete. He shocked the oligarchs by proposing that the judges of the Court of 104 should be elected for 1 year and should be ineligible for a second term until after a year's interval. When the Senate rejected the measure, he brought it before the Assembly and carried it. By this law and this procedure, he established at one stroke a degree of democracy equal to Rome's. He punished and checked venality and pursued it to its source. He relieved the citizens of the extra taxes that had been laid upon them, and yet so managed the finances that by 188 Carthage was able to pay off the Roman indemnity in full. To get rid of him, the oligarchy secretly sent word to Rome that Hannibal was plotting to renew the war. Scipio used all his influence to protect his rival, but was overruled. The Senate accommodated the rich Carthaginians by demanding the surrender of Hannibal. The old warrior fled by night, rode 150 miles to Thapsus, and there took ship to Antioch, this in 195. He found Antiochus III hesitating between war and peace with Rome. He advised war and became one of the king's staff. When the Romans defeated Antiochus at Magnesia in 189, they made it a condition of peace that Hannibal should be turned over to them. He escaped first to Crete, then to Bithynia. The Romans hunted him out and surrounded his hiding place with soldiers. Hannibal preferred death to capture. "Let us," he said, "relieve the Romans from the anxiety they have so long experienced, since they think it tries their patience too much to wait for an old man's death." He drank the poison that he carried with him and died, aged 67, in the year 184 BC. A few months later his conqueror and admirer, Scipio, followed him to peace. Chapter 4. Stoic Rome, 508 to 202 BC. What kind of human beings were these irresistible Romans? What institutions had formed them to such ruthless strength in character and policy? What homes and schools? What religion and moral code? How did they take from the soil, and by what economic organization and skill did they mold to their uses the wealth required to equip their growing cities and those ever-new armies that never knew rest? What were they like in their streets and shops, their temples and theaters, their science and philosophy, their old age and death? Unless we visualize, scene by scene, this Rome of the early Republic, we shall never understand that vast evolution of customs, morals, and ideas which produced in one age the Stoic Cato, in a later age the Epicurean Nero, and at last transformed the Roman Empire into the Roman Church. 1. The family. Birth itself was an adventure in Rome. If the child was deformed or female, the father was permitted by custom to expose it to death. Otherwise it was welcomed. For though the Romans even of this period practiced some measure of family limitation, they were eager to have sons. Rural life made children assets. Public opinion condemned childlessness, and religion promoted fertility by persuading the Roman that if he had left no son to tend his grave, his spirit would suffer endless misery. After 8 days the child was formally accepted into the family and the clan by a solemn ceremony at the domestic hearth. A clan, or gens, was a group of free-born families tracing themselves to a common ancestor, bearing his name, united in a common worship, and bound to mutual aid in peace and war. The male child was designated by an individual first name, or prenomen, such as Publius, Marcus, Caius, by his clan name, or nomen, such as Cornelius, Tullius, Julius, and by his family name, or cognomen, such as Scipio, Cicero, Caesar. Women were most often designated simply by the clan name, Cornelia, Tullia, Claudia, Julia. Since in classical days there were only some 15 first names for males, and these tended to be repeated confusingly in many generations of the same family, they were usually reduced to an initial, and a fourth or even a fifth name was added for distinctiveness. So P. Cornelius Scipio Africanus Major, the conqueror of Hannibal, was differentiated from P. Cornelius Scipio Aemilianus Africanus Minor, the destroyer of Carthage. The child found itself absorbed into the most basic and characteristic of Roman institutions, the patriarchal family. The power of the father was nearly absolute, as if the family had been organized as a unit of an army always at war. He alone of the family had any rights before the law in the early republic. He alone could buy, hold, or sell property, or make contracts. Even his wife's dowry in this period belonged to him. If his wife was accused of a crime, she was committed to him for judgment and punishment. He could condemn her to death for infidelity, or for stealing the keys to his wine. Over his children he had the power of life, death, and sale into slavery. All that the son acquired became legally his father's property, nor could he marry without his father's consent. A married daughter remained under her father's power unless he allowed her to marry cum manu, gave her into the hand or power of her husband. Over his slaves he had unlimited authority. These, and his wife and children, were mancipia to him, literally taken in hand. And no matter what their age or status, they remained in his power until he chose to emancipate them, to let them out of hand. These rights of the paterfamilias were checked to some degree by custom, public opinion, the clan council, and Praetorian law. Otherwise they lasted to his death, and could not be ended by his insanity or even by his own choice. Their effect was to cement the unity of the family as the basis of Roman morals and government, and to establish a discipline that hardened the Roman character into stoic strength. They were harsher in the letter than in practice. The most extreme of them were seldom used, the rest seldom abused. They did not bar a deep and natural pietas, or reverential affection between parents and children. The tum stili of Rome are as tender as those of Greece, or our own. Since the greater urgency of the male supplies woman with charms more potent than any law, her status in Rome must not be judged from her legal disabilities. She was not allowed to appear in court, even as a witness. Widowed, she could not claim any dower right in her husband's estate. He might, if he wished, leave her nothing. At every age of her life she was under the tutelage of a man, her father, her brother, her husband, her son, or a guardian, without whose consent she could not marry or dispose of property. On the other hand, she could inherit, though not beyond 100,000 sesterces, or $15,000.
and she could own without limit. In many instances, as the earlier passed into the later republic, she became wealthy because her husband put his property in her name to escape bankruptcy obligations, damage suits, inheritance taxes, and other everlasting jeopardies. She played a role in religion as priestess. Nearly every priest had to have a wife and lost his office when she died. Within the home, or domus, she was honored mistress, mea domina, madam. She was not, like the Greek wife, confined to a gynoeceum, or woman's quarters. She took her meals with her mate, though she sat while he reclined. She did a minimum of servile work, for nearly every citizen had a slave. She might spin as a sign of gentility, but her chief economic function was to superintend the servants. She made it a point, however, to nurse her children herself. They rewarded her patient motherhood with profound love and respect, and her husband seldom allowed his legal mastery to cloud his devotion. The father and the mother, their house and land and property, their children, their married sons, their grandchildren by these sons, their daughters-in-law, their slaves and clients, all these constituted the Roman familia, not so much a family as a household, not a kinship group but an assembly of owned persons and things subject to the oldest male ascendant. It was within this miniature society, containing in itself the functions of family, church, school, industry, and government, that the Roman child grew up, in piety and obedience, to form the sturdy citizen of an invincible state. 2. The religion of Rome. 1. The gods. The Roman family was both an association of persons with things and an association of persons and things with gods. It was the center and source of religion, as well as of morals, economy, and the state. Every part of its property and every aspect of its existence were bound up in a solemn intimacy with the spiritual world. The child was taught, by the eloquent silence of example, that the undying fire in the hearth was the sign and substance of the goddess Vesta, the sacred flame that symbolized the life and continuity of the family, which therefore must never be extinguished, but must be tended with religious care, and fed with a portion of each meal. Over the hearth he saw the little icons, crowned with flowers, that represented the gods or spirits of the family, the lar that guarded its fields and buildings, its fortune and destiny, and the penates, or gods of the interior, who protected the accumulations of the family in its storerooms, cupboards, and barns. Hovering invisible but potent over the threshold was the god Janus, two-faced, not as deceitful, but as watching all entry and exit at every door. The child's father, he learned, was the ward and embodiment of an inner genius, or generative power, which would not die with the body but must be nourished forever at the paternal grave. His mother was also the carrier of a deity and had likewise to be treated as divine. She had a Juno in her as the spirit of her capacity to bear, as the father enclosed a genius as the spirit of his power to beget. The child, too, had his genius, or Juno, as both his guardian angel and his soul, a godly kernel in the mortal husk. Everywhere about him, he heard with awe, were the watchful demones, or kindly shades, of those male forebears whose grim death masks hung on the household walls, warning him not to stray from the ways of his ancestors, and reminding him that the family was composed not merely of those few individuals that lived in his moment, but also of those that had once been, or would someday be, members of it in the flesh, and therefore formed part of it in its spiritual multitude and timeless unity. Other spirits came to his aid as he grew up. Cuba watched over his sleep, Abiona guided his first steps, Fabulina taught him to speak. When he left the house he found himself again and everywhere in the presence of gods. The earth itself was a deity, sometimes Tellus or Terra Mater, Mother Earth, sometimes Mars as the very soil he trod, and its divine fertility, sometimes Bona Dea, the good goddess who gave rich wombs to women and fields. On the farm there was a helping god for every task or spot, Pomona for orchards, Faunus for cattle, Pales for pasturage, Sterculus for manure heaps, Saturn for sowing, Ceres for crops, Fornax for baking corn in the oven, Vulcan for making the fire. Over the boundaries presided the great god Terminus, imaged and worshipped in the stones or trees that marked the limits of the farm. Other religions may have looked to the sky, and the Roman admitted that there too were gods, but his deepest piety and sincerest propitiations turned to the earth as the source and mother of his life, the home of his dead and the magic nurse of the sprouting seed. Every December the Lares of the soil were worshipped in the joyful feast of the crossroads, or Compitalia. Every January rich gifts sought the favor of Tellus for all planted things. Every May the priests of the Arval or plowing brotherhood led a chanting procession along the boundaries of adjoining farms, garlanded the stones with flowers, sprinkled them with the blood of sacrificial victims, and prayed to Mars, the earth, to bear generous fruit. So religion sanctified property, quieted disputes, ennobled the labor of the fields with poetry and drama, and strengthened body and soul with faith and hope. The Roman did not, like the Greek, think of his gods as having human form. He called them simply noumena, or spirits. Sometimes they were abstractions, like health, youth, memory, fortune, honor, hope, fear, virtue, chastity, concord, victory, or Rome. Some of them, like the Lemures or ghosts, were spirits of disease, hard to propitiate. Some were spirits of the season, like Maya, the soul of May. Others were water gods, like Neptune, or woodland sprites like Sylvanus, or the gods that dwelt in trees. Some lived in sacred animals, like the sacrificed horse or bull, or in the sacred geese that a playful piety preserved unharmed on the Capitol. Some were spirits of procreation. Tutumus supervised conception. Lucina protected menstruation and delivery. Priapus was a Greek god of fertility soon domiciled in Rome. Maidens and matrons, if we may believe the indignant St. Augustan, sat on the male member of his statue as a means of ensuring pregnancy. Scandalous figures of him adorned many a garden. Little phallic images of him were worn by simple persons to bring fertility or good luck, or to avert the evil eye. Never had a religion so many divinities. Varro reckoned them at 30,000, and Petronius complained that in some towns of Italy there were more gods than men. But Deus to the Roman meant saint as well as God. Under these basic concepts lurked a polymorphous mass of popular beliefs in animism, fetishism, totemism, magic, miracles, spells, superstitions, and taboos, most of them going back to the prehistoric inhabitants of Italy, and perhaps to Indo-European ancestors in their ancient Asiatic home. Many objects, places, or persons were sacred, sacer, and therefore taboo, not to be touched or profaned. For example, newborn children, menstruating women, condemned criminals. Hundreds of verbal formulas or mechanical contraptions were used to achieve natural ends by supernatural means. Amulets were well-nigh universal. Nearly every child wore a bulla, or golden talisman, suspended from his neck. Small images were hung upon doors or trees to ward off evil spirits. Charms or incantations were used to avert accidents, cure disease, bring rain, destroy a hostile army, wither an enemy's crops, or himself. "We are all afraid," said Pliny, "of being transfixed by curses and spells." Witches appear in Horace, Virgil, Tibullus, Lucian. They were believed to eat snakes, fly through the air at night, brew poisons from esoteric herbs, kill children, and raise the dead. All but a few skeptics seem to have believed in miracles and portents, in speaking or sweating statues, in gods descending from Olympus to fight for Rome, in lucky odd and unlucky even days, and in the presaging of the future by strange events. Livy's history must contain several hundred such portents, reported with philosophic gravity, and the elder Pliny's volumes so abound in portents and magic cures that they might well have been called supernatural history. The most serious business of commerce, government, or war could be deferred or ended by the priestly announcement of an unfavorable omen like abnormal entrails in a sacrificial victim or a roll of thunder in the sky. The state did what it could to check these excesses, called them indeed precisely that, superstitio. But it sedulously exploited the piety of the people to promote the stability of society and government. It adapted the rural divinities to urban life, built a national hearth for the goddess Vesta, and appointed a college of Vestal virgins to serve the city's sacred fire. Out of the gods of the family, the farm, and the village it developed the deindigetes, or native gods of the state, and arranged for these a solemn and picturesque worship in the name of all the citizens. Among these original national gods, Jupiter or Jove was the favorite, though not yet, like Zeus, their king. In the early centuries of Rome, he was still a half-impersonal force, the bright expanse of the sky, the light of the sun and the moon, a bolt of thunder, or, as Jupiter Pluvius, a shower of fertilizing rain. Even Virgil and Horace occasionally used Jove as a synonym for rain or sky. In time of drought, the richest ladies of Rome walked in barefoot procession up the Capitoline Hill to the temple of Jupiter Tonans, Jove the Thunderer, to pray for rain. Probably his name was a corruption of Diuspater or Diespater, father of the sky. Perhaps primitively one with him was Janus, originally Dianus. First the two-faced spirit of the cottage door, then of the city gate,
then of any opening or beginning as of the day or year. The portals of his temple were open only in time of war, so that he might go forth with Rome's armies to overcome the gods of the foe. As old as Jupiter in the respect of the people was Mars, at first a god of tillage, then of war, then almost a symbol of Rome. Every tribe in Italy named a month after him. Of like hoary antiquity was Saturn, the national god of the new-sown seed, or Sata. Legend pictured him as a prehistoric king who had brought the tribes under one law, taught them agriculture, and established peace and communism in the Saturnia Regna, the golden age of Saturn's reign. Less powerful but more deeply loved than these were the goddesses of Rome. Juno Regina was the queen of heaven, the protective genius of womanhood, marriage, and maternity. Her month of June was recommended as the luckiest for weddings. Minerva was the goddess of wisdom, or mens, or memory, of handicrafts and guilds, of actors, musicians, and scribes. The Palladium, on which the safety of Rome was believed to depend, was an image of Pallas Minerva, fully armed, which Aeneas was said to have brought from Troy through love and war to Rome. Venus was the spirit of desire, mating, fertility. Sacred to her was April, the month of opening buds, or aperire. Poets like Lucretius and Ovid saw in her the amorous origin of all living things. Diana was the goddess of the moon, of women in childbirth, of the hunt, of the woods and their wild denizens, a tree spirit brought from Erysia when that region of Latium came under Roman power. Near Erysia were the lake and grove of Nemi, and in that grove was a rich shrine of Diana, the resort of pilgrims who believed that the goddess had once mated there with Virbius, the first king of the woods. To ensure the fertility of Diana and the soil, the successors of Virbius, all priests and husbands of the huntress, were replaced each in turn by any vigorous slave who, having taken as a talisman a sprig of mistletoe, the golden bough, from the sacred oak tree of the grove, attacked and slew the king, a custom that endured till the 2nd century of our era. These, then, were the major gods of the official Roman worship. There were lesser but not less popular national deities. Hercules, god of joy and wine, who was not above gambling gaily for a courtesan with the sacristan of his temple. Mercury, the patron deity of merchants, orators, and thieves. Ops, goddess of wealth. Bellona, goddess of war. And countless more. As the city spread its rule, it brought in new divinities, Dinovensiles. Sometimes it imported the god of a beaten city into the Roman pantheon as a sign and surety of conquest, as when the Juno of Veii was led captive to Rome. Conversely, when the citizens of a community were moved to the capital, their gods were brought with them, lest the spiritual and moral roots of the new inhabitants should be too suddenly snapped short. So immigrants bring their gods to America today. The Romans did not question the existence of these foreign deities. Most of them believed that when they led the statue away, the god had to come with it. Many believed that the statue was the god. But some of the Dinovensiles were not conquered, but conquering. They seeped into Roman worship through commercial, military, and cultural contacts with Greek civilization, first in Campania, then in South Italy, then in Sicily, finally in Greece itself. There was something cold and impersonal in the gods of the state religion. They could be bribed by offerings or sacrifice, but they could seldom provide comfort or individual inspiration. By contrast, the gods of Greece seemed intimately human, full of adventure, humor, and poetry. The Roman populace welcomed them, built temples for them, and willingly learned their ritual. The official priesthood, glad to enlist these new policemen in the service of order and content, adopted the Greek gods into the divine family of Rome, and merged them, when possible, with their nearest analogues in the indigenous deities. As far back as 496 BC came Demeter and Dionysus, who were attached to Ceres and Liber, god of the grape. 12 years later, Castor and Pollux were received to become the protectors of Rome. In 431, a temple was raised to Apollo the healer in the hope that he might allay a plague. In 294, Aesculapius, the Greek god of medicine, was brought from Epidaurus to Rome in the form of a huge snake, and a temple hospital was built in his honor on an island in the Tiber. Cronus was accepted as substantially one with Saturn, Poseidon was identified with Neptune, Artemis with Diana, Hephaestus with Vulcan, Heracles with Hercules, Hades with Pluto, Hermes with Mercury. With the help of the poets, Jupiter was elevated into another Zeus, a stern witness and guardian of oaths, a bearded judge of morals, a custodian of laws, a god of gods.
and slowly the educated Roman was prepared for the monotheistic creeds of Stoicism, Judaism, and Christianity. 2. The priests. To appease or enlist the aid of these gods, Italy employed an elaborate clergy. This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 3, Caesar and Christ, Part 1, by Will Durant, continued, Cassette 3, Side 1. To appease or enlist the aid of these gods, Italy employed an elaborate clergy. In his home, the father was priest, but public worship was conducted by several collegia, associations of priests, each filling its own vacancies, but all under the lead of a Pontifex Maximus elected by the centuries. No special training was necessary for membership in these sacred colleges. Any citizen might be enrolled in them or leave them. They formed no separate order or caste, and were politically powerless except as tools of the state. They received the income of certain state lands for their support, with slaves to serve them, and grew rich through generations of pious legacies. In the 3rd century before Christ, the main pontifical college had 9 members. They kept historical annals, recorded laws, took auspices, offered sacrifices, and purified Rome with quinquennial lustrations. In performing the official ritual, the pontiffs were aided by 15 flamines, kindlers of the sacred flames. Minor pontifical colleges had special functions. The Salii, or leapers, ushered in each new year with a ritual dance to Mars. The Fetiales sanctified the ratification of treaties and declarations of war, and the Luperci, or Brotherhood of the Wolf, carried on the strange rites of the Lupercalia. The College of the Vestal Virgins tended the state hearth and sprinkled it daily with holy water from the fountain of the sacred nymph Egeria. These white-clad, white-veiled nuns were chosen from among girls 6 to 10 years of age. They took a vow of virginity and service for 30 years, but in return they received many public honors and privileges. If any of them was found guilty of sexual relations, she was beaten with rods and buried alive. Roman historians record 12 cases of such punishment. After 30 years they were free to leave and marry, but few took or found the opportunity. The most influential of the priestly colleges was that of the 9 augures, who studied the intent or will of the gods in earlier times by watching the flight of birds, later by examining the entrails of sacrificed animals. Before every important act of policy, government, or war, the auspices were taken by the magistrates and interpreted by the augurs, or by special haruspices, liver inspectors whose art went back through Etruria to Chaldea and beyond. As the priests were occasionally open to financial persuasion, their pronouncements were sometimes adjusted to the needs of the purchaser. For example, inconvenient legislation could be stopped by announcing that the auspices were unfavorable for further business on that day, or the assembly might be induced by favorable auspices to vote a war. In major crises, the government professed to learn the pleasure of heaven by consulting the Sibylline books, the recorded oracles of the Sibyl, or priestess of Apollo at Cumae. Through such means and occasional deputations to the oracle at Delphi, the aristocracy could influence the people in any direction to almost any end. The ritual of worship aimed merely to offer the gods a gift or sacrifice to win their aid or avert their wrath. To be effective, said the priests, the ceremony had to be performed with such precision of words and movements as only the clergy could manage. If any mistake was made, the rite had to be repeated, even to 30 times. Religio meant the performance of ritual with religious care. The essence of the ceremony was a sacrifice, literally meaning a thing, sacer, that is, belonging to a god. In the home, the offering would normally be a bit of cake or wine placed on the hearth or dropped into the domestic fire. In the village, it would be the first fruits of the crops, or a ram, a dog, or a pig. On great occasions, a horse, a hog, a sheep, or an ox. On supreme occasions, the last 3 were slaughtered together in the suovitorilia. Holy formulas pronounced over the victim turned it into the god who was to receive it. In this sense, the god himself was sacrificed. And since only the viscera were burned on the altar, while priests and people ate the rest, the strength and glory of the god, men hoped, passed into his feasting worshippers. Sometimes human beings were offered in sacrifice. It is significant that a law had to be passed as late as 97 BC forbidding this. By a variant of these ideas of vicarious atonement, a man might offer his life for the state as the Decii had done,
or Marcus Curtius, who, to propitiate angry subterranean powers, leaped into a chasm that an earthquake had opened in the Forum, whereupon we are told the chasm closed and all was well. Pleasanter was the ceremony of purification. This might be of crops or flocks, of an army or a city. A procession made the circuit of the objects to be purified, prayer and sacrifice were offered, evil influences were thereby dispelled, and misfortune was turned away. Prayer was still imperfectly evolved from magic incantations. The word for it, carmen, meant not only a chant but a charm, and Pliny frankly reckoned prayer as a form of magical utterance. If the formula was properly recited and was addressed to the correct deity according to the indigitamenta, or classified directory of the gods compiled and kept by the priests, the request was certain to be granted. If not granted, there must have been an error in the ritual. Akin to magic were also the vota, or vowed offerings, with which the people sought to gain the help of the gods. Sometimes great temples rose in fulfillment of such vows. The multitude of votive offerings found in Roman remains suggests that the religion of the people was warm and tender with piety and gratitude, a feeling of kinship with the hidden forces in nature, and an anxious desire to be in harmony with them all. By contrast, the state religion was uncomfortably formal, a kind of legal and contractual relation between the government and the gods. When new cults flowed in from the conquered East, it was this official worship that declined first, while the picturesque and intimate faith and ritual of the countryside patiently and obstinately survived. Victorious Christianity, half surrendering, wisely took over much of the faith and ritual, and under new forms and phrases, they continue in the Latin world to this day. 3. Festivals. If the official worship was gloomy and severe, its festivals redeemed it and showed men and gods in a lighter mood. The year was adorned with over 100 holy days, or feriae, including the first of every month and sometimes the 9th and 15th. Some of the feriae were sacred to the dead or to the spirits of the lower world. These were apotropaic in their ceremonies, aiming to appease the departed and turn away wrath. On May 11th to 13th, Roman families commemorated with awe the feast of the Lemures, or dead souls. The father spat black beans from his mouth and cried, "With these beans I redeem myself and mine. Shades of my ancestors depart." The Parentalia and the Feralia in February were similar attempts to propitiate the fearsome dead. But for the most part the festivals were occasions of feasting and jollity, often among the plebs of sexual freedom. On such days, says a character in Plautus, you may eat what you like, go where you like, and love whom you like, provided you abstain from wives, widows, virgins, and free boys. Apparently he felt that a wide choice would still remain. On February 15th came the strange Lupercalia, sacred to the god Faunus as averter of wolves, or Lupercus. Goats and sheep were sacrificed, and the Luperci, priests clad only in goatskin girdles, ran around the Palatine praying to Faunus to drive away evil spirits, and striking the women whom they encountered with thongs of hide from the sacrificed animals to purify them and make them fertile. Then puppets of straw were cast into the Tiber to appease or deceive the river god, who had perhaps in wilder days demanded living men. On March 15th, the poor emerged from their hovels and, like the Jews in the Feast of Tabernacles, built themselves tents in the field of Mars, celebrated the coming of the new year, and prayed to the goddess Anna Perenna, ring of the years, for as many years as they quaffed cups of wine. April alone had 6 festivals, culminating in the Floralia. This feast of Flora, goddess of flowers and springs, continued for 6 days of bibulous and promiscuous revelry. The 1st of May was the feast of the good goddess Bonadea. On May 9th, 11th, and 13th, Liber and Libera, god and goddess of the grape, were celebrated in the Liberalia. The phallus, symbol of fertility, was frankly honored by gay crowds of men and women. At the end of May, the Arval brethren led the people in the solemn and yet joyful Ambervalia. The gods were neglected in the autumn months, after the crops were safely in, but December was again rich in feasts. The Saturnalia ran from the 17th to the 23rd. They celebrated the sowing of the seed for the next year and commemorated the happy, classless reign of Saturn. Gifts were exchanged, and many liberties were allowed. The distinction between slave and free was for a while abolished or even inverted. Slaves might sit down with their owners, give orders to them, rail at them. The masters waited upon their slaves and did not eat till all the slaves were filled. These festivals, though agricultural in origin, remained popular in the cities and survived through all vicissitudes of belief into the 4th and 5th centuries of our era. Their number was so confusing that one of the prime purposes of the Roman calendar was to list them for the guidance of the people. In early Italian custom, the chief priest had convened the citizens at the beginning of every month and named the festivals to be observed in the next 30 days. This calling, callatio, gave a name, calendae, to the first day of each month. To the Romans, as in some measure to modern Catholics or Orthodox Jews, a calendar meant a priestly list of holidays and business days, interspersed with scraps of sacred, legal, historical, and astronomical information. Tradition ascribed to Numa the calendar that governed Roman chronology and life till Caesar. It divided the year into 12 lunar months with complex intercalations that summed up to an average of 366 days per year. To remedy the mounting excess, the pontiffs were empowered in 191 BC to revise the intercalations, but they used their authority to lengthen or shorten magistracies, pleasing or displeasing to them, so that by the end of the Republic the calendar, then 3 months amiss, was a monster of chaos and chicanery. In the early days, time had been measured simply by the height of the sun in the sky. In 263 BC, a sundial was brought from Catana in Sicily and placed in the Forum. But as Catana was 4 degrees south of Rome, the dial was deceptive, and the priests were for a century unable to make the needed adjustments. In 158 BC, Scipio Nasica set up a public clepsydra, or water clock. The month was divided into 3 periods by the calends, first, the nones, 5th or 7th, and the ides, 13th or 15th, and the days were clumsily named by their distance before these dividing lines, so March 12th was the 4th day before the ides of March. A loose economic week was marked out by the nundinae, or every 9th day, when the villagers came to market in the towns. The year began with the coming of spring, and the first month, Martius, bore the name of the god of sowing. Next came Aprilis, sprouting; Maius, month of Maia, or perhaps of increase; Junius, month of Juno, or possibly of thriving; then Quinctilis, Sextilis, September, October, November, and December, named from their numerical order in the year; then January for Janus, and February for the Februa, or magic objects by which persons might be purified. The year itself was called Annus, ring, as if to say that in reality there is no beginning and no end. 4. Religion and character. Did this religion help Roman morals? In some ways it was immoral. Its stress on ritual suggested that the gods rewarded not goodness, but gifts and formulas, and its prayers were nearly always for material goods or martial victory. Ceremonies gave drama to the life of man and the soil, but they multiplied as if they, and not the devotion of the part to the whole, were the proper essence of religion. The gods were, with some exceptions, awesome spirits without moral aspect or nobility. Nevertheless, the old religion made for morality, for order and strength in the individual, the family, and the state. Before the child could learn to doubt, faith molded its character into discipline, duty, and decency. Religion gave divine sanctions and support to the family. It instilled in parents and children a mutual respect and piety never surpassed. It gave sacramental significance and dignity to birth and death, encouraged fidelity to the marriage vow, and promoted fertility by making parentage indispensable to the peace of the dead soul. By ceremonies sedulously performed before each campaign and battle, it raised the soldier's morale and led him to believe that supernatural powers were fighting on his side. It strengthened law by giving it celestial origins and religious form, by making crime a disturbance of the order and peace of heaven, and by placing the authority of Jove behind every oath. It invested every phase of public life with religious solemnity, prefaced every act of government with ritual and prayer, and fused the state into such intimate union with the gods that piety and patriotism became one, and love of country rose to a passion stronger than in any other society known to history. Religion shared with the family the honor and responsibility of forming that iron character which was the secret of Rome's mastery of the world. 3. Morals. What kind of morality emerged from this life in the family and among the gods? Roman literature, from Ennius to Juvenal, idealized these earlier generations and mourned the passing of ancient simplicity and virtue. These pages, too, will suggest a contrast between the Stoic Rome of Fabius and the Epicurean Rome of Nero. But the contrast must not be exaggerated by a biased selection of the evidence. There were Epicureans in Fabius's days and Stoics in Nero's. From beginning to end of Roman history, the sexual morality of the common man remained essentially the same, coarse and free, but not incompatible with a successful family life. In all free classes, virginity was demanded of young women, and powerful tales were told to exalt it. For the Roman had a strong sense of property and wanted a wife of such steady habits as would reasonably ensure him against leaving his goods to his rival's breed. But in Rome, as in Greece, premarital unchastity in men was not censured if it preserved a decent respect for the hypocrisies of mankind. From the elder Cato to Cicero, we find express justifications of it. What increases with civilization is not so much immorality of intent as opportunity of expression. In early Rome, prostitutes were not numerous. They were forbidden to wear the matron's robe that marked the reputable wife, and were confined to the dark corners of Rome and Roman society. There were as yet no educated courtesans, like the hetairai of Athens, nor such delicate drabs as posed for Ovid's verse. Men married early, usually by 20, not through romantic love, but for the sound purposes of having a helpmate, useful children, and a healthy sexual life. In the words of the Roman wedding ceremony, marriage was liberum querendorum causa, for the sake of getting children. On the farm, children, like wives, were economic assets, not biological toys. Marriages were often arranged by the parents, and engagements were sometimes made for couples in their infancy. In every case, the consent of both fathers was required. Betrothal was formal and constituted a legal bond. The relatives gathered in a feast to witness the contract. A stipula, or straw, was broken between the parties as a sign of their agreement. The stipulations, especially those concerning the dowry, were put in writing, and the man placed an iron ring upon the fourth finger of the girl's left hand, because it was believed that a nerve ran thence to the heart. The minimum age for legal marriage was 12 for the girl, 14 for the man. Early Roman law made marriage compulsory, but this law must have become a dead letter by 413 BC, when Camillus as censor imposed a tax on bachelors. Marriage was either cum manu or sine manu, with or without the handing over of the bride and her possessions to the authority of the husband or the father-in-law. Marriage sine manu dispensed with religious ceremony and required only the consent of the bride and groom. Marriage cum manu was by usus, a year's cohabitation, or by coemptio, purchase, or by confariatio, literally eating a cake together, which required religious ceremony and was confined to patricians. Marriage by actual purchase disappeared at an early date, or was reversed. The bride's dowry often in effect bought the man. This dowry was usually at the husband's disposal, but its equivalent had to be returned to the wife in divorce or on the death of the male. Weddings were rich in folk ceremony and song. The two families feasted in the home of the bride. Then they marched in colorful and frolicsome procession to the home of the groom's father, to an accompaniment of flutes, hymeneal chants, and Rabelaisian raillery. At the garlanded door the bridegroom asked the girl, "Who art thou?" and she answered with a simple formula of devotion, equality, and unity. "Where thou art, Caius, there am I, Caia." He lifted her over the threshold, presented her with the keys of the house, and put his neck with hers under a yoke to signify their common bond. Hence marriage was called connugium, a yoking together. In token of her joining the new family, the bride then took part with the others in worshipping the household gods. Divorce was difficult and rare in marriages by confariatio. Marriages cum manu could be dissolved only by the husband. In marriage sine manu, divorce was open to either party at will, without asking consent of the state. The first recorded divorce in Roman history is dated 268 BC. A suspicious tradition claimed that no divorce had previously occurred since the foundation of the city. Clan custom required a husband to divorce an unfaithful or childless wife. "If you find your wife in the act of adultery," said old Cato, "the law permits you to kill her without trial. If by chance she surprises you in the same condition, she must not touch you even with the tips of her fingers. The law forbids it." Despite these distinctions, there were apparently many happy marriages. The tombstones abound in post-mortem affection. One honored, touchingly, a lady who had served 2 husbands well. "Thou wert beautiful beyond measure, Statilia, and true to thy husbands. He who came first, had he been able to withstand the fates, would have set up this stone to thee, while I, alas, who have been blessed by thy pure heart these 16 years, now have lost thee." The young women of early Rome were probably not quite so pretty as the later ladies whom the experienced Catullus would credit with lineum latusculum manusque mollicellas, little sides as smooth as wool, and soft little hands. Presumably in those rural days toil and care soon overlaid this adolescent loveliness. Feminine features were classically regular, nose small and thin, hair and eyes usually dark. Blondes were at a premium, as were the German dyes that made them. As for the Roman male, he was impressive rather than handsome. A stern education and years of military life hardened his face, as later indulgence would soften it into flabbiness. Cleopatra must have loved Antony for something else than his wine-puffed cheeks, and Caesar for some other charm than his eagle's head and nose. The Roman nose was like the Roman character, sharp and devious. Beards and long hair were customary till about 300 BC, when barbers began to ply their trade in Rome. Dress was essentially like the Greek. Boys, girls, magistrates, and the higher priests wore the toga praetexta, or purple-fringed robe. On attaining his 16th birthday, the youth changed to the toga virilis, the white robe of manhood, as a symbol of his right to vote in the assemblies and his duty to serve in the army. Women wore indoors a dress, or stola, bound with a girdle under the breasts and reaching to the feet. Outdoors they covered this with a palla, or cloak. Indoors men wore a simple tunica, or shirt. Outdoors they added a toga and sometimes a cloak. The toga, from tegere, to cover, was a woolen garment in one piece, twice the width and thrice in length the height of the wearer. It was wrapped around the body, and the surplus was thrown back over the left shoulder, brought forward under the right arm, and again thrown over the left shoulder. The folds at the breast served as pockets. The right arm remained free. The Roman male cultivated a severe dignity, or gravitas, as an uncomfortable necessity in an aristocracy that ruled a people, then a peninsula, then an empire. Sentiment and tenderness belonged to private life. In public, a man of the upper classes had to be as stern as his statue, and hide behind a mask of austere calm the excitability and humor that cry out not only in the comedies of Plautus, but in the speeches of Cicero. Even in private life, the Roman of this age was expected to live Spartanly. Luxury of dress or table was reproved by the censor. Even negligent tillage could bring some Cato down upon the farmer's head. In the First Punic War, the Carthaginian ambassadors, returning from Rome, amused the rich merchants by telling how the identical set of silver plate had appeared in every house to which they had been invited. One set, secretly passed about, had sufficed the whole patriciate. In that age, the Senate sat on hard wooden benches in a curia, or hall, never heated, even in winter. Nevertheless, between the First and Second Punic Wars, wealth and luxury made a good beginning. Hannibal gathered a peck of gold rings from the fingers of Romans slain at Cannae, and sumptuary laws repeatedly, therefore vainly, forbade ornate jewelry, fancy dress, and costly meals. In the 3rd century BC, the menu of the average Roman was still simple. Breakfast, or ientaculum of bread with honey or olives or cheese, luncheon, or prandium, and dinner, cena, of grains, vegetables, and fruit. Only the rich ate fish or meat. Wine, usually diluted, graced nearly every table. To drink undiluted wine was considered intemperance. Festivals and banquets were a necessary relaxation in this Stoic age. Those who could not unbend to them became too tense, and showed their nervous fatigue in the portrait statues they left to posterity. Charity found little scope in this frugal life. Hospitality survived as a mutual convenience at a time when inns were poor and far between. But the sympathetic Polybius reports that, in Rome no one ever gives away anything to anyone if he can help it. Doubtless an exaggeration. The young were kind to the old, but in general the graces and courtesies of life came to Rome only with the dying republic. War and conquest molded morals and manners and left men often coarse and usually hard, prepared to kill without compunction and be killed without complaint. War captives were sold into slavery by the thousands. Unless they were kings or generals, these were usually slaughtered at the victor's triumph or allowed to starve leisurely to death. In the business world, these qualities took on a fairer aspect. The Romans loved money, but Polybius, about 160 BC, describes them as industrious and honorable men. A Greek, said the Greeks, could not be prevented from embezzling, no matter how many clerks were set to watch him, while the Romans spent great sums of public money with only rare cases of ascertained dishonesty. We note, however, that a law to check malpractice at elections was passed in 432 BC. Roman historians report that political integrity was at its height in the first 3 centuries of the Republic, but they arouse suspicion by their high praise of Valerius Corvus, who, after occupying 21 magistracies, returned to his fields as poor as he had come. of Curius Dentatus, who kept no part of the spoils he had taken from the enemy, and of Fabius Pictor and his associates, who handed over to the state the rich presents they had received on an embassy to Egypt. Friends lent one another substantial amounts without interest. The Roman government was guilty of frequent treachery in dealing with other states, and perhaps in foreign relations the empire was more honorable than the republic. But the Senate refused to connive at the poisoning of Pyrrhus, and warned him of the plot. When, after Cannae, Hannibal sent 10 prisoners to Rome to negotiate for the ransom of 8,000 others, and drew from them a promise to return, all but one kept their word. The Senate apprehended the 10th, put him in irons, and turned him over to Hannibal, whose joy at his victory, says Polybius, was not so great as his dejection when he saw how steadfast and high-spirited the Romans were. In summary, the typical educated Roman of this age was orderly, conservative, loyal, sober, reverent, tenacious, severe, practical. He enjoyed discipline, and would have no nonsense about liberty. He obeyed as a training for command. He took it for granted that the government had a right to inquire into his morals as well as his income, and to value him purely according to his services to the state. He distrusted individuality and genius. He had none of the charm, vivacity, and unstable fluency of the Attic Greek. He admired character and will as the Greek admired freedom and intellect, and organization was his forte. He lacked imagination, even to make a mythology of his own. He could, with some effort, love beauty, but he could seldom create it. He had no use for pure science, and was suspicious of philosophy as a devilish dissolvent of ancient beliefs and ways. He could not for the life of him understand Plato, or Archimedes, or Christ. He could only rule the world. 4. Letters. The Roman was formed not only by the family, the religion, and the moral code, but in less degree by the school, the language, and the literature. Plutarch dates the first Roman school about 250 B.C., but Livy, perhaps romancing, describes Virginia, the desired of the Decemvir, as going to a grammar school in the Forum as early as 450. The demand for written laws and the publication of the 12 tables suggest that by that date a majority of the citizens could read. The teacher was usually a slave or freedman, employed by several families to instruct their children, or setting up his own private school and taking any pupil that came. He taught reading, writing, grammar, arithmetic, history, and obedience. Moral education was fundamental and unceasing. Disciple and discipline were almost the same word. Memory and character alike were trained by memorizing the 12 tables of the law. Heine remarked that the Romans would not have had much time left for conquering the world if they had first had to learn Latin. But they too had to conjugate irregular Latin verbs and soon would be put to Greek. The boy familiarized himself through poetry and prose with the exploits of his country and its heroes, and received many a patriotic lesson conveyed through edifying episodes that had never occurred. No attention was given to athletics. The Romans thought it better to train and harden the body by useful work in the field or the camp, rather than through contests in the palestra or gymnasium. The language, like the people, was practical and economical, martially sharp and brief. Its sentences and clauses marched in disciplined subordination to a determined goal. 1,000 similarities allied it, within the Indo-European family, with Sanskrit and Greek and the Celtic tongues of ancient Gaul, Wales, and Ireland. Latin was poorer than Greek in imagery, flexibility, and ready formation of compounds. Lucretius and Cicero complained of its limited vocabulary, its lack of subtle shadings. Nevertheless, it had a sonorous splendor and masculine strength that made it ideal for oratory, and a compactness and logical sentence form that made it an apt vehicle for Roman law. The Latin alphabet came from Euboean Causis via Cumae and Etruria. In the oldest Latin inscription known to us, ascribed to the 6th century B.C., all the letters are Greek in form. C was sounded like our K, J like Y, V like U or W, the vowels as in Italian. Caesar's contemporaries knew him as Julius Caesar, and Cicero was Cicero. The Romans wrote in ink with a slit metal reed, calamus or stilus, at first upon leaves, folia, whence our words folio and leaf, 2 pages. Then upon strips of inner bark, liber, often upon white, album, tablets of waxed wood, later upon leather, linen paper, and parchment. As the written forms of Latin resisted change more than the spoken words, the language of literature diverged more and more from the speech of the people, as in modern America or France. The melodious Romance languages, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, French, and Romanian, evolved from the crude popular Latin brought to the provinces not by poets and grammarians, but by soldiers, merchants, and adventurers. So the words for horse in the Romance languages, caballo, cavallo, cheval, cal, were taken from the spoken Latin caballus, not from the written equus. In popular Latin, ille, he, was one syllable, like French and Italian il. And final S and M were, as in those languages, dropped or not pronounced. The best came from a corruption of the worst. Corruptio pessimi optima. What literature did the young Roman read in those first 3 centuries of the Republic? There were religious hymns and chants, such as the Song of the Arval Brethren, and there were popular lays of Rome's historic or legendary past. There were official, usually priestly, records of elections, magistracies, events, portents, and holidays. On the basis of these archives, Q. Fabius Pictor compiled in 202 BC a respectable history of Rome, but in Greek. Latin was not yet thought fit for literary prose and was not used by historians until Cato. There were farragos of prose called satirae, medleys of merry nonsense and erotic banter, out of which Lucilius would forge a new form for Horace and Juvenal. There were boisterously obscene burlesques or mimes, usually acted by players from Etruria. Some of these performers, coming from the town of Istria, were named Istriones, and gave the word histrio, actor, to Latin, and its derivatives to modern tongues. There were also, on holidays or market days, crude, half-impromptu farces that gave their stock characters to thousands of Italian comedies, ancient and modern. The rich and stupid father, the extravagant, love-entangled youth, the maligned virgin, the clever, intriguing servant, the glutton always maneuvering for a meal, the rollicking, tumbling clown. Already, the last flaunted the gaily colored patches, the long, expansive trousers, the large-sleeved doublet, and the shorn head still familiar to our youth. An exact likeness of Punchinello, or Punch, has been found on the frescoes of Pompeii. Literature came formally to Rome about 272 BC, in the person of a Greek slave. In that year Tarentum fell. Many of its Greek citizens were slaughtered, but Livius Andronicus had the luck to be merely enslaved. Brought to Rome, he taught Latin and Greek to his master's children, and some others, and translated the Odyssey for them into Latin Saturnian verse, lines of loose and irregular rhythm scanned by accent rather than quantity. Freed for his services, he was commissioned by the aediles to produce a tragedy and a comedy for the Ludi, or games, of 240 BC. He composed them on Greek models, directed them, acted the main parts, and sang them to the accompaniment of a flute till his voice gave out. Then he had another sing the lines while he acted them, a method followed in many later plays at Rome and influential in generating the pantomime. The government was so well pleased by this introduction of the literary drama that in honor of Andronicus it gave poets the right to incorporate, and allowed them to hold their meetings in the Temple of Minerva on the Aventine. Henceforth it became the fashion to present such ludi scenici, or scenic plays, at the public festivals. 5 years after this historic premiere, a plebeian ex-soldier from Campania, Gnaeus Naevius, shocked the conservatives by producing a comedy in which he satirized with Aristophanic freedom the political abuses that were flourishing in the capital. The old families complained, and Naevius was jailed. He apologized and was freed, wrote another satire as sharp as the first, and was banished from Rome. In exile and old age he composed, with undiscourageable patriotism, an epic poem on the First Punic War, in which he had fought. It began with the founding of Rome by Trojan refugees, and provided Virgil with a theme and several scenes. His condemnation was a double misfortune. The vitality and originality of Roman comedy suffered from a censorship that made libel a capital crime, and Roman politics lost the purge of a public critique. Naevius wrote also a political drama based on Roman history. This experiment too ended with him, and thereafter Roman tragedy circled vainly in the cropped pastures of Greek myth. Only a few fragments survived to reveal Naevius's quality. One describes a coquettish girl. As if playing ball in a ring, she skips from one to another, and is all things to all men with her words and winks, her caresses and embraces. Now a squeeze of the hand or a pressure of the foot, her ring to look at, her lips to blow an inviting kiss, here a song, there the language of signs. It is pleasant to see that women were then as charming as now, that not all Romans were Catos, and that under the shadow of the porch even virtue might take a holiday. Beyond the essentials of arithmetic and enough geometry to plot a farm or plan a temple, science played as yet no part in the education or culture of the Roman citizen. The boy counted on his fingers, or digita, and the figures he used were imitations of an extended digit, the uppercase I of the Roman numeral 1, a hand, uppercase V or Roman numeral 5, or two hands joined at their apexes, uppercase X or Roman numeral 10. And he was content to form the other numerals by repeating these symbols, as in 2 and 3, and prefixing IV for 4, IX for 9, or suffixing VI for 6, XII for 12, digits to V or X to lessen or increase them. Out of this manual arithmetic came the decimal system, constructed on parts and multiples of 10, that is, the 10 fingers. The Romans used geometry well in building and engineering, but added not one theorem to that rounded achievement of the Greek mind. We hear nothing of Roman astronomy in this period, except in its blundering calendar and its prosperous sister or mother, astrology. Medicine, till the 3rd century, was largely a matter of family herbs, magic, and prayer. The gods alone could heal, and to make cure certain, a special god was invoked for each disease, as one now invokes a specialist. Against the mosquitoes of the Roman Campagna, appeal was made to the goddesses Phoebris and Mephitis, as until our century the Romans petitioned La Madonna della Febbre, Our Lady of the Fever. Healing shrines and sacred waters were as common as today. The temple of Aesculapius was a busy center of religious healing, where diet and hydrotherapy, peaceful surroundings and a quiet routine, prayer and the soothing ritual of worship, the aid of practical physicians and the cheerfulness of skilled attendants, conspired to restore confidence and to effect apparently miraculous cures. Nevertheless, there were slave doctors and quacks in Rome 5 centuries before Christ, and some of these practiced dentistry, for the 12 tables forbade the burial of gold with the dead except where gold had been used to wire teeth. In 219 we hear of the first freeman physician in Rome, Archigathus the Peloponnesian. His surgical operations so delighted the patricians that the Senate voted him an official residence and the freedom of the city. Later his mania for cutting and burning won him the name of Carnifex, butcher. From that time onward, Greek physicians flocked to Rome and made the practice of medicine there a Greek monopoly. 5. The growth of the soil. The Roman of those centuries had little need of medicine, for his active life in farming or soldiering kept him healthy and strong. He took to the land as the Greek to the sea. He based his life on the soil, built his towns as meeting places for farmers and their products, organized his armies and his state on his readiness to defend and extend his holdings, and conceived his gods as spirits of the living earth and the nourishing sky. As far back as we can reach into Rome's past, we find private property. Part of the land, however, was ager publicus, public acreage, usually acquired by conquest and owned by the state. The peasant family of the early republic owned 2 or 3 acres, tilled them with all hands and occasionally a slave, and lived abstemiously on the product. They slept on straw, rose early, stripped to the waist, and plowed and harrowed behind leisurely oxen whose droppings served as fertilizer, and their flesh as a religious offering and a festival food. Human offal was also used to enrich the soil, but chemical fertilizers were rare in Italy before the empire. Manuals of scientific agriculture were imported from Carthage and Greece. Crops were rotated between grains and legumes, and lands were turned periodically to pasturage to prevent their exhaustion. Vegetables and fruits were grown in abundance and formed, next to grains, the chief articles of food. Garlic was already a favorite seasoning. Some aristocratic families derived their names in part from the vegetables traditionally favored in their plantings. Lentulae, Scipiones, Fabii from lentils, onions, beans. Culture of the fig, olive, and grape gradually encroached upon cereal and vegetable crops. Olive oil took the place of butter in the diet and of soap in the bath. It served as fuel in torches and lamps and was the chief ingredient in the unguents made necessary for hair and skin by the dry winds and fiery sun of the Mediterranean summer. Sheep were the favorite herd, for the Italians preferred clothing of wool. Swine and poultry were raised in the farmyard, and almost every family nursed a garden of flowers. War transformed this picture of rural toil. Many of the farmers who changed plowshares for swords were overcome by the enemy or the town and never returned to their fields. Many others found their holdings so damaged by armies or neglect that they had not the courage to begin anew. Others were broken by accumulated debt. Such men sold their lands at depression prices to aristocrats or agricultural capitalists who merged the little homesteads into latifundia, literally broad farms, turned these vast areas from cereals to flocks and herds, orchards and vines, and manned them with war-captured slaves under an overseer who was often himself a slave. The owners rode in now and then to look at their property. They no longer put their hand to the work, but lived as absentee landlords in their suburban villas or in Rome. This process, already underway in the 4th century BC, had by the end of the 3rd produced a debt-ridden tenant class in the countryside, and in the capital a propertyless, rootless proletariat whose sullen discontent would destroy the republic that peasant toil had made. 6. Industry. The soil was poor in minerals, a fact that would write much economic and political history in Italy. There was no gold and little silver. There was a fair supply of iron, some copper, lead, tin, and zinc, but too scarce to support an industrial development. The state owned all mines in the empire, but leased them to private operators, who worked them profitably by using up the lives of thousands of slaves. Metallurgy and technology made few advances. Bronze was still employed more frequently than iron, and only the best and latest mines were equipped with the winches, windlasses, and chain buckets that Archimedes and others had set up in Sicily and Egypt. The chief fuel was wood. Trees were cut also for houses and ships and furniture. Mile by mile, decade by decade, the forest retreated up the mountainside to meet the timberline. The most prosperous industry was the manufacture of weapons and tools in Campania. There was no factory system except for armament and pottery. Potters made not only dishes, but bricks and tiles, conduits and pipes. At Arretium and elsewhere, the potters were copying Greek models and learning to make artistic wares. As early as the 6th century, the textile industry, in the design, preparation, and dyeing of linen and wool, had grown beyond the domestic stage despite the busy spinning of daughters, wives, and slaves. Free and unfree weavers were brought together in small factories which produced not only for the local market but also for export trade. Industrial production for non-local consumption was arrested by difficulties of transport. Roads were poor, bridges unsafe, ox carts slow, inns rare, robbers plentiful. Hence, traffic moved by choice along canals and rivers, while coastal towns imported by sea rather than from their hinterland. By 202, however, the Romans had built 3 of their great consular roads, so called because usually named after the consuls or censors who began them. Soon these highways would far surpass in durability and extent the Persian and Carthaginian roads that had served them as models. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 3, Caesar and Christ, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 3, Side 2. Soon these highways would far surpass in durability and extent the Persian and Carthaginian roads that had served them as models. The oldest of them was the Via Latina, which about 370 BC brought Romans out to the Alban Hills. In 312, Appius Claudius the Blind, with the labor of thousands of criminals, started the Via Appia, or Appian Way, between Rome and Capua. Later it reached out to Beneventum, Venusia, Brindisium, and Tarentum. Its 333 English miles bound the 2 coasts, eased trade with Greece and the East, and collaborated with the other roads to make Italy one nation. In 241, the censor Aurelius Cotta began the Aurelian Way from Rome through Pisa and Genoa to Antibes. Caius Flaminius in 220 opened the Flaminian Way to Ariminum, and about the same time the Valerian Way connected Tibur with Corfinium. Slowly the majestic network grew. The Aemilian Way climbed north from Ariminum through Bononia and Mutina to Placentia in 187. The Postumian Way linked Genoa with Verona in 148, and the Via Popilia led from Ariminum through Ravenna to Padua in 132. In the following century, roads would dart out from Italy to York, Vienna, Thessalonica, and Damascus, and would line the North African coast. They defended, unified, and vitalized the empire by quickening the movement of troops, intelligence, customs, and ideas. They became great channels of commerce and played no minor role in the peopling and enrichment of Italy and Europe. Despite these highways, trade never flourished in Italy as in the eastern Mediterranean. The upper classes looked with contempt upon buying cheap and selling dear, and left trade to Greek and Oriental freedmen, while the countryside contented itself with occasional fairs and ninth-day markets in the towns. Foreign commerce was similarly moderate. Sea transport was risky, ships were small, made only 6 miles an hour sailing or rowing, hugged the coast, and for the most part kept timidly in port from November to March. Carthage controlled the western Mediterranean, the Hellenistic monarchies controlled the east, the pirates periodically swept out of their lairs upon merchants relatively more honest than themselves. The Tiber was perpetually silting its mouth and blocking Rome's port at Ostia. 200 vessels foundered there in one gale. Besides, the current was so strong that the voyage upstream to Rome hardly repaid the labor and the cost. About 200 B.C., vessels began to put in at Puteoli, 150 miles south of Rome, and ship their goods overland to the capital. To facilitate this external and internal trade, it became necessary to establish a state-guaranteed system of coinage, measures, and weights. Till the 4th century B.C., cattle were still accepted as a medium of exchange, since they were universally valuable and easily moved. As trade grew, rude chunks of copper, or S, were used as money, circa 330 B.C. Estimate was originally estumare, to value copper. The unit of value was the as, A-S, 1, that is, 1 pound of copper by weight. Expend meant weighed out. When about 338 B.C. a copper coinage was issued by the state, it often bore the image of an ox, a sheep, or a hog, and was accordingly called pecunia, from pecus, cattle. In the First Punic War, says Pliny, the Republic, not having means to meet its needs, reduced the as to 2 ounces of copper. By this contrivance, a saving of 5/6 was effected, and the public debt was liquidated. By 202, the as had fallen to 1 ounce, and in 87 B.C. it was reduced to half an ounce to help finance the social war. In 269, 2 silver coins were minted, the denarius, equal to 10 asses, and corresponding to the Athenian drachma in the latter's depreciated Hellenistic form, and the sestertius, representing 2½ asses, or 1/4 of a denarius. In 217 appeared the first Roman gold coins, the aurei, with values of 20, 40, and 60 sesterces. In metallic equivalents, the ass would equal 2, the sesterce 5, the denarius 20 cents in the currency of the United States. But as precious metals were much less plentiful than now, and therefore had a purchasing power several times greater than today, we shall, ignoring price fluctuations before Nero, roughly equate the ass, sesterce, denarius, and talent, or 6,000 denarii, of the Roman Republic with 6, 15, and 60 cents, and $3,600, respectively, in terms of United States currency in 1942. The issuance of this guaranteed currency promoted the profession and operations of finance. The older Romans used temples as their banks, as we use banks as our temples. And the state continued to the end to use its strongly built shrines as repositories for public funds, perhaps on the theory that religious scruples would help discourage robbery. Money lending was an old business, for the 12 tables had forbidden interest above 8 1/3% per annum. The legal rate was lowered to 5% in 347 and to 0 in 342, but this Aristotelian prohibition was so easily evaded that the actual minimum rate averaged 12%. Usury above 12% was widespread, and debtors had periodically to be rescued from their accumulating obligations by bankruptcy or legislation. In 352 B.C., the government used a very modern method of relief. It took over such mortgages as offered a fair chance of repayment and persuaded mortgagees to accept a lower interest rate on the others. One of the streets adjoining the Forum became a banker's row, crowded with the shops of the money-lenders, or argentarii, and money-changers, or trapezitai. Money could be borrowed on land, crops, securities, or government contracts, and for financing commercial enterprises or voyages. Cooperative lending took the place of industrial insurance. Instead of one banker completely underwriting a venture, several joined in providing the funds. Joint stock companies existed chiefly for the performance of government contracts let out on bids by the censor. They raised their capital by selling their stocks or bonds to the public in the form of partes, or particuli, little parts, shares. These companies of publicans, that is, men engaged on public or state undertakings,
played an active role in supplying and transporting materials for the army and navy in the Second Punic War, not without the usual attempts to cheat the government. Businessmen, or equites, directed the larger share of these enterprises, freedmen the smaller. Non-governmental business was carried on by negotiatores, who usually provided their own funds. Industry was in the hands of independent craftsmen, working in their separate shops. Most such men were freemen, but an increasing proportion were freedmen or slaves. Labor was highly differentiated and produced for the market rather than for the individual customer. Competition by slaves depressed the wages of free workers and reduced the proletariat to a bitter life in slums. Strikes among these men were impracticable and rare, but slave uprisings were frequent. The First Servile War, 139 B.C., was not the first. When public discontent became acute, some cause could be found for a war that would provide universal employment, spread depreciated money, and turn the wrath of the people against a foreign foe whose lands would feed the Roman people victorious or receive them defeated and dead. The free workers had unions or guilds, collegia, but these seldom concerned themselves with wages, hours, or conditions of labor. Tradition credited Numa with having established or legalized them. In any case, the 7th century B.C. had organizations of flute players, goldsmiths, coppersmiths, fullers, shoemakers, potters, dyers, and carpenters. The Dionysian artists, actors, and musicians were among the most widespread associations in the ancient world. By the 2nd century B.C. we find guilds of cooks, tanners, builders, bronze workers, iron workers, rope makers, weavers. But these were probably as old as the others. The chief aim of such unions was the simple pleasure of social intercourse. Many of them were also mutual benefit societies to defray the cost of funerals. The state regulated not only the guilds, but many aspects of Rome's economic life. It supervised the operation of mines and other governmental concessions or contracts. It quieted agitation among the plebs by importing food and distributing it at nominal prices to the poor or to all applicants. It levied fines upon monopolists, and it nationalized the salt industry to end a monopoly that had raised the price of salt beyond the reach of the working class. Its commercial policy was liberal. After overcoming Carthage, it opened the western Mediterranean to all trade, and it protected Utica and later Delos on condition that they remain free ports, permitting the entry and exit of goods without fee. At various times, however, it forbade the export of arms, iron, wine, oil, or cereals. It laid a customs duty, usually of 2.5%, upon the entry of most products into Rome, and afterward extended this modest tariff to other cities. Until 147 B.C. it required a tributum, or property tax, throughout Italy. All in all, its revenues were modest, and like other civilized states, it used them chiefly for war. 7. The city. Through taxes, spoils, indemnities, and inflowing population, Rome was now, by 202 B.C., one of the major cities of the Mediterranean ensemble. The census of 234 listed 270,713 citizens, that is, free adult males. The figure fell sharply during the Great War, but rose to 258,318 in 189 and 322,000 in 147. We may calculate a population of approximately 1,100,000 souls in the city-state in 189 B.C., of whom perhaps 275,000 lived within the walls of Rome. Italy south of the Rubicon had some 5 million inhabitants. Immigration, the absorption of conquered peoples, the influx, emancipation, and enfranchisement of slaves were already beginning the ethnic changes that by Nero's time would make Rome the New York of antiquity, half native and half everything. 2 main cross streets divided the city into quarters, each with its administrative officials and tutelary deities. Chapels were raised at important intersections, and statues at lesser ones, to the Lares Capitales, or gods of the crossings, a pretty custom still found in Italy. Most streets were plain earth. Some were paved with small, smooth stones from riverbeds, as in many Mediterranean cities today. About 174, the censor began to surface the major thoroughfares with lava blocks. In 312, Appius Claudius the Blind built the first aqueduct, bringing fresh water to a city that had till then depended upon springs and wells and the muddy Tiber. Piping water from aqueduct-fed reservoirs, the aristocracy began to bathe more than once a week, and soon after Hannibal's defeat, Rome opened its first municipal baths. At an unknown date, Roman or Etruscan engineers built the Cloaca Maxima, whose massive stone arches were so wide that a wagon loaded with hay could pass under them. Smaller sewers were added to drain the marshes that surrounded and invaded Rome. The city's refuse and rainwater passed through openings in the streets into these drains and thence into the Tiber, whose pollution was a lasting problem of Roman life. The embellishment of the city was almost confined to its temples. Houses adhered to the plain Etruscan style already described, except that the interior was more often of brick or stucco, and, as a sign of growing literacy, was often defaced with graffiti, scratchings of strictly fugitive verse or prose. Temples were mostly of wood, with terracotta revetments and decorations, and followed Etruscan plans. A temple to Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva stood on the Capitoline Hill, another to Diana on the Aventine, and others rose, before 201 BC, to Juno, Mars, Janus, Venus, Victory, Fortune, Hope, etc. In 303, Caius Fabius added to his leguminous clan name the cognomen of Pictor, painter, by executing frescoes in the Temple of Health on the Capitoline. Greek sculptors in Rome made statues of Roman gods and heroes in terracotta, marble, or bronze. In 293 they erected on the Capitol a bronze Jupiter of such Olympian proportions that it could be seen from the Alban Hills 20 miles away. About 296 the Aediles set up a bronze she-wolf, to which later artists added the figures of Romulus and Remus. We do not know if this is the group described by Cicero, or if either of these is identical with the existing wolf of the Capitol. In any case, we have in this a masterpiece of the highest order, dead metal, alive in every muscle and nerve. While through painting and statuary the aristocracy commemorated its victories and recommended its lineage, the people consoled themselves with music and dance, comedies and games. The roads and homes of Italy resounded with individual or choral song. Men sang at banquets, boys and girls chorused hymns in religious processions, bride and groom were escorted with hymeneal chants, and every corpse was buried with song. The flute was the most popular instrument, but the lyre too had its devotees, and became the favorite accompaniment of lyric verse. When great holidays came, the Romans crowded to amphitheater or stadium, and pullulated under the sun while hirelings, captives, criminals, or slaves ran and jumped, or, better, fought and died. Two great amphitheaters, the Circus Maximus, attributed to the first Tarquin, and the Circus Flaminius, in 221 BC, admitted without charge all free men and women who came in time to find seats. The expense was met at first by the state, then by the aediles out of their own purse, often, in the later Republic, by candidates for the consulate. The cost increased generation by generation until in effect it barred the poor from seeking office. Perhaps we should class with these spectacles the official triumph of a returning general. Only those were eligible for it who had won a campaign in which 5,000 of the enemy had been slain. The unfortunate commander who had won with less slaughter received merely an ovation. For him no ox was sacrificed, but only a sheep, or ovis. The procession formed outside the city, at whose borders the general and his troops were required to lay down their arms. Thence it entered through a triumphal arch that set a fashion for 1,000 monuments. Trumpeters led the march. After them came towers or floats representing the captured cities, and pictures showing the exploits of the victors. Then wagons rumbled by, heavy with gold, silver, works of art, and other spoils. Marcellus's triumph was memorable for the stolen statuary of Syracuse in 212. Scipio Africanus in 207 displayed 14,000, and in 202 123,000 pounds of silver taken from Spain and Carthage. 70 white oxen followed, walking philosophically to their death, then the captured chiefs of the enemy, then lictors, harpers, pipers, and incense-bearers, then, in a flamboyant chariot, the general himself, wearing a purple toga and a crown of gold, bearing an ivory scepter and a laurel branch as emblems of victory and the insignia of Jove. In the chariot with him might be his children. Beside it rode his relatives, behind them his secretaries and aides. Last came the soldiers, some carrying the prizes awarded them, everyone wearing a crown. Some praising their leaders, others deriding them, for it was an inviolable tradition that on these brief occasions the speech of the army should be free and unpunished, to remind the proud victors of their fallible mortality. The general mounted the Capitol to the temple of Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, laid his lute at the feet of the gods, presented an animal in sacrifice, and usually ordered the captive chieftains to be slain as an additional thank-offering. It was a ceremony well designed to stir military ambition and reward military effort. For man's vanity yields only to hunger and love. 8. Post-mortem. War was the most dramatic feature of a Roman's life, but it did not play so absorbing a role as in the pages of Rome's historians. Perhaps even more than with us, his existence centered about his family and his home. News reached him when it was old, so that his passions could not be stirred every day by the gathered turmoil of the world. The great events of his career were not politics and war, but anxious births, festal marriages, and somber deaths. Old age was not then the abandoned desolation that so often darkens it in an individualistic age. The young never questioned their duty to care for the old remained to the end the first consideration and the last authority, and after their death their graves were honored as long as a male descendant survived. Funerals were as elaborate as weddings. The procession was led by a hired band of wailing women, whose organized hysteria was cramped by a law of the 12 tables forbidding them to tear out their hair. Then came the flute players, limited by a like Salonic law to 10, then some dancers, one of whom impersonated the dead. Then followed in strange parade actors wearing the death masks or waxen images of those ancestors of the corpse who had held some magistracy. The deceased came next, in splendor rivaling a triumph, clothed in the full regalia of the highest office he had held, comfortable in a bier overspread with purple and gold-embroidered coverlets, and surrounded by the weapons and armor of the enemies he had slain. Behind him came the dead man's sons, dressed and veiled in black, his daughters unveiled, his relatives, clansmen, friends, clients, and freedmen. In the forum the procession stopped, and a son or kinsman pronounced a eulogy. Life was worth living, if only for such a funeral. In the early centuries Rome's dead had been cremated. Now, usually, they were buried, though some obstinate conservatives preferred combustion. In either case, the remains were placed in a tomb that became an altar of worship upon which pious descendants periodically placed some flowers and a little food. Here, as in Greece and the Far East, the stability of morals and society was secured by the worship of ancestors and by the belief that somewhere their spirits survived and watched. If they were very great and good, the dead, in Hellenized Roman mythology, passed to the Elysian fields or the islands of the blessed. Nearly all, however, descended into the earth, to the shadowy realm of Orcus and Pluto. Pluto, the Roman form of the Greek god Hades, was armed with a mallet to stun the dead. Orcus, our ogre, was the monster who then devoured the corpse. Because Pluto was the most exalted of the underground deities, and because the earth was the ultimate source of wealth and often the repository of accumulated food and goods, he was worshipped also as the god of riches and plutocrats. And his wife, Proserpina, the strayed daughter of Ceres, became the goddess of the germinating corn. Sometimes the Roman hell was conceived as a place of punishment. In most cases it was pictured as the abode of half-formless shades that had been men, not distinguished from one another by reward or punishment, but all equally suffering eternal darkness and final anonymity. There at last, said Lucian, one would find democracy. Chapter 5. The Greek Conquest, 201 to 146 BC. 1. The Conquest of Greece. When Philip V of Macedon made an alliance with Hannibal against Rome in 214, he hoped that all Greece would unite behind him to slay the growing young giant of the West. But rumors were about that he was planning, if Carthage won, to conquer all Greece with Carthage's aid. As a result, the Aetolian League signed a pact to help Rome against Philip, and the clever Senate, before dispatching Scipio to Africa, used Philip's discouragement by persuading him to a separate peace, this in 205. The victory of Zama had hardly been won when the Senate, which never forgave an injury, began to plot revenge upon Macedon. Rome, the Senate felt, could never be secure with so strong a power at her back across a narrow sea. When the Senate moved for war, the assembly demurred, and a tribune accused the patricians of seeking to divert attention from domestic ills. The opponents of war were easily silenced by charges of cowardice and lack of patriotism, and in 202 BC, T. Quinctius Flamininus sailed against Macedon. He was a youth of 30, one of that liberal Hellenizing circle which was gathering about the Scipios in Rome. After some careful maneuvering, he met Philip at Cynocephali and overwhelmed him, this in 197. Then he surprised all the Mediterranean nations, and perhaps Rome, by restoring the chastened Philip to a bankrupt and weakened throne, and offering freedom to all Greece. The imperialists in the Senate protested, but for a moment the liberals predominated, and in 196 the herald of Flamininus announced to a vast assemblage at the Isthmian Games that Greece was to be free from Rome, from Macedon, from tribute, even from garrisons. So great a cheer rose from the multitude, says Plutarch, that crows flying over the stadium fell dead.
When a cynical world questioned the sincerity of the Roman general, he answered by withdrawing his army to Italy. It was a bright page in the history of war. But one war always invites another. The Aetolian League resented Rome's emancipation of Greek cities formerly subject to the League, and appealed to Antiochus III, the Seleucid king, to reliberate liberated Greece. Inflated with some easy victories in the east, Antiochus thought of extending his power over all Western Asia. Pergamum, fearing him, called to Rome for help. The Senate sent Scipio Africanus and his brother Lucius with the first Roman army to touch Asiatic soil. The hostile forces met at Magnesia in 189, and Rome's victory inaugurated her conquest of the Hellenistic East. The Romans marched north, drove back into Galatia, or Anatolia, the Gauls who had threatened Pergamum, and earned the gratitude of all Ionian Greeks. The Greeks of Europe were not so pleased. Roman armies had spared Greek soil, but they now encompassed Greece on east and west. Rome had freed the Greeks, but on condition that both war and class war should end. Freedom without war was a novel and irksome life for the city-states that made up Hellas. The upper classes yearned to play power politics against neighboring cities, and the poor complained that Rome everywhere buttressed the rich against the poor. In 171, Perseus, son and successor of Philip V as king of Macedon, having arranged an alliance with Seleucus IV and Rhodes, called upon Greece to rise with him against Rome. 3 years later, Lucius Aemilius Paulus, son of the consul who had fallen at Cannae, defeated Perseus at Pydna, razed 70 Macedonian towns, and led Perseus captive to grace a magnificent triumph at Rome. Rhodes was punished by the emancipation of her tributary cities in Asia and by the establishment of a competitive port at Delos. 1,000 Greek leaders, including the historian Polybius, were taken as hostages to Italy, where in 16 years of exile 700 of them died. During the next decade, the relations between Greece and Rome moved even nearer to open enmity. The rival cities, factions, and classes of Hellas appealed to the Senate for support, and gave cause for interferences that made Greece actually subject, though nominally free. The partisans of the Scipios in the Senate were overruled by realists who felt that there would be no lasting peace or order in Greece until it was completely under Roman rule. In 146, the cities of the Achaean League, while Rome was in conflict with Carthage and Spain, announced a war of liberation. Leaders of the poor seized control of the movement, freed and armed the slaves, declared a moratorium on debts, promised a redistribution of land, and added revolution to war. When the Romans under Mummius entered Greece, they found a divided people and easily overcame the undisciplined Greek troops. Mummius burned Corinth, slew its males, sold its women and children into bondage, and carried nearly all its movable wealth and art to Rome. Greece and Macedon were made into a Roman province under a Roman governor. Only Athens and Sparta were allowed to remain under their own laws. Greece disappeared from political history for 2,000 years. 2. The transformation of Rome. Step by step the Roman Empire grew, not so much through conscious design as through the compulsions of circumstance and the ever-receding frontiers of security. In bloody battles at Cremona in 200 and Mutina in 193, the legions again subdued Cisalpine Gaul and pushed the boundaries of Italy to the Alps. Spain, re-won from Carthage, had to be kept under control lest Carthage should win it again. Besides, it was rich in iron, silver, and gold. The Senate exacted from it a heavy annual tribute in the form of bullion and coin, and the Roman governors reimbursed themselves liberally for spending a year away from home. So Quintus Minucius, after a brief proconsulate in Spain, brought to Rome 34,800 pounds of silver and 35,000 silver denarii. Spaniards were conscripted into the Roman army. Scipio Aemilianus had 40,000 of them in the force with which he took Spanish Numantia. In 195 B.C., the tribes broke out in wild revolt, which Marcus Cato put down with a hard integrity that recalled the proud virtues of a vanishing Roman breed. Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, in 179, adjusted his rule sympathetically to the character and civilization of the native population, made friends of the tribal chieftains, and distributed land among the poor. But one of his successors, Lucius Lucullus, in 151, violated the treaties made by Gracchus, attacked without cause any tribe that could yield plunder, and slaughtered or enslaved thousands of Spaniards without bothering to invent a pretext. Sulpicius Galba, in 150, lured 7,000 natives to his camp by a treaty promising them land. When they arrived, he had them surrounded and enslaved or massacred. In 154, the tribes of Lusitania, or Portugal,
began a 6-year war against Rome. An able leader, Viriathus, appeared among them, heroic in stature, endurance, courage, and nobility. For 8 years he defeated every army sent against him, until at last the Romans purchased his assassination. The rebellious Celtiberians of central Spain bore a siege of 15 months in Numantia, living on their dead. At last in 133 Scipio Aemilianus starved them into surrender. In general, the policy of the Roman Republic in Spain was so brutal and dishonest that it cost more than it paid. Never, said Mommsen, had war been waged with so much perfidy, cruelty, and avarice. The plunder from the provinces provided the funds for that orgy of corrupt and selfish wealth which was to consume the Republic in revolution. The indemnities paid by Carthage, Macedon, and Syria, the slaves that poured into Rome from every field of glory, the precious metals captured in the conquest of Cisalpine Gaul and Spain, the 400 million sesterces, or $60 million, taken from Antiochus and Perseus, the 4,503 pounds of gold and 220,000 pounds of silver seized by Manlius Vulso in his Asiatic campaigns. These and other windfalls turned the propertied classes in Rome in half a century, from 202 to 146 BC, from men of means into persons of such opulence as hitherto only monarchs had known. Soldiers returned from these gigantic raids with their pouches full of coins and spoils. As currency multiplied in Italy faster than building, the owners of realty in the capital tripled their fortunes without stirring a muscle or a nerve. Industry lagged while commerce flourished. Rome did not have to produce goods. It took the world's money and paid with that for the world's goods. Public works were expanded beyond precedent and enriched the publicans who lived on state contracts. Any Roman who had a little money bought shares in their corporations. Banks proliferated and prospered. They paid interest on deposits, cashed checks, or prescriptiones, met bills for their clients, lent and borrowed money, made or managed investments, and fattened on such relentless usury that cutthroat, or sector, and moneylender became one word. Rome was becoming not the industrial or commercial, but the financial and political center of the white man's world. Equipped with such means, the Roman patriciate and upper middle class passed with impressive speed from stoic simplicity to reckless luxury. The lifetime of Cato, from 234 to 149, saw the transformation almost completed. Houses became larger as families became smaller. Furniture grew lavish in a race for conspicuous expense. Great sums were paid for Babylonian rugs, for couches inlaid with ivory, silver, or gold. Precious stones and metals shone on tables and chairs, on the bodies of women, on the harness of horses. As physical exertion diminished and wealth expanded, the old simple diet gave way to long and heavy meals of meat, game, delicacies, and condiments. Exotic foods were indispensable to social position or pretense. One magnate paid 1,000 sesterces for the oysters served at a meal. Another imported anchovies at 1,600 sesterces a cask. Another paid 1,200 for a jar of caviar. Good chefs fetched enormous prices on the slave auction block. Drinking increased. Goblets had to be large and preferably of gold. Wine was less diluted, sometimes not at all. Sumptuary laws were passed by the Senate limiting expenditure on banquets and clothing, but as the senators ignored these regulations, no one bothered to observe them. The citizens, Cato mourned, no longer listened to good advice, for the belly has no ears. The individual became rebelliously conscious of himself as against the state, the son as against the father, the woman as against the man. Usually the power of woman rises with the wealth of a society, for when the stomach is satisfied, hunger leaves the field to love. Prostitution flourished. Homosexualism was stimulated by contact with Greece and Asia. Many rich men paid a talent, or $3,600 for a male favorite. Cato complained that a pretty boy cost more than a farm. But women did not yield the field to these Greek and Syrian invaders. They took eagerly to all those supports of beauty that wealth now put within their reach. Cosmetics became a necessity, and caustic soap imported from Gaul tinged graying hair into auburn locks. The rich bourgeois took pride in adorning his wife and daughter with costly clothing or jewelry, and made them the town criers of his prosperity. Even in government the role of women grew. Cato cried out that all other men rule over women, but we Romans, who rule all men, are ruled by our women. In 195 BC, the free women of Rome swept into the Forum and demanded the repeal of the Oppian Law of 215, which had forbidden women to use gold ornaments, varicolored dresses, or chariots.
Cato predicted the ruin of Rome if the law should be repealed. Livy puts into his mouth a speech that every generation has heard. If we had each of us upheld the rights and authority of the husband in our own households, we should not today have this trouble with our women. As things are now, our liberty of action, which has been annulled by female despotism at home, is crushed and trampled on here in the Forum. Call to mind all the regulations respecting women by which our ancestors curbed their license and made them obedient to their husbands. And yet with all those restrictions you can scarcely hold them in. If now you permit them to remove these restraints and to put themselves on an equality with their husbands, do you imagine that you will be able to bear them? From the moment that they become your equals, they will be your masters. The women laughed him down and stood their ground until the law was repealed. Cato revenged himself as censor by multiplying by 10 the taxes on the articles that Appius had forbidden, but the tide was in flow and could not be turned. Other laws disadvantageous to women were repealed or modified or ignored. Women won the free administration of their dowries, divorced their husbands or occasionally poisoned them, and doubted the wisdom of bearing children in an age of urban congestion and imperialistic wars. Already by 1600, Cato and Polybius had noted a decline of population, and the inability of the state to raise such armies as had risen to meet Hannibal. The new generation, having inherited world mastery, had no time or inclination to defend it. That readiness for war which had characterized the Roman landowner disappeared now that ownership was being concentrated in a few families, and a proletariat without stake in the country filled the slums of Rome. Men became brave by proxy. They crowded the amphitheater to see bloody games, and hired gladiators to fight before them at their banquets. Finishing schools were opened for both sexes, where young men and women learned to sing, play the lyre, and move gracefully. In the upper classes, manners became more refined as morals were relaxed. In the lower classes, manners continued to be coarse and vigorous, amusements often violent, language freely obscene. We get the odor of this lusty profanum vulgus in Plautus, and understand why it wearied of Terence. When a band of flute players attempted a musical concert at a triumph in 167, the audience forced the musicians to change their performance into a boxing match. In the widening middle classes, commercialism ruled unhindered. Their wealth was based no longer on realty but on mercantile investment or management. The old morality and a few Catos could not keep this new regime of mobile capital from setting the tone of Roman life. Everyone longed for money, everyone judged or was judged in terms of money. Contractors cheated on such a scale that many government properties, for example the Macedonian mines, had to be abandoned because the lessees exploited the workers and mulcted the state to a point where the enterprise brought in more tribulation than profit. That aristocracy which, if we may believe the historians, and we must not, had once esteemed honor above life, adopted the new morality and shared in the new wealth. It thought no longer of the nation, but of class and individual privileges and perquisites. It accepted presents and liberal bribes for bestowing its favor upon men or states, and found ready reasons for war with countries that had more wealth than power. Patricians stopped plebeians in the street and asked or paid for their votes. It became a common thing for magistrates to embezzle public funds, and an uncommon thing to see them prosecuted. For who could punish robbery among his fellows when half the members of the Senate had joined in violating treaties, robbing allies, and despoiling provinces? He who steals from a citizen, said Cato, ends his days in fetters and chains, but he who steals from the community ends them in purple and gold. Nevertheless, the prestige of the Senate was higher than ever before. It had brought Rome successfully through 2 Punic Wars and 3 Macedonian Wars. It had challenged and overcome all of Rome's rivals, had won the subservient friendship of Egypt, and had captured so much of the world's wealth that in 146 Italy was freed from direct taxation. In the crises of war and policy it had usurped many powers of the assemblies and the magistrates, but victory sanctified its usurpations. The machinery of the comitia had been made ridiculous by empire. The turbulent peoples who now submitted to rule by a senate largely composed of seasoned statesmen and triumphant generals would have protested passionately against having their affairs determined by the few thousand Italians who could attend the assemblies in Rome. The principle of democracy is freedom. The principle of war is discipline. Each requires the absence of the other. War demands superior intelligence and courage, quick decisions, united action, immediate obedience. The frequency of war doomed democracy. By law, the centurial assembly alone had the right to declare war or make peace, but by its power to conduct foreign relations, the Senate could usually bring matters to a point where the assembly had no longer any practical choice.
The Senate controlled the treasury and all outlays of public funds, and it controlled the judiciary by the rule that all important juries had to be taken from the senatorial list. The formulation and interpretation of the laws were in the hands of the patrician class. Within this aristocracy there was an oligarchy of dominant families. Till Sulla, Roman history is a record of families rather than of individuals. No great statesman stands out, but generation after generation the same names occur in the higher offices of the state. Out of 200 consuls between 233 and 133 BC, 159 belonged to 26 families, 100 to 10. The most powerful family in this period was the Cornelii. From the Publius Cornelius Scipio, who lost the Battle of the Trebia in 218, through his son Scipio Africanus, who defeated Hannibal, to the latter's adoptive grandson Scipio Aemilianus, who destroyed Carthage in 146, the history of Roman politics and war is largely the story of this family, and the revolution that destroyed the aristocracy was begun by the Gracchi, grandsons of Africanus. The saving victory at Zama made Africanus so popular with all classes that for a time Rome was ready to give him any office he desired. But when he and his brother Lucius returned from the war in Asia in 187, the party of Cato demanded that Lucius should give an account of the money paid him by Antiochus as an indemnity to be transmitted to Rome. Africanus refused to let his brother answer. Instead, he tore the records to shreds before the Senate. Lucius was brought to trial before the assembly and was convicted of embezzlement. He was saved from punishment by the tribunician veto of Africanus's son-in-law, Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus. Summoned to trial in his turn, Africanus disrupted the proceedings by inviting and leading the assembly to the temple of Jupiter to celebrate the anniversary of Zama. Summoned again, he refused to obey the call, retired to his estate at Laternum, and remained there unmolested till his death. The emergence of such individualism in politics corresponded with the growth of individualism in commerce and morals. The Roman Republic would soon be destroyed by the unfettered energy of its great men. The redeeming feature of this aristocracy and this age was their awakened appreciation of the beautiful. Contact with Greek culture in Italy, Sicily, and Asia had acquainted the Romans not merely with the pertinences of luxury, but with the highest products of classic art. The conquerors brought back with them world-famous paintings and statues, cups and mirrors of chased metal, costly textiles and furniture. The older generation was shocked by Marcellus's adornment of Roman squares with the stolen sculptures of Syracuse. They complained not of the robbery, but of the idleness and vain talk among once industrious citizens who now stopped to examine and criticize trifles. Fulvius carried off 1,015 statues from Pyrrhus's collection in Ambracia. Aemilius Paulus filled 50 chariots in his triumph with the art treasures he had taken from Greece as partial payment for liberating her. Sulla, Verres, Nero, and 1,000 other Romans were to do likewise through 200 years. Greece was denuded to clothe the Roman mind. Overwhelmed with this invasion, Italian art abandoned its native quality and styles, and, with one exception, surrendered to Greek artists, themes, and forms. Greek sculptors, painters, and architects, following the line of greatest gold, migrated to Rome and slowly Hellenized the capital of their conquerors. Rich Romans began to build their mansions in the Greek manner around an open court, and to adorn them with Greek columns, statuary, paintings, and furniture. Temples changed more slowly, lest the gods take offense. For them, the short cella and high podium of the Tuscan style remained the rule. But as more Olympians were domiciled in Rome, it seemed appropriate to design their homes on the slenderer Hellenic scale. In one vital respect, however, Roman art, while still taking hints from Greece, expressed with unique means and power the sturdy Italic soul. For triumphal and decorative monuments, basilicas, and aqueducts, the Roman architect replaced the architrave with the arch. In 184, Cato built in stone the Basilica Portia. 5 years later, Aemilius Paulus gave its first form to that Basilica Aemilia which his descendants would repair and beautify through many generations. The typical Roman basilica, designed for the transaction of business or law, was a long rectangle divided into nave and aisles by 2 internal rows of columns, and usually roofed with a coffered barrel vault, a development taken from Alexandria. Since the nave was higher than the aisles, a clerestory of pierced stone trellises could be carved above each aisle for the admission of light and air. Here, of course, was the essential interior form of the medieval cathedral. With these vast edifices, Rome began to take on that aspect of magnificence and strength which was to distinguish the city even after it ceased to be the capital of the world. 3. The new gods.
How are the old gods faring in this age of reckless change? This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 3, Caesar and Christ, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 4, Side 1. How are the old gods faring in this age of reckless change? Apparently, a rivulet of unbelief had trickled down from the aristocracy to the crowd. It is hard to understand how a people still faithful to the ancient pantheon could have accepted with such boisterous approval those comedies in which Plautus, with whatever excuse of following Greek models, made fun of Jupiter's labors with Alcmena and turned Mercury into a buffoon. Even Cato, so anxious to preserve old forms, marveled at the ability of two augurs to keep from laughing when they met face to face. Too long these takers of auspices had been suborned to political trickery. Prodigies and portents had been concocted to mold public opinion, the vote of the people had been annulled by pious humbuggery, and religion had consented to turn exploitation into a sacrament. It was a bad omen that Polybius, after living 17 years among the highest circles in Rome, could write about 150 BC as if the Roman religion were merely a tool of government. The quality in which the Roman Commonwealth is most distinctly superior is, in my judgment, the nature of its religion. The very thing that among other nations is an object of reproach, that is, superstition, is that which maintains the cohesion of the Roman state. These matters are clothed in such pomp and introduced to such an extent into public and private life as no other religion can parallel. I believe that the government has adopted this course for the sake of the common people. This might not have been necessary had it been possible to form a state composed of wise men, but as every multitude is fickle, full of lawless desires, unreasoned passions, and violent anger, it must be held in by invisible terrors and religious pageantry. Polybius could have justified himself, perhaps, by recent incidents tending to show that, despite Plautus and philosophy, superstition still was king. When the disaster of Cannae seemed to leave Rome defenseless against Hannibal, the excitable populace fell into a panic and cried, "To what god must we pray to save Rome?" The Senate sought to still the commotion by human sacrifice, then by prayers to Greek gods, then by applying the Greek ritual to all gods, Roman and Greek alike. Finally, the Senate decided that if it could not prevent superstition, it would organize and control it. In 205, it announced that the Sibylline books foretold that Hannibal would leave Italy if the Magna Mater, a form of the goddess Cybele, should be brought from Phrygian Pessinus to Rome. Attalus, king of Pergamum, consented. The black stone, which was believed to be the incarnation of the Great Mother, was shipped to Ostia, where it was received with impressive ceremony by Scipio Africanus and a band of virtuous matrons. When the vessel that bore it was grounded in the Tiber's mud, the Vestal Virgin Claudia freed it and drew it upstream to Rome by the magic power of her chastity. Then the matrons, each holding the stone tenderly in her turn, carried it in solemn procession to the Temple of Victory, and the pious people burned incense at their doors as the Great Mother passed. The Senate was shocked to find that the new divinity had to be served by self-emasculated priests. Such men were found, but no Roman was allowed to be among them. From that time onward, Rome celebrated every April the Megalesia, or Feast of the Great Goddess, first with wild sorrow and then with wild rejoicing. For Cybele was a vegetation deity, and legend told how her son Attis, symbol of autumn and spring, had died and gone to Hades, and then had risen from the dead. In that same year, 205, Hannibal left Italy, and the Senate complimented itself on its handling of the religious crisis. But the wars with Macedon opened the gates to Greece and the East. In the wake of soldiers returning with Eastern spoils, ideas, and myths, came a flood of Greek and Asiatic captives, slaves, refugees, traders, travelers, athletes, artists, actors, musicians, teachers, and lecturers. And men in their migrations carry along their gods. The lower classes of Rome were pleased to learn of Dionysus Bacchus, of Orpheus and Eurydice, of mystic rites that gave a divine inspiration and intoxication, of initiations that revealed the resurrected deity and promised the worshipper eternal life. In 186, the Senate was disturbed to learn that a considerable minority of the people had adopted the Dionysian cult, and that the new god was being celebrated by nocturnal bacchanalia, whose secrecy lent color to rumors of unrestrained drinking and sexual revelry. More uncleanliness was wrought with men than with women, says Livy, and he adds, probably turning gossip into history, that
Whoever would not submit to defilement was sacrificed as a victim. The Senate suppressed the cult, arrested 7,000 of the devotees, and sentenced hundreds to death. It was a temporary victory in the long war that Rome was to wage against Oriental faiths. 4. The coming of philosophy. The Greek conquest of Rome took the form of sending Greek religion and comedy to the Roman plebs, Greek morals, philosophy, and art to the upper classes. These Greek gifts conspired with wealth and empire in that sapping of Roman faith and character which was one part of Hellas's long revenge upon her conquerors. The conquest reached its climax in Roman philosophy, from the Stoic Epicureanism of Lucretius to the Epicurean Stoicism of Seneca. In Christian theology, Greek metaphysics overcame the gods of Italy. Greek culture triumphed in the rise of Constantinople as first the rival and then the successor of Rome, and when Constantinople fell, Greek literature, philosophy, and art reconquered Italy and Europe in the Renaissance. This is the central stream in the history of European civilization. All other currents are tributaries. "It was no little brook that flowed from Greece into our city," said Cicero, "but a mighty river of culture and learning." Henceforth, the mental, artistic, and religious life of Rome was a part of the Hellenistic world. The invading Greeks found a strategic opening in the schools and lecture halls of Rome. A swelling stream of Greculi, Greeklings as the scornful Romans called them, followed the armies returning from the east. Many of them, as slaves, became tutors in Roman families. Some, the grammatici, inaugurated secondary education in Rome by opening schools for instruction in the language and literature of Greece. Some, the rhetores, gave private instruction and public lectures on oratory, literary composition, and philosophy. Roman orators, even the Miss-Hellenist Cato, began to model their addresses on the speeches of Lysias, Aeschines, and Demosthenes. Few of these Greek teachers had any religious belief, fewer transmitted any. A small minority of them followed Epicurus and preceded Lucretius in describing religion as the chief evil in human life. The patricians saw where the wind was blowing and tried to stop it. In 173, the Senate banished 2 Epicureans, and in 161 it decreed that no philosophers or rhetors shall be permitted in Rome. The wind would not stop. In 159, Crates of Malus, Stoic head of the Royal Library at Pergamum, came to Rome on an official embassy, broke a leg, stayed on, and while convalescing, gave lectures on literature and philosophy. In 155, Athens sent as ambassadors to Rome the leaders of its 3 great philosophical schools: Carneades, the academic or Platonist, Critolaus, the peripatetic or Aristotelian, and Diogenes, the Stoic, of Seleucia. Their coming was almost as strong a stimulus as Chrysoloras would bring to Italy in 1453. Carneades spoke on eloquence so eloquently that the younger set came daily to hear him. He was a complete skeptic, doubted the existence of the gods, and argued that as good reasons could be given for doing injustice as for being just, a belated surrender of Plato to Thrasymachus. When old Cato heard of this, he moved in the Senate that the ambassadors be sent home. They were, but the new generation had tasted the wine of philosophy, and from this time onward the rich youth of Rome went eagerly to Athens and Rhodes to exchange their oldest faith for the newest doubts. The very conquerors of Greece were in person the sponsors of Hellenistic culture and philosophy in Rome. Flamininus, who had loved Greek literature before invading Macedon and freeing Greece, was deeply moved by the art and drama he saw in Hellas. We must lay it to the credit side of Rome that some of its generals could understand Polyclitus and Phidias, Scopas and Praxiteles, even if they carried their appreciation to the point of robbery. Of all the spoils that Aemilius Paulus brought back from his victories over Perseus, he kept for himself only the library of the king as a heritage for his children. He had his sons instructed in Greek literature and philosophy, as well as in the Roman arts of the chase and war, and so far as his public duties permitted, he shared in these studies with his children. Before Paulus died, his youngest son was adopted by his friend, P. Cornelius Scipio, son of Africanus. Following Roman custom, the lad took the name of his adoptive father and added the name of his father's clan. In this way he became the P. Cornelius Scipio Aemilianus, whom we shall hereafter mean by Scipio. He was a handsome and healthy youth, simple in habits and moderate in speech, affectionate and generous, so honest that at his death, after having all the plunder of Carthage pass through his hands, he left only 33 pounds of silver and 2 of gold. though he had lived like a scholar rather than as a man of means. In his youth he met the Greek exile Polybius, who earned his gratitude and lifelong friendship by giving him good advice and good books. The boy won his spurs by fighting under his father at Pydna. In Spain he accepted the challenge of the enemy to single combat and won. In private life he gathered about him a group of distinguished Romans interested in Greek thought. Chief among them was Gaius Laelius, a man of kindly wisdom and steadfast friendship, just in judgment and blameless in life, and second only to Aemilianus in eloquence of speech and purity of style. Cicero, across a century, fell in love with Laelius, named after him his essay on friendship, and wished he might have lived not in his own turbulent epoch, but in that exalted circle of Rome's intellectual youth. Its influence on literature was considerable. Through participation in it, Terence developed the elegant precision of his language, and Gaius Lucilius, 180 to 103, perhaps learned here to give a social purpose to the satires with which he lashed the vices and luxury of the age. The Greek mentors of this group were Polybius and Panetius. Polybius lived for years in Scipio's home. He was a realist and a rationalist, and had few illusions about men and states. Panetius came from Rhodes and, like Polybius, belonged to the Greek aristocracy. For many years he lived with Scipio in affectionate intimacy and reciprocal influence. He stirred Scipio to all the nobility of Stoicism, and probably it was Scipio who persuaded him to modify the extreme ethical demands of that philosophy into a more practicable creed. In a book on duties, Panetius laid down the central ideas of Stoicism, that man is part of a whole and must cooperate with it, with his family, his country, and the divine soul of the world, that he is here not to enjoy the pleasures of the senses, but to do his duty without complaint or stint. Panetius did not, like the earlier Stoics, require a perfect virtue or complete indifference to the goods and fortunes of life. Educated Romans grasped at his philosophy as a dignified and presentable substitute for a faith in which they had ceased to believe, and found in its ethic a moral code completely congenial to their traditions and ideals. Stoicism became the inspiration of Scipio, the ambition of Cicero, the better self of Seneca, the guide of Trajan, the consolation of Aurelius, and the conscience of Rome. 5. The awakening of literature. It was a basic purpose of the Scipionic circle to encourage literature as well as philosophy, to mold the Latin tongue into a refined and fluent literary medium, to lure the Roman muses to the nourishing springs of Greek poetry, and to provide an audience for promising writers of verse or prose. In 204, Scipio Africanus proved his character by welcoming to Rome a poet brought there by Cato, the strongest opponent of everything represented by the Scipios and their friends. Quintus Ennius had been born of Greek and Italian parentage near Brundisium in 239. He had received his education in Tarentum, and his enthusiastic spirit had been deeply impressed by the Greek dramas presented on the Tarentine stage. His courage as a soldier in Sardinia attracted Cato, who was quaestor there. Arrived in Rome, he lived by teaching Latin and Greek, recited his verses to his friends, and found admittance to the circle of the Scipios. There was hardly a poetic form that he did not try. He wrote a few comedies and at least 20 tragedies. He was in love with Euripides, flirted like him with radical ideas, and plagued the pious with such Epicurean quips as, "I grant you there are gods, but they don't care what men do, else it would go well with the good and ill with the bad, which rarely happens." According to Cicero, the audience applauded the lines. He translated or paraphrased Euhemerus's Sacred History, which argued that the gods were merely dead heroes deified by popular sentiment. He was not immune to theology of a kind, for he announced that the soul of Homer, having passed through many bodies, including Pythagoras and a peacock, now resided in Ennius. He wrote with verve an epic history of Rome from Aeneas to Pyrrhus, and these annales became, till Virgil, the national poem of Italy. A few fragments survive, of which the most famous is a line that Roman conservatives never tired of quoting. Moribus antiquis stat res Romana virisque. The Roman state stands through its ancient morals and its great men. Metrically, the poem was a revolution. It replaced the loose Saturnian verse of Nevius with the flowing and flexible hexameters of Greek epic poetry. Ennius molded Latin to new forms and powers, filled his lines with the meat of thought, and prepared for Lucretius, Horace, and Virgil in method, vocabulary, theme, and ideas. To crown his career, he wrote a treatise on the pleasures of the palate,
and died of gout at 70 after composing a proud epitaph. "Pay me no tears, nor for my passing grieve. I linger on the lips of men and live." Ennius succeeded in everything but comedy. Perhaps he took philosophy too seriously, forgetting his counsel that one must philosophize but not too much. The people rightly preferred laughter to philosophy, and made Plautus rich and Ennius poor. For like reasons they gave little encouragement to the tragic drama in Rome. The tragedies of Pacuvius and Accius were acclaimed by the aristocracy, ignored by the people, and forgotten by time. In Rome, as in Athens, plays were presented to the public by state officials as partial celebration of a religious festival, or as the obsequies of some distinguished citizen. The theater of Plautus and Terence consisted of a wooden scaffolding supporting a decorated background, the scena, and in front of this a circular orchestra, or platform for dancing. The rear half of this circle formed the proscenium, or stage. These flimsy structures were torn down after each festival, like our reviewing stands today. The spectators stood or sat on stools they had brought, or squatted on the ground under the sky. Not till 145 was a complete theater built in Rome, still of wood and roofless, but fitted with seats in the Greek semicircular style. No admission was charged. Slaves might attend but not sit. Women were admitted only in the rear. The audience in this period was probably the roughest and dullest in dramatic history, a jostling, boisterous crowd of groundlings. It is sad to note how often the prologues beg for quiet and better manners, and how the crude jokes and stereotyped ideas must be repeated to be understood. Some prologues ask mothers to leave their babies at home, or threaten noisy children, or admonish women not to chatter so much. Such petitions occur even in the midst of the published plays. If an exhibition of prize-fighting or rope-walking happened to compete, the play, as like as not, would be interrupted until the more exciting performance was over. At the end of a Roman comedy, the words "Nunc plaudite omnes," or some variant, made plain that the play was finished and that applause was in order. The best feature of the Roman stage was the acting. The leading part was usually played by the manager, a freeman. The other performers were mostly Greek slaves. Any citizen who became an actor forfeited his civic rights, a custom that lasted till Voltaire. Female parts were taken by men. As audiences were small, actors in this age did not wear masks, but contented themselves with paint and wigs. About 100 BC, as audiences grew larger, the mask became necessary to distinguish the characters. It was called persona, apparently from the Etruscan word for mask, persu, and the parts were called dramatis personae, masks of the play. Tragedians wore a high shoe or buskin, or cothurnus, comedians a low shoe or sock, or soccus. Parts of the play were sung to the obligato of a flute. Sometimes singers sang the parts while actors performed them in pantomime. The Plautine comedies were written in rough and ready iambic verse, imitating the meter as well as the matter of their Greek models. Most of the Latin comedies that have come down to us were taken directly or by combination from one or more Greek dramas, usually from Philemon, Menander, or other practitioners of the new comedy in Athens. The author and title of the Greek original were usually named on the title page. Adaptations of Aristophanes and the Old Comedy were ruled out by a law of the 12 Tables, punishing political satire with death. It was probably fear of this lethal legislation that led the Latin playwrights to keep the Greek scenes, characters, customs, names, even coins of their originals. But for Plautus, Roman law would have banished Roman life almost completely from the Roman stage. This police supervision did not exclude coarseness and obscenity. The aedile wished to amuse the crowd, not to elevate it, and the Roman government was never displeased by the ignorance of the multitude. The audience preferred broad humor to wit, buffoonery to subtlety, vulgarity to poetry, Plautus to Terence. T. Maxius Plautus, literally Titus the Flat-Footed Clown, had made his first entrance in Umbria in 254. Coming to Rome, he worked as a stagehand, saved his money, invested it eagerly, and lost it. To eat, he wrote plays, his adaptations from the Greek pleased by the Roman allusions scattered through them. He made money again and was given the citizenship of Rome. He was a man of the people and the earth, exuberantly jolly, Rabelaisianly robust. He laughed with everyone at everyone, but felt a hearty goodwill toward all. He wrote or refurbished 130 plays, of which 20 survive. The Miles Gloriosus is a jolly picture of a braggart soldier whose servant feeds him hopefully with lies. Servant: You saw those girls who stopped me yesterday? Captain: What did they say? Servant: Why, when you passed, they asked me, What? Is the great Achilles here? I answered, No, it's his brother. Then says the other one, Troth, he is handsome. What a noble man. What splendid hair. And begged me, both of them, to make you take a walk again today, that they might get a better sight of you. Captain: 'Tis a great nuisance being so very handsome. The Amphitryon turns the laugh upon Jove, who, disguised as Alcmena's husband, calls upon himself to witness his own oath and offers pious sacrifice to Jupiter. The day after he seduces the lady, she bears twins. At the end, Plautus asks the god to forgive him and to take the lion's share of the applause. The story proved as popular in the Rome of Plautus as in the Athens of Menander, the Paris of Molière, or the New York of our own time. The Aulularia is the tale of a miser's hoard, told with more sympathy than in Molière's Avare. The miser collects the parings of his nails and laments the wasted water in the tears he has shed. The Menechmi is the old story of twins and their climactic recognition, a source for Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors. Lessing thought the Captivi the best play ever staged. Plautus, too, liked it and made its prologue say, It is not hackneyed or just like the rest. It has no filthy lines one must not quote, no perjured pander, and no wicked wench. It is true, but the plot is so intricate, so dependent upon improbable coincidences and revelations, that a mind allergic to dead history may be forgiven for passing it by. What made these comedies succeed was not their ancient plots, but their wealth of humorous incident, their rollicking puns as bad as Shakespeare's, their boisterous indecency, their gallery of precipitate women, and their occasional sentiment. In every play the audience could rely upon finding a love affair, a seduction, a handsome and virtuous hero, and a slave with more brains than all the rest of the characters put together. Here, almost at its outset, Roman literature touches the common man and reaches through Greek disguises to the realities of daily life as Latin poetry would never do again. Probably in the year of Plautus's death, 184, Publius Terentius Afer was born at Carthage of Phoenician, perhaps also of African blood. We know nothing more of him until he appears as the slave of Terentius Lucanus in Rome. This senator recognized the shy lad's talent, gave him an education, and freed him. The youth in gratitude took his master's name. We get a pleasant note of Roman manners when we hear how Terence, poor and meanly clad, came to the house of Caecilius Statius, whose comedies, now lost, were then dominating the Roman stage, and read him the first scene of the Andria. Caecilius was so charmed that he invited the poet to dinner and listened admiringly to the rest. Terence soon won a hearing from Aemilianus and Lelius, who sought to form his style in the polished Latin so dear to their hearts. Hence gossip said that Lelius was writing Terence's plays, a report which the author, with tact and prudence, neither confirmed nor denied. Moved perhaps by the respectful Hellenism of the Scipionic circle, Terence adhered faithfully to his Greek originals, gave his plays Greek titles, avoided allusions to Roman life, and called himself merely a translator, a modest understatement of his work. We do not know the fate of the play that Caecilius liked so well. The Hecyra, which Terence wrote next, failed because its audience slipped away to watch a bear fight. Fortune smiled in 162 when he produced his most famous play, the Heauton Timarumenos, or Self-Tormentor. It told the story of a father who had forbidden his son to marry the girl of his choice. The son married her nevertheless. The father disowned and banished him, and then, in self-punishing remorse, refused to touch his wealth, but lived in hard labor and poverty. A neighbor proposes to mediate. The father asks why he takes so kindly an interest in the troubles of others, and the neighbor replies in a world-renowned line which all the audience applauded. Homo sum, humani nihil a me alienum puto. I am a man. I consider nothing human alien to me. In the following year, the eunuch was so well received that it was performed twice in the same day, then a rare event, and earned Terence 8,000 sesterces, or $1,200 between morning and night. A few months later appeared the Phormio, named from the witty servant who saved his master from paternal ire, and became the model for Beaumarchais' lusty Figaro. In 160, Terence's last play, the Adelphi, or Brothers, was performed at the funeral games of Aemilius Paulus.
Soon afterward, the playwright sailed for Greece. On the way back, he died of illness in Arcadia in his 25th year. His later plays had suffered in popularity because Hellenism had won in him too full a victory. He lacked the vivacity and abounding humor of Plautus. He never thought to deal with Roman life. There were no lusty villains in his comedies, no reckless strumpets. All his feminine characters were handled with tenderness, and even his prostitutes hovered on the brink of virtue. There were fine pithy lines and memorable phrases. Hinc illae lacrimae, hence those tears. Fortes fortuna adjuvat, fortune favors the brave. Quot homines tot sententiae, as many opinions as men. And 100 more. But they required for their appreciation a philosophical intelligence or literary sensitivity which the African slave found wanting in the Roman plebs. It did not care for his comedies that were half-tragedies, his well-built but slowly moving plots, his subtle studies of strange characters, his quiet dialogue and too-even style, and the almost insulting purity of his language. It was as if the audience felt that a breach, never to be healed, had been opened between the people and the literature of Rome. Cicero, too near to Catullus to see him and too prudent to relish Lucretius, thought Terence the finest poet of the Republic. Caesar estimated him more justly when he praised the lover of pure speech, but deplored the lack of vis comica, the power of laughter, in Terence, and called him dimidiatus menander, half a menander. One thing, nevertheless, Terence had achieved. This Semitic alien, inspired by Lelius and Greece, had molded the Latin language at last into a literary instrument that would in the next century make possible the prose of Cicero and Virgil's poetry. 6. Cato and the conservative opposition. This Greek invasion in literature, philosophy, religion, science, and art, this revolution in manners, morals, and blood, filled old-fashioned Romans with disgust and dread. Out on a Sabine farm, a retired senator, Valerius Flaccus, fretted over the decay of the Roman character, the corruption of politics, the replacement of the mos maiorum with Greek ideas and ways. He was too old to fight the tide himself. But on a nearby homestead, just outside Rieti, was a young plebeian peasant who showed all the old Roman qualities, loved the soil, worked hard, saved carefully, lived with conservative simplicity, and yet talked as brilliantly as a radical. He bore the names Marcus Porcius Cato, Porcius because his family had for generations raised pigs, Cato because they had been shrewd. Flaccus encouraged him to study law. Cato did and won his neighbors' cases in the local courts. Flaccus advised him to go to Rome. Cato went, and by the age of 30 obtained the quaestorship, this in 204. By 199 he was aedile, by 198 praetor, by 195 consul, in 191 tribune, in 184 censor. Meanwhile he served 26 years in the army as a fearless soldier and an able and ruthless general. He considered discipline the mother of character and freedom. He despised a soldier who plied his hands in marching and his feet in fighting, and whose snore was louder than his battle cry. But he won the respect of his troops by marching beside them on foot, giving each of them a pound of silver from the spoils, and keeping nothing for himself. In the intervals of peace he denounced rhetors and rhetoric, and became the most powerful orator of his time. The Romans listened in reluctant fascination, for no one had ever spoken to them with such obvious honesty and stinging wit. The lash of his tongue might fall upon any man present, but it was pleasant to see it descend upon one's neighbor. Cato fought corruption recklessly, and seldom let the sun set without having made new enemies. Few loved him, for his scar-covered face and his wild red hair disconcerted them, his big teeth threatened them, his asceticism shamed them, his industry left them lagging, his green eyes looked through their words into their selfishness. 44 times his patrician enemies tried to destroy him by public indictments. 44 times he was saved by the votes of farmers who, like him, resented venality and luxury. When their votes made him censor, all Rome shuddered. He carried out the threats with which he had won the campaign, laid heavy taxes upon luxuries, fined a senator for extravagance, and excluded from the Senate 6 members in whose record he found malfeasance. He expelled Manilius for kissing his wife in public. As for himself, he said, he never embraced his wife except when it thundered, though he was glad when it thundered. He completed the drainage system of the city, cut the pipes that had clandestinely tapped water from the public aqueducts or conduits, compelled owners to demolish the illegal projections of their buildings upon or over the public right-of-way, forced down the price paid by the state for public works,
and frightened the tax collectors into remitting a larger share of their receipts to the treasury. After 5 years of heroic opposition to the nature of man, he retired from office, made successful investments, manned his now vast farm with slaves, lent money at usurious rates, bought slaves cheap, and, after training them in some skill, sold them dear, and became so rich that he could afford to write books, an occupation he despised. Cato was the first great writer of Latin prose. He began by publishing his own speeches. Then he issued a manual of oratory, demanded a rugged Roman style instead of the Isocratean smoothness of the rhetors, and set a theme for Quintilian by defining the orator as vir bonus dicendi peritus, a good man skilled in speaking. But was there ever union so rare? He put his farming experiences to use by composing a treatise De Agricultura, the only work of Cato, and the oldest literary Latin that time has saved. It is written in a simple and vigorous style, pithily compact. Cato wastes no words, and seldom condescends to a conjunction. He gives detailed advice on buying and selling slaves. Old ones should be sold before they become a loss, on renting land to sharecroppers, on viticulture and arboriculture, on domestic management and industries, on making cement and cooking dainties, on curing constipation and diarrhea, on healing snakebite with the dung of swine, and offering sacrifice to the gods. Asking himself what is the wisest use of agricultural land, he answers, profitable cattle raising. The next best, moderately profitable cattle raising. The third best, very unprofitable cattle raising. The fourth, to plow the land. This was the argument that gave the latifundia to Italy. The most important of his books was probably the Lost Origines, a brave attempt to deal with the antiquities, ethnology, institutions, and history of Italy from the beginnings to the very year of Cato's death. Nearly all that we know of it is that, to spite the aristocracy through its touted ancestors, the author named no generals in it, but lauded by name an elephant that had fought well against Pyrrhus. Cato designed this work and his essays on oratory, agriculture, sanitation, military science, and law to form an encyclopedia for the education of his son. By writing in Latin, he hoped to displace the Greek textbooks that were, in his judgment, warping the minds of Roman youth. Though he himself studied Greek, he seems to have been sincere in his conviction that an education in Greek literature and philosophy would so rapidly dissolve the religious beliefs of young Romans that their moral life would be left defenseless against the instincts of acquisition, pugnacity, and sex. His condemnation, like Nietzsche's, took in Socrates. That prattling old midwife, Cato thought, had been rightly poisoned for undermining the morals and laws of Athens. Even Greek physicians irked him. He preferred the old household remedies and distrusted the ever-ready surgeons. The Greeks, he wrote to his son, are an intractable and iniquitous race. You may take my word for it, that when this people bestows its literature upon Rome, it will ruin everything, and all the sooner if it sends us its physicians. They have conspired among themselves to murder all barbarians. I forbid you to have anything to do with physicians. Having these ideas, he was a natural antagonist of the Scipionic circle, which thought the spread of Greek literature in Rome a necessary ferment in shifting Latin letters and the Roman mind to a fuller growth. Cato lent his aid to the prosecution of Africanus and his brother. The laws against embezzlement should be no respecters of persons. Toward foreign states, with one exception, he advocated a policy of justice and non-intervention. Despising Greeks, he respected Greece. And when the imperialistic plunderers in the Senate were for waging war upon rich roads, he made a decisive speech in favor of conciliation. The exception, as all the world knows, was Carthage. Sent there on an official mission in 175, he had been shocked by the rapid recovery of the city from the effects of the Hannibalic War, the fruitful orchards and vineyards, the wealth that poured in from revived commerce, the arms that mounted in the arsenals. On his return, he held up before the Senate a bundle of fresh figs that he had plucked in Carthage 3 days before as an ominous symbol of her prosperity and her nearness to Rome. And he predicted that if Carthage were left unchecked, she would soon be rich and strong enough to renew the struggle for the mastery of the Mediterranean. From that day, with characteristic pertinacity, he ended all his speeches in the Senate on whatever subject with his dour conviction, Ceterum censeo delendum esse Carthaginum. Besides, I think that Carthage must be destroyed. The imperialists in the Senate agreed with him, not so much because they coveted Carthage's trade, as because they saw in the well-irrigated fields of North Africa a new investment for their money, new latifundia to be tilled by new slaves. They awaited eagerly a pretext,
for the Third Punic War. 7. Carthago Delata. Their cue came from the most extraordinary ruler of his time. Massinissa, king of Numidia, lived 90 years, from 238 to 148, begot a son at 86, and by a vigorous regimen kept his health and strength almost to the end. He organized his nomad people into a settled agricultural society and a disciplined state, ruled them ably for 60 years, adorned Cirta, his capital, with lordly architecture, and left as his tomb the great pyramid that still stands near the town of Constantine, in Tunisia. Having won the friendship of Rome and knowing the political weakness of Carthage, he repeatedly raided and appropriated Carthaginian terrain, took Great Leptis and other cities, and finally controlled all land approaches to the harassed metropolis. Bound by treaty to make no war without Rome's consent, Carthage sent ambassadors to the Senate to protest against Massinissa's encroachments. The Senate reminded them that all Phoenicians were interlopers in Africa and had no rights there which any well-armed nation was obliged to respect. When Carthage paid the last of her 50 annual indemnities of 200 talents to Rome, she felt herself released from the treaty signed after Zama. In 151 she declared war against Numidia, and a year later Rome declared war against her. The latter declaration and the news that the Roman fleet had already sailed for Africa reached Carthage at the same time. The ancient city, however rich in population and trade, was quite unprepared for a major war. She had a small army, a smaller navy, no mercenaries, no allies. Rome controlled the sea. Utica therefore declared for Rome, and Massinissa blocked all egress from Carthage to the hinterland. An embassy hastened to Rome with authority to meet all demands. The Senate promised that if Carthage would turn over to the Roman consuls in Sicily 300 children of the noblest families as hostages, and would obey whatever orders the consuls would give, the freedom and territorial integrity of Carthage would be preserved. Secretly, the Senate bade the consuls carry out the instructions that they had already received. The Carthaginians gave up their children, with forebodings and laments. The relatives crowded the shores in a despondent farewell. At the last moment the mothers tried by force to prevent the ships from sailing, and some swam out to sea to catch a last glimpse of their children. The consuls sent the hostages to Rome, crossed to Utica with army and fleet, summoned the Carthaginian ambassadors, and required of Carthage the surrender of her remaining ships, a great quantity of grain, and all her engines and weapons of war. When these conditions had been fulfilled, the consuls further demanded that the population of Carthage should retire to 10 miles from the city, which was then to be burned to the ground. The ambassadors argued in vain that the destruction of a city which had surrendered hostages and its arms without striking a blow was a treacherous atrocity unknown to history. They offered their own lives as a vicarious atonement. They flung themselves upon the ground and beat the earth with their heads. The consuls replied that the terms were those of the Senate and could not be changed. When the people of Carthage heard what was demanded of them, they lost their sanity. Parents mad with grief tore limb from limb the leaders who had advised surrendering the child hostages. Others killed those who had counseled the surrender of arms. Some dragged the returning ambassadors through the streets and stoned them. Some killed whatever Italians could be found in the city. Some stood in the empty arsenals and wept. The Carthaginian Senate declared war against Rome and called all adults, men and women, slave or free, to form a new army and to forge anew the weapons of defense. Fury gave them resolution. Public buildings were demolished to provide metal and timber. The statues of cherished gods were melted down to make swords, and the hair of the women was shorn to make ropes. In 2 months, the beleaguered city produced 8,000 shields, 18,000 swords, 30,000 spears, 60,000 catapult missiles, and built in its inner harbor a fleet of 120 ships. 3 years the city stood siege by land and sea. Again and again the consuls led their armies against the walls, but always they were repulsed. Only Scipio Aemilianus, one of the military tribunes, proved resourceful and brave. Late in 147 the Roman Senate and Assembly made him consul and commander, and all men approved. Soon afterward Lilius succeeded in scaling the walls. The Carthaginians, though weakened and decimated by starvation, fought for their city street by street through 6 days of slaughter without quarter. Harassed by snipers, Scipio ordered all captured streets to be fired and leveled to the ground. Hundreds of concealed Carthaginians perished in the conflagration. At last the population, reduced from 500,000 to 55,000, surrendered. Hasdrubal, their general, pleaded for his life, which Scipio granted, but his wife, denouncing his cowardice, plunged with her sons into the flames. The survivors were sold as slaves, and the city was turned over to the legions for pillage. Reluctant to raise it, Scipio sent to Rome for final instructions. The Senate replied that not only Carthage, but all such of her dependencies as had stood by her were to be completely destroyed, that the soil should be plowed and sown with salt, and a formal curse laid upon any man who should attempt to build upon the site. For 17 days the city burned. There was no treaty of peace, for the Carthaginian state no longer existed. Utica and other African cities that had helped Rome were left free under a protectorate. The remainder of Carthage's territory became the province of Africa. Roman capitalists came in to divide the land into latifundia, and Roman merchants fell heir to Carthaginian trade. Imperialism became now the frank and conscious motive of Roman politics. Syracuse was absorbed into the province of Sicily, southern Gaul was subdued as a necessary land route to completely subjected Spain, and the Hellenistic monarchies of Egypt and Syria were quietly induced, like Antiochus IV by Popilius, to submit to the wishes of Rome. From the moral standpoint, which is always a window dressing in international politics, the destruction of Carthage and Corinth in 146 must rank among the most brutal conquests in history. From the standpoint of empire, of security and wealth, it laid simultaneously the two cornerstones of Rome's commercial and naval supremacy. From that moment, the political history of the Mediterranean flowed through Rome. In the midst of the war, its chief instigators had died in the fullness of victory. Cato in 149, Massinissa in 148. The old censor had left a deep mark upon Roman history. Men would look back to him for many centuries as the typical Roman of the Republic. Cicero would idealize him in De Senectute. His great-great-grandson would reincarnate his philosophy without his humor. Marcus Aurelius would mold himself upon his example. Fronto would call upon Latin literature to return to the simplicity and directness of his style. Nevertheless, the destruction of Carthage was his only success. His war against Hellenism completely failed. Every department of Roman letters, philosophy, oratory, science, art, religion, morals, manners, and dress surrendered to Greek influence. He hated Greek philosophers. His famous descendant would surround himself with them. The religious faith that he had lost continued to decline despite his efforts to reanimate it. Above all, the political corruption that he had fought in his youth grew wider and deeper as the stakes of office rose with the empire's spread. Every new conquest made Rome richer, more rotten, more merciless. She had won every war but the class war, and the destruction of Carthage removed the last check to civil division and strife. Now, through 100 bitter years of revolution, Rome would pay the penalty of gaining the world. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 3, Caesar and Christ, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued. Cassette 4, Side 2. Book 2, The Revolution, 145 to 30 B.C. Chapter 6, The Agrarian Revolt, 145 to 78 B.C. 1. The Background of Revolution. The causes of revolution were many, the results were endless, the personalities thrown up by the crisis, from the Gracchi to Augustus, were among the most powerful in history. Never before, and never again till our own time, were such stakes fought for. Never was the world drama more intense. The first cause was the influx of slave-grown corn from Sicily, Sardinia, Spain, and Africa, which ruined many Italian farmers by reducing the price of domestic grains below the cost of production and marketing. Second was the influx of slaves, displacing peasants in the countryside and free workers in the towns. Third was the growth of large farms. A law of 220 forbade senators to take contracts or invest in commerce. Flush with the spoils of war, they bought up extensive tracts of agricultural land. Conquered soil was sometimes sold in small plots to colonists and eased urban strife. More of it was given to capitalists in part payment of their war loans to the state. Most of it was bought or leased by senators or businessmen on terms fixed by the Senate. To compete with these latifundia, the little man had to borrow money at rates that ensured his inability to pay. Slowly he sank into poverty or bankruptcy, tenancy, or the slums. Finally, the peasant himself, after he had seen and looted the world as a soldier, had no taste or patience for the lonely labor and unadventurous chores of the farm. He preferred to join the turbulent proletariat of the city, watch without cost the exciting games of the amphitheater, receive cheap corn from the government, sell his vote to the highest bidder or promiser, and lose himself in the impoverished and indiscriminate mass. Roman society, once a community of free farmers, now rested more and more upon external plunder and internal slavery. In the city, all domestic service, many handicrafts, most trade, much banking, nearly all factory labor, and labor on public works were performed by slaves, reducing the wages of free workers to a point where it was almost as profitable to be idle as to toil. On the latifundia, slaves were preferred because they were not subject to military service, and their number could be maintained, generation after generation, as a byproduct of their only pleasure or their master's vice. All the Mediterranean region was raided to produce living machines for these industrialized farms. To the war prisoners led in after every victorious campaign were added the victims of pirates who captured slaves or freemen on or near the coasts of Asia, or of Roman officials whose organized manhunts impressed into bondage any provincial whom the local authorities did not dare protect. Every week slave dealers brought their human prey from Africa, Spain, Gaul, Germany, the Danube, Russia, Asia, and Greece to the ports of the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. It was not unusual for 10,000 slaves to be auctioned off at Delos in a single day. In 177, 40,000 Sardinians. In 167, 150,000 Epirotes were captured by Roman armies and sold as slaves, in the latter case at approximately $1 a head. In the city, the lot of the slave was mitigated by humanizing contacts with his master and by hope of emancipation. But on the large farms, no human relation interfered with exploitation. There, the slave was no longer a member of the household, as in Greece or early Rome. He seldom saw his owner, and the rewards of the overseer depended upon squeezing every possible profit from the chattels entrusted to his lash. The wages of the slave on the great estates were as much food and clothing as would enable him to toil from sunrise to sunset every day, barring occasional holidays, until senility. If he complained or disobeyed, he worked with chains about his ankles and spent the night in an ergastulum, a subterranean dungeon that formed a part of nearly every latifundium. It was a wasteful as well as a brutal system, for it supported hardly 1/20 of the families that once had lived on the same acreage as freemen. If we remember that at least half these slaves had once been free, for slaves seldom fought in the wars, we can surmise the bitterness of these broken lives, and must marvel at the rarity of their revolts. In 196, the rural slaves and free workers of Etruria rebelled. They were beaten down by Roman legions, and, Livy tells us, many were killed or taken prisoners, others were scourged and crucified. In 185, a like uprising occurred in Apulia. 7,000 slaves were captured and condemned to mines. In the mines of New Carthage alone, 4,000 Spaniards worked as slaves. In 139, the first servile war broke out in Sicily. 400 slaves accepted the call of Eunice and massacred the free population in the town of Enna. Slaves poured from the farms and private dungeons of Sicily and swelled the number of the rebels to 70,000. They occupied Agrigentum, defeated the forces of the Roman praetor, and held nearly all the island till 131, when a consular army penned them into Enna and starved them into surrender. Eunice was taken to Rome, dropped into an underground cell, and allowed to die of hunger and lice. In 133, lesser uprisings resulted in the execution of 150 slaves in Rome, 450 in Minturni, 4,000 in Sinuessa. In that year, Tiberius Gracchus passed the agrarian law that opened the Roman Revolution. 2. Tiberius Gracchus. He was the son of the Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, who had earned the gratitude of Spain by his generous administration, had served twice as consul and once as censor, and had saved the brother and married the daughter of Scipio Africanus. Cornelia gave him 12 children, all but 3 of whom died in adolescence, and his own death left upon her the burden of rearing Tiberius and Caius and a daughter, also named Cornelia, who became the wife of Scipio Aemilianus. Both parents shared in the Hellenistic culture and sympathies of the Scipionic circle. Cornelia gathered about her a literary salon, and wrote letters of so pure and elegant a style that they were reckoned as a distinguished contribution to Latin literature. An Egyptian king, says Plutarch, offered her his hand and throne in her widowhood, but she refused. She preferred to remain the daughter of one Scipio, the mother-in-law of another, and the mother of the Gracchi. Brought up in the atmosphere of statesmanship and philosophy, Tiberius and Caius Gracchus knew both the problems of Roman government and the speculations of Greek thought. They were particularly influenced by Blasius, a Greek philosopher from Cumae, who helped to inspire in them a passionate liberalism that underestimated the power of the conservatives in Rome. The brothers were almost equally ambitious, proud, sincere, eloquent beyond reason, and brave without stint. Caius tells how Tiberius had the agrarian tragedy borne in upon him when, passing through Etruria, he noted the dearth of inhabitants and observed that those who tilled the soil and tended the flocks were foreign slaves. Knowing that at that time only property holders could serve in the army, Tiberius asked himself how Rome could preserve its leadership or independence if the sturdy peasant that had once filled its legions were displaced by desolate and alien bondsmen. How could Roman life and democracy ever be healthy with a city proletariat festering in poverty instead of a proud yeomanry owning and tilling the land? A distribution of land among the poorer citizens seemed the obvious and necessary solution of three problems: rural slavery, urban congestion and corruption, and military decay. Early in 133, Tiberius Gracchus, elected a tribune of the people, announced his intention to submit to the tribal assembly three proposals. 1. That no citizen should be permitted to hold more than 333, or if he had 2 sons, 667 acres of land bought or rented from the state. 2. That all other public lands that had been sold or leased to private individuals should be returned to the state for the purchase or rental price, plus an allowance for improvements made. And 3. That the returned lands should be divided into 20-acre lots among poor citizens, on condition that they agree never to sell their allotment and to pay an annual tax on it to the treasury. It was not a utopian scheme. It was merely an attempt to implement the Licinian laws passed in 367 BC, which had never been repealed and never enforced. "The beasts of the field and the birds of the air," said Tiberius to the poorer plebeians in one of the epical orations in Roman history, "have their holes in their hiding places, but the men who fight and die for Italy enjoy only the light and the air. Our generals urge their soldiers to fight for the graves and shrines of their ancestors. The appeal is idle and false. You cannot point to a paternal altar. You have no ancestral tomb. You fight and die to give wealth and luxury to others. You are called the masters of the world, but there is not a foot of ground that you can call your own." The Senate denounced the proposals as confiscatory, charged Tiberius with seeking a dictatorship, and persuaded Octavius, another tribune, to prevent by his veto the submission of the bills to the assembly. Gracchus thereupon moved that any tribune who acted contrary to the wishes of his constituents should be immediately deposed. The assembly passed the measure, and Octavius was forcibly removed from the tribune's bench by the lictors of Tiberius. The original proposals were then voted into law, and the assembly, fearing for Gracchus's safety, escorted him home. His illegal overruling of the tribunician veto, which the assembly itself had long ago made absolute, gave his opponents a handle with which to frustrate him. They declared their purpose to impeach him at the end of his one-year term as having violated the Constitution and used force against the tribune. To protect himself, he flouted the Constitution further by seeking re-election for the tribunate for 132. As Aemilianus and Lelius and other senators who had defended his proposals now withdrew their support, he turned more completely to the plebs. He promised, if re-elected, to shorten the term of military service, to abolish the exclusive rights of senators to act as jurors, and to admit the Italian allies to Roman citizenship. Meanwhile, the Senate refused funds to the Agrarian Commission that had been appointed to execute Tiberius's laws. When Attalus III of Pergamum bequeathed his kingdom to Rome in 133, Gracchus proposed to the assembly that the personal and movable property of Attalus should be sold and the proceeds distributed to the recipients of state lands to finance the equipment of their farms. The proposal infuriated the Senate, which saw its authority over the provinces and the public purse being transferred to an unmanageable and unrepresentative assembly largely of servile origin and alien stock. When election day came, Gracchus appeared in the forum with armed guards and in mourning costume, implying that his defeat would mean his impeachment and death. As the voting proceeded, violence broke out on both sides. Scipio Nasica, crying that Tiberius wished to make himself king, led the senators armed with clubs into the forum. The supporters of Gracchus, awed by patrician robes, gave way. Tiberius was killed by a blow on the head, and several hundred of his followers perished with him. When his younger brother Caius asked permission to bury him, he was refused, and the bodies of the dead rebels were thrown into the Tiber while Cornelia mourned. The Senate sought to mollify the bitter plebs by consenting to the enforcement of the Gracchian laws. An increase of 76,000 in the register of citizens from 131 to 125 suggests that a large number of land allotments was actually made. But the Agrarian Commission found itself faced by many difficulties. Much of the land in question had been obtained from the state years or generations back, and its present possessors claimed rights established and sanctified by time. Many parcels had been bought by new owners for a substantial price from those who had bought them cheaply from the government. The landowners in Italian allied states, whose squatter rights were imperiled by the laws, appealed to Scipio Aemilianus to defend them against the land board, and through his influence its operations were suspended. Public opinion flamed out against him, he was denounced as a traitor to the already sacred memory of Gracchus, and one morning, in 129, he was discovered dead in his bed, apparently the victim of an assassin who was never found. 3. Caius Gracchus. Ruthless gossip accused Cornelia of conspiring with her daughter, Scipio's deformed and unloved wife, to murder him. In the face of these calamities, she sought consolation by devoting herself to her surviving son, the last of her jewels. The murder of Tiberius aroused in Caius no mere spirit of vengeance, but a resolve to complete his brother's work. He had served with intelligence and courage under Aemilianus at Numantia, and he had won the admiration of all groups by the integrity of his conduct and the simplicity of his life. His passionate temperament, all the more vehement on occasion because so long controlled, made him the greatest of Roman orators before Cicero, and opened almost any office to him in a society where eloquence served only next to bravery in the advancement of men. In the fall of 124 he was elected tribune. More realistic than Tiberius, Caius understood that no reform can endure which is opposed by the balance of economical or political power in the state. He aimed to bring 4 classes to his support: the peasantry, the army, the proletariat, and the businessmen. He won the first by renewing the agrarian legislation of his brother, extending its application to state-owned land in the provinces, restoring the land board, and personally attending to its operations. He fed the ambitions of the middle classes by establishing new colonies in Capua, Tarentum, Narbo, and Carthage, and by developing these as thriving centers of trade. He pleased the soldiers by passing a bill that they should be clothed at the public expense. He gained the gratitude of the urban masses by his lex frumentaria, or corn law, which committed the government to distribute wheat at 6 1/3 asses per modius, 39 cents a peck, half the market price, to all who asked for it. It was a measure shocking to old Roman ideas of self-reliance and destined to play a vital role in Roman history. Caius believed that the grain dealers were charging the public twice the cost of production, and that his measure, through the economy of unified operation, would involve no loss to the state. In any case, the law turned the poor freemen of Rome from client supporters of the aristocracy into defenders of the Gracchi, as later of Marius and Caesar. It was the foundation stone of that democratic movement which would reach its peak in Clodius and die at Actium. Caius's 5th measure sought to assure the power of his party by ending the tradition whereby the richer classes in the centurial assembly voted first. Hereafter the centuries were on each occasion to vote in an order determined by lot. He appeased the business class by giving them the exclusive right to serve as jurors in trials for provincial malfeasance. That is, they were hereafter to be in large measure their own judges. He whetted their appetites by proposing a tax of 1/10 to be collected by them on all the produce of Asia Minor. He enriched contractors and reduced unemployment by a program of road building in every part of Italy. Altogether, these laws, despite the political trickery that colored some of them, formed the most constructive body of legislation offered to Rome before Caesar. Armed with such varied support, Caius was able to override custom and win election to a second and successive tribunate. Probably it was now that he sought to pack the Senate, by adding to its 300 members 300 more to be chosen from the business class by the assembly. He proposed also to extend the full franchise to all the freemen of Latium, and a partial franchise to the remaining freemen of Italy. This, his boldest move toward a broader democracy, was his first strategic error. The voters showed no enthusiasm for sharing their privileges, even with men of whom only a small minority could have attended their assemblies in Rome. The Senate acted on its opportunity. Almost ignored by Caius and reduced to apparent impotence, it saw in the brilliant tribune only a demagogic tyrant extending his personal power through the reckless distribution of state property and funds. Suddenly finding an ally in the jealous proletariat of Rome, and taking advantage of Caius's absence in establishing his colony at Carthage, the senatorial party suggested to another tribune, Marcus Livius Drusus, that he should win over the new peasantry by a bill canceling the tax laid upon their lands in the Gracchian laws, and that he should at once please and weaken the proletariat by proposing the formation of 12 new colonies in Italy, each to take 3,000 men from Rome. The assembly readily passed the bills, and when Caius returned he found his leadership challenged at every step by the popular Drusus. He sought a 3rd term as tribune but was defeated. His friends charged that he had been elected but that the ballots had been falsified. He counseled his followers against violence and returned to private life. In the following year, the Senate proposed the abandonment of the colony at Carthage. All sides interpreted the measure, openly or privately, as the first move in a campaign to repeal the Gracchian laws. Some of Caius's adherents attended the assembly armed, and one of them cut down a conservative who threatened to lay hands upon Caius. On the morrow the senators appeared in full battle array, each with 2 armed slaves, and attacked the popular party entrenched on the Aventine. Caius did his best to quiet the tumult and avert further violence. Failing, he fled across the Tiber. Overtaken, he ordered his servant to kill him. The slave obeyed and then killed himself. A friend cut off Caius's head, filled it with molten lead, and brought it to the Senate, which had offered a reward of its weight in gold. Of Caius's supporters, 250 fell in the fight. 3,000 more were put to death by senatorial decree. The city mob that he had befriended made no protest when his corpse, and those of his followers, were flung into the river. It was busy plundering his house. The Senate forbade Cornelia to wear mourning for her son. 4. Marius. The triumphant aristocracy devoted its subtlest intelligence to undoing the constructive rather than the demagogic elements in Caius's legislation. It did not dare eject the business class from the juries, or the contractors and publicans from their happy hunting ground in Asia, and it allowed the corn dole to stand as insurance against revolution. Into an otherwise attractive measure, it inserted a clause permitting the recipients of the new lands to sell them. Soon thousands of holders sold to the great slave owners, and the latifundia resumed their growth. In 118 the land board was abolished. The masses in the capital raised no objection. They had decided that to eat state corn in the city was better than to sweat on the land or toil in pioneer colonies. Sloth combined with superstition, for the soil of Carthage had been cursed, to frustrate till Caesar the attempt to mitigate urban poverty by emigration. Wealth mounted, but it did not spread. In 104 BC, a moderate Democrat reckoned that only 2,000 Roman citizens owned property. The condition of the poor, says Appian, became even worse than before. The plebeians lost everything. The number of citizens and soldiers continued to decline. More and more the legions had to be filled out with conscripts from the Italian states, but these men had no stomach for fighting or no love for Rome. Desertions multiplied, discipline deteriorated, and the defense of the Republic sank to its lowest ebb. Consequently, it was soon attacked, almost at the same time, on north and south. In 113, 2 Germanic tribes, the Cimbri and the Teutons, as if to give Rome a foretaste of its final fate, rolled down through Germany in a frightening avalanche of covered wagons, 300,000 fighting men with their wives, children, and animals. Perhaps the word had gone up over the Alps that Rome was in love with wealth and weary of war. The newcomers were tall and strong and fearless, so blond that the Italians described the children as having the white hair of old men. They met a Roman army at Noraia and destroyed it. They crossed the Rhine and defeated another Roman army. They poured west into southern Gaul and overcame a 3rd, 4th, and 5th Roman army. At Arausio, 80,000 legionnaires and 40,000 camp followers were left dead in the field. All Italy lay open to the invaders, and a terror rose in Rome such as it had not known since Hannibal. Almost at the same time, war broke out in Numidia. When Jugurtha, grandson of Massinissa, tortured his brother to death and tried to deprive his cousins of their share in the kingdom, the Senate declared war upon him, this in 111, with a view to making Numidia a province and opening it to Roman commerce and capital. Jugurtha brought patricians to defend his cause and crimes before the Senate and bribed the generals sent against him into harmless activities or a favorable peace. Summoned to Rome, he opened his royal purse more lavishly and was able to return unhindered to his capital. Only one officer emerged from these campaigns with credit. Gaius Marius, born like Cicero at Arpinum, son of a day laborer, had enlisted in the army at an early age, had won his scars at Numantia, had married an aunt of Caesar, and despite or because of his lack of education or manners, had been chosen a tribune of the plebs. In the fall of 108 he returned from his services as lieutenant to the incompetent Quintus Metellus in Africa, and ran for the consulate on a platform proposing that he should replace Metellus and bring the Jugurthine War to a successful end. He was elected, took command, and forced Jugurtha's surrender, this in 106. The people did not learn at this time that the chief agent of this victory was a reckless young aristocrat, Lucius Sulla. They would hear from him later. Marius enjoyed a splendid triumph, and was so loved that the assembly, ignoring a dying constitution, elected him consul year after year, from 104 to 100. The business classes supported him partly because his victories opened new fields for their enterprises, partly because he was clearly the only man who could repel the Celtic hordes. Rome already recognized in Caesar's uncle the uses of Caesarism. The dictatorship of a popular leader backed by a devoted army seemed to many weary Romans the only alternative to the oligarchic abuses of liberty. After their victory at Arausio, the Cimbri had reprieved Rome by crossing the Pyrenees and ravaging Spain. But in 102 they returned to Gaul, greater in number than before, and entered into an agreement with the Teutons for a simultaneous assault by separate routes upon the rich plains of northern Italy. To meet the peril, Marius resorted to a new form of military enrollment, which revolutionized first the army and then the state. He invited the enlistment of any citizen, property owner or not, offered attractive pay, and promised to release volunteers and give them lands after a completed campaign. The army now formed was composed chiefly of the city proletariat. Its sentiments were hostile to the patrician republic. It fought not for its country, but for its general and for booty. In this way, probably without knowing it, Marius laid the military basis of the Caesarian revolution. He was a soldier, not a statesman. He had no time to weigh distant political consequences. He led his recruits over the Alps, hardened their bodies with marches and drills, and developed their courage with attacks upon objectives that could be easily won. Until they were trained, he could not risk an engagement. The Teutons marched unhindered by his camp, asking the Romans derisively if they had messages for their wives in Rome, with whom the invaders proposed soon to refresh themselves. The number of the Teutons could be judged from the 6 days they took to pass the Roman camp. When they had all filed by, Marius ordered his army to fall upon their rear. In the great battle that ensued at Aquae Sextii, Aix in Provence, the new legions slew or captured 100,000 men, this in 102. They say, Plutarch reports, that the inhabitants of Marseille made fences round their vineyards with the bones, and that the soil, after the bodies had rotted and the winter rains had fallen, was so fertilized with the putrefied matter which sank into it, that in the following season it yielded an unprecedented crop. After resting his army for several months, Marius led it back into Italy, and met the Cimbri at Vercelli, near the Po, this in 101, on the very field where Hannibal had won his first battle against Rome. The barbarians, to show their strength and courage, went naked in the snow, climbed over ice and through deep drifts to summits from which they tobogganed gaily along steep descents, using their shields as sleds. In the battle that followed, they were nearly all slain. Marius was received in the rejoicing capital as a second Camillus, who had turned back a Celtic invasion, and another Romulus who had refounded Rome. Part of the spoils he brought was bestowed upon him as a personal reward. Thereby he became a rich man with estates big enough for a kingdom. In 100 he was elected consul for the 6th time. The tribune was Lucius Saturninus, a fiery radical who was resolved to achieve the goals of the Gracchi by law if possible, otherwise by force. He pleased Marius with a bill that bestowed colonial lands upon the veterans of the recent campaign, and Marius raised no objection when he lowered the price of state-doled corn from 6 1/3 asses, or 39 cents, to 5/6 of an ass, or 5 cents per modius, or peck. The Senate sought to protect the treasury and itself by having a tribune forbid the submission of these measures to a vote, but Saturninus proceeded with the voting nevertheless. Violence flared up on both sides. When Saturninus's bands killed Caius Memmius, one of the most respected of the aristocracy, the Senate took its final resort and, by a Senatus Consultum de Republica Defenda, ordered Marius as consul to suppress the revolt. Marius faced the bitterest choice of his life. It seemed a miserable end to his long career of service to the common people of Rome that he should now attack their leaders and his former friends. And yet he too distrusted the appeal to violence and saw in revolution more ills than it could cure. He led a force against the rebels, let Saturninus be stoned to death, and then fled to a gloomy retirement, despised alike by the people he had championed and the aristocracy he had saved. 5. The Revolt of Italy. The revolution was now passing into civil war. When the Senate asked for help against the Cimbri from the eastern kings allied with Rome, Nicomedes of Bithynia replied that all men of military value in his kingdom had been sold into slavery to satisfy the extortions of the Roman tax collectors. Preferring an army for the moment, the Senate decreed that all males enslaved for unpaid taxes should be freed. Hearing of this order, hundreds of slaves in Sicily, many of them Greeks from the Hellenistic East, left their masters and, gathering before the palace of the Roman praetor, demanded their freedom. Their owners protested, and the praetor suspended the operation of the decree. The slaves organized themselves under a religious impostor, Salvius, and attacked the town of Morgantia. The citizens there secured the loyalty of most of their slaves by promising to liberate them if they repelled the attack. They repelled it but were not freed, and many of them joined the revolt. About the same time, in 103, some 6,000 slaves in the western end of the island rose under Athenion, a man of education and resolution. This force defeated army after army sent against it by the praetor, and moving eastward merged with the rebels under Salvius. Together they mastered an army dispatched from Italy, but Salvius died in the moment of victory. Still other legions crossed the straits under the consul Manius Aquilius in 101. Athenion engaged him in single combat and was killed. The leaderless slaves were overwhelmed. Thousands of them died in the field, thousands were returned to their masters, hundreds were shipped to Rome to fight wild beasts in the games that celebrated Aquilius's triumph. Instead of fighting, the slaves plunged their knives into one another's hearts until all lay dead. A few years after this Second Servile War, all Italy was in arms. For almost 2 centuries now, Rome, a tiny nation between Cumae and Syri, between the Apennines and the sea, had ruled the rest of Italy as subject states. Even some cities close to Rome, like Tibur and Praeneste, had no representation in the government that ruled them. The Senate, the assemblies, and the consuls meted out decrees and laws to the Italian communities with the same high hand as to alien and conquered provinces. The resources and manpower of the allies were drained by wars whose chief effect was to enrich a few families in Rome. Those states that had remained loyal to Rome in the ordeal with Hannibal had received scant reward. Those that had helped him in any way had been punished with so servile a subjection that many of their freemen joined the slave revolts. A few rich men in the cities had been granted Roman citizenship, and the power of Rome had everywhere been used to support the rich against the poor. In 126, the assembly forbade the inhabitants of the Italian towns to migrate to Rome, and in 95 a decree of the jealous capital expelled all residents whose citizenship was not Roman but merely Italian. A member of the aristocracy paid with his life for trying to improve this situation. M. Livius Drusus was the son of the tribune who had rivaled Tiberius Gracchus. Since his adopted son became the father-in-law of Augustus, the family bound the beginnings of the revolution with its end. Elected tribune in 91, he proposed 3 measures. 1. To divide more state lands among the poor. 2. To restore to the Senate its exclusive jury rights, but at the same time add 300 equites, or businessmen, to the Senate. And 3. To confer Roman citizenship upon all the freemen of Italy. The assembly passed the first bill with pleasure, the second with indifference. The Senate rejected both and declared them void. The third never reached a vote, for an unknown assassin stabbed Drusus to death in his home. Aroused to hope by Drusus's bill and convinced by his fate that neither the Senate nor the Assembly would ever peaceably consent to share its privileges, the Italian states prepared for revolt. A federal republic was formed, Corfinium was named the capital, and the government was vested in a Senate of 500 men chosen from all the Italian tribes except the Etruscans and Umbrians, who refused to join. Rome at once declared war upon the secessionists. All parties in the capital cooperated in what seemed to them a defense of the Union, and every Roman dreaded the revenge the rebel states would take if they won this fratricidal social war. Marius emerged from his solitude, took command, and won victory after victory, while all other Roman generals but Sulla met defeat. In 3 years of war, 300,000 men fell, and central Italy was devastated. When Etruria and Umbria were on the verge of going over to the rebels, Rome pacified them by a grant of full Roman citizenship. And in 90 the Roman franchise was offered to all Italian freemen or freedmen who would swear fealty to Rome. These belated concessions weakened the allies. One town after another laid down its arms, and in 89 this ferocious and costly war ended in a sullen peace. The Romans nullified the franchise they had granted by enrolling the new citizens in 10 new tribes, which voted only after the existing 35, and therefore usually to no use. Besides, only a few of the new citizens could attend the assemblies in Rome. The deceived and desolate communities bided their time. 40 years later they would open their gates in welcome to a Caesar who offered them citizenship in a democracy that was dead. 6. Sulla the Happy. After a few years of peace, the strife of Italians against Italians was resumed, merely changing its name from social to civil, and its scene from the towns to Rome. Lucius Cornelius Sulla was chosen one of the consuls for 88 and took command of the army that was being prepared to march against Mithridates of Pontus. Sulpicius Rufus, a tribune, unwilling to put a conservative like Sulla in charge of so powerful a force, persuaded the assembly to transfer the command to Marius, who, though fat and 69, was still rumbling with military ambition. Sulla refused to let his long-awaited chance for leadership slip by through what seemed to him the whim of an assembly spellbound by a demagogue, and bribed, he was sure, by the merchants who liked Marius. He fled to Nola, won the army to his support, and marched at its head against Rome. Sulla was unique in his origins, character, and fate. Born poor, he became the defender of the aristocracy, as the aristocratic Gracchi, Drusi, and Caesar became leaders of the poor. He took his revenge upon life for having made him at once patrician and penniless. When he conquered money, he made it serve his appetites without qualm or restraint. He was unprepossessing, glaring blue eyes and a white face mixed with rough blotches of fiery red, like a mulberry sprinkled over with flour. His education belied his looks. He was well versed in Greek as well as Roman literature, was a discriminate collector of art, usually by military means, had the works of Aristotle brought from Athens to Rome as part of his richest spoils, and found time between war and revolution to write his memoirs for the misguidance of posterity. He was a jolly companion and a generous friend, devoted to wine, women, battle, and song. He lived extravagantly, says Sallust, yet pleasure never interfered with his duties, except that his conduct as a husband might have been more honorable. He made his way rapidly, above all in the army, his happiest medium. He treated his soldiers as comrades, shared their work, their marches, and their dangers. His only effort was not to allow anyone to surpass him in wisdom or bravery. He believed in no gods, but many superstitions. Otherwise, he was the most realistic as well as the most ruthless of the Romans. His imagination and his feelings were always under the control of his intellect. It was said of him that he was half lion and half fox, and that the fox in him was more dangerous than the lion. Living half the time on battlefields, spending the last decade of his life in civil war, he nevertheless preserved his good humor to the end, graced his brutalities with epigrams, filled Rome with his laughter, made 100,000 enemies, achieved all his purposes, and died in bed. Such a man seemed chemically compounded of the virtues and vices needed to subdue revolution at home and Mithridates abroad. His 35,000 trained men easily overcame the haphazard cohorts that Marius had improvised in Rome. Seeing his situation helpless, Marius escaped to Africa. Sulpicius was killed, betrayed by his servant. Sulla had the head of the tribune affixed to the rostrum that had lately rung with its eloquence. He rewarded the slave with freedom for his services and death for his treachery. While his soldiers dominated the forum, he decreed that henceforth no measure should be offered to the assembly except by permission of the Senate, and that the order of voting should be as in the Servian constitution, which gave priority and advantage to the upper classes. He had himself chosen proconsul, allowed Gnaeus Octavius and Cornelius Cinna to be elected consuls, this in 87, and then marched off to encounter Mithridates the Great. He had hardly left Italy when the struggle of the plebeian populares and the patrician and equestrian optimates was resumed. The conservative supporters of Octavius fought in the Forum with the radical followers of Cinna, and in one day 10,000 men were killed. Octavius won, and Cinna fled to organize revolt in the neighboring towns. Marius, after a winter in hiding, sailed back to Italy, proclaimed freedom to slaves, and led a force of 6,000 men against Octavius in Rome. The rebels won, slaughtered thousands, adorned the rostra with the heads of slain senators, and paraded the streets with noble heads on their pikes as a model for later revolutions. Octavius accepted death calmly as he sat in his robes of office on his tribune's chair. The carnage continued for 5 days and nights, the rebel terror for a year. A revolutionary tribunal subpoenaed patricians, condemned them if they had opposed Marius, and seized their property. A nod from Marius sufficed to send any man to death, usually by execution there and then. All of Sulla's friends were slain, his property was confiscated, he was deposed from his command and was declared a public enemy. The dead were refused burial and were left in the streets to be devoured by birds and dogs. The freed slaves plundered, raped, and killed indiscriminately until Cinna gathered 4,000 of them together, surrounded them with Gallic soldiery, and had them butchered to death. Cinna was now, in 86, chosen consul for the second time, Marius for the 7th. In the first month of his new term, Marius died, aged 71, worn out with hardships and violence. Valerius Flaccus, elected in his stead, passed a bill canceling 75% of all debts, and then left for the east with an army of 12,000 men to depose Sulla from command. Enjoying undivided power at Rome, Cinna changed the republic into a dictatorship, nominated all successful candidates for major offices, and had himself elected consul for 4 successive years. When Flaccus left Italy, Sulla was besieging Athens, which had joined Mithridates in revolt. Receiving nothing from the Senate for the pay of his troops, he had financed his campaign by pillaging the temples and treasuries of Olympia, Epidaurus, and Delphi. In March 86, his soldiers broke through a gate in Athens' walls, poured in, and revenged themselves for the city's long-delayed welcome by a riot of slaughter and robbery. Plutarch tells us that there was no numbering the slain. Blood flowed through the streets and far out into the suburbs. At last Sulla called a halt to the massacre, remarking generously that he would forgive the living for the dead. He led his refreshed troops northward, defeated a great force at Chaeronea and Orchomenus, pursued its remnants across the Hellespont into Asia, and prepared to meet the main army of the Pontic king. But meanwhile Flaccus and his legions had also reached Asia, and Sulla was again informed that he must give up his command. He persuaded Flaccus to let him complete the campaign. Thereupon, Flaccus was killed by his lieutenant Fimbria, who now declared himself commander of all Roman armies and advanced north against Sulla. Faced with this folly, Sulla made a peace with Mithridates in 85, by which the king was to restore all the conquests that he had made in the war, surrender 80 galleys to Rome, and pay an indemnity of 2,000 talents. Then Sulla turned south and met Fimbria in Lydia. Fimbria's soldiers went over to Sulla, and Fimbria committed suicide. Master now of the Greek East, Sulla exacted 20,000 talents as indemnities and accrued taxes from the revolted cities of Ionia. He sailed with his army to Greece, marched to Patri, and arrived at Brundisium in 83. Cinna tried to stop him but was killed by his troops. Sulla was bringing to the treasury 15,000 pounds of gold and 115,000 pounds of silver, in addition to money and works of art which he credited to his personal account. But the democratic leaders, still in power in Rome, continued to brand him as a public enemy and denounced his treaty with Mithridates as a national humiliation. Reluctantly, Sulla led his 40,000 troops to the gates of Rome. Many of the aristocracy went out to join him. One of them, Gnaeus Pompey, brought a legion recruited entirely from his father's clients and friends. The son of Marius led an army out to encounter Sulla, was defeated, and fled to Praeneste after sending instructions to the populares praetor to put to death all leading patricians still left in the capital. The praetor convoked the Senate, and the marked men were killed in their seats or their flight. The democratic forces then evacuated Rome, and Sulla entered it unhindered. But meanwhile a Samnite army of 100,000 men intent on avenging the social war marched up from the south and joined the democratic remnants. Sulla went out to meet them, and at the Colline Gate his 50,000 men won one of the bloodiest victories of ancient times. Sulla ordered 8,000 prisoners shot down with arrows on the ground that they could make more trouble alive than dead. The severed heads of the captured generals were displayed on pikes before the walls of Praeneste, where the last democratic army was standing siege. Praeneste fell, the young Marius killed himself, and his head was nailed up in the Forum, a procedure which frequent precedents had now made constitutional. Sulla had no trouble in persuading the Senate to make him dictator. At once he issued a proscription list condemning to death 40 senators and 2,600 businessmen. These last had supported Marius against him, and had bought in at bargains the property of senators slain during the radical regime. He offered rewards to informers and prizes up to 12,000 denarii, or $7,200, to those who should bring him the proscribed men alive or dead. The Forum was adorned festively with the heads of the slain, and with periodically renewed proscription lists, which the citizens had to read at frequent intervals to know if they might still live. Massacre, banishment, and confiscation spread their horrors from Rome to the provinces, and fell upon Italian rebels and the followers of Marius everywhere. Some 4,700 persons died in this aristocratic terror. Men were butchered in the embraces of their wives, says Plutarch, sons in the arms of their mothers. Many persons who had been neutral or even conservative were proscribed, exiled, or slain. Sulla, it was said, needed their money for his troops, his pleasures, or his friends. Confiscated property was sold to the highest bidder or to Sulla's favorites and became the foundation of many fortunes, like those of Crassus and Catiline. Using his powers as dictator, Sulla issued a series of edicts, known from his clan name as the Cornelian Laws, by which he hoped to establish a permanently aristocratic constitution. To replace dead citizens, he enfranchised many Spaniards and Celts and some former slaves. He weakened the assemblies by adding these new members indebted to him and by again ruling that no measure should be put before the assembly except by consent of the Senate. To stop the flocking of poor Italians to Rome, he suspended the state distribution of corn. At the same time, he eased the pressure of population in the city by distributing land to 120,000 veterans. To prevent the use of successive consulships, as in effect a dictatorship, he re-emphasized the old requirement of a 10-year interval before the same office could be held a second time by the same man. He lowered the prestige of the tribunate by limiting its right of veto and making ex-tribunes ineligible for any higher office. He took from the business class and restored to the Senate the exclusive right to serve as jurors in the higher courts, and he replaced the farming of taxes to publicans with direct payments from the provinces to the treasury. He reorganized the courts, increased their number for quicker trials, and carefully specified their functions and fields. All the legislative, judicial, executive, social, and sartorial privileges enjoyed by the Senate before the Gracchan Revolt were returned to it, for Sulla was certain that only a monarchy or an aristocracy could wisely administer an empire. This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 3, Caesar and Christ, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued. Cassette 5, Side 1. All the legislative, judicial, executive, social, and sartorial privileges enjoyed by the Senate before the Gracchan Revolt were returned to it, for Sulla was certain that only a monarchy or an aristocracy could wisely administer an empire. To renew the full membership of the Senate, he allowed the tribal assembly to promote to it 300 members of the equestrian class. To show his confidence in this thoroughgoing restoration, he disbanded his legions and decreed that no army should be permitted in Italy. After 2 years of dictatorship, he resigned all his powers, re-established consular government, and retired to private life in 80. He was safe, for he had killed nearly all who could plan his assassination. He dismissed his lictors and guards, walked unharmed in the Forum, and offered to give an account of his official actions to any citizen who should ask for it. Then he went to spend his last years in his villa at Cumae. Tired of war, of power and glory, perhaps of men, he surrounded himself with singers, dancers, actors, and actresses, wrote his Commentarii, hunted and fished, ate and drank. Men had long since called him Sulla Felix, Sulla the Happy, because he had won every battle, known every pleasure, reached every power, and lived without fear or regret. He married 5 wives, divorced 4, and eked out their inadequacy with mistresses. At 58 he developed an ulcer of the colon so severe that the corrupted flesh, says Plutarch, broke out into lice. Many men were employed day and night in destroying them, but they so multiplied that not only his clothes, baths, and basins, but his very food was polluted with them. He died of intestinal hemorrhage after hardly a year of retirement, in 78. He had not neglected to dictate his epitaph. No friend ever served me, and no enemy ever wronged me, whom I have not repaid in full. Chapter 7. The Oligarchic Reaction, 77 to 60 B.C. 1. The Government. Nevertheless, Sulla had erred twice on the side of generosity. He had spared the son and nephew of his enemies, the gay and brilliant Caius Julius Caesar, who was entering his 20s in the proscription years. Sulla had nominated him for death, but let him go on the importuning of their common friends. His judgment, however, was not mistaken when he remarked, "In that young man go many Mariuses." And perhaps he erred in resigning too soon and enjoying himself to an early end. Had his patience and insight equaled his ruthlessness and courage, he might have saved Rome a half-century of chaos and given her in 80 B.C. the peace and security, order and prosperity that Augustus would bring back from Actium. He restored the old when he should have created the new. Within a decade after his death, his work was in ruins. Relaxed in the arms of victory, the patricians neglected the tasks of government to seek wealth in business and spend it in luxury. The struggle between the optimates and the populares continued with a bitterness that passionately awaited another opportunity for violence. The optimates, or best people, made nobilitas their creed. Not in the sense of noblesse oblige, but on the theory that good government required the restriction of major magistracies to men whose ancestors had held high office. Anyone who ran for office without such forebears was scorned as novus homo, a new man or upstart. Such were Marius and Cicero. The populares demanded career open to talent, all power to the assemblies, and free land for veterans and the poor. Neither party believed in democracy. Both aspired to dictatorship, and both practiced intimidation and corruption without conscience or concealment. The collegia that had once been mutual benefit societies became agencies for the sale of great blocks of plebeian votes. The business of vote buying reached a scale where it required a high specialization of labor. There were divisores, who bought votes, interpretes or go-betweens, and sequestres, who held the money until the votes had been delivered. Cicero describes candidates as going about purse in hand among the electors in the field of Mars. Pompey had his mediocre friend Afranius made consul by inviting the leaders of the tribes to his gardens and there paying them for the ballots of their groups. So much money was borrowed to finance candidacies that the campaigns raised the interest rate to 8% per month. The courts, now preempted by senators, rivaled the polls in corruption. Oaths had lost all value as testimony. Perjury was as common as bribery. Marcus Messala, being indicted for buying his election to the consulate in 53, was unanimously acquitted, though even his friends acknowledged his guilt. Trials are now managed so venally, wrote Cicero to his son, that no man will ever be condemned hereafter except for murder. He should have said no man of means, for without money and a good lawyer, said another advocate at this period, a plain, simple defendant may be accused of any crime which he has not committed, and will certainly be convicted. Lentulus Sura, having been acquitted by 2 votes, mourned the extra expense he had gone to in bribing 1 more judge than he had needed. When Quintus Calidus, praetor, was convicted by a jury of senators, he calculated that they could not honestly require less than 300,000 sesterces to condemn a praetor. Protected by such courts, the senatorial proconsuls, the tax-gatherers, the moneylenders, and the business agents milked the provinces at a rate that would have angered their predecessors with envy. There were several honorable and competent provincial governors, but what could be expected of the majority? They served without pay, usually for a year's term. In that brief time they had to accumulate enough to pay their debts, buy another office, and set themselves up for life in the style befitting a great Roman. The sole check upon their venality was the Senate, and the senators could be trusted as gentlemen not to raise a fuss, since nearly all of them had done, or hoped soon to do, the same. When Caesar went to farther Spain as proconsul in 61, he owed $7,500,000. When he returned in 60, he cleared off these debts at one stroke. Cicero thought himself a painfully honest man. He made only $110,000 in his year as governor of Cilicia, and filled his letters with wonder at his own moderation. The generals who conquered the provinces were the first to profit from them. Lucullus, after his campaigns in the east, became a synonym for luxury. Pompey brought in from the same region $11,200,000 for the treasury and $21 million for himself and his friends. Caesar took literally untold millions from Gaul. After the generals came the publicans, who collected from the people twice the amount which they remitted to Rome. When a province or city could not raise enough from its subjects to pay the demanded tribute or tax, Roman financiers or statesmen would lend them the necessary funds at from 12 to 48% interest, to be collected, if need be, by the Roman army through siege, conquest, and pillage. The Senate had forbidden its members to take part in such loans, but pompous aristocrats like Pompey and saints like Brutus skirted the law by lending through intermediaries. In some years, the province of Asia paid Romans twice as much in interest on loans as it paid to the publicans and the treasury. The paid and unpaid interest on money borrowed by the cities of Asia Minor to meet Sulla's exactions in 84 had swelled by 70 to 6 times the principal. To meet the charges on this debt, communities sold their public buildings and statuary, and parents sold their children into slavery, for defaulting debtors could be stretched on the rack. If any wealth still remained, a flock of entrepreneurs came in from Italy, Syria, and Greece with senatorial contracts for developing the mineral, timber, or other resources of the province. Trade followed the flag. Some bought slaves, some sold or bought goods, others purchased land and set up provincial latifundia larger than those of Italy. No Gaul, said Cicero in 69, with his customary exaggeration, carries through any business without the intervention of a Roman citizen. Not a penny changes hands there without passing through the ledgers of a Roman. Antiquity had never known so rich, so powerful, and so corrupt a government. 2. The millionaires. The business classes reconciled themselves to the rule of the Senate because they were better prepared than the aristocracy to exploit the provinces. That concord of the orders, or cooperation of the 2 upper classes, which Cicero was to preach as an ideal, was already a reality in his youth. They had agreed to unite and conquer. Businessmen and their aggressive agents crowded the basilicas and streets of Rome and swarmed into provincial markets and capitals. Bankers issued letters of exchange on their provincial affiliates and lent money for everything, even political careers. Merchants and financiers swung their influence to the populares when the Senate proved selfish, and back to the optimates when democratic leaders tried to keep their pre-election promises to the proletariat. Crassus, Atticus, and Lucullus typify the 3 phases of Roman wealth: acquisition, speculation, luxury. Marcus Licinius Crassus was of aristocratic lineage. His father, a famous orator, consul, and censor, had fought for Sulla and had killed himself rather than yield to Marius. Sulla rewarded the son by letting him buy at bargain prices the confiscated properties of proscribed men. As a youth, Marcus had studied literature and philosophy and had assiduously practiced law, but now the smell of money intoxicated him. He organized a fire brigade, something new to Rome. It ran to fires, sold its services on the spot, or bought endangered buildings at nominal sums and then put out the fire. In this way, Crassus acquired hundreds of houses and tenements, which he let at high rentals. He bought the state mines when Sulla denationalized them. Soon he had inflated his fortune from 7 million to 170 million sesterces, or $25,500,000, a sum nearly equal to the total yearly revenue of the treasury. No man should consider himself rich, said Crassus, unless he could raise, equip, and maintain his own army. It was his destiny to perish by his definition. Having become the wealthiest man in Rome, he was still unhappy. He itched for public office, for a province, for the leadership of an Asiatic campaign. He solicited votes humbly in the streets, memorized the first names of countless citizens, lived in conspicuous simplicity, and to tether influential politicians to his star, lent them money without interest but payable on demand. With all his eager ambitions, he was a kindly man, accessible to everyone, generous without limit to his friends, and contributing to both political parties with that bilateral wisdom which has always distinguished his kind. He fulfilled all his dreams. He became consul in 70 and again in 55, governed Syria, and helped to raise the great army that he led against Parthia. He was defeated at Carrhae, treacherously captured and barbarously slain in 53. His head was cut off, and into the mouth his conqueror poured molten gold. Titus Pomponius Atticus, though of equestrian birth, was a truer aristocrat than Crassus, and a higher type of millionaire, as honest as Meyer Anschel of the Rothschild, as learned as Lorenzo de' Medici, as financially astute as Voltaire. We hear of him first as a student in Athens, when his conversation and his reading of Greek and Latin poetry so charmed Sulla that the blood-stained commander wished in vain to take him back to Rome as a personal companion. He was a scholar and a historian, wrote an outline of universal history, lived most of his life in the philosophical circles of Athens, and earned his cognomen from his Attic erudition and philanthropies. His father and his uncle left him some $960,000. He invested it in a great cattle ranch in Epirus, in buying and letting houses in Rome, in training gladiators and secretaries and hiring them out, and in publishing books. When good openings came, he lent money at profitable rates. But to Athens and his friends he lent without interest. Men like Cicero, Hortensius, and the younger Cato entrusted him with their savings and the management of their affairs, and honored him for his caution, his integrity, and his dividends. Cicero was glad to have his advice not only in purchasing houses, but in choosing statuary to adorn them and books to fill his library. Atticus entertained frugally and lived with the modesty of a true Epicurean. But his genial friendship and his cultivated conversation made his house in Rome the salon of all political celebrities. He contributed to all parties and was spared in all proscriptions. At the age of 77, finding himself afflicted with a painful and incurable disease, he starved himself to death. Lucius Licinius Lucullus, of high patrician family, sallied forth in 74 to complete Sulla's war against Mithridates. For 8 years he led his inadequate forces with courage and skill. Then, as his campaign was nearing full success, his tired troops mutinied, and he guided their retreat from Armenia to Ionia through perils as great as those that had immortalized Xenophon. Relieved of his command by political intrigue, he returned to Rome and, with his patrimony and his spoils, spent the rest of his life in quiet but ornate luxury. He built on the Pincian Hill a palace with spacious halls, loggias, libraries, and gardens. At Tusculum his estate extended for many miles. He bought a villa at Misenum for 10 million sesterces, or $1,500,000, and he turned the entire island of Nisida into his summer resort. His various gardens were famous for their horticultural innovations. It was he, for example, who introduced the cherry tree from Pontus to Italy, whence it was carried to North Europe and America. His dinners were the culinary events of the Roman year. Cicero tried once to find out how Lucullus ate when alone. He asked Lucullus to invite him and some friends to dinner that evening, but pledged Lucullus to send no word of warning to his servants. Lucullus agreed, merely stipulating that he be allowed to notify his staff that he would eat in the Apollo room that evening. When Cicero and the rest came, they found a lavish repast. Lucullus had several dining rooms in his city palace, each selected according to the splendor of the feast. The Apollo room was reserved for meals costing 200,000 sesterces or more. But Lucullus was no gourmand. His houses were galleries of well-chosen art, his libraries were the resort of scholars and his friends. He himself was learned in both the classical literatures and in all the philosophies, naturally favoring that of Epicurus. He smiled at Pompey's strenuous life. One campaign seemed to him enough for one life. Anything more was mere vanity. His example spread without his taste among the rich of Rome. Soon patricians and magnates were competing in luxurious display, while revolt brewed in bankrupt provinces and men starved in the slums. Senators lounged in bed till noon and seldom attended sessions. Some of their sons dressed and walked like courtesans, wore frilled robes and women's sandals, decked themselves with jewelry, sprinkled themselves with perfume, deferred marriage or avoided parentage, and emulated the bisexual impartiality of the Greeks. Senatorial houses cost up to 10 million sesterces. Clodius, leader of the plebs, built a mansion costing 14,800,000. Lawyers like Cicero and Hortensius, despite the Cincian law against legal fees, competed in palaces as well as in oratory. The gardens of Hortensius contained the largest zoological collection in Italy. All men of any pretension had villas at or near Baiae, where the aristocracy took the baths, enjoyed the Bay of Naples, and declared a moratorium on monogamy. Other villas rose on the hills outside of Rome. Rich men had several, moving from one to another as the season changed. Fortunes were spent on interior decoration, furniture, or silver plate. Cicero paid 500,000 sesterces for a table of citrus wood. 1,000,000 sesterces might be paid for one of cypress wood. Even the younger Cato, pillar of all Stoic virtues, was alleged to have paid 800,000 sesterces for some table spreads from Babylon. A horde of specialized slaves formed the staff of these palaces. Valets, letter carriers, lamplighters, musicians, secretaries, doctors, philosophers, cooks. Eating was now the chief occupation of upper-class Rome. There, as in the Ethics of Metrodorus, everything good had reference to the belly. At a repast given in 63 by a high priest, and attended incongruously by Vestal virgins and Caesar, the hors d'oeuvres consisted of mussels, spondyles, field fares with asparagus, fattened fowls, oyster pastries, sea nettles, ribs of roe, purple shellfish, and songbirds. Then came the dinner: sow's udders, boar's head, fish, duck, teals, hares, fowl, pastries, and sweets. Delicacies were imported from every part of the empire and beyond. Peacocks from Samos, grouse from Phrygia, cranes from Ionia, tunnyfish from Chalcedon, murinas from Gades, oysters from Tarentum, sturgeons from Rhodes. Foods produced in Italy were considered a bit vulgar, fit only for plebeians. The actor Aesopus gave a dinner at which songbirds were eaten to the cost of $5,000. Sumptuary laws continued to denounce expensive meals and to be ignored. Cicero tried to obey, ate the legally permitted vegetables, and suffered 10 days of diarrhea. Some of the new wealth disported itself in enlarged theaters and extended games. In 58, Aemilius Scaurus built a theater with 8,000 seats, 360 pillars, 3,000 statues, a 3-storied stage, and 3 colonnades, one of wood, one of marble, and one of glass. His slaves, rebelling against the hard labor he had exacted of them, burned down the theater soon afterward, netting him a loss of 100 million sesterces. In 55, Pompey provided funds for the first permanent stone theater in Rome, with 17,500 seats and a spacious porticoed park for entr'acte promenades. In 53, Scribonius Curio, one of Caesar's generals, erected 2 wooden theaters, each a semicircle back-to-back. In the morning, the 2 stages presented plays. Then, while the spectators were still in their seats, the 2 structures were turned on pivots and wheels, the semicircles formed an amphitheater, and the united stages became an arena for gladiatorial games. Never had such games been so frequent, costly, or prolonged. In a single day of the games given by Caesar, 10,000 gladiators took part, many of whom were killed. Sulla exhibited a fight involving 100 lions, Caesar 400, Pompey 600. Beasts fought men, men fought men, and the vast audience waited hopefully for the sight of death. 3. The New Woman. The increase of wealth conspired with the corruption of politics to loosen morals and the marriage bond. Despite increasing competition from women and men, prostitution continued to flourish. Brothels and the taverns that usually housed them were so popular that some politicians organized votes through the Collegium Lupanariorum, or Guild of Brothel Keepers. Adultery was so common as to attract little attention unless played up for political purposes, and practically every well-to-do woman had at least one divorce. This was not the fault of women. It resulted largely from the subordination of marriage in the upper classes to money and politics. Men chose wives, or youths had wives chosen for them, to get a rich dowry or to make advantageous connections. Sulla and Pompey married 5 times. Seeking to attach Pompey to him, Sulla persuaded him to put away his first wife and marry Aemilia, Sulla's stepdaughter, who was already married and with child. Aemilia reluctantly agreed, but died in childbirth shortly after entering Pompey's house. Caesar gave his daughter Julia to Pompey in marriage as an item in their triumviral alliance. The empire, growled Cato, had become a matrimonial agency. Such unions were mariage de politique. As soon as their utility ended, the husband looked for another wife as a stepping stone to higher place or greater wealth. He did not need to give a reason. He merely sent his wife a letter announcing her freedom and his. Some men did not marry at all, alleging distaste for the forwardness and extravagance of the new woman. Many lived in free unions with concubines or slaves. The censor Metellus Macedonicus in 131 had begged men to marry and beget children as a duty to the state, however much of a nuisance, or molestia, a wife might be. But the number of celibates and childless couples increased more rapidly after he spoke. Children were now luxuries which only the poor could afford. Under these circumstances, women could hardly be blamed for looking lightly upon their marriage vows and seeking in liaisons the romance or affection that political matrimony had failed to bring. There was, of course, a majority of good women, even among the rich, but a new freedom was breaking down the old patria potestas and the ancient family discipline. Roman women now moved about almost as freely as men. They dressed in diaphanous silks from India and China, ransacked Asia for perfumes and jewelry. Marriage cum manu disappeared, and women divorced their husbands as readily as men their wives. A growing proportion of women sought expression in cultural pursuits. They learned Greek, studied philosophy, wrote poetry, gave public lectures, played, sang, and danced, and opened literary salons. Some engaged in business, a few practiced medicine or law. Clodia, the wife of Quintus Caecilius Metellus, was the most prominent of those ladies who in this period supplemented their husbands with a succession of cavalieri serventi. She had a gay passion for the rights of women, shocked the older generation by going about unchaperoned with her male friends after her marriage, accosted people whom she met and knew, and sometimes publicly kissed them instead of lowering her eyes and crouching in her carriage as proper women were supposed to do. She invited her male friends to dine with her while her husband absented himself with the chivalry of the Marquis de Châtelet. Cicero, who cannot be trusted, describes her loves, adulteries, and lecheries, her songs and symphonies, her suppers and carousing at Baiae on land and sea. She was a clever woman who could sin with irresistible grace, but she underestimated the selfishness of men. Each lover demanded her entirely until his appetite waned, and each became her shocked enemy when she found a new friend. So Catullus, if she was his Lesbia, besmeared her with ribald epigrams, and Celius, alluding to the price paid for the poorest prostitutes, called her in open court the quadrantariae, the quarter of an ass, 1.5-cent woman. She had accused him of trying to poison her. He hired Cicero to defend him, and the great orator did not hesitate to charge her with incest and murder, protesting, however, that he was not the enemy of women, still less of one who was the friend of all men. Celius was acquitted, and Clodia paid some penalty for being the sister of that Publius Clodius who was the most radical leader in Rome and Cicero's implacable enemy. 4. Another Cato. Amid all this corruption and laxity, one man stood out as an exemplar and a professor of the ancient ways. Marcus Porcius Cato, the younger, had violated a precept of his great-great-grandfather by studying Greek. From it he derived that Stoic philosophy which shared with his republican convictions the inflexible devotion of his life. He inherited 120 talents, or $432,000, but lived in sedulous simplicity. He lent money but took no interest. He lacked his ancestors' rough humor and frightened people by what seemed to them his obstinate incorruptibility and his untimely addiction to principles. His life was an unforgivable indictment of theirs. They wished he would sin a little, if only out of a decent respect for the habits of mankind. They must have rejoiced when, with an almost cynical conception of woman as a biological instrument, he lent his wife Marcia to his friend Hortensius, that is, divorced her and assisted at her marriage to the orator, and later, when Hortensius died, took her again to wife. He could not be popular, for he was the relentless enemy of all dishonesty, the stern defender of the patria potestas, a more merciless censor moralium than Cato censor himself. He seldom laughed or smiled, made no effort to be affable, and sharply reprimanded any who dared to flatter him. He was defeated for the consulship, said Cicero, because he acted like a citizen in Plato's republic, instead of a Roman living among the dregs of Romulus's posterity. As quaestor, Cato made himself a terror to all incompetence and malfeasance, and guarded the treasury ferociously from all political raids. Nor did his watchfulness abate when his term expired. His indictments fell upon all parties and left him with 1,000 admirers, but hardly a friend. As praetor, he persuaded the Senate to issue an order that all candidates, soon after election, must come into court and give under oath a detailed account of their expenses and proceedings in the campaign. The measure disturbed so many politicians, most of whom depended upon bribery, that they and their clients, when Cato next appeared in the Forum, reviled and stoned him, whereupon he climbed to the rostrum, faced the crowd resolutely, and talked them into submission. As tribune, he led a legion into Macedonia. His attendants rode on horseback, he went on foot. He scorned the business classes and defended aristocracy, or rule by birth, as the only alternative to plutocracy, or rule by wealth. He warred without truce upon the men who were corrupting Roman politics with money and Roman character with luxury, and he stood out to the last against every move by either Pompey or Caesar toward dictatorship. When Caesar had overthrown the Republic, Cato died by his own hand, with a volume of philosophy by his side. 5. Spartacus. Misgovernment now reached a height, and democracy a depth rare in the history of states. In 198 BC, the Roman general Didius repeated the exploit of Sulpicius Galba. He lured a whole tribe of troublesome natives into a Roman camp in Spain by pretending to register them for a distribution of land. When they had entered with their wives and children, he had them all slaughtered. On his return to Rome, he was awarded a public triumph. Shocked by the brutalities of empire, a Sabine officer in the Roman army, Quintus Sertorius, went over to the Spaniards, organized and drilled them, and led them to victory after victory over the legions sent to subdue him. For 8 years, from 80 to 72, he ruled a rebel kingdom, winning the affection of the people by his just administration and by his establishment of schools for the education of native youth. Metellus, the Roman general, offered 100 talents, or $360,000, and 20,000 acres of land to any Roman who should kill him. Perpenna, a Roman refugee in Sertorius's camp, invited him to dinner, assassinated him, and made himself master of the army that Sertorius had trained. Pompey was sent against Perpenna and easily defeated him. Perpenna was executed, and the exploitation of Spain was resumed. The next act of the revolution came not from the free, but from the slave. Lentulus Batiates kept at Capua a school of gladiators, slaves or condemned criminals trained to fight animals or one another to the death in public arenas or private homes. 200 of them tried to escape. 78 succeeded, armed themselves, occupied a slope of Vesuvius, and raided the adjoining towns for food, this in 73. As their leader they chose a Thracian, Spartacus, a man not only of high spirit and bravery, says Plutarch, but also in understanding and gentleness superior to his condition. He issued a call to the slaves of Italy to rise in revolt. Soon he had 70,000 men, hungering for liberty and revenge. He taught them to manufacture their own weapons, and to fight with such order and discipline that for years they outmatched every force sent to subdue them. His victories filled the rich men of Italy with fear, and its slaves with hope. So many of these tried to join him, that after raising his army to 120,000, he refused further recruits, finding it difficult to care for them. He marched his horde toward the Alps, intending when he had passed them that every man should go to his own home. But his followers did not share these refined and pacific sentiments. Revolting against his leadership, they began to loot the towns of northern Italy. The Senate now sent both consuls with heavy forces against the rebels. One army met a detachment that had seceded from Spartacus and slaughtered it. The other attacked the main rebel body and was defeated. Moving again toward the Alps, Spartacus encountered a third army, led by Cassius, and decimated it. But finding his way blocked by still other legions, he turned south and marched toward Rome. Half the slaves of Italy were on the verge of insurrection, and in the capital no man could tell when the revolution would break out in his very home. All that opulent society, which had enjoyed every luxury slavery could produce, trembled at the thought of losing everything: mastery, property, life. Senators and millionaires cried out for a better general. Few offered themselves, for all feared this strange new foe. At last Crassus came forward and was given the command with 40,000 men. and many of the nobility, not all forgetting the traditions of their class, joined him as volunteers. Knowing that he had an empire against him and that his men could never administer either the empire or the capital, Spartacus passed Rome by and continued south to Thurii, marching the length of Italy in the hope of transporting his men to Sicily or Africa. For a third year he fought off all attacks, but again his impatient soldiers rejected his authority and began to ravage the neighboring towns. Crassus came upon a horde of these marauders and slew them, 12,300 in number, every man fighting to the last. Meanwhile, Pompey's legions, returning from Spain, were sent to swell the forces of Crassus. Despairing of victory over such a multitude, Spartacus flung himself upon the army of Crassus and welcomed death by plunging into the midst of the foe. 2 centurions fell by his hand. Struck down and unable to rise, he continued the fight on his knees. At last he was so cut to pieces that his body could not later be identified. The great majority of his followers perished with him. Some fled and became hunted men in the woods of Italy. 6,000 captives were crucified along the Appian Way from Capua to Rome, this in 71. There their rotting bodies were left to hang for months, so that all masters might take comfort and all slaves take heed. 6. Pompey. When Crassus and Pompey returned from this campaign, they did not, as the Senate wished and law required, disband or disarm their troops at the gates. Camping outside the walls, they asked permission to stand for the consulate without entering the city, again a violation of precedent. In addition, Pompey demanded land for his soldiers and a triumph for himself. The Senate refused, hoping to play one general against the other. But Crassus and Pompey joined hands, made a sudden alliance with the populares and the business class, and by generous bribery won election as consuls for 70 BC. The magnates entered the partnership for 2 immediate ends: to recapture power in the juries that tried them, and to replace Lucullus, who had ruled the Roman East with unprofitable integrity, by a man of their own class and views. In Pompey they recognized their man. Pompey was now 35 and already the veteran of many campaigns. Born of a rich equestrian family, he had won universal admiration by his courage and temperance and his skill in every branch of sport and war. He had cleared Sicily and Africa of Sulla's enemies, and by his victories and his pride had earned from the humorous dictator the cognomen Magnus, the Great. He had achieved a triumph almost before a beard. He was so handsome that the courtesan Flora declared she could never part from him without a bite. He was sensitive and shy, and blushed when he had to address a public gathering. But in battle he was in these days impetuously brave. In later life, timidity and corpulence burdened his generalship, and he hesitated till lost. His mind had neither brilliance nor depth. His policies were made for him, not by him, first by the politicians of the populares, then by the senatorial oligarchy. His great wealth lifted him above the coarser temptations of politics. Amid the selfishness and corruption of his time, he shone by his patriotism and his integrity. He seems to have sincerely sought the public good as well as his own. His outstanding fault was vanity. His early successes led him to overrate his abilities, and he wondered why Rome waited so long to make him, in everything but name, a king. The 2 favorites of Sulla, now consuls together, devoted themselves to overthrowing the Sullan constitution. Pompey and Crassus paid their debt to the populares by passing a bill that restored all the power of the tribunes. They consolidated their alliance with business by directing Lucullus to give the publicans full charge of tax collections in the East, and they supported legislation that required juries to be drawn equally from the Senate, the equestrian class, and the tribunes of the treasury. Crassus had to wait 15 years for his reward, the privilege of drinking gold in Asia. Pompey received his in 67, when the assembly voted him almost limitless authority to proceed against the pirates of Cilicia. Once Rhodes had kept the Aegean free of such marauders, but Rhodes, humiliated and impoverished by Rome and Delos, could no longer maintain the fleet required for such a service, and the landed aristocracy that controlled the Senate had no keen interest in making the channels of maritime commerce secure. Merchants and plebs felt the results more sharply. Trade became almost impossible in the Aegean, even in the central Mediterranean, and imports of grain fell so rapidly that the price of wheat at Rome rose to 20 sesterces per modius, or $3 a peck. The pirates flaunted their success with gilded masts, purple sails, and silver-plated oars on their 1,000 ships. They took and held 400 coastal towns, plundered temples in Samothrace, Samos, Epidaurus, Argos, Lucus, and Actium, kidnapped Roman officials, and sailed even the shores of Apulia and Etruria. To meet this situation, Pompey's friend Gabinius proposed a bill giving him for 3 years absolute control of all Roman fleets and all persons within 50 miles of any Mediterranean shore. Every senator but Caesar opposed this extraordinary measure, but the assembly passed it with enthusiasm, voted Pompey an army of 125,000 men and a navy of 500 vessels, and ordered the treasury to place 144 million sesterces at his disposal. In effect, the bill deposed the Senate, ended the Sullan Restoration, and established a provisional monarchy as a prelude and lesson to Caesar. The outcome strengthened the precedent. The very day after Pompey's appointment, the price of wheat began to fall. Within 3 months he accomplished his task, captured the pirate ships, took their strongholds, executed their leaders, and yet without abusing his unusual authority. Commerce took heart and sailed again, and a river of cereals flowed into Rome. While Pompey was still in Cilicia, his friend Manilius offered the assembly a bill transferring to him full command of the armies and provinces then, in 66, under Lucullus, and prolonging the powers conferred upon him by the Gabinian law. The Senate resisted, but the merchants and moneylenders gave strong support to the proposal. Pompey, they hoped, would be less lenient than Lucullus to their Asiatic debtors. He would restore the tax collections to the publicans. He would conquer not only Bithynia and Pontus, but Cappadocia, Syria, and Judea. And these rich fields would be thrown open to Roman trade and finance under the protection of Roman arms. A new man, Marcus Tullius Cicero, who had been elected praetor for that year with the aid of the business class, spoke for the Manilian law, and attacked the senatorial oligarchy with a rash eloquence unheard in Rome since the Gracchi, and with a candor shocking in a politician. The whole system of credit and finance which is carried on here at Rome is inextricably bound up with the revenues of the Asiatic provinces. If these revenues are destroyed, our system of credit will crash. If some lose their entire fortunes, they will drag many more down with them. Save the state from such a calamity. Prosecute with all your energies the war against Mithridates, by which the glory of the Roman name, the safety of our allies, our most valuable revenues, and the fortunes of innumerable citizens will be effectively preserved. The measure was readily passed by the assembly. The plebs cared little for the fortunes of the financiers, but it rejoiced in having found, through the issuance of extraordinary powers to a general, a means of annulling the Sullan legislation and deposing its ancient enemy, the Senate. From that moment the days of the Republic were numbered. The Roman Revolution, helped by the oratory of its greatest foe, had taken another step toward Caesar. 7. Cicero and Catiline. Plutarch thought that Marcus Tullius was called Cicero because of a wart shaped like a vetch, or cicer, on an ancestor's nose. More probably his forebears had earned the cognomen by raising renowned crops of chickpeas. In his Laws, Cicero describes with engaging tenderness the modest villa that had seen his birth near Arpinum, halfway between Rome and Naples in the foothills of the Apennines. His father was just rich enough to give his son the best education that the age could provide. He engaged the Greek poet Archias to tutor Marcus in literature and Greek, and then sent the youth to study law with Q. Mucius Scaevola, the greatest jurist of his time. Cicero listened eagerly to the trials and debates in the forum, and rapidly learned the arts and tricks of forensic speech. To succeed in the law, he said, a man must renounce all pleasures, avoid all amusements, say farewell to recreation, games, entertainment, almost to intercourse with his friends. Soon he was practicing law himself and making speeches whose brilliance and courage won him the gratitude of the middle classes and the plebs. He prosecuted a favorite of Sulla and denounced the proscriptions in the midst of the Sullan terror, this in 80 B.C. Shortly afterward, perhaps to avoid the dictator's revenge, he went to Greece and continued there his studies of oratory and philosophy. After 3 happy years in Athens, he passed over to Rhodes, where he heard the lectures of Apollonius, son of Molon, on rhetoric, and those of Posidonius on philosophy. From the first, he learned the periodic sentence structure and purity of speech that were to distinguish his style, and from the other that mild stoicism, which he would later expound in his essays on religion, government, friendship, and old age. Returning to Rome at the age of 30, he married Terentia, whose ample dowry now enabled him to go into politics. In 75, he distinguished himself by his just administration of a quaestorship in Sicily. In 70, having resumed the practice of law, he raised a furor among the aristocracy by accepting a retainer from the cities of Sicily and bringing suit against the senator Caius Verres on the charge that as pro-praetor there, from 73 to 71, Verres had sold his appointments and decisions, had lowered individual tax assessments in inverse proportion to bribes received, had despoiled Syracuse of nearly all its statuary, had assigned the revenues of a whole city to his mistress, and all in all had carried injustice, extortion, and robbery to such a pitch as to leave the island more desolate than after 2 servile wars. Worse yet, Verres had kept for himself some of the spoils that usually went to the publicans. The business class supported Cicero in the indictment, while Hortensius, aristocratic leader of the Roman bar, led the defense for Verres. Cicero was allowed some 100 days to gather evidence in Sicily. He took only 50, but he presented so much damaging testimony in his opening address that Hortensius, who had decorated his gardens with a part of Verres' sculptural loot, abandoned his client. Condemned to pay a fine of 40 million sesterces, Verres fled into exile. Cicero published the 5 additional speeches that he had prepared. They constituted an unsparing attack upon Roman malfeasance in the provinces. His energy and courage won him such support that when he ran for the consulate for 63 BC, he was elected by acclamation. Born of modest equestrian rank, Cicero had naturally sided with the middle class and had resented the pride, privileges, and misrule of the aristocracy. But far more deeply he feared those radical leaders whose program, he thought, threatened all property with mob rule. He therefore made it his policy, now that he was in office, to promote a concord of the orders, that is, a cooperation of the aristocracy and the business class, against the returning tide of revolt. The causes and forces of discontent, however, were too deep and varied to be easily dissolved. Many of the poor were listening to preachers of utopia, and some who listened were ripe for violence. A little above them were plebeians who had forfeited their property through defaulted mortgages. Some of Sulla's veterans had failed to make their land allotments pay and were ready for any disturbance that might give them loot without toil. Among the upper classes were insolvent debtors and ruined speculators who had lost all hope or wished to meet their obligations. Others had political ambitions and saw their road to advancement cluttered with conservatives who took too long to die. A few revolutionists were sincere idealists, convinced that only a complete overturn could mitigate the corruption and inequity of the Roman state. One man sought to unite these scattered groups into a coherent political force. We know Lucius Sergius Catiline only through his enemies, through the history of his movement by the millionaire Sallust, and through the violent vituperation of Cicero's orations against Catiline. Sallust describes him as a guilt-stained soul at odds with gods and men, who found no rest either waking or sleeping, so cruelly did conscience ravage his overwrought mind. Hence his pallid complexion, his bloodshot eyes, his gait now fast, now slow. In short, his face and every glance showed the madman. Such a description suggests the pictures that a people struggling for life or power paints of its enemies in war. When the battle is over, the pictures are gradually revised, but in the case of Catiline we have no revision. In youth he had been charged with deflowering a Vestal virgin, a half-sister of Cicero's first wife. The court had acquitted the virgin, but gossip had not acquitted Catiline. On the contrary, it added that he had killed his son to please his jealous mistress. In the scale against these stories, we can only say that for 4 years after Catiline's death, the common people of Rome, the miserable starveling rabble, Cicero called them, strewed flowers upon his tomb. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 3, Caesar and Christ, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 5, Side 2. In the scale against these stories, we can only say that for 4 years after Catiline's death, the common people of Rome, the miserable, starveling rabble, Cicero called them, strewed flowers upon his tomb. Sallust quotes what purports to be one of his speeches. Ever since the state fell under the sway of a few powerful men, all influence, rank, and wealth have been in their hands. To us they have left danger, defeat, prosecutions, poverty. What have we left save only the breath of life? Is it not better to die valiantly than to lose our wretched and dishonored lives after being the sport of other men's insolence? The program on which he proposed to unite the heterogeneous elements of revolution was simple. Novi tabulae, new records, that is, a clean sweep and abolition of all debts. He labored for this purpose with all the energy of a Caesar. Indeed, for a time he had the sympathy, if not the secret support of Caesar. There was nothing, said Cicero, that he could not undergo, no pains that he would spare of cooperation, vigilance, and toil. He could bear cold, hunger, and thirst. We are assured by his enemies that he organized a band of 400 men who planned to kill the consuls and seize the government on the first day of 65, The day came, and nothing unusual transpired. At the end of 64, Catiline stood against Cicero for the consulate and waged a vigorous campaign. Capital took fright and began to leave Italy. The upper classes united in support of Cicero. For a year, the Concordia Ordinum that he had asked for was a reality, and he was its perfect voice. Blocked politically, Catiline turned to war. Secretly, his followers organized an army of 20,000 men in Etruria and gathered together in Rome a group of conspirators that included representatives of every class, from senators to slaves, and 2 urban praetors, Cethegus and Lentulus. In the following October, Catiline again ran for the consulate. To make sure of his election, conservative historians tell us, he planned to have his rival murdered during the campaign and to have Cicero assassinated at the same time. Claiming that he had been apprised of these plans, Cicero filled the Field of Mars with armed guards and superintended the voting. Despite the enthusiastic support of the proletariat, Catiline was again defeated. On November 7th, says Cicero, several conspirators knocked at his door but were driven away by his guards. On the morrow, seeing Catiline in the Senate, Cicero flung at him that superb excoriation which once every schoolboy mouthed. As the oration proceeded, the seats around Catiline were emptied one by one until he sat alone. Silently he bore the torrent of accusations, the sharp, relentless phrases falling like whips upon his head. Cicero played upon every emotion. He spoke of the nation as the common father, and of Catiline as in intent a parricide. He charged him, not with evidence given, but by innuendo and implication, with conspiracy against the state, with theft, adultery, and sexual abnormality. Finally, he petitioned Jove to protect Rome and to devote Catiline to eternal punishment. When Cicero had finished, Catiline walked out unhindered and joined his forces in Etruria. His general, L. Manlius, sent a last appeal to the Senate. "We call gods and men to witness that it is not against our country that we have taken up arms, nor against the safety of our fellow citizens. We, wretched paupers, who through the violence and cruelty of usurers are without a country, condemned to scorn and indigence, are actuated by only one wish, to guarantee our personal security against wrong. We demand neither power nor wealth, those great and external causes of strife among mankind. We only ask for freedom, a treasure that no man will surrender except with life itself. We implore you, senators, have pity on your miserable fellow citizens." The next day, in a second oration, Cicero described the rebels' following as centering around a coterie of perfumed perverts, and indulged without stint his genius for sarcasm and invective, ending again on a religious note. In the following weeks he presented evidence to the Senate purporting to show that Catiline had tried to stir up revolution in Gaul. On December 3rd he had Lentulus, Cethegus, and 5 other adherents of Catiline arrested. In a third oration he declared their guilt, announced their imprisonment, and told the Senate and the people that the conspiracy was broken and that they might retire to their homes in security and peace. On December 5th, he convoked the Senate and asked what should be done with the prisoners. Silanus voted that they should be executed. Caesar advised mere imprisonment, recalling that the execution of a Roman citizen was forbidden by the Sempronian law. In a fourth oration, Cicero gently advised death. Cato gave the opinion the sanction of his philosophy, and death won the day. Some young aristocrats tried to kill Caesar as he left the Senate chamber, but he escaped. Cicero, with armed men, went to the jail and had the sentence carried out with a minimum of delay. Marcus Antonius, co-consul with Cicero and father of a famous son, was sent north with an army to destroy Catiline's force. The Senate promised pardon and 200,000 sesterces to every man who would leave the rebel ranks. But, says Sallust, not one deserted from Catiline's camp. On the plains of Pistoia battle was joined in 61. The 3,000 insurgents, far outnumbered, fought to the end around their treasured standards, the eagles of Marius. None surrendered or took flight. Every one of them died on the field, among them Catiline. Being essentially a man of thought rather than of action, Cicero was surprised and impressed by the skill and courage he had shown in suppressing a dangerous revolt. The direction of so great an enterprise, he told the Senate, seems scarcely possible to merely human wisdom. He compared himself with Romulus, but considered it a greater deed to have preserved Rome than to have founded it. Senators and magnates smiled at his language, but they knew that he had saved them. Cato and Catullus hailed him as Pater Patriae, father of his country. When, at the end of 63, he laid down his office, All the propertied classes in the community, he tells us, gave him thanks, named him immortal, and escorted him in honor to his home. The proletariat did not join in these demonstrations. It could not forgive him for violating the laws of Rome by putting citizens to death without appeal. It felt that he had made no effort to remove the causes of Catiline's revolt, or to mitigate the poverty of the masses. It refused to let him address the assembly on that last day, and listened in anger when he swore that he had preserved the city. The revolution was not over. With Caesar's consulate, it would begin again. Chapter 8. Literature under the Revolution, 145 to 30 B.C. 1. Lucretius. Amid this turbulent transformation of economy, government, and morals, literature was not forgotten, and did not quite escape the fever and stimulus of the age. Varro and Nepos found safety in antiquarian scholarship or historical research. Sallust retired from his campaigns to defend his party and disguise his morals with brilliant monographs. Caesar stooped from empire to grammar and continued his wars in his commentaries. Catullus and Calvus sought refuge from politics in the pursuit and poetry of love. Timid and sensitive spirits like Lucretius hid themselves in the gardens of philosophy, and Cicero retreated now and then from the heat of the forum to cool his blood with books. But not one of them found peace. War and revolution touched them with pervasive infection, and even Lucretius must have known the restlessness which he describes. There is a weight on their minds, and a mountain of misery lies on their hearts. For each, not knowing what he wants, seeks always to change his place, as if he could drop his burden. Here is one who, bored to death at home, goes forth every now and then from his palace, but feeling no better abroad, suddenly returns. Off he courses, driving his nags to his country house in headlong haste. He has hardly crossed the threshold when he yawns, or seeks oblivion in a heavy sleep, or even hurries back to the city. So each man flees from himself, but as one might expect, the self which he cannot escape cleaves to him all the more against his will. He hates himself because, a sick man, he does not know the cause of his complaint. Any man who could see that clearly would cast aside his business, and before all else, would seek to understand the nature of things. His poem is our only biography of Titus Lucretius Carus. It is proudly reticent about its author, and outside of it, barring a few allusions, Roman literature is strangely silent about one of its greatest men. Tradition placed his birth at 99 or 95, his death at 55 or 51 B.C. He lived through half a century of the Roman Revolution, through the social war, Marian massacres and sullen proscriptions, through Catiline's conspiracy and Caesar's consulate. The aristocracy to which he probably belonged was in obvious decay. The world in which he lived was falling apart into a chaos that left no life or fortune secure. His poem is a longing for physical and mental peace. Lucretius sought refuge in nature, philosophy, and poetry. Perhaps also he had a round of love. He must have fared badly, for he writes ungallantly of women, denounces the lure of beauty, and advises itching youth to appease the flesh with calm promiscuity. In woods and fields, in plants and animals, in mountain, river, and sea, he found a delight only rivaled by his passion for philosophy. He was as impressionable as Wordsworth, as keen of sense as Keats, as prone as Shelley to find metaphysics in a pebble or a leaf. Nothing of nature's loveliness or terror was lost upon him. He was stirred by the forms and sounds, odors and savors of things. He felt the silences of secret haunts, the quiet falling of the night, the lazy waking of the day. Everything natural was a marvel to him, the patient flow of water, the sprouting of seeds, the endless changes of the sky, the imperturbable persistence of the stars. He observed animals with curiosity and sympathy, loved their forms of strength or grace, felt their sufferings, and wondered at their wordless philosophy. No poet before him had so expressed the grandeur of the world in its detailed variety and its congregated power. Here at last nature won the citadels of literature, and rewarded her poet with a force of descriptive speech that only Homer and Shakespeare have surpassed. So responsive a spirit must have been deeply moved in youth by the mystery and pageantry of religion. But the ancient faith, which had once served family discipline and social order, had lost its hold on the educated classes of Rome. Caesar smiled indulgently as he played Pontifex Maximus, and the banquets of the priests were the holy days of Roman epicures. A small minority of the people were open atheists. Now and then some Roman Alcibiades nocturnally mutilated the statues of the gods. No longer inspired or consoled by the official ritual,
Many among the lower classes were flocking to the blood-stained shrines of the Phrygian Great Mother, or the Cappadocian goddess Ma, or some of the Oriental deities that had entered Italy with soldiers or captives from the East. Under the influence of Greek or Asiatic cults, the old Roman idea of Orcus as a colorless subterranean abode of all the indiscriminate dead had developed into belief in a literal hell, a Tartarus or Acheron, of endless suffering for all but a reborn, initiated few. The sun and the moon were conceived as gods, and every eclipse sent terror into lonely villages and teeming tenements. Chaldean fortune-tellers and astrologers were overrunning Italy, casting horoscopes for paupers and millionaires, revealing hidden treasures and future events, interpreting omens and dreams with cautious ambiguity and profitable flattery. Every unusual occurrence in nature was examined as the warning of a god. It was this mass of superstition, ritualism, and hypocrisy that Lucretius knew as religion. No wonder that he rebelled against it and attacked it with all the ardor of a religious reformer. We may judge from the bitterness of his resentment the depth of his youthful piety and the distress of his disillusionment. Seeking for some alternative faith, he passed through the skepticism of Ennius to the great poem in which Empedocles had expounded evolution and the conflict of opposites. When he discovered the writings of Epicurus, it seemed to him that he had found the answers to his questions. That strange mixture of materialism and free will, of joyful gods and a godless world, appealed to him as a free man's answer to doubt and fear. A breath of liberation from supernatural terrors seemed to come out of Epicurus's garden, revealing the omnipresence of law, the self-ruled independence of nature, the forgivable naturalness of death. Lucretius resolved to take this philosophy out of the ungainly prose in which Epicurus had expressed it, fuse it into poetic form, and offer it to his generation as the way, the truth, and the life. He felt in himself a rare and double power, the objective perception of the scientist and the subjective emotion of the poet, and he saw in the total order of nature a sublimity, and in nature's parts a beauty, that encouraged and justified this marriage of philosophy and poetry. His great purpose aroused all his powers, lifted him to a unique intellectual exuberance, and left him, before its completion, exhausted and perhaps insane. But his long and delightful toil gave him a consuming happiness, and he poured into it all the devotion of a profoundly religious soul. He chose for his work a philosophical rather than a poetic title, De Rerum Natura, on the nature of things, a simple translation of the Peri Physios, about nature, which the pre-Socratics had used as a common name for their treatises. He offered it to the sons of Caius Memmius, praetor in 58, as a road from fear to understanding. He took as his model the Empedoclean epic of exposition, as his speech the quaint bluntness of Ennius, as his medium the mobile and versatile hexameter. And then, forgetting for a moment the distant carelessness of the gods, he began with a fervent apostrophe to Venus, conceived, like Empedocles' love, as a symbol of creative desire and the ways of peace. Mother of Aeneas's race, delight of men and gods, O nurturing Venus! Through thee every kind of life is conceived and born, and looks upon the sun. Before thee and thy coming the winds flee, and the clouds of the sky depart. To thee the miraculous earth lifts up sweet flowers, and for thee the waves of the sea laugh, and the peaceful heavens shine with overspreading light. For as soon as the springtime face of day appears, and the fertilizing south wind makes all things fresh and green, then first the birds of the air proclaim thee and thy advent, O divine one, pierced to the heart by thy power. Then the wild herds leap over the glad pastures and cross the swift streams. So, held captive by thy charm, each one follows thee wherever thou goest to lead. Then through seas and mountains and rushing rivers and the leafy dwellings of the birds and the verdant fields, thou strikest soft love into the breasts of all creatures, and makest them to propagate their generations after their kinds. Since, therefore, thou alone rulest the nature of things, since without thee nothing rises to the shining shores of light, nothing joyful or lovely is born, I long for thee as a partner in the writing of these verses. Grant to my words, O goddess, an undying beauty. Cause, meanwhile, the savage works of war to sleep and be still. As Mars reclines upon thy sacred form, bend thou around him from above, pour sweet coaxings from thy mouth, and beg for thy Romans the gift of peace. 2. De Rerum Natura. If we try to reduce to some logical form the passionate disorder of Lucretius's argument, his initial thesis lies in a famous line, Tantum religio potuit suadere malorum. To so many evils religion has persuaded men. He tells the story of Iphigenia in Aulis, of countless human sacrifices, of hecatombs offered to gods conceived in the image of man's greed. He recalls the terror of simplicity and youth lost in a jungle of vengeful deities, the fear of lightning and thunder, of death and hell, and the subterranean horrors pictured in Etruscan art and Oriental mysteries. He reproaches mankind for preferring sacrificial ritual to philosophical understanding. O miserable race of men, to impute to the gods such acts as these, and such bitter wrath! What sorrow did men through such creeds prepare for themselves? What wounds for us, what tears for our children? For piety lies not in being often seen turning a veiled head to stones, nor in approaching every altar, nor in lying prostrate before the temples of the gods, nor in sprinkling altars with the blood of beasts, but rather in being able to look upon all things with a mind at peace. There are gods, says Lucretius, but they dwell far off in happy isolation from the thought or cares of men. There, beyond the flaming ramparts of the world, extra flammantia menia mundi, beyond the reach of our sacrifices and prayers, they live like followers of Epicurus, shunning worldly affairs, content with the contemplation of beauty and the practices of friendship and peace. They are not the authors of creation, nor the causes of events. Who would be so unfair as to charge them with the wastefulness, the disorder, the sufferings, and the injustices of earthly life? No, this infinite universe of many worlds is self-contained. It has no law outside itself. Nature does everything of her own accord. For who is strong enough to rule the sum of things, to hold in hand the mighty bridle of the unfathomable deep? Who to turn all the heavens around at once, to shake the serene sky with thunder, to launch the lightning that often shatters temples, and cast the bolt that slays the innocent and passes the guilty by? The only God is law, and the truest worship, as well as the only peace, lies in learning that law and loving it. This terror and gloom of the mind must be dispelled not by the sun's rays, but by the aspect and law of nature. And so, touching with the honey of the Muses the rough materialism of Democritus, Lucretius proclaims as his basic theorem that nothing exists but atoms and the void, that is, matter and space. He proceeds at once to a cardinal principle and assumption of modern science, that the quantity of matter and motion in the world never varies. No thing arises out of nothing, and destruction is only a change of form. The atoms are indestructible, unchangeable, solid, resilient, soundless, odorless, tasteless, colorless, infinite. They interpenetrate one another to produce endless combinations and qualities. They move without cease in the seeming stillness of motionless things. For often on a hill woolly sheep go creeping wherever the dew-sparkling grass tempts them, and the well-fed lambs play and butt their heads in sport. Yet in the distance all these are blurred together and seem but a whiteness resting on a green hill. Sometimes great armies cover wide fields in maneuvers mimicking war. The brilliant bronze of their shields illumines the countryside and is mirrored in the sky. The ground trembles and thunders under their marching feet and their galloping steeds, and the mountains, buffeted by the sound, hurl it back to the very stars. And yet there is a place on the peaks from which these armies appear to be motionless, a little brightness resting on the plain. The atoms have parts, minima, or least things, each minimum being solid, indivisible, ultimate. Lucretius never uses the word atom, but calls his primordial particles primordia, elementa, or semina, or seeds. Perhaps because of the different arrangement of these parts, the atoms vary in size and shape, and so make possible the refreshing diversity of nature. The atoms do not move in straight or uniform lines. There is in their motion an incalculable declination or deviation, an elemental spontaneity that runs through all things and culminates in a man's free will. All was once formless, but the gradual assortment of the moving atoms by their size and shape produced, without design, air, fire, water, and earth, and out of these the sun and moon, the planets and stars. In the infinity of space new worlds are ever being born, and old worlds are wasting away. The stars are fires set in the ring of ether, a mist of thinnest atoms, that surrounds each planetary system. This cosmic wall of fire constitutes the flaming ramparts of the world. A portion of the primeval mist broke off from the mass, revolved separately and cooled to form the earth. Earthquakes are not the growling of deities, but the expansion of subterranean gases and streams. Thunder and lightning are not the voice and breath of a god, but natural results of condensed and clashing clouds. Rain is not the mercy of Jove, but the return to earth of moisture evaporated from it by the sun.
Life does not differ essentially from other matter. It is a product of moving atoms which are individually dead. As the universe took form by the inherent laws of matter, so the earth produced by a purely natural selection all the species and organs of life. Nothing arises in the body in order that we may use it, but what arises brings forth its own use. It was no design of the atoms that led them to arrange themselves in order with keen intelligence, but because many atoms in infinite time have moved and met in all manner of ways, trying all combinations. Hence arose the beginnings of great things and the generations of living creatures. Many were the monsters that the earth tried to make, some without feet, and others without hands or mouth or face, or with limbs bound to their frames. It was in vain. Nature denied them growth, nor could they find food or join in the way of love. Many kinds of animals must have perished then, unable to forge the chain of procreation, for those to which nature gave no protective qualities lay at the mercy of others, and were soon destroyed. Mind, or animus, is an organ precisely like feet or eyes. It is, like them, a tool or function of that soul, or anima, or vital breath, which is spread as a very fine matter throughout the body, and animates every part. Upon the highly sensitive atoms that form the mind fall the images or films that perpetually emanate from the surfaces of things. This is the source of sensation. Taste, smell, hearing, sight, and touch are caused by particles coming from objects and striking tongue or palate, nostrils, ears, eyes, or skin. All senses are forms of touch. The senses are the final test of truth. If they seem to err, it is only through misinterpretation, and only another sense can correct them. Reason cannot be the test of truth, for reason depends upon experience, that is, sensation. The soul is neither spiritual nor immortal. It could not move the body unless it too were corporeal. It grows and ages with the body. It is affected like the body by disease, medicine, or wine. Its atoms are apparently dispersed when the body dies. Soul without body would be senseless, meaningless. Of what use would soul be without organs of touch, taste, smell, hearing, and sight? Life is given us not in freehold but on loan, and for so long as we can make use of it. When we have exhausted our powers, we should leave the table of life as graciously as a grateful guest rising from a feast. Death itself is not terrible, only our fears of the hereafter make it so. But there is no hereafter. Hell is here in the suffering that comes from ignorance, passion, pugnacity, and greed. Heaven is here in the sapientum templa serena, the serene temples of the wise. Virtue lies not in the fear of the gods, nor in the timid shunning of pleasure. It lies in the harmonious operation of senses and faculties guided by reason. Some men wear out their lives for the sake of a statue and fame, but the real wealth of man is to live simply with a mind at peace. Vivere parce aequo animo. Better than living stiffly in gilded halls is to lie in groups upon the soft grass beside a rivulet and under tall trees, or to hear gentle music, or lose one's ego in the love and care of our children. Marriage is good, but passionate love is a madness that strips the mind of clarity and reason. If one is wounded by the shafts of Venus, whether it be a boy with girlish limbs who launches the shaft, or a woman radiating love from her whole body, he is drawn toward the source of the blow and longs to unite. No marriage and no society can find a sound basis in such erotic befuddlement. As Lucretius, exhausting his passions on philosophy, finds no room for romantic love, so he rejects the romantic anthropology of Greek Rousseauians who had glorified primitive life. Men were hardier then, to be sure, but they dwelt in caves without fire, they mated without marriage, killed without law, and died of starvation as frequently as people in civilization die of overeating. How civilization developed, Lucretius tells in a pretty summary of ancient anthropology. Social organization gave man the power to survive animals far stronger than himself. He discovered fire from the friction of leaves and boughs, developed language from gestures, and learned song from the birds. He tamed animals for his use, and himself with marriage and law. He tilled the soil, wove cloth, molded metals into tools. He observed the heavens, measured time, and learned navigation. He improved the art of killing, conquered the weak, and built cities and states. History is a procession of states and civilizations rising, prospering, decaying, dying. But each in turn transmits the civilizing heritage of customs, morals, and arts. Like runners in a race, they hand on the lamps of life. Et quasi cursores vitae lampada tradunt. All things that grow decay. Organs, organisms, families, states, races, planets, stars. Only the atoms never die. The forces of creation and development are balanced by the forces of destruction
in a vast diastole and systole of life and death. In nature there is evil as well as good. Suffering, even unmerited, comes to every life, and dissolution dogs the steps of every evolution. Our earth itself is dying. Earthquakes are breaking it up. The land is becoming exhausted. Rains and rivers erode it, and carry even the mountains at last into the sea. Someday our whole stellar system will suffer a like mortality. The walls of the sky will be stormed on every side, and will collapse into a crumbling ruin. But the very moment of mortality betrays the invincible vitality of the world. The wailing of the newborn infant is mingled with the dirge sung for the dead. New systems form, new stars and planets, another earth, and fresher life. Evolution begins again. Looking back over this most marvelous performance in all antique literature, we may first recognize its shortcomings, the chaos of its contents, left unrevised by the poet's early death, the repetition of phrases, lines, whole passages, the conception of sun, moon, and stars as no larger than we see them, the inability of the system to explain how dead atoms became life and consciousness, the insensitiveness to the insights, consolations, inspirations, and moving poetry of faith, and the moral and social functions of religion. But how light these faults are in the scale against the brave attempt at a rational interpretation of the universe, of history, of religion, of disease. The picture of nature as a world of law in which matter and motion are never diminished or increased, the grandeur of the theme and the nobility of its treatment, the sustained power of imagination that feels everywhere the majesty of things and lifts the visions of Empedocles, the science of Democritus, and the ethics of Epicurus into some of the loftiest poetry that any age has known. Here was a language still rough and immature, almost devoid as yet of philosophical or scientific terms. Lucretius does not merely create a new vocabulary, he forces the old speech into new channels of rhythm and grace, and while molding the hexameter into an unequaled masculinity of power, reaches now and then the mellow tenderness and fluency of Virgil. The sustained vitality of his poem shows Lucretius as one who amid all sufferings and disappointments enjoyed and exhausted life almost from birth to death. How did he die? St. Jerome reports that Lucretius was driven mad by a love philtre after he had written several books. He died by his own hand in his 44th year. The story is uncorroborated and has been much doubted. No saint could be trusted to give an objective account of Lucretius. Some critics have found support for the story in the unnatural tension of the poem, its poorly organized contents, and its sudden end. But one need not be a Lucretius to be excitable, disorderly, or dead. Like Euripides, Lucretius is a modern. His thought and feeling are more congenial to our time than to the century before Christ. Horace and Virgil were deeply influenced by him in their youth, and recall him without name in many a lordly phrase. But the attempt of Augustus to restore the old faith made it unwise for these imperial protégés to express too openly their admiration and their debt. The Epicurean philosophy was as unsuited to the Roman mind as Epicurean practices suited Roman taste in the age of Lucretius. Rome wanted a metaphysic that would exalt mystic powers rather than natural law, an ethic that would make a virile and martial people rather than humanitarian lovers of quiet and peace, and a political philosophy that, like those of Virgil and Horace, would justify Rome's imperial mastery. In the resurrection of faith after Seneca, Lucretius was almost forgotten. Not till Poggio rediscovered him in 1418 did he begin to influence European thought. A physician of Verona, Girolamo Fracastoro, 1483 to 1553, took from the poet the theory of disease as due to noxious seeds or semina floating in the air, and in 1647 Gassendi revived the atomic philosophy. Voltaire read the De Rerum Natura devotedly and agreed with Ovid that its rebel verses would last as long as the earth. In the endless struggle of East and West, of tender-minded and consoling faiths versus a tough-minded and materialistic science, Lucretius waged alone the most vigorous battle of his time. He is, of course, the greatest of philosophical poets. In him, as in Catullus and Cicero, Latin literature came of age, and leadership in letters passed at last from Greece to Rome. 3. Lesbia's lover. In 57 B.C., the Caius Memmius to whom Lucretius dedicated his poem left Rome to serve as propraetor in Bithynia. After the growing custom of Roman governors, he took with him an author, not Lucretius, but a poet different from the other in everything but the strength of his passion. Quintus, or Caius Valerius Catullus, had come to Rome some 5 years before from his native Verona, where his father was of sufficient standing to be frequent host to Caesar. Quintus himself must have had a substantial competence, for he owned villas near Tiber and on Lake Garda, and had an elegant house in Rome. He speaks of these properties as choked with mortgages and repeatedly proclaims his poverty, but the picture we form of him from his poems is that of a polished man of the world who did not bother to earn a living, but enjoyed himself unstintingly among the wilder set in the capital. The keenest wits, the cleverest young orators and politicians belonged to this circle. Marcus Caelius, the impecunious aristocrat who was to become a communist, Licinius Calvus, brilliant in poetry and in law, and Helvius Cinna, a poet whom Antony's mob would mistake for one of Caesar's assassins and beat to death. These men opposed Caesar with every epigram at their disposal, unaware that their literary revolt reflected the revolution in which they lived. They were tired of old forms in literature, of the crudity and bombast of Naevius and Ennius. They wished to sing the sentiments of youth in new and lyric meters, and with a refinement and delicacy of execution known once in the Alexandria of Callimachus, but never yet seen in Rome. And they were resentful of old morals, of the mos maiorum perpetually preached upon them by their exhausted elders. They announced the sanctity of instinct, the innocence of desire, and the grandeur of dissipation. They and Catullus were no worse than other young literary blades of their generation and the next. Horace, Ovid, Tibullus, Propertius, even the shy Virgil in his youth, made life and verse revolve around any woman, married or not, who fed their muses with facile, casual love. The liveliest lady in this group was Clodia, of the proud old Claudian gents that even now had emperors in its loins. Apuleius assures us that it was she whom Catullus named Lesbia, in memory of the Sappho whose poems he occasionally translated, often imitated, and always loved. Arriving in Rome at the age of 22, he cultivated her friendship while her husband governed Cisalpine Gaul. He was fascinated the moment she set her shining foot on the well-worn threshold. He called her his lustrous goddess of the delicate step, and indeed a woman's walk, like her voice, may be in itself a sufficient seduction. She accepted him graciously as one of her worshippers, and the enraptured poet, unable to match otherwise the gifts of his rivals, laid at her feet the most beautiful lyrics in the Latin tongue. For her he translated perfectly Sappho's description of the lover's frenzy that now raged in him, and to the sparrow that she pressed to her bosom he indited a jewel of jealousy. Sparrow, delight of my beloved, who plays with you and holds you to her breast, who offers her forefinger to your seeking and tempts your sharp bite, I know not what dear jest it pleases my shining one to make of my desire. For a while he was consumed with happiness, played attendance upon her daily, read his poems to her, forgot everything but his infatuation. Let us live, Lesbia mine, and love, and all the mumbling of harsh old men we shall reckon as a pennyworth. Suns may sink and return. For us, when once our brief sun has set, there comes the long sleep of everlasting night. Give me 1,000 kisses, then 100, then another 1,000, then a second 100, then still another 1,000, then 100. And when we shall have reached many thousands, we shall confuse the count, lest we should ever know, or some mean soul should envy us, learning the great sum of our kisses. We do not know how long this ecstasy lasted. Probably his thousands wearied her, and she who had betrayed her husband for him found it a relief to betray him for another. Her benefactions now ranged so widely that Catullus madly fancied her embracing at once 300 adulterers. In the very heat of his love he came to hate her, odi et amo, and rejected with a Keatsian image her protestations of fidelity. A woman's words to hungry lovers said should be upon the flowing winds inscribed, upon swift streams engraved. When sharp doubt became dull certainty, his passion turned to bitterness and coarse revenge. He accused her of yielding to tavern habitués, denounced her new lovers with obscene abandon, and meditated suicide poetically. At the same time he was capable of nobler feelings. He addressed to his friend Manlius a touching epithalamium or wedding song, envying him the wholesome comradeship of marriage, the security and stability of a home, and the happy tribulations of parentage. He snatched himself from the scene by accompanying Memmius to Bithynia, but he was disappointed in his hopes of restoring there his spirits or his purse. He went out of his way to find the grave of a brother who had died in the Troad. Over it he performed reverently the ancestral burial rites, and soon afterward he composed tender lines that gave the world a famous phrase. Dear brother, Through many states and seas have I come to this sorrowful sacrifice, bringing you the last gift for the dead. Accept these offerings wet with fraternal tears, and forever, brother, hail and farewell." His sojourn in Asia changed and softened him. The skeptic, who had written of death as the sleep of an eternal night, was moved by the old religions and ceremonies of the East. In the rich and flowing verse of his greatest poem, Attis, he described with vivid intensity the worship of Cybele, and caught an exotic fervor in the lament of the self-emasculated devotee over the joys and friends of his youth. In Peleus and Thetis, he retold the tale of Peleus and Ariadne in hexameters of such melodious delicacy as even Virgil would hardly equal. In a small yacht bought at Amastris, he sailed through the Black Sea, the Aegean, and the Adriatic, and up the Po to Lake Garda and his villa at Sirmio. "Oh, what happier way is there to escape the cares of the world," he asked, "than to return to our own homes and altars and rest on our own beloved bed? Men begin by seeking happiness and are content at last with peace." We know Catullus more intimately than most Roman poets because his subject is nearly always himself. These lyric cries of love and hate reveal a sensitive and kindly spirit, capable of generous feeling even for relatives, but unpleasantly self-centered, deliberately obscene, and merciless to his enemies. He published their most private peculiarities, their pederastic propensities, their bodily odor. One of them washes his teeth with urine, after an old Spanish custom. Another is so foul of breath that if he should open his mouth all persons near him would fall dead. Catullus oscillates easily between love and awful, kisses and fundaments. He rivals Martial as a guide to the street-corner urology of Rome, and suggests in his contemporaries and his class a mixture of primitive coarseness with civilized refinement, as if educated Romans, however versed in the literature of Greece, could never quite forget the stable and the camp. Catullus pleads, like Martial, that he must salt his lines with dirt to hold his audience. He atoned for these faults by the conscientious perfection of his verse. His hendecasyllabics leap with a naturalness and spontaneity that escape the artifices of Horace and occasionally rise above all the graces of Virgil. It took much art to conceal his art, and Catullus more than once refers to the painful toil and care that produced his quick intelligibility and apparent ease. His vocabulary helped him to this end. He molded the words of popular speech into poetry, and enriched the Latin of literature with affectionate diminutives as well as tavern slang. He avoided inversions and obscurities, and gave to his lines a limpid fluidity grateful to the ear. He pored over the poets of Hellenistic Alexandria and ancient Ionia, mastered the smooth technique and varied meters of Callimachus, the lusty directness of Archilochus, the vinous exuberance of Anacreon, the amorous ecstasy of Sappho. Indeed, it is largely through him that we must guess how these poets wrote. He learned their lessons so thoroughly that he became, from their pupil, their equal. He did for Latin poetry what Cicero did for Latin prose. He took it as crude potency and lifted it to an art that only Virgil would surpass. 4. The Scholars. How were Latin books written, illustrated, bound, published, sold? For school exercises, short letters, transient commercial records, the Romans through antiquity wrote with a stylus upon waxed tablets and erased with the thumb. The oldest literary Latin known to us was written with quill and ink upon paper manufactured in Egypt from the pressed and glued leaves of the papyrus tree. In the first centuries of our era, parchment made from the dried skins of animals began to rival papyrus as a receptacle of literature and important documents. A folded sheet of membrane, or vellum, constituted a diploma, or twofold. Usually, a literary work was issued as a roll, or volumen, wound up, and was read by unrolling as the reading progressed. The text was customarily written 2 or 3 narrow columnae to a page, often without punctuation of clauses or even separation of words. Some manuscripts were illustrated by ink drawings. Varro's Imagines, for example, consisted of 700 portraits of famous men, each picture accompanied by a biographical note. Anyone could publish a manuscript by hiring slaves to make copies and selling the copies. Rich men had clerks who copied for them any book they wished to own. Since copyists were fed rather than paid, books were cheap. First printings were usually of 1,000 copies. Booksellers bought wholesale from publishers like Atticus and sold at retail in arcade bookstalls. Neither publisher nor bookseller gave the author anything except courtesy and occasional gifts. Royalties were unknown. Private libraries were now numerous, and about 40 B.C. Asinius Pollio made his great collection the first public library in Rome. Caesar planned a still larger one and made Varro its director.
but this, like so many of his ideas, waited upon Augustus for its fulfillment. Stimulated by these facilities, Roman literature and scholarship began to equal the industry of the Alexandrians. Poems, pamphlets, histories, textbooks rivaled the Tiber's floods. Every aristocrat adorned his escapades with verse, every lady composed words and music, every general wrote memoirs. It was an age of outlines. Summaries on every subject struggled to meet the needs of a hurried commercial age. Marcus Terentius Varro, despite many military campaigns, found time during his 89 years, from 116 to 26 BC, to synopsize nearly every branch of knowledge. His 620 volumes, some 74 books, constituted a one-man encyclopedia for his time. This book is continued on Cassette 6, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 3, Caesar and Christ, Part 1, by Will Durant, continued, Cassette 6, Side 1. Marcus Terentius Varro, despite many military campaigns, found time during his 89 years, from 116 to 26 BC, to synopsize nearly every branch of knowledge. His 620 volumes, some 74 books, constituted a one-man encyclopedia for his time. Fascinated by the pedigrees of words, he wrote an essay on the Latin language, now our chief guide to early Roman speech. Perhaps in cooperation with the aims of Augustus, he tried in his treatise on country life, De Re Rustica, 36 BC, to encourage a return to the land as the best refuge from the disorder of civil strife. "My 80th year," said his introduction, "warns me that I must pack up and prepare to leave this life." He would make his last testament a guide to rural happiness and peace. He admired the sturdy women who were delivered of children in the fields and soon resumed work. He mourned the low native birth rate that was transforming the population of Rome. Formerly the blessing of children was woman's pride. Now she boasts with Ennius that she would rather face battle 3 times than bear 1 child. In his Divine Antiquities, he concluded that the fertility, order, and courage of a nation require moral commandments supported by religious belief. Adopting the distinction of the great jurist Q. Mucius Scaevola between 2 kinds of religion, one for philosophers and one for the people, he argued that the second must be upheld regardless of its intellectual defects. And though he himself accepted only a vague pantheism, he proposed a vigorous attempt to restore the worship of Rome's ancient deities. Influenced by Cato and Polybius, he in his turn decisively affected the religious policy of Augustus and the pious ruralism of Virgil. As if to complete the work of the elder Cato in every field, Varro continued the censor's Origines in his Life of the Roman People, a history of Roman civilization. It is a pity that time has scuttled this and nearly all of Varro's work while preserving the schoolboy biographies of Cornelius Nepos. In Rome, history was an art, never also a science. Not even in Tacitus did it rise to a critical scrutiny and summary of sources. History as rhetoric, however, found in this age a brilliant practitioner, Caius Sallustius Crispus, 86 to 35 BC. He played a vigorous role as politician and warrior on Caesar's side, governed Numidia, stole with skill, and spent a fortune on women. Then he retired to a life of luxury and letters in a Roman villa that became famous for its gardens and was to be the home of emperors. His books, like politics, were a continuation of war by other means. His histories, Jugurthine War and Catiline, were able defenses of the populares, powerful attacks upon the old guard. He exposed the moral decay of Rome, charged the Senate and the courts with placing property rights above human rights, and put into the mouth of Marius a speech asserting the natural equality of all classes and demanding a career open to talent wherever born. He deepened his narratives with philosophical commentary and psychological analysis of character, and carved out a style of epigrammatic compactness and vivid rapidity which became a model for Tacitus. That style, like almost all Roman prose of Sallust's century and the next, took its color and tone from the oratory of the Forum and the courts. The development of the legal profession and the growth of a talkative democracy had widened the demand for public speaking. Schools of rhetoric were multiplying despite governmental hostility. Rhetoricians, said Cicero, are everywhere. Great masters of the art appeared in the first half of the 1st century before Christ. Marcus Antonius, father of Mark, Lucius Crassus, Sulpicius Rufus, Quintus Hortensius. We may imagine the strength of their lungs when we hear of audiences that overflowed from the Forum into neighboring temples and balconies. The flamboyant eloquence and purchasable conscience of Hortensius made him the darling of the aristocracy, and one of Rome's richest men. He left his heirs 10,000 casks of wine. His delivery was so animated that famous actors like Roscius and Aesopus attended the trials at which he pleaded to perfect their acting by studying his gestures and his delivery. Following the example of old Cato, he revised and published his speeches, an art which his rival Cicero perfected and which furthered the influence of rhetoric upon all Roman prose. It was through oratory that the Latin language reached its full height of colorful eloquence, masculine power, and almost oriental grace. Indeed, the younger orators who came after Hortensius and Cicero condemned the luxurious adornment and passionate turbulence of what they called the Asiatic style. And Caesar, Calvus, Brutus, and Pollio pledged themselves to a calmer, chaster, sparer Attic speech. Here, so long ago, the battle lines formed between Romanticism and Classicism, between the emotional and the intellectual view of life and domination of style. Even in oratory, the young classicists complained the East was conquering Rome. 5. Cicero's pen. Proud of his speeches and aware that they were making literature, Cicero felt keenly the criticism of the Attic school and defended himself in a long series of treatises on oratorical art. In lively dialogues, he sketched the history of Roman eloquence and laid down the rules for composition, prose rhythm, and delivery. He did not admit that his own style was Asian. He had modeled it, he claimed, upon that of Demosthenes, and he reminded the Atticists that their cold and passionless speech drove audiences to sleep or flight. The 57 orations that have come down to us from Cicero illustrate all the tricks of successful eloquence. They excel in the passionate presentation of one side of a question or a character, the entertainment of the auditors with humor and anecdote, the appeal to vanity, prejudice, sentiment, patriotism, and piety, the ruthless exposure of the real or reported, public or private, faults of the opponent or his client, the skillful turning of attention from unfavorable points, the barrage of rhetorical questions framed to make answer difficult or damaging, the heaping up of charges in periodic sentences whose clauses are lashes and whose torrent overwhelms. These speeches do not pretend to be fair. They are defamations rather than declamations, briefs that take every advantage of that freedom of abuse which, though forbidden to the stage, was allowed in the forum and the courts. Cicero does not hesitate to apply to his victims terms like swine, pest, butcher, filth. He tells Piso that virgins kill themselves to escape his lechery and excoriates Antony for being publicly affectionate to his wife. Audiences and juries enjoyed such vituperation, and no one took it too seriously. Cicero corresponded amiably with Piso a few years after the brutal attack of the In Pisonem. It is to be admitted further that Cicero's orations abound rather in egotism and rhetoric than in moral sincerity, philosophical wisdom, or even legal acumen or depth. But what eloquence! Even Demosthenes was not so vivid, vital, exuberantly witty, so full of the salt and tang of the human fray. Certainly no man before or after Cicero spoke a Latin so seductively charming and fluent, so elegantly passionate. This was the zenith of Latin prose. "You have discovered all the treasuries of oratory," said the generous Caesar in dedicating his book On Analogy to Cicero, "and you have been the first to employ them. Thereby you have laid the Roman people under a mighty obligation, and you honor your fatherland. You have gained a triumph to be preferred to that of the greatest generals. For it is a nobler thing to enlarge the boundaries of human intelligence than those of the Roman Empire." The speeches betray the politician. The letters of Cicero bear the man, and make even the politician forgivable. Nearly all of them were dictated to a secretary and never revised by Cicero. Most of them were written with no thought of publication. Seldom, therefore, has a man's secret soul been so completely exposed. "He who reads these letters," said Nepos, "will not much need a history of those times. In them the most vital part of the revolutionary drama is seen from within, all blinds removed. Usually their style is artless and direct and dances with humor and wit. Their language is an attractive mixture of literary grace and colloquial ease. They are the most interesting of Cicero's remains, indeed of all extant Latin prose. It is natural that we should find in so large a correspondence, 864 letters, 90 of them to Cicero, occasional contradictions and insincerities. There is no sign here of the religious piety and belief that appear so frequently in Cicero's essays, or in those speeches in which he plays up the gods as his last trump. His private opinion of various men, especially of Caesar, does not always conform with his public protestation. His incredible vanity appears more amiably here than in his orations, where he seems to be carrying his own statue with him wherever he goes. He smilingly confesses that my own applause has the greatest weight with me. He assures us with charming innocence that if ever any man was a stranger to vainglory, it is myself. We are amused to find so many letters about money and so much ado about so many homes. Besides modest villas at Arpinum, Asturi, Puteoli, and Pompeii, Cicero had an estate at Formii valued at 250,000, another at Tusculum worth 500,000, and a palace on the Palatine that cost him 3,500,000 sesterces. Such comfort seems outrageous in a philosopher. But which of us is so virtuous that his reputation could survive the publication of his intimate correspondence? Indeed, as we continue to read these letters, we almost come to like the man. He had no more faults, perhaps no greater vanity than we. He made the mistake of immortalizing them with perfect prose. At his best, he was a hard worker, a tender father, a good friend. We see him in his home, loving his books and his children, and trying to love his wife, the rheumatic and irritable Terentia, whose wealth and eloquence equaled his own. They were too rich to be happy. Their worries and quarrels were always in large figures. At last, in their old age, he divorced her over some financial dispute. Soon afterward, he married Publilia, who attracted him by having more money than years, but when she showed dislike for his daughter Tullia, he sent Publilia away too. Tullia he loved humanly beyond reason. He grieved almost to madness at her death and wished to build a temple to her as a deity. Pleasanter are the letters to and about Tyro, his chief secretary, who took his dictation in shorthand and managed his finances so ably and honestly that Cicero rewarded him with freedom. Most numerous are the letters to Atticus, who invested Cicero's savings, extricated him from financial difficulties, published his writings, and gave him excellent, unheeded advice. To Atticus, wisely absent in Greece at the height of the Revolution, Cicero writes a letter of typical cordiality and charm. There is nothing of which I so much feel the want as of him with whom I can communicate everything that concerns me, who loves me, who is prudent, to whom I can speak without flattery, dissimulation, or reserve. My brother, who is all candor and kindness, is away, and you, who have so often relieved my cares and anxieties by your counsel, who used to be my companion in public matters, my confidant in all private ones, the partaker of all my words and thoughts, where are you? In those turbulent days when Caesar crossed the Rubicon, conquered Pompey, and made himself dictator, Cicero retired for a moment from political life and sought solace in reading and writing philosophy. Remember, he begged Atticus, not to give up your books to anybody, but to keep them as you promised for me. I entertain the strongest affection for them, as I now feel disgust for everything else. In his youth, defending the poet Archias in the most modest and amiable of his speeches, he had praised the study of literature as nourishing our adolescence, adorning our prosperity, and delighting our old age. Now he took his own counsel, and in little more than 2 years wrote almost a library of philosophy. The dissolution of religious belief in the higher classes had left a moral vacuum, by which Rome seemed to be drawn into a disintegration of character and society. Cicero dreamed that philosophy might serve as a substitute for theology in providing for these classes a guide and stimulus to right living. He resolved not to construct one more system, but to summarize the teachings of the Greek sages and offer them as his last gift to his people. He was honest enough to confess that he was for the most part adapting, sometimes translating, the treatises of Panetius, Posidonius, and other recent Greeks. But he transformed the dull prose of his models into limpid and graceful Latin, enlivened his discourse with dialogue, and passed quickly over the deserts of logic and metaphysics to the living problems of conduct and statesmanship. Like Lucretius, he had to invent a philosophical terminology. He succeeded, and put both language and philosophy heavily in his debt. Not since Plato had wisdom worn such prose. It was from Plato, above all, that his ideas stemmed. He did not relish the dogmatism of the Epicureans, who talk of divine things with such assurance that you would imagine they had come directly from an assemblage of the gods, nor yet that of the Stoics, who so labor the argument from design that you would suppose even the gods had been made for human use, a theory that Cicero himself, in other moods, would not find incredible. His starting point is that of the New Academy, a lenient skepticism which denied all certainties and found probability sufficient for human life. In most things, he writes, my philosophy is that of doubt. May I have your leave not to know what I do not know? Those who seek to learn my personal opinion, he says, show an unreasonable degree of curiosity. But his coyness soon yields to his talent for expression. He scorns sacrifices, oracles, and auguries, and devotes an entire treatise to disproving divination. Against the widespread cult of astrology, he asks if all the men slain at Cannae had been born under the same star. He even doubts that a knowledge of the future would be a boon. The future may be as unpleasant as much else of the truth that we so recklessly chase. He vainly thinks to make short work of old beliefs by laughing them out of court. When we call corn Ceres and wine Bacchus, we use a common figure of speech. But do you imagine that anybody is so insane as to believe that the thing he feeds upon is a god? Nevertheless, he is as skeptical of atheism as of any other dogma. He rejects the atomism of Democritus and Lucretius. It is as unlikely that unguided atoms, even in infinite time, could fall into the order of the existing world as that the letters of the alphabet should spontaneously form the annales of Ennius. Our ignorance of the gods is no guarantee of their non-existence, and indeed, Cicero argues, the general agreement of mankind establishes a balance of probability in favor of providence. He concludes that religion is indispensable to private morals and public order, and that no man of sense will attack it. Hence, while writing against divination, he continued to fulfill the functions of official augur. It was not quite hypocrisy, he would have called it statesmanship. Roman morals, society, and government were bound up with the old religion and could not safely let it die. The emperors would reason so in persecuting Christianity. When his beloved Tullia died, Cicero inclined more strongly than ever to the hope of personal immortality. Many years before, in the dream of Scipio with which he ended his republic, he had borrowed from Pythagoras, Plato, and Eudoxus a complex and eloquent myth of a life beyond the grave, in which the good great dead enjoyed eternal bliss. But in his private correspondence, even in the letters that condoled with bereaved friends, there is no mention of an afterlife. Knowing the skepticism of his age, he based his moral and political treatises on purely secular grounds, independent of supernatural sanctions. He begins, in De Finibus, by inquiring for the road to happiness, and hesitantly agrees with the Stoics that virtue alone suffices. Therefore, in De Officiis, he examines the way of virtue, and by the charm of his style succeeds for a time in making duty interesting. All men are brothers, he writes, and the whole world is to be considered as the common city of gods and men. The most perfect morality would be a conscientious loyalty to this whole. More immediately a man owes it to himself and society, first of all, to establish a sound economic basis to his life, and then to fulfill his duties as a citizen. Wise statesmanship is nobler than the subtlest philosophy. Monarchy is the best form of government when the monarch is good, the worst when he is bad, a truism soon to be illustrated in Rome. Aristocracy is good when the really best rule, but Cicero, as a member of the middle class, could not quite admit that the old entrenched families were the best. Democracy is good when the people are virtuous, which Cicero thought is never. Besides, it is vitiated by the false assumption of equality. The best form of government is a mixed constitution, like that of pre-Gracchan Rome. The democratic power of the assemblies, the aristocratic power of the Senate, the almost royal power of the consuls for a year. Without checks and balances, monarchy becomes despotism, aristocracy becomes oligarchy, democracy becomes mob rule, chaos, and dictatorship. Writing 5 years after Caesar's consulate, Cicero cast a dart in his direction. Plato says that from the exaggerated license which people call liberty, tyrants spring up as from a root, and that at last such liberty reduces a nation to slavery. Everything in excess is changed into its opposite. For out of such an ungoverned populace one is usually chosen as leader, someone bold and unscrupulous, who curries favor with the people by giving them other men's property. To such a man, because he has much reason for fear if he remains a private citizen, the protection of public office is given, and continually renewed. He surrounds himself with an armed guard and emerges as a tyrant over the very people who raised him to power. Nevertheless, Caesar won, and Cicero thought it best to bury his discontent in melodious platitudes on law, friendship, glory, and old age. Silent leges inter arma, he said. Laws are silent in time of war. But at least he could muse on the philosophy of law. Following the Stoics, he defined law as right reason in agreement with nature. That is, law seeks to make orderly and stable the relations that rise out of the social impulses of men. Nature has inclined us to love men, society, and this is the foundation of law. Friendship should be based not upon mutual advantage, but upon common interests cemented and limited by virtue and justice. The law of friendship should be neither to ask dishonorable things nor to do them if asked. An honorable life is the best guarantee of a pleasant old age. An indulgent and intemperate youth delivers to age a body prematurely worn out, but a life well spent can leave both body and mind sound to 100 years. Witness Massinissa. Devotion to study may make one unaware of the stealthy approach of old age. Age as well as youth has its glories, a tolerant wisdom, the respectful affection of children, desire and ambition's fever cooled. Age may fear death, but not if the mind has been formed by philosophy. Beyond the grave there will be at the best a new and happier life, and at the worst there will be peace. All in all, Cicero's essays in philosophy are meager in result. Like his statesmanship, they clung too anxiously to orthodoxy and tradition. He had all the curiosity of a scientist and all the timidity of a bourgeois. Even in his philosophy he remained a politician, reluctant to offend any vote. He collected the ideas of others and balanced pros and cons so well that we come out from his sessions by the same door wherein we went. Only one thing redeems these little books, the simple beauty of their style. How pleasant Cicero's Latin is, how easy to read, how smoothly and clearly the stream of language flows. When he narrates events, he catches some of the vivacity that made his speeches chain attention. When he describes a character, it is with such skill that he mourns that he has no time to be Rome's greatest historian. When he lets himself go, he flowers into the balanced clauses and crashing periods which he had learned from Isocrates and with which he had made the Forum resound. His ideas are those of the upper classes, but his style aims to reach the people. For them he labors to be clear, toils to make his truisms thrilling, and salts abstractions with anecdote and wit. He recreated the Latin language. He extended its vocabulary, forged from it a flexible instrument for philosophy, fitted it to be the vehicle of learning and literature in Western Europe for 1,700 years. Posterity remembered him more as an author than as a statesman. When, despite all his reminders, men had almost forgotten the glory of his consulate, they cherished his conquests in letters and eloquence. And since the world honors form as well as substance, art as well as knowledge and power, he achieved of all Romans a fame second only to Caesar's. It was an exception that he could never forgive. Chapter 9. Caesar, 100 to 44 B.C. 1. The Rake. Caius Julius Caesar traced his pedigree to Iulius Ascanius, son of Aeneas, son of Venus, daughter of Jupiter. He began and ended as a god. The Julian gens, though impoverished, was one of the oldest and noblest in Italy. A Caius Julius had been consul in 489, another in 482, a Vopiscus Julius in 473, a Sextus Julius in 157, another in 91. From his uncle-in-law Marius he derived by a kind of avuncular heredity an inclination toward radical politics. His mother Aurelia was a matron of dignity and wisdom, frugally managing her small home in the unfashionable Subura, a district of shops, taverns, and brothels. There Caesar was born, 100 B.C., allegedly by the operation that bears his name. It was already an ancient mode of birth, being mentioned in the laws ascribed to Numa. Caesar's cognomen was not derived from the operation. Long before him there had been Caesars among the Julii. Now was this Caesar, says Holland's Suetonius, wondrous docible and apt to learn. His tutor in Latin, Greek, and rhetoric was a Gaul. With him Caesar unconsciously began to prepare himself for his greatest conquest. The youth took readily to oratory and almost lost himself in juvenile authorship. He was saved by being made military aid to Marcus Thermus in Asia. Nicomedes, ruler of Bithynia, took such a fancy to him that Cicero and other gossips later taunted him with having lost his virginity to a king. Returning to Rome in 84, he married Cassutia to please his father. When soon afterward his father died, he divorced her and married Cornelia, daughter of that Cinna who had taken over the revolution from Marius. When Sulla came to power, he ordered Caesar to divorce Cornelia. When Caesar refused, Sulla confiscated his patrimony and Cornelia's dowry and listed him for death. Caesar fled from Italy and joined the army in Cilicia. On Sulla's death he returned to Rome, this in 78, but finding his enemies in power he left again for Asia. Pirates captured him on the way, took him to one of their Cilician lairs, and offered to free him for 20 talents, or $72,000. He reproached them for underestimating his value, and volunteered to give them 50. Having sent his servants to raise the money, he amused himself by writing poems and reading them to his captors. They did not like them. He called them dull barbarians and promised to hang them at the earliest opportunity. When the ransom came, he hurried to Miletus, engaged vessels and crews, chased and caught the pirates, recovered the ransom, and crucified them. But being a man of great clemency, he had their throats cut first. Then he went to Rhodes to study rhetoric and philosophy. Back again in Rome, he divided his energies between politics and love. He was handsome, though already worried about his thinning hair. When Cornelia died in 68, he married Pompeia, granddaughter of Sulla. As this was a purely political marriage, he did not scruple to carry on liaisons in the fashion of his time, but in such number and with such ambigendered diversity that Curio, father of his later general, called him omnium mulierum vir et omnium virorum mulier, the husband of every woman and the wife of every man. He would continue these habits in his campaigns, dallying with Cleopatra in Egypt, with Queen Eunoe in Numidia, and with so many ladies in Gaul that his soldiers in fond jest called him Micus Calvus, the bad adulterer. In his triumph after conquering Gaul, they sang a couplet warning all husbands to keep their wives under lock and key as long as Caesar was in town. The aristocracy hated him doubly, for undermining their privileges and seducing their wives. Pompey divorced his wife for her intimacy with Caesar. Cato's passionate hostility was not all philosophical. His half-sister Servilia was the most devoted of Caesar's mistresses. When Cato, suspecting Caesar's complicity with Catiline, challenged him in the Senate to read aloud a note just brought to him, Caesar passed it to Cato without comment. It was a love letter from Servilia. Her passion for him continued throughout his life, and merciless gossip in her later years charged her with surrendering her daughter Tertia to Caesar's lust. During the Civil War, at a public auction, Caesar knocked down some confiscated estates of irreconcilable aristocrats to Servilia at a nominal price. When some expressed surprise at the low figure, Cicero remarked in a pithy pun that might have cost him his life, tertia deducta, which could either mean a third off or refer to the rumor that Servilia had brought her daughter to Caesar. Tertia became the wife of Caesar's prime assassin, Cassius, so the amours of men mingle with the commotions of states. Probably these diversified investments helped Caesar's rise as well as his fall. Every woman he won was an influential friend, usually in the enemy's camp, and most of them remained his devotees even when his passion had cooled to courtesy. Crassus, though his wife Tertulla was reported to be Caesar's mistress, lent him vast sums to finance his candidacies with bribes and games. At one time, Caesar owed him 800 talents, or $2,880,000. Such loans were not acts of generosity or friendship. They were campaign contributions to be repaid with political favors or military spoils. Crassus, like Atticus, needed protection and opportunities for his millions. Most Roman politicians of the time incurred similar debts. Mark Antony owed 40 million sesterces, Cicero 60 million, Milo 70 million, though these figures may be conservative slanders. We must think of Caesar as at first an unscrupulous politician and a reckless rake, slowly transformed by growth and responsibility into one of history's most profound and conscientious statesmen. We must not forget, as we rejoice at his faults, that he was a great man notwithstanding. We cannot equate ourselves with Caesar by proving that he seduced women, bribed ward leaders, and wrote books. 2. The Consul. Caesar began as the secret ally of Catiline and ended as the remaker of Rome. Hardly a year after Sulla's death, he prosecuted Gnaeus Dolabella, a tool of the Sullan reaction. The jury voted against Caesar, but the people applauded his democratic offensive and his brilliant speech. He could not rival Cicero's verve and wit, passionate periods, and rhetorical flagellations. Indeed, Caesar disliked this Asiatic style, and disciplined himself to the masculine brevity and stern simplicity that were to distinguish his commentaries on the Gallic and Civil Wars. Nevertheless, he was soon ranked as second only to Cicero in eloquence. In 68 he was chosen quaestor and was assigned to serve in Spain. He led military expeditions against the native tribes, sacked towns, and collected enough plunder to pay off some of his debts. At the same time, he won the gratitude of Spanish cities by lowering the interest charges on the sums that had been lent them by the Roman bankers. Coming at Gades upon a statue of Alexander, he reproached himself for having accomplished so little at an age when the Macedonian had conquered half the Mediterranean world. He returned to Rome and plunged again into the race for office and power. In 65 he was elected aedile, or commissioner of public works. He spent his money, that is the money of Crassus, in adorning the forum with new buildings and colonnades, and courted the populace with unstinted games. Sulla had removed from the Capitol the trophies of Marius, banners, pictures, and spoils representing the features and victories of the old radical. Caesar had these restored, to the joy of Marius's veterans, and by that act alone he announced his rebel policy. The conservatives protested and marked him out as a man to be broken. In 64, as president of a commission appointed to try cases of murder, he summoned to his tribunal the surviving agents of Sulla's proscriptions and sentenced several of them to exile or death. In 63, he voted in the Senate against the execution of Catiline's accomplices and remarked casually in his speech that human personality does not outlive death. It was apparently the only part of his speech that offended no one. In that same year he was elected Pontifex Maximus, head of the Roman religion. In 62 he was chosen praetor and prosecuted a leading conservative for embezzling public funds. In 61 he was appointed praetor for Spain, but his creditors prevented his departure. He admitted that he needed 25 million sesterces in order to have nothing. Crassus came to his rescue by underwriting all his obligations. Caesar proceeded to Spain, led militarily brilliant campaigns against tribes with a passion for independence, and came back to Rome with spoils enough to pay off his debts, and yet so enriched the treasury that the Senate voted him a triumph. Perhaps the optimates were subtle. They knew that Caesar wished to stand for the consulate, that the law forbade candidacy in absence, and that the triumphator was required by law to remain outside the city until the day of his triumph, which the Senate had set for after the election. But Caesar forewent his triumph, entered the city, and campaigned with irresistible energy and skill. His victory was obtained by his clever attachment of Pompey to the liberal cause. Pompey had just returned from the East after a succession of military and diplomatic achievements. By clearing the sea of pirates, he had restored security to Mediterranean trade and prosperity to the cities it served. He had pleased the capitalists of Rome by conquering Bithynia, Pontus, and Syria. He had deposed and set up kings and had lent them money from his spoils at lush rates of interest. He had accepted a huge bribe from the king of Egypt to come and quell a revolt there, and then had refrained from carrying out the compact on the ground that it was illegal. He had pacified Palestine and made a declined state of Rome. He had founded 39 cities and had established law, order, and peace. All in all, he had behaved with judgment, statesmanship, and profit. Now he had brought back to Rome such wealth in taxes and tribute, goods captured and slaves ransomed or sold, that he was able to contribute 200 million sesterces to the treasury, add 350 million to its annual revenues, distribute 384 million among his soldiers, and yet keep enough for himself to rival Crassus as one of the 2 richest men in Rome. The Senate was more frightened than pleased at these accomplishments. It trembled when it heard that Pompey had landed at Brindisium in 62 with an army personally devoted to him and capable at his word of making him dictator. He magnanimously relieved its fears by disbanding his troops and entering Rome with no other retinue than his personal staff. His triumph lasted 2 days, but even that time proved insufficient for all the floats that pictured his victories and displayed his garnerings. The ungrateful Senate rejected his request that state lands be given his soldiers, refused to ratify his agreements with conquered kings, and restored those arrangements that Lucullus had made in the East and which Pompey had ignored. The effect of these actions was to break down Cicero's Concordia Ordinum, or alliance of the higher classes, and throw Pompey and the capitalists into a flirtation with the populares. Taking full advantage of the situation, Caesar formed with Pompey and Crassus the first triumvirate, this in 60, by which each pledged himself to oppose legislation unsatisfactory to any one of them. Pompey agreed to support Caesar for the consulate, and Caesar promised, if elected, to carry through the measures in which Pompey had been rebuffed by the Senate. The campaign was bitter, and bribery flourished on both sides. When Cato, leader of the conservatives, heard that his party was buying votes, he unbent and approved the procedure as in a noble cause. The populares elected Caesar, the optimates Bibulus. Caesar had hardly entered upon his consulate, in 59, when he proposed to the Senate the measures asked for by Pompey: a distribution of land to 20,000 of the poorer citizens, including Pompey's soldiers, the ratification of Pompey's arrangements in the East, and a 1/3 reduction of the sum which the publicans had pledged themselves to raise from the Asiatic provinces. As the Senate opposed each of these measures by every means, Caesar, like the Gracchi, offered them directly to the assembly. The conservatives induced Bibulus to use his veto power to forbid a vote, and had omens declared unfavorable. Caesar ignored the omens and persuaded the assembly to impeach Bibulus, and an enthusiastic popularis emptied a pot of ordure upon Bibulus's head. Caesar's bills were carried. As in the case of the Gracchi, they combined an agrarian policy with a financial program pleasing to the business class. Pompey was impressed by Caesar's performance of his pledges. He took Caesar's daughter Julia as his fourth wife, and the entente between plebs and bourgeoisie became a feast of love. The triumvirs promised the radical wing of their following that they would support Publius Clodius for the tribunate in the fall of 59. Meanwhile, they kept the voters in good humor with profuse amusements and games. In April, Caesar submitted his second land bill, by which the areas owned by the state in Campania were to be distributed among poor citizens who had 3 children. The Senate was again ignored, the Assembly passed the bill, and after a century of effort, the Gracchan policy triumphed. Bibulus kept to his house and contented himself with periodical announcements that the omens were unpropitious to legislation. Caesar administered public affairs without consulting him, so that the town wits referred to the year as the Consulate of Julius and Caesar. To bring the Senate under public scrutiny, he established the first newspaper by having clerks make a record of senatorial and other public proceedings and news, and post these acta diurna, or daily doings, on the walls of the forums. From these walls the reports were copied and sent by private messengers to all parts of the empire. Toward the end of this historic consulate, Caesar had himself appointed governor of Cisalpine and Narbonese Gaul for the ensuing 5 years. As no troops could lawfully be stationed in Italy, the command over the legions stationed in North Italy gave its possessor military power over the whole peninsula. To guarantee the maintenance of his legislation, Caesar secured the election of his friends Gabinius and Piso as consuls for 58, and married Piso's daughter Calpurnia. To ensure continued support from the plebs, he lent his decisive aid to the election of Clodius as tribune for 58. He did not let his plans be influenced by the fact that he had recently divorced his third wife, Pompeia, on suspicion of adultery with Clodius. 3. Morals and Politics. Publius Clodius Pulcher, the Handsome, was a scion of the Claudian gens, a young aristocrat whose courage knew no fear and his morals no restraint. Like Catiline and Caesar, he descended from his rank to lead the poor against the rich. To be eligible as a tribune of the people, he had himself adopted into a plebeian family. To redistribute the concentrated wealth of Rome and to destroy Cicero, who had abused his sister Clodia and stood for the sanctity of property, he served as a subaltern to Caesar until he could take power into his own hands. He admired Caesar's policies and loved Caesar's wife. To gain access to her, he disguised himself as a woman, entered the house of Caesar, then, in 62, as high priest, took part in the ceremonies offered by women alone to the Bona Dea, was detected, accused, and publicly tried in 61 for having violated the mysteries of the good goddess. Caesar, called as a witness, said that he had no charge to make against Clodius. Why, then, asked the prosecutor, had he divorced Pompeia? Because, said Caesar, my wife must be above suspicion. It was a clever answer, which neither exonerated nor condemned a valuable political aid. Various witnesses, perhaps bribed, told the court that Clodius had had relations with Clodia and had seduced his sister Tertia after her marriage to Lucullus. Clodius protested that he had been away from Rome on the day of the alleged sacrilege. Cicero, however, testified that Clodius had on that day been with him in Rome. The populace thought the whole affair a senatorial plot to destroy a populares leader and cried out for acquittal. Crassus, some say at Caesar's behest, bribed a number of judges for Clodius. The radicals for once had the more money, and Clodius was freed. Caesar took advantage of the situation to exchange an inconveniently conservative wife for the daughter of a senator allied to the popular cause. He had hardly retired from office when some conservatives proposed the complete annulment of his legislation. Cato did not conceal his opinion that these Julian laws should be wiped off the statute books. The Senate hesitated to fling so open a challenge to Caesar armed with legions, and to Clodius wielding the tribunate. In 63, Cato had wooed the populace for the conservatives by renewing the state distribution of cheap corn. Now, in 58, Clodius countered by making the dole completely free to all who came for it. He passed bills through the assembly forbidding the use of religious vetoes against legislative procedures, and restored the legality of the collegia, which the Senate had tried to disband. He reorganized these guilds into voting blocks and won such fealty from them that they provided him with an armed guard. Fearing that after his year as tribune had expired, Cato or Cicero might attempt to undo Caesar's work, Clodius persuaded the assembly to send Cato as commissioner to Cyprus, and to pass a decree banishing any man who had put Roman citizens to death without securing, as law required, the assembly's consent. Cicero saw that the measure was aimed at him and fled to Greece, where cities and dignitaries rivaled one another in offering him hospitality and honors. The assembly decreed that Cicero's property should be confiscated, and his house on the Palatine was razed to the ground. It was Cicero's good fortune that Clodius, overcome with success, now attacked both Pompey and Caesar, and planned to make himself sole leader of the plebs. Pompey retaliated by supporting the petition of Cicero's brother Quintus for the orator's recall. The Senate appealed to all Roman citizens in Italy to come to the capital and vote on the proposal. Clodius brought an armed gang into the field of Mars to supervise the balloting, and Pompey engaged a needy aristocrat, Annius Milo, to organize a rival band. Riot and bloodshed ensued, many men were killed, and Quintus barely escaped with his life. But his measure carried, and after months of exile, Cicero returned in triumph to Italy, this in 57. Multitudes greeted him as he passed from Brundisium to Rome. There the welcoming crowd was so great that Cicero feigned fear that he would be accused of having contrived his banishment for the sake of this glorious restoration. Apparently he had pledged himself to Pompey and perhaps to Caesar as the price of his recall. Caesar lent him large sums to recoup his finances and refused to take interest. For several years now, Cicero became the advocate of the triumvirs in the Senate. When a dearth of grain threatened Rome in 57, he secured for Pompey an extraordinary commission with full power for 6 years over all the food supply of Rome and over all ports and trade. Pompey again acquitted himself well, but the constitution of the Republic suffered another blow, and government by men continued to replace government by laws. In 56, Cicero persuaded the Senate to vote a substantial amount for the payment of Caesar's troops in Gaul. In 54, he unsuccessfully defended the extortionate provincial administration of Aulus Gabinius, a friend of the triumvirs. In 55, he canceled all the favor he had gained with Caesar by an abusive attack upon another provincial governor, Calpurnius Piso. He remembered too vividly that Piso had voted for his banishment. He forgot that Piso's daughter was Caesar's wife. Upon Cato's return in 57 from his brilliant reorganization of Cyprian affairs, the conservatives reformed their lines. Clodius, now the enemy of Pompey, accepted the invitation of the aristocracy to lend it the assistance of his popularity and his thugs. Literature took on an anti-Caesarian tint. The epigrams of Calvus and Catullus flew like poisoned darts into the camp of the triumvirs. As Caesar moved farther and farther into Gaul, and news came of the many dangers that he faced, hope sprung anew in noble breasts. After all, said Cicero, there are many ways in which a man may die. If we may believe Caesar, several conservatives opened negotiations with Ariovistus, the German leader, for the assassination of Caesar. Domitius, running for the consulate, announced that if elected he would at once move for Caesar's recall, which meant Caesar's indictment and trial. Veering with the wind, Cicero proposed that on May 25, 56, the Senate should consider the abrogation of Caesar's land laws. 4. The Conquest of Gaul. In the spring of 58, Caesar took up his duties as governor of Cisalpine and Narbonese Gaul, that is, northern Italy and southern France. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 3, Caesar and Christ, Part 1, by Will Durant, continued, Cassette 6, Side 2. In the spring of 58, Caesar took up his duties as governor of Cisalpine and Narbonese Gaul, that is, northern Italy and southern France. In 71, Ariovistus had led 15,000 Germans into Gaul at the request of one Gallic tribe seeking assistance against another. He had provided the desired aid, and then had remained to establish his rule over all the tribes of northeastern Gaul. One of these, the Aedui, appealed to Rome for help against the Germans, this in 61. The Senate authorized the Roman governor of Narbonese Gaul to comply, but almost at the same time it listed Ariovistus among rulers friendly to Rome. Meanwhile, 120,000 Germans crossed the Rhine, settled in Flanders, and so strengthened Ariovistus that he treated the native population as subject peoples and dreamed of conquering all Gaul. At the same time, the Helvetii, centering about Geneva, began migrating westward, 368,000 strong, and Caesar was warned that they planned to cross his province of Narbonese Gaul on their way to southwestern France. From the sources of the Rhine to the Atlantic Ocean, says Mommsen, the German tribes were in motion. The whole line of the Rhine was threatened by them. It was a movement like that when the Alemanni and the Franks threw themselves upon the falling empire of the Caesars 500 years afterward. While Rome plotted against him, Caesar plotted to save Rome. At his own expense and without the authority he should have sought from the Senate, he raised and equipped 4 extra legions besides the 4 already provided him. He sent a peremptory invitation to Ariovistus to come and discuss the situation. As he had expected, Ariovistus refused. Deputations came now to Caesar from many Gallic tribes asking for his protection. Caesar declared war against both Ariovistus and the Helvetii, marched northward, and met the Helvetian avalanche in a bloody battle at Bibracte, capital of the Aedui, near the modern Autun. Caesar's legions won, but by a narrow margin. In these matters we must for the most part follow his own account. The Helvetii offered to return to their Swiss homeland. Caesar agreed to give them safe passage, but on condition that their territory should accept the rule of Rome. All Gaul now sent him thanks for its deliverance, and begged his aid in expelling Ariovistus. He met the Germans near Ostheim, and slew or captured, he tells us, nearly all of them, this in 58. Ariovistus escaped, but died soon afterward. Caesar took it for granted that his liberation of Gaul was also a conquest of it. He began at once to reorganize it under Roman authority, with the excuse that in no other way could it be protected against Germany. Some Gauls, unconvinced, rebelled and invoked the aid of the Belgi, a powerful tribe of Germans and Celts inhabiting North Gaul between the Seine and the Rhine. Caesar defeated their army on the banks of the Aisne. Then, with the celerity of movement that never allowed his foes to unite, he moved in succession against the Suessiones, Ambiani, Nervii, and Aduatuci, conquered them, despoiled them, and sold the captives to the slave merchants of Italy. Somewhat prematurely, he announced the conquest of Gaul. The Senate proclaimed it a Roman province in 56, and the common people of Rome, as imperialistic as any general, shouted the praises of their distant champion. Caesar recrossed the Alps into Cisalpine Gaul, busied himself with its internal administration, replenished his legions, and invited Pompey and Crassus to meet him at Lucca to plan a united defense against the conservative reaction. To forestall Domitius, they agreed that Pompey and Crassus should run against him for the consulate for 55 BC, that Pompey should be made governor of Spain and Crassus of Syria for 5 years, from 54 to 50, that Caesar should be continued for another 5 years, from 53 to 49 as governor of Gaul, and that at the end of his term he should be allowed to seek a second consulate. He furnished his colleagues and friends from the booty of Gaul with funds to finance their campaigns. He sent great sums to Rome to provide work for the unemployed, commissions for his supporters, and prestige for himself by an extensive program of public buildings. And he so oiled the palms of the senators who came to sample his loot that the movement to repeal his laws collapsed. Pompey and Crassus were elected consuls after the usual bribery, and Caesar returned to the task of persuading the Gauls that peace is sweeter than freedom. Trouble was brewing on the Rhine below Cologne. 2 German tribes had crossed into Belgic Gaul as far as Liège, and the nationalist party in Gaul was seeking their help against the Romans. Caesar met the invaders near Xanten in 55, drove them back to the Rhine, and slew such of them, women and children as well as men, as were not drowned in the river. His engineers then built in 10 days a bridge over the great stream, there 1,400 feet wide. Caesar's legions crossed and fought long enough on German soil to establish the Rhine as a secure frontier. After 2 weeks he retraced his steps into Gaul. We do not know why he now invaded Britain. Possibly he was lured by rumors that gold or pearls abounded there, or he wished to capture the tin and iron deposits of Britain for Roman exportation, or he resented the aid that Britons had sent to the Gauls and thought that Roman power in Gaul must be made secure in every direction. He led a small force across the Channel at its narrowest point, defeated the unprepared Britons, took a few notes, and returned in 55. A year later he crossed again, overcame the British under Cassivellaunus, reached the Thames, extracted promise of tribute, and sailed back to Gaul. Perhaps he heard that revolt was once more agitating the Gallic tribes. He suppressed the Eburones and marched again into Germany in 53. Returning, he left his main army in northern Gaul, while with his remaining troops he went to winter in North Italy, hoping to devote a few months to mending his fences in Rome. But early in 52 word came to him that Vercingetorix, the ablest of the Gallic chieftains, had united nearly all the tribes in a war for independence. Caesar's situation was precarious in the extreme. Most of his legions were in the north, and the country between them and himself was in rebel hands. He led a small detachment over the snow-covered Cevennes against Auvergne. When Vercingetorix brought up his forces to defend it, Caesar left Decimus Brutus in command and, with a few horsemen, rode in disguise across all Gaul from south to north, rejoined his main army, and at once led them to the attack. He besieged, captured, and sacked Avaricum, now Bourges, and Cenabum, now Orleans, massacred their populations, and replenished his depleted supplies with their treasuries. He moved on to assail Gergovia. There, however, the Gauls resisted so resolutely that he was compelled to withdraw. The Aedui, whom he had rescued from the Germans and who heretofore had remained his allies, now deserted him, captured his base and stores at Soissons, and prepared to drive him back into Narbonese Gaul. It was the lowest ebb of Caesar's fortunes, and for a time he considered himself lost. He staked everything upon a siege of Alesia, now Alise-Saint-Reine, where Vercingetorix had gathered 30,000 troops. Caesar had hardly distributed a like number of soldiers around the city when word came that 250,000 Gauls were marching down upon him from the north. He ordered his men to raise 2 concentric walls of earth around the city, one before them, the other behind them. Against these walls and the desperate Romans, the armies of Vercingetorix and his allies threw themselves in repeated vain attacks. After a week, the army of relief broke up in disorder for lack of discipline and supplies, and melted into ineffectual bands at the very moment when the Romans had reached the end of their stores. Soon thereafter the starving city sent Vercingetorix at his own suggestion as a prisoner to Caesar, and then surrendered to the Romans' mercy, this in 52. The town was spared, but all its soldiers were given to the legionaries as slaves. Vercingetorix was led in chains to Rome. There he later graced Caesar's triumph and paid with his life for his devotion to liberty. The siege of Alesia decided the fate of Gaul and the character of French civilization. It added to the Roman Empire a country twice the size of Italy and opened the purses and markets of 5 million people to Roman trade. It saved Italy and the Mediterranean world for 4 centuries from barbarian invasion, and it lifted Caesar from the verge of ruin to a new height of reputation, wealth, and power. After another year of sporadic revolts, which the angry general put down with uncharacteristic severity, all Gaul accepted subjection to Rome. Once his victory was certain, Caesar became again the generous conqueror. He treated the tribes with such lenience that in all the ensuing civil war, when he and Rome would have been helpless to retaliate, they made no move to throw off the yoke. For 300 years Gaul remained a Roman province, prospered under the Roman peace, learned and transformed the Latin language, and became the channel through which the culture of classic antiquity passed into northern Europe. Doubtless neither Caesar nor his contemporaries foresaw the immense consequences of his bloody triumph. He thought he had saved Italy, won a province, and forged an army. He did not suspect that he was the creator of French civilization. Rome, which had known Caesar only as a spendthrift, rake, politician, and reformer, was amazed to find him also a tireless administrator and a resourceful general. At the same time, it discovered in him a major historian. In the midst of his campaigns, disturbed by the attacks upon him in Rome, he had recorded and defended his conquest of Gaul in commentaries, whose military conciseness and artful simplicity raised them, despite 1,000 milia passuum, from a partisan pamphlet to a high place in Latin literature. Even Cicero, shifting again, sang a paean in his praise and anticipated the verdict of history. It is not the ramparts of the Alps, nor the foaming and flooding Rhine, but the arms and generalship of Caesar which I account our true shield and barrier against the invasion of the Gauls and the barbarous tribes of Germany. It is to him we owe it that, should the mountains be leveled with the plain and the rivers be dried up, we should still hold our Italy fortified not by nature's bulwarks, but by the exploits and victories of Caesar. To which should be added the tribute of a great German. That there is a bridge connecting the past glory of Hellas and Rome with the prouder fabric of modern history, that Western Europe is Romanic and Germanic Europe classic, all this is the work of Caesar. And while the creation of his great predecessor in the East has been almost wholly reduced to ruin by the tempests of the Middle Ages, the structure of Caesar has outlasted those thousands of years which have changed religions and states. 5. The degradation of democracy. During the second quinquennium of Caesar in Gaul, Roman politics had become an unparalleled chaos of corruption and violence. Pompey and Crassus, as consuls, pursued their policies by the bribery of votes, the intimidation of juries, and occasional murder. When their year of office ended, Crassus recruited and conscripted a large army and sailed for Syria. He crossed the Euphrates and met the Parthians at Carrhae. Their superior cavalry defeated him, and his son fell in the battle. Crassus was withdrawing his forces in good order when the Parthian general invited him to a conference. He went and was treacherously slain. His head was sent to play the part of Pentheus in a performance of Euripides's Bacchae at the Parthian court, and his leaderless army, long wearied of the campaign, disappeared in a disorderly rout. This in 53. Meanwhile, Pompey too had levied an army, presumably to complete the conquest of Spain. Had Caesar's plans matured, Pompey would have brought farther Spain and Crassus Armenia and Parthia within the orbit of Roman power, at the same time that Caesar was extending the frontier to the Thames and the Rhine. Instead of leading his legions to Spain, Pompey kept them in Italy, except for one which he lent to Caesar in the crisis of the Gallic Revolt. In 54, the strongest tie that held him to Caesar was cut by the death of his wife Julia in childbirth. Caesar offered him his grandniece Octavia, now Caesar's nearest female relative, and asked for the hand of Pompey's daughter, but Pompey refused both proposals. The debacle of Crassus and his army in the following year removed another balancing force, for a victorious Crassus would have opposed the dictatorship of either Caesar or Pompey. Henceforth, Pompey openly allied himself with the conservatives. His plan to secure supreme power through legal forms had now only one obstacle, the ambition and army of Caesar. Knowing that Caesar's command would expire in 49, Pompey secured decrees continuing his own command to the end of 46, and requiring all Italians capable of bearing arms to take an oath of military fealty to him personally. In this way, he trusted, time itself would make him master of Rome. While the potential dictators maneuvered for position, the capital filled with the odor of a dying democracy. Verdicts, offices, provinces, and client kings were sold to the highest bidders. In the year 53, the first voting division in the assembly was paid 10 million sesterces for its vote. When money failed, murder was available, or a man's past was raked over and blackmail brought him to terms. Crime flourished in the city, brigandage in the country. No police force existed to control it. Rich men hired bands of gladiators to protect them or to support them in the comitia. The lowest elements in Italy were attracted to Rome by the smell of money or the gift of corn, and made the meetings of the assembly a desecration. Any man who would vote as paid was admitted to the rolls, whether citizen or not. Sometimes only a minority of those who cast ballots were entitled to vote. The privilege of addressing the assembly had on several occasions to be won by storming the rostrum and holding it by main force. Legislation came to be determined by the fluctuating superiority of rival gangs. Those who voted the wrong way were, now and then, beaten to within an inch of their lives, after which their houses were set afire. Following one such meeting, Cicero wrote, "The Tiber was full of the corpses of citizens, the public sewers were stuffed with them, and slaves had to mop up with sponges the blood that streamed from the forum." Clodius and Milo were Rome's most distinguished experts in this brand of parliament. They organized rival bands of ruffians for political purposes, and hardly a day passed without some test of their strength. One day Clodius assaulted Cicero in the street, another day his warriors burned down Milo's house. At last Clodius himself was caught by Milo's gang and killed in 52. The proletariat, not privy to all his plots, honored Clodius as a martyr, gave him a mighty funeral, carried the body to the Senate house, and burned the building over him as his funeral pyre. Pompey brought in his soldiers and dispersed the mob. As reward, he asked from the Senate and received appointment as consul without colleague, a phrase that Cato recommended as more pleasant than dictator. Pompey then put through the assembly, cowed by his troops, several measures aimed at political corruption, and another repealing the right, which his Bill of 55 had granted to Caesar, to stand for the consulate while absent from Rome. He impartially supervised with military force the operation of the courts. Milo was tried for the murder of Clodius, was condemned despite Cicero's defense, and fled to Marseille. Cicero went off to govern Cilicia in 51 and acquitted himself there with a degree of competence and integrity which surprised and offended his friends. All the elements of wealth and order in the capital resigned themselves to the dictatorship of Pompey, while the poorer classes hopefully awaited the coming of Caesar. 6. Civil War. A century of revolution had broken down a selfish and narrow aristocracy, but had put no other government in its place. Unemployment, bribery, bread, and circuses had corrupted the assembly into an ill-informed and passion-ridden mob, obviously incapable of ruling itself, much less an empire. Democracy had fallen by Plato's formula. Liberty had become license, and chaos begged an end to liberty. Caesar agreed with Pompey that the Republic was dead. It was now, he said, a mere name, without body or form. Dictatorship was unavoidable. But he had hoped to establish a leadership that would be progressive, that would not freeze the status quo, but would lessen the abuses, inequities, and destitution which had degraded democracy. He was now 54, and surely weakened by his long campaigns in Gaul. He did not relish a war against his fellow citizens and his former friends. But he saw the snares that had been prepared for him, and resented them as an ill reward for one who had saved Italy. His term as governor of Gaul would end on March 1st, 49. He could not run for the consulship until the fall of that year. In the interval, he would lose the immunity of an office-holder, and could not enter Rome without subjecting himself to those proscriptions which were among the favorite weapons of party warfare in Rome. Already Marcus Marcellus had proposed to the Senate that Caesar should be deposed from his governorship before its expiration, which meant self-exile or trial. The tribunes of the plebs had saved him by their veto, but the Senate clearly favored the motion. Cato frankly expressed the hope that Caesar would be accused, tried, and banished from Italy. Caesar made every effort at reconciliation. When, at Pompey's suggestion, the Senate asked both generals to release to it a legion for use against Parthia, Caesar at once complied, though his force was small. And when Pompey asked Caesar for the return of the legion sent him a year before, Caesar dispatched it to him without delay. His friends informed him, however, that instead of being sent to Parthia, these legions were being kept at Capua. Through his supporters in the Senate, Caesar requested a renewal of the Assembly's earlier decree permitting him to stand for the consulship in absence. The Senate refused to submit the motion and demanded that Caesar dismiss his troops. Caesar felt that his legions were his only protection. Perhaps he had nourished their personal loyalty with a view to just such a crisis as this. Nevertheless, he proposed to the Senate that both he and Pompey should lay down their commissions, an offer which seemed to the people of Rome so reasonable that they garlanded his messenger with flowers. The Senate favored the plan, 370 to 22, but Pompey balked at it. In the last days of the year 50, the Senate declared Caesar a public enemy, unless he should abandon his command by July 1st. On the first day of 49, Curio read to the Senate a letter in which Caesar agreed to disband all but 2 of his 10 legions, if he might retain the governorship till 48. But he spoiled the offer by adding that he would look upon its rejection as a declaration of war. Cicero spoke for the proposal, and Pompey agreed to it, but the consul Lentulus intervened and drove Caesar's lieutenants, Curio and Antony, from the Senate house. After a long debate, the reluctant Senate, persuaded by Lentulus, Cato, and Marcellus, gave Pompey orders and powers to see that no harm should come to the state, the Roman phrase for dictatorship and martial law. Caesar hesitated more than was his wont. Legally, the Senate was right. He had no authority to name the conditions under which he would resign his command. He knew that civil war might bring Gaul to revolt and Italy to ruin, but to yield was to surrender the empire to incompetence and reaction. Amid his deliberations, he learned that one of his nearest friends and ablest lieutenants, Titus Labienus, had gone over to Pompey. He summoned the soldiers of his favorite 13th Legion and laid the situation before them. His first word won them. Commilitones, fellow soldiers. They who had seen him share their hardships and perils, who had had to complain that he risked himself too readily, recognized his right to use this word. He had always addressed them so rather than with the curt milites of less gracious commanders. Most of his men came from Cisalpine Gaul, to which he had extended Roman citizenship. They knew that the Senate had refused to recognize this grant, and that one senator had flogged a Cisalpine Gaul just to show his contempt for Caesar's enfranchisement. It was illegal to flog a Roman citizen. They had learned to respect Caesar, even in their rough, mute way to love him, during their many campaigns. He had been severe with cowardice and indiscipline, but he had been lenient with their human faults, had winked at their sexual escapades, had spared them unnecessary dangers, had saved them by skillful generalship, had doubled their pay, and had spread his spoils among them handsomely. He told them of his proposals to the Senate and how these had been received. He reminded them that an idle and corrupt aristocracy was unfit to give Rome order, justice, and prosperity. Would they follow him? Not one refused. When he told them that he had no money with which to pay them, they emptied their savings into his treasury. On January 10, 49, he led one legion across the Rubicon, a small stream near Ariminum that marked the southern boundary of Cisalpine Gaul. Jacta est alea, he is reported to have said. The die is cast. It seemed an act of folly, for the remaining 9 legions of his army were still distant in Gaul and could not reach him for weeks to come, while Pompey had 10 legions, or 60,000 troops, authority to levy as many more as he pleased, and funds to arm and feed them. Caesar's 12th legion joined him at Picenum, the 8th at Corfinium. He formed 3 legions more from prisoners, volunteers, and levies upon the population. He had little difficulty in getting recruits. Italy had not forgotten the social war of 88 and saw in Caesar a champion of Italian rights. One by one its cities opened their gates to him. Some turned out en masse to welcome him. The towns, wrote Cicero, salute him as a god. Corfinium resisted briefly, then surrendered. Caesar protected it from sack by his soldiers, freed all captured officers, and sent to Pompey's camp the money and baggage that Labienus had left behind. Though almost penniless, he refrained from confiscating those estates of his opponents that fell into his hands, a characteristically wise measure which won to neutrality most of the middle class. It would be his policy, he announced, to consider all neutrals his friends. At every new advance he tried again for reconciliation. He sent a message to Lentulus begging him to use his consular influence for peace. In a letter to Cicero, he offered to retire to private life and leave the field to Pompey, provided he should be allowed to live in security. Cicero labored to effect a compromise, but found his logic helpless before the rival dogmatisms of revolution. Though his forces still far outnumbered Caesar's, Pompey withdrew with them from the capital, and a disorderly stream of aristocrats followed him, leaving their wives and children to Caesar's mercy. Rejecting every overture of peace, Pompey declared that he would consider as an enemy any senator who did not abandon Rome and join his camp. The majority of the Senate remained in Rome, and vacillating Cicero, despising Pompey's vacillations, divided himself among his rural estates. Pompey marched to Brundisium and ferried his troops across the Adriatic. He knew that his undisciplined army needed further training before it could stand up to Caesar's legions. Meanwhile, he hoped the Roman fleet under his control would starve Italy into destroying his rival. Caesar entered Rome, March 16th, unresisted and unarmed, having left his troops in nearby towns. He proclaimed a general amnesty and restored municipal administration and social order. The tribunes convoked the Senate. Caesar asked it to name him dictator, but it refused. He asked it to send envoys to Pompey to negotiate peace, but it refused. He sought funds from the national treasury. The tribune Lucius Metellus barred his way, but yielded when Caesar remarked that it was harder for him to utter threats than to execute them. Henceforth he made free use of the state's money. But with unscrupulous impartiality he deposited in the treasury the booty from his later campaigns. Then he returned to his soldiers and prepared to meet the 3 armies that the Pompeians were organizing in Greece, Africa, and Spain. To secure the grain supply upon which Italy's life depended, he sent the impetuous Curio with 2 legions to take Sicily. Cato surrendered the island and withdrew to Africa. Curio pursued him with the recklessness of Regulus, gave battle prematurely, was defeated, and died in action, mourning not his own death but the injury he had done to Caesar. Meanwhile, Caesar had led an army to Spain, partly to ensure the renewal of its grain exports to Italy, partly to forestall a rear attack when he marched to meet Pompey. In Spain, as in Gaul, he made serious blunders in strategy. For a time his outnumbered army faced starvation and defeat, but as usual he redeemed himself by brilliant improvisation and personal bravery. By altering the course of a river, he turned blockade into counter-blockade. He waited patiently for the entrapped army to surrender, though his troops fretted for action. At last the Pompeians gave in, and all Spain came over to Caesar, this in August of 49. Returning toward Italy by land, he found his way blocked at Marseilles by an army under Lucius Domitius, whom he had captured and released at Corfinium. Caesar took the town after a hard siege, reorganized the administration of Gaul, and by December was back in Rome. His political position had been strengthened by his campaign, which had reassured the worried bellies of the capital. The Senate now named him dictator, but he surrendered that title after being elected one of the 2 consuls for 48. Finding Italy in a credit crisis due to the fact that the hoarding of currency had depressed prices, and debtors were refusing to pay in dear money what they had borrowed in cheap money, he decreed that debts might be paid in goods valued by state arbitrators at pre-war prices. This, he thought, was the most suitable way both of maintaining the honor of the debtors and of removing or diminishing the fear of that general repudiation of debts which is apt to follow war. It is a revelation of how slowly reform had moved in Rome that he was compelled again to forbid enslavement for debt. He permitted the interest already paid on debts to be deducted from the principal, and limited interest to 1% per month. These measures satisfied most creditors who had feared confiscation. Correspondingly, they disappointed the radicals who had hoped that Caesar would continue Catiline by abolishing all debts and redividing the land. He distributed corn to the needy, cancelled all sentences of banishment except Milo's, and pardoned all returning aristocrats. No one thanked him for his moderation. The forgiven conservatives resumed their plotting against his life, and while he was facing Pompey in Thessaly, the radicals abandoned him for Caelius, who promised them a complete abolition of debts, the confiscation of large properties, and the reallotment of all land. Near the end of 49, Caesar joined the troops and fleet that his aides had collected at Brundisium. A winter crossing of the Adriatic by an army was in those days unheard of. The 12 vessels at his disposal would carry over only a third of his 60,000 men at one time, and Pompey's superior squadrons patrolled all islands and harbors along the opposite coast. Nevertheless, Caesar set sail and crossed to Epirus with 20,000 men. On their way back to Italy, his ships were wrecked. Wondering what delayed the remainder of his army, Caesar tried to recross in a small skiff. The sailors rowed out against the surf and were nearly drowned. Caesar, dauntless amid their terror, encouraged them with the possibly legendary exhortation, "Fear not, you carry Caesar and his fortune." But the wind and wave tossed the boat back upon the shore, and Caesar had to abandon the attempt. Meanwhile, Pompey, with 40,000 men, seized Dyrrhachium and its rich stores. Then, with the indecision that marked his obese years, he failed to attack Caesar's depleted and starving force. During this delay, Mark Antony gathered another fleet and brought over the rest of Caesar's army. Ready now to join battle, but still loath to turn Roman against Roman, Caesar sent an envoy to Pompey proposing that both leaders should lay down their commands. Pompey gave no reply. Caesar attacked and was repulsed, but Pompey failed to follow his victory with pursuit. Against Pompey's advice, his officers put all captives to death, while Caesar spared his, a contrast that raised the morale of Caesar's troops and lowered that of Pompey's. Caesar's men begged him to punish them for the cowardice they had shown in this their first fight against Roman legions. When he refused, they besought him to lead them back to battle, but he thought it wiser to retreat into Thessaly and let them rest. Pompey now made the decision that cost him his life. Afranius advised him to return and recapture undefended Italy, but the majority of his counselors urged him to pursue and destroy Caesar. The aristocrats in Pompey's camp exaggerated the victory at Dyrrhachium, and supposed that the great issue had there been decided. Cicero, who had finally joined them, was shocked to hear them dispute as to their respective shares in the coming restoration, and to see with what luxury they lived in the midst of war, their meals served on silver plate, their tents comfortable with carpets, brilliant with hangings, garlanded with flowers. Excepting Pompey himself, Cicero wrote, the Pompeians carried on the war with such rapacity and breathed such principles of cruelty in their conversation that I could not contemplate even their success without horror. There was nothing good among them but their cause. A proscription was proposed not only individually but collectively. Lentulus had promised himself Hortensius's house, Caesar's gardens, and Baiae. Pompey would have preferred a more Fabian strategy, but taunts of cowardice prevailed upon him, and he gave orders to march. At Pharsalus, August 9th, 48, the decisive battle was fought to the bitter end. Pompey had 48,000 infantry, 7,000 horse. Caesar had 22,000 and 1,000. Some few of the noblest Romans, says Plutarch, standing as spectators outside the battle, could not but reflect to what a pass private ambition had brought the empire. The whole flower and strength of the same city, meeting here in collision with itself, offered plain proof how blind and mad a thing human nature is when passion is aroused. Near relatives, even brothers, fought in the opposed armies. Caesar bade his men spare all Romans who would surrender. As to the young aristocrat Marcus Brutus, he said, they were to capture him without injuring him, or if this proved impossible, they were to let him escape. The Pompeians were overwhelmed by superior leadership, training, and morale. 15,000 of them were killed or wounded, 20,000 surrendered, the remainder fled. Pompey tore the insignia of command from his clothing and took flight like the rest. Caesar tells us that he lost but 200 men, which casts doubt upon all his books. His army was amused to see the tents of the defeated so elegantly adorned, and their tables laden with the feast that was to celebrate their victory. Caesar ate Pompey's supper in Pompey's tent. Pompey rode all night to Larissa, thence to the sea, and took ship to Alexandria. At Mytilene, where his wife joined him, the citizens wished him to stay. He refused courteously and advised them to submit to the conqueror without fear, for, he said, Caesar was a man of great goodness and clemency. Brutus also escaped to Larissa, but there he dallied and wrote to Caesar. The victor expressed great joy on hearing that he was safe, readily forgave him, and at his request forgave Cassius. To the nations of the East, which, controlled by the upper classes, had supported Pompey, he was likewise lenient. He distributed Pompey's hordes of grain among the starving population of Greece, and to the Athenians asking pardon he replied with a smile of reproof, "How often will the glory of your ancestors save you from self-destruction?" Probably he had been warned that Pompey hoped to resume the contest with the army and resources of Egypt and the forces that Cato, Labienus, and Metellus Scipio were organizing at Utica. But when Pompey reached Alexandria, Pothinus, eunuch vizier of young Ptolemy XII, ordered his servants to kill Pompey, presumably in expectation of reward from Caesar. The general was stabbed to death as he stepped upon the shore, while his wife looked on in helpless terror from the ship in which they had come. When Caesar arrived, Pothinus's men presented him with the severed head. Caesar turned away in horror and wept at this new proof that by diverse means men come to the same end. He established his quarters in the royal palace of the Ptolemies and set himself to regulate the affairs of the ancient kingdom. 7. Caesar and Cleopatra. Since the death of Ptolemy VI in 145, Egypt had rapidly decayed. Her kings were no longer able to maintain social order or national freedom. The Roman Senate increasingly dictated their policy, and garrisoned Alexandria with Roman troops. By the will of Ptolemy XI, whom Pompey and Gabinius had established on the throne, the government had descended to his son Ptolemy XII and his daughter Cleopatra, who were to marry each other and reign together. Cleopatra was a Macedonian Greek by origin, and more probably blonde than brunette. She was not particularly beautiful, but the grace of her carriage, the vivacity of her body and her mind, the variety of her accomplishments, the suavity of her manners, the very melody of her voice, combined with her royal position to make her a heady wine even for a Roman general. She was acquainted with Greek history, literature, and philosophy. She spoke Greek, Egyptian, Syrian, and allegedly other languages well. She added the intellectual fascination of an Aspasia to the seductive abandon of a completely uninhibited woman. Tradition credits her with a treatise on cosmetics and another on the alluring subject of Egyptian measures, weights, and coins. She was an able ruler and administrator, effectively promoted Egyptian commerce and industry, and was a competent financier, even when making love. With these qualities went an oriental sensuality, an impetuous brutality that dealt out suffering and death, and a political ambition that dreamed of empire and honored no code but success. If she had not borne the intemperate blood of the later Ptolemies in her veins, she might have achieved her purpose of being the queen of a unified Mediterranean realm. She saw that Egypt could no longer be independent of Rome and knew no reason why she should not dominate their union. Caesar was not pleased to learn that Pothinus had banished Cleopatra and now ruled as regent for young Ptolemy. Secretly he sent for her, and secretly she came. To reach him, she had herself concealed in some bedding which her attendant Apollodorus carried into Caesar's apartment. The amazed Roman, who never let his victories in the field outnumber his conquests in love, was captivated by her courage and wit. He reconciled her with Ptolemy and re-established her with her brother on the throne of Egypt. Learning from his barber that Pothinus and the Egyptian general Achillas were plotting to kill him and slaughter the small force that he had brought with him, he delicately arranged the assassination of Pothinus. Achillas escaped to the Egyptian army and roused it to insurrection. Soon all Alexandria was alive with soldiers vowing death to Caesar. The Roman garrison which had been stationed in the city by the Senate was inspired by its officers to join in rising against this treasonable interloper, who presumed to settle the succession to the throne of the Ptolemies and even to beget an heir for its future. In this emergency, Caesar acted with his customary resourcefulness. He turned the royal palace and the nearby theater into fortresses for himself and his men, and sent for reinforcements from Asia Minor, Syria, and Rhodes. When he saw that his defenseless fleet would soon fall into the hands of his enemies, he ordered it burned. In the fire, an uncertain portion of the Alexandrian library was consumed. By desperate sallies, he captured, lost, and recaptured the island of Pharos, as being essential to the entry of the relief he awaited. In one of these engagements he swam for his life amid a storm of arrows when the Egyptians drove him and 400 of his men off the connecting mole into the sea. Thinking the rebels victorious, Ptolemy XII left the royal palace, joined them, and disappeared from history. When reinforcements arrived, Caesar routed the Egyptians and the senatorial garrison in the Battle of the Nile. He rewarded Cleopatra for her fidelity to him in this crisis by making her younger brother Ptolemy XIII co-regent with her, which left her, in effect, the supreme ruler of Egypt. It is hard to understand why Caesar remained 9 months in Alexandria while hostile armies were being organized against him near Utica, and while Rome, stirred to radical revolt by Celius and Milo, longed for his fine administrative hand. Perhaps he felt that he deserved a little rest and play after 10 years of war. He often feasted with Cleopatra till daybreak, says Suetonius, and would have gone through Egypt with her in her royal barge almost to Ethiopia had not his soldiers threatened mutiny. They had not all found queens. Perhaps he gallantly waited to share the pains of her confinement. A child was born to her in 47 and was named Caesarion. According to Mark Antony, Caesar acknowledged the boy as his son. It is not impossible that she whispered to him the pleasant thought of making himself king, marrying her, and uniting the Mediterranean world under one bed. This, however, is conjectural as well as scandalous. Nothing but circumstantial evidence supports it. Certainly Caesar flew to action when he learned that Pharnaces, son of Mithridates, had recaptured Pontus, Lesser Armenia, and Cappadocia, and was inviting the East to rise once more against divided Rome. His wisdom in pacifying Spain and Gaul before meeting Pompey was now apparent. Had the West revolted at one time with the East, the empire would probably have broken up, the barbarians would have moved southward, and Rome might never have known an Augustan age. Reforming his 3 legions, Caesar set out in June of 47, marched with characteristic speed along the coast of Egypt through Syria and Asia Minor into Pontus, defeated Pharnaces at Zela, this on August 2nd, and sent to a friend at Rome the laconic report, Veni vidi vici, I came, I saw, I conquered. At Tarentum, September 26th, he was met by Cicero, who asked forgiveness for himself and other conservatives. Caesar consented amiably. He was shocked to find that during his 20 months' absence from Rome, the civil war had become a social revolution, that Cicero's son-in-law, Dolabella, had joined forces with Caelius, and had proposed to the assembly a bill cancelling all debts, that Antony had let loose his soldiers upon Dolabella's armed proletaires, and 800 Romans had been killed in the Forum. Caelius, as praetor, had recalled Milo. Together they had organized an army in southern Italy and had invited the slaves to unite with them in a thoroughgoing revolution. They had met with small success, but their spirit was in the air. At Rome, the radicals were celebrating the memory of Catiline and again garlanding his tomb. Meanwhile, the Pompeian army in Africa had grown as large as the one that had been beaten at Pharsalus. Pompey's son Sextus had organized a new army in Spain, and the grain supply of Italy was once more hanging in the balance. Such was the situation in October 47 when Caesar reached Rome and Calpurnia, bringing with him Cleopatra, her boy-husband-brother, and Caesarion. In the few months permitted him between campaigns, he set about restoring order. Having been reappointed dictator, he appeased the radicals for a moment by repealing the last of Sulla's laws and cancelling for a year all rents below 2,000 sesterces in Rome. At the same time, he tried to comfort the conservatives by making Marcus Brutus governor of Cisalpine Gaul, assuring Cicero and Atticus that he would abet no war against property, and ordering the re-erection of the statues of Sulla, which the proletaires had knocked down. When he turned his thoughts to the Pompeians, he was discouraged to hear that his most trusted legions were in revolt because of long overdue pay and were refusing to embark for Africa. As the treasury was nearly empty, he raised funds by confiscating and selling the property of rebel aristocrats. He had learned, he said, that soldiers depend upon money, money upon power, and power upon soldiers. He suddenly appeared among the rebellious legions, called them together, and quietly told them that they were released from service and might go to their homes. He added that he would make up all arrears to them when he had triumphed in Africa with other soldiers. At this expression, says Appian, shame seized upon them all, that they were abandoning their commander in this moment when enemies surrounded him on every side. They cried out that they repented of their revolt, and besought him to keep them in his service. He yielded with charming reluctance and sailed with them for Africa. At Thapsus, on April 6, 46, he met the combined forces of Metellus Scipio, Cato, Labienus, and Juba I, the Numidian king. Again he lost the first encounter. Again he reformed his lines, attacked, and won. His blood-crazed soldiers, blaming his clemency at Pharsalus for having to fight this second battle, slaughtered 10,000 of the 80,000 Pompeians, giving no quarter. They did not propose to meet these men again. Juba committed suicide, Scipio fled and died in an engagement at sea, Cato, with a small division, escaped to Utica. When the officers wished to defend the city against Caesar, Cato persuaded them that it was impossible. He provided funds for those who planned flight, but advised his son to submit to Caesar. He himself rejected both courses. He spent the evening in philosophical discussion, then he retired to his room and read Plato's Phaedo. Suspecting that he would kill himself, his friends took his sword from his bedside. When they had relaxed their vigil, he compelled his servant to bring back the weapon. For a while he feigned sleep, then suddenly he took the sword and plunged it into his abdomen. His friends rushed in. A physician put back the extruding intestines and sewed and bandaged the wound. As soon as they had left the room, Cato removed the bandage, tore open the wound, pulled out his entrails, and died. When Caesar came, he mourned that he had had no chance to pardon Cato. He could only pardon the son. The Uticans gave the dead Stoic a magnificent funeral, as if knowing that they were burying a republic almost 5 centuries old. 8. The Statesman. After appointing Sallust governor of Numidia and reorganizing the provinces of Africa, Caesar in the fall of 46 returned to Rome. This book is continued on Cassette 7, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 3, Caesar and Christ, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 7, Side 1. After appointing Sallust governor of Numidia and reorganizing the provinces of Africa, Caesar in the fall of 46 returned to Rome. The frightened Senate, recognizing the advent of monarchy, voted him the dictatorship for 10 years, and such a triumph as Rome had never seen before. He paid each of his soldiers 5,000 Attic drachmas, or $3,000, much more than he had promised them. He feasted the citizens at 22,000 tables, and for their amusement provided a sham sea battle involving 10,000 men. Early in 45 he left for Spain, and at Munda defeated the last Pompeian army. When in October he reached Rome, he found all Italy in chaos. Oligarchic misrule and a century of revolution had disorganized agriculture, industry, finance, and trade. The exhaustion of the provinces, the hoarding of capital, and the precariousness of investment had disturbed the flow of money. Thousands of estates had fallen into ruin. 100,000 men had been drawn from production into war. Peasants beyond number had been driven by the competition of foreign grain or latifundia slaves to join the proletariat in the towns and listen hungrily to promising demagogues. The surviving aristocracy, unmelted by Caesar's clemency, plotted against him in their clubs and palaces. He appealed to them in the Senate to recognize the necessity of dictatorship and to cooperate with him in a healing reconstruction. They scorned the advances of the usurper, denounced the presence of Cleopatra as his guest in Rome, and whispered that he was planning to make himself king and move the seat of the empire to Alexandria or Ilium. Caesar alone, therefore, though prematurely old at 55, set himself with Roman energy to remake the Roman state. He knew that his victories would be meaningless if he could not build something better than the wreckage that he had cleared away. When in 44 his dictatorship for 10 years was extended for life, he did not much exaggerate the difference, though he could hardly foresee that in 5 months he would be dead. The Senate heaped adulation and titles upon him, perhaps to make him odious to a people that hated the very name of king. It let him wear the laurel wreath, with which he hid his baldness, and carry even in peace the imperator's powers. Through these he controlled the treasury, and as Pontifex Maximus, the priesthoods. As consul he could propose and execute laws. As tribune his person was inviolable. As censor he could make or unmake senators. The assemblies kept the right to vote on proposed measures, but Caesar's lieutenants, Dolabella and Antony, managed the assemblies, which in general favored his policies. Like other dictators, he sought to base his power upon popularity with the people. He subordinated the Senate almost to the role of an advisory council. He enlarged it from 600 to 900 members and permanently transformed it with 400 new appointees. Many of these were Roman businessmen. Many were leading citizens of Italian or provincial cities. Some had been centurions, soldiers, or sons of slaves. The patricians were alarmed to see the chieftains of conquered Gaul enter the Senate and join the rulers of the empire. Even the wags of the capital resented this and circulated a satiric couplet. Gallos Caesar in triumphum ducit, idem in curiam. Galli brachas depusuerunt, latum clavum sumpserunt. Caesar leads Gauls in his triumph, then into the Senate. The Gauls have removed their breeches and put on the broad-rimmed toga of the senators. Perhaps Caesar purposely made the new Senate too cumbersome a body for effective deliberation or unified opposition. He chose a group of friends, Balbus, Appius, Macius, and others, as an informal executive cabinet, and inaugurated the bureaucracy of the empire by delegating the clerical details of his government and the minutiae of administration to his household of freedmen and slaves. He allowed the assembly to elect half the city magistrates. He chose the rest by recommendations, which the assembly regularly approved. As tribune, he could veto the decisions of other tribunes or consuls. He increased the praetors to 16 and the quaestors to 40 to expedite municipal and judicial business. He kept a personal eye on every aspect of the city's affairs and tolerated no incompetence or waste. In the city charters that he granted, he placed severe injunctions and penalties against electoral corruption and official malfeasance. To end the domination of politics by organized vote-buying, and perhaps to secure his power against proletarian revolt, he abolished the collegia, except some of ancient origin, and the essentially religious associations of the Jews. He restricted jury service to the two upper classes and reserved for himself the right to try the most vital cases. Frequently he sat as judge, and none could deny the wisdom and impartiality of his decisions. He proposed to the jurists of his time an orderly codification of existing Roman law, but his early death frustrated the plan. Resuming the work of the Gracchi, he distributed lands to his veterans and the poor. This policy, continued by Augustus, for many years pacified the agrarian agitation. To forestall the rapid reconcentration of land ownership, he ruled that the new lands could not be sold within 20 years, and to check rural slavery he passed a measure requiring that a third of the laborers on ranches should be freemen. Having turned many idle proletaires into soldiers and then into peasant proprietors, he further diminished their ranks by sending 80,000 citizens as colonists to Carthage, Corinth, Seville, Arles, and other centers. To provide work for the remaining unemployed in Rome, he spent 160 million sesterces in a great building program. He had a new and more spacious meeting place for the assemblies set up in the field of Mars, and relieved the congestion of business in the Forum by adding near it a Forum Iulium. He embellished likewise many cities in Italy, Spain, Gaul, and Greece. Having so eased the pressure of poverty, he required a means test for eligibility to the state dole of grain. At once the number of applicants fell from 320,000 to 150,000. So far he had remained true to his role as a champion of the populares. But since the Roman Revolution was more agrarian than industrial, and was aimed chiefly at the landed, slave-driving aristocracy, then at the moneylenders, and only mildly at the business classes, Caesar continued the Gracchian policy of inviting businessmen to support the agrarian and fiscal revolution. Cicero sought to unite the middle classes with the aristocracy. Caesar sought to unite them with the plebs. Many of the great capitalists, from Crassus to Balbus, helped to finance him, as similar men helped the American and French revolutions. Nevertheless, Caesar ended one of the richest sources of financial profiteering, the collection of provincial taxes through corporations of publicans. He scaled down debts, enacted severe laws against excessive interest rates, and relieved extreme cases of insolvency by establishing the law of bankruptcy essentially as it stands today. He restored the stability of the currency by basing it upon gold and issuing a golden aureus, equivalent in purchasing power to the British pound sterling in the 19th century. The coins of his government were stamped with his own features and were designed with an artistry new to Rome. A novel order and competence entered the administration of the empire's finances, with the result that when Caesar died, the treasury contained 700 million sesterces, and his private treasury 100 million. As a scientific basis for taxation and administration, he had a census taken of Italy and planned a like census of the empire. To replenish a citizenry decimated by war, he granted the Roman franchise widely, among others to physicians and teachers in Rome. Long disturbed by the fall in the birth rate, he had in 59 given precedence in land allotments to fathers of 3 children. Now he promulgated rewards for large families and forbade childless women under 45 to ride in litters or wear jewelry, the weakest and most futile part of his varied legislation. Still an agnostic, though not quite free from superstitions, Caesar remained high priest of the state religion and provided it with the usual funds. He restored old temples and built new ones, honoring above all his alma mater, Venus. But he allowed full liberty of conscience and worship, withdrew old prohibitions against the Isis cult, and protected the Jews in the exercise of their faith. Noting that the calendar of the priests had lost all concord with the seasons, he commissioned the Alexandrian Greek Sosigenes to devise, on Egyptian models, the Julian calendar. Henceforth, the year was to consist of 365 days, with an added day every 4th February. Cicero complained that Caesar, not content with ruling the earth, was now regulating the stars, but the Senate accepted the reform graciously and gave the dictator's family name, Julius, to the month Quinctillus, which had been 5th when March opened the year. As impressive as these things done are the works begun or planned by Caesar but postponed by his assassination. He laid the foundations of a great theater and of a temple to Mars proportioned to that god's voracity. He appointed Varro to head an organization for the establishment of public libraries.
He designed to free Rome from malaria by draining Lake Fucinus and the Pontine marshes, and reclaiming these acres for tillage. He proposed to raise dikes to control the Tiber's floods. By diverting the course of that stream, he hoped to improve the harbor at Ostia, periodically ruined by the river's silt. He instructed his engineers to prepare plans for building a road across central Italy and for cutting a canal at Corinth. The most resented of his undertakings was to make the freemen of Italy equal citizens with those of Rome, and the provinces ultimately equal with Italy. In 49 he had enfranchised Cisalpine Gaul. Now in 44 he drew up a municipal charter, apparently for all the cities of Italy, equalizing their rights with Rome's. Probably he was planning some representative government by which they would have a democratic share in his constitutional monarchy. He took the appointment of provincial governors out of the hands of the corrupt Senate, and himself named to these posts men of proved ability who remained at every moment subject to recall at his will. He reduced provincial taxes by a third and entrusted their collection to special officials responsible to himself. He overrode ancient curses to restore Capua, Carthage, and Corinth, completing again the work of the Gracchi. To the colonists whom he sent to found or people a score of cities from Gibraltar to the Black Sea, he gave Roman or Latin rights and evidently hoped to extend Roman citizenship to all free adult males in the empire. The Senate was then to represent not a class in Rome, but the mind and will of every province. This conception of government, and Caesar's reorganization of Rome and Italy, completed the miracle whereby the youthful spendthrift and roisterer had become one of the ablest, bravest, fairest, and most enlightened men in all the sorry annals of politics. Like Alexander, he did not know where to stop. Contemplating his reordered realm, he resented its exposure to attack at the Euphrates, the Danube, and the Rhine. He dreamed of a great expedition to capture Parthia and avenge his old pocketbook Crassus, of a march around the Black Sea and the pacification of Scythia, of the exploration of the Danube and the conquest of Germany. Then, having made the empire secure, he would return to Rome laden with honor and spoils, rich enough to end economic depression, powerful enough to ignore all opposition, free at last to name his successor and to die with the Pax Romana as his supreme legacy to the world. 9. Brutus. When news of this plan trickled through Rome, the common people, who loved glory, applauded. The business classes, smelling war orders and provincial loot, licked their chops. The aristocracy, foreseeing its extinction on Caesar's return, resolved to kill him before he could go. He had treated these blue bloods with such generosity as to stir Cicero's eloquence in his praise. He had forgiven all surrendering foes and had condemned to death only a few officers who, defeated and pardoned, had fought against him again. He had burned unread the correspondence he had found in the tents of Pompey and Scipio. He had sent the captured daughter and grandchildren of Pompey to Pompey's son Sextus, who was still in arms against him, and he had restored the statues of Pompey which his followers had thrown down. He had given provincial governorships to Brutus and Cassius, and high office to many others of their class. He bore silently 1,000 slanders, and instituted no proceedings against those whom he suspected of plotting against his life. To Cicero, who had trimmed his wind to every sail, he offered not only pardon but honor, and refused nothing that the orator asked for himself or his Pompeian friends. He even forgave, at Cicero's urging, the unrepentant Marcus Marcellus. In a pretty speech for Marcellus in 46, Cicero acclaimed Caesar's unbelievable liberality, and admitted that Pompey, victorious, would have been more vengeful. "I have heard with regret," he said, "your celebrated and highly philosophical remark, Jam satis vixi. I have lived enough, whether for nature or for fame. Put aside, I beg you, that wisdom of the sage. Do not be wise at the cost of our peril. You are still far from the completion of your greatest labors. You have not yet laid their foundations." And he solemnly promised Caesar, in the name of all the Senate, that they would watch over his safety and oppose with their own bodies any attack upon him. Cicero now prospered so well that he planned to buy still another palace, no less than that of Sulla himself. He enjoyed the dinners to which he was invited by Antony, Balbus, and others of Caesar's aides. Never before had his letters been so gay. Caesar was not deceived. He wrote to Macius, "If anyone is gracious, it is Cicero, but I doubt not that he hates me bitterly." When reassured Pompeians resumed their opposition, this unctuous Talleyrand of the pen fell in with their hopes and wrote a eulogy of the younger Cato that should have put Caesar on his guard. Caesar contented himself with writing a reply, the Anti-Cato, which did not show the dictator at his best. In this duel he had given Cicero the choice of weapons, and the orator had won.
Public opinion praised Cicero's style and the mildness of a ruler who composed a pamphlet when he might have signed a death warrant. Men who have been deprived of wanted power cannot be mollified by pardoning their resistance. It is as difficult to forgive forgiveness as it is to forgive those whom we have injured. The aristocrats fretted in a Senate that dared not reject the proposals that Caesar so constitutionally submitted to them. They patriotically denounced the destruction of a liberty that had fattened their purses, and would not admit that the restoration of order required the limitation of their freedom. They looked with horror upon the presence of Cleopatra and Caesarion in Rome. It was true that Caesar was living with his wife Calpurnia, apparently in mutual affection, but who could say, who would not say, what happened on his frequent visits to the gorgeous queen? Rumors persisted that he would make himself king, marry her, and place the capital of their united empires in the east. Had he not ordered his statue to be erected on the Capitol next to those of Rome's ancient kings? Had he not stamped his own image upon Roman coins, an unprecedented insolence? Did he not wear robes of purple, usually reserved for kings? At the Lupercalia, on February 15, 44, the consul Antony, sacerdotally naked and impiously drunk, tried thrice to place a royal crown upon Caesar's head. Thrice Caesar refused. But was it not because the crowd murmured disapproval? Did he not dismiss from office the tribunes who removed from his statue the royal diadem placed upon it by his friends? When the Senate approached him as he sat in the Temple of Venus, he did not rise to receive them. Some explained that he had been overcome by an epileptic stroke, others that he was suffering from diarrhea and had remained seated to avoid a movement of his bowels at so unpropitious a moment. But many patricians feared that any day might see him proclaimed a king. Shortly after the Lupercalia, Gaius Cassius, a sickly man, pale and lean as Plutarch describes him, approached Marcus Brutus and suggested the assassination of Caesar. He had already won to his plan several senators, some capitalists whose provincial pillage had fallen with Caesar's restriction of the publicans, and even some of Caesar's generals, who felt that the spoils and offices awarded them had not quite equaled their deserts. Brutus was needed as the front of the conspiracy, for he had won a wide reputation as the most virtuous of men. He was supposedly descended from the Brutus who had expelled the kings 464 years before. His mother, Servilia, was Cato's half-sister. His wife, Portia, was Cato's daughter, and the widow of Caesar's enemy Bibulus. It was thought, says Appian, that Brutus was Caesar's son, as Caesar was the lover of Servilia about the time of Brutus's birth. Plutarch adds that Caesar believed Brutus to be his son. Possibly Brutus himself shared this opinion, and hated the dictator for having seduced his mother and made him, in the gossip of Rome, a bastard instead of a Brutus. He had always been moody and taciturn, as if brooding over a secret wrong. At the same time he carried himself proudly, as one who in any case bore noble blood in his veins. He was a master of Greek and a devotee of philosophy, in metaphysics a follower of Plato, in ethics of Zeno. It was not lost upon him that Stoicism, like Greek and Roman opinion, approved tyrannicide. Our ancestors, he wrote to a friend, thought that we ought not to endure a tyrant even if he were our own father. He composed a treatise on virtue and was later confused with that abstraction. Through intermediaries he lent money at 48% to the citizens of Cyprian Salamis. When they balked at paying the accumulated interest, he urged Cicero, then proconsul in Cilicia, to enforce the collection with Roman arms. He governed Cisalpine Gaul with integrity and competence, and returning to Rome, was made urban praetor by Caesar. This in 45. Every generous element in his nature rebelled against Cassius's proposal. Cassius reminded him of his rebel ancestry, and perhaps Brutus felt challenged to prove it by imitation. The sensitive youth blushed when he saw, affixed to statues of the older Brutus, such inscriptions as, "Brutus, are you dead?" or "Your posterity is unworthy of you." Cicero dedicated to him several treatises written in these years. Meanwhile, it was whispered among the patricians that at the next meeting of the Senate on March 15th, Lucius Cotta would move that Caesar be made king, on the ground that according to the Sibylline oracle the Parthians would be conquered only by a king. A Senate half filled with Caesar's appointees, said Cassius, would pass the measure, and all hope of restoring the Republic would be lost. Brutus yielded, and the conspirators then made definite plans. Portia drew the secret from her husband by stabbing her thigh to show that no physical injury could make her speak against her will. In a moment of unprophetic sentiment, Brutus insisted that Antony should be spared. On the evening of March 14th, to a gathering at his home, Caesar proposed as a topic of conversation, "What is the best death?" His own answer was a sudden one. The next morning his wife begged him not to go to the Senate, saying that she had dreamed of seeing him covered with blood. A like-minded servant sought to provide a deterrent omen by causing an ancestral picture to fall from the wall. But Decimus Brutus, who was one of his closest friends and was also one of the conspirators, urged him to attend the Senate if only to adjourn it courteously in person. A friend who had learned of the plot came to warn him, but Caesar had already left. On his way to the Senate he met a soothsayer who had once whispered to him, "Beware the Ides of March." Caesar remarked, smiling, that the Ides had come and all was well. "But they have not passed," answered Spurinna. While Caesar was offering the usual pre-session sacrifice before Pompey's theatre, where the Senate was to meet, a tablet informing him of the conspiracy was put into his hands. He ignored it, and tradition says that it was found in his hand after his death. These stories of the Ides of March appear in Suetonius, Plutarch, and Appian, but they may be legend nevertheless. Trebonius, a conspirator who had been a favored general of Caesar, detained Antony from the meeting by conversation. When Caesar entered the theatre and took his seat, the liberators flung themselves upon him without delay. Some have written, reports Suetonius, that when Marcus Brutus rushed at him, he said in Greek, "Kai su teknon, you too, my child?" When Brutus struck him, says Appian, Caesar ended all resistance. Drawing his robe over his face and head, he submitted to the blows and fell at the foot of Pompey's statue. One wish had been granted to the most complete man that antiquity produced. Chapter 10. Antony, 44 to 30 BC. 1. Antony and Brutus. The assassination of Caesar was one of the major tragedies of history, not merely in the sense that it interrupted a great labor of statesmanship and led to 15 years more of chaos and war. Civilization survived, and Augustus completed what Caesar had begun. It was a tragedy also in the sense that probably both parties were right. The conspirators in thinking that Caesar meditated monarchy, Caesar in thinking that disorder and empire had made monarchy inevitable. Men have divided on the issue ever since the Senate sat for a moment in consternation at the deed, and then fled in tumult and terror from the hall. Antony, arriving after the event, saw valor in discretion and fortified himself in his house. Cicero's eloquence lost its tongue, even when Brutus, dagger in hand, hailed him as father of his country. Emerging, the conspirators found an excited populace in the square. They tried to win it with catchwords of liberty and the Republic, but the dazed crowd had no homage for phrases so long used to cover greed. Fearing for their lives, the assassins took refuge in the buildings on the Capitol and surrounded themselves there with their personal gladiatorial guards. Toward evening, Cicero joined them. Antony, approached by their emissaries, sent a friendly reply. The next day, a larger crowd gathered in the Forum. The conspirators sent agents to buy its support and organize it into a legal assembly. Then they ventured down from the Capitol, and Brutus delivered an oration which he had prepared for the Senate. The speech failed to move its hearers. Cassius tried and was met with cold silence. The liberators returned to the Capitol, and as the crowd thinned out, they stealthily departed to their homes. Antony, thinking himself Caesar's heir, obtained from the stunned Calpurnia all the papers and funds that the dictator had left in his palace. At the same time, he secretly summoned Caesar's veterans to Rome. On the 17th, by his authority as tribune, he convened the Senate and astonished all parties by his amiability and calm. He accepted Cicero's proposal for a general amnesty and agreed that Brutus and Cassius should receive provincial governorships, that is, flight with safety and power, on condition that the Senate should ratify all the decrees, legislation, and appointments of Caesar. Since a majority of the Senate owed office or emoluments to these acts, it consented. And when it adjourned, Antony was acclaimed as a statesman who had snatched peace out of the jaws of war. That evening he entertained Cassius for dinner. On the 18th, the Senate met again, recognized Caesar's will, voted him a public funeral, and appointed Antony to deliver the customary eulogy. On the 19th, Antony secured the will from the Vestal Virgins, with whom it had been deposited, and read it first to a small, then to a larger gathering. It bequeathed Caesar's private fortune to 3 grandnephews and, to the astonishment and anger of Antony, named one of them, Caius Octavius, as adoptive son and heir. The dictator had devised his gardens to the people as a public park, and had left 300 sesterces to every citizen of Rome. The news of these benefactions sped through the city, and when on the 20th Caesar's body, which had been embalmed in his home, was brought into the Forum for the last rites, a great concourse of people, including Caesar's veterans, gathered to do him reverence. Antony seems to have spoken at first with cautious restraint, but as he went on his pent-up feelings flared into eloquence. When he raised from the ivory bier the torn and bloody robe through which Caesar had been stabbed, the emotions of the crowd were stirred beyond control. Amid weird wailing and frenzied cries, men gathered wood anywhere and built a fire beneath the corpse. Veterans threw their weapons upon the pyre as an offering, actors threw their costumes, musicians their instruments, women their most precious ornaments. Taking brands from the fire, some enthusiasts sought to burn down the houses of the conspirators, but these buildings were well guarded, and their masters had fled from Rome. A large part of the crowd stayed all night long by the smoldering pyre. Many Jews, grateful for Caesar's sympathetic legislation, remained there 3 days, intoning their ancient funeral chants. During those days, riots surged through the capital. At last Antony directed his soldiers to restore order and to fling persistent marauders from the Tarpeian Rock. Antony was one half of what Caesar had been, as Augustus would be the other half. Antony was a good general, Augustus a superlative statesman. Neither would be both. Born in 82 B.C., Antony had spent a large part of his life in camps and more in quest of wine, women, good food, and fun. Though of high lineage and handsome features, he had the characteristic virtues of the common man: strength of body, animal spirits, good nature, generosity, courage, and loyalty. He had scandalized even Caesar by keeping a harem of both sexes in Rome and traveling with a Greek courtesan in his litter. He had bought in Pompey's house at auction, occupied it, and then refused payment. Now he found in Caesar's papers, or some said placed there, whatever it suited him to find: appointments for his friends, decrees for his purposes, perquisites for himself. In 2 weeks' time he had paid off $1,500,000 in debts and had become a rich man. He seized the $25 million that Caesar had deposited in the Temple of Ops and took another $5 million from Caesar's private treasury. Noting that Decimus Brutus, whom Caesar had appointed governor of Cisalpine Gaul, had assumed that lucrative office despite sharing in the assassination of Caesar, Antony passed through the assembly a bill giving himself that strategic province and consoling Decimus with Macedonia. Likewise, Marcus Brutus and Cassius were to surrender Macedonia to Decimus and Syria to Dolabella, and were to content themselves with sharing Cyrene and Crete. Alarmed by Antony's spreading power, the Senate invited to Rome, as a foil to him, Caesar's adopted son. Caius Octavius, who was to make himself the great statesman in Roman history, was 18 years old in 44. By natural custom he took his adoptive father's name. Adding his own as a modifier, he became Caius Julius Caesar Octavianus. Until 17 years later, he received that lofty name of Augustus by which the centuries have known him. His grandmother was Caesar's sister Julia. His grandfather had been a banker of plebeian stock at Velletri in Latium. His father had served as plebeian aedile, then praetor, then governor of Macedonia. The boy was trained to Spartan simplicity and educated in the literature and philosophy of Greece and Rome. In the last 3 years he had lived a good part of the time in Caesar's palace. It was one of the sorrows of Caesar's life that he had no legitimate son, and one of his profoundest insights that he adopted Octavius. He took the boy with him to Spain in 45 and was pleased to see the courage with which the frail and nervous invalid endured the perils and hardships of the campaign. He had him carefully instructed in the arts of war and government. Many statues have made his features familiar: refined, delicate, serious, at once diffident and resolute, yielding and tenacious. An idealist forced to be a realist, a man of thought painfully learning to be a man of action. He was thin and pale and suffered from a poor digestion. He ate little, drank less, and outlived the strong men around him by abstinence and the regularity of his life. Late in March of 44, a freedman arrived at Apollonia, in Illyria, where Octavian was stationed with the army, and brought the news of Caesar's death and will. The sensitive youth was horrified at men's ingratitude. All his love for the great uncle who had so cherished him and had worked so feverishly to rebuild a shattered state welled up in him and filled him with a silent resolve to complete the labors of Caesar and avenge his death. He rode down to the sea, crossed to Brundisium, and hastened to Rome. His relatives there advised him to stay in hiding lest Antony destroy him. His mother likewise recommended inaction. But when he scorned such a course, she rejoiced, merely suggesting that whenever possible he should use patience and subtlety rather than open war. He followed this wise counsel to the end. He visited Antony and inquired what was being done against Caesar's enemies. He was shocked to find Antony busy planning to lead an army against Decimus Brutus, who had refused to surrender Cisalpine Gaul. He asked Antony to disburse Caesar's legacies according to will, especially the $45 bequeathed to every citizen. Antony saw many reasons for delay. Octavian thereupon distributed the money to Caesar's veterans out of funds borrowed by him from Caesar's friends, and with this approach organized his own army. Infuriated by the insolence of this boy, as he called him, Antony announced that an attempt had been made upon his life, and that the would-be assassin had named Octavian as the instigator of his plan. Octavian protested his innocence. Cicero took advantage of the quarrel to persuade him that Antony was a ruffian who must be defeated. Octavian agreed, joined his 2 legions with those of the consuls Hirtius and Pansa, and marched with them northward to battle Antony. Cicero lent this new civil war the aid of his invective in 14 powerful philippics against the public policy and private life of Antony, some delivered to the Senate or the Assembly, the rest published as propaganda broadcasts in the best tradition of martial blackening. In the ensuing engagement at Mutina, now Modena, Antony lost and fled, this in 44, but Hirtius and Pansa fell, and Octavian returned to Rome sole commander of the Senate's legions as well as his own. With this force behind him, he compelled the Senate to name him consul, to repeal its amnesty to the conspirators, and to sentence them all to death. Discovering that Cicero and the Senate were now his enemies and were merely using him as a temporary tool against Antony, he composed his differences with Antony and formed with him and Lepidus the Second Triumvirate, this from 43 to 33. Their combined armies marched into Rome and took it without resistance. Many of the senators and conservatives fled to South Italy and the provinces. The Assembly ratified the triumvirate and gave it full power for 5 years. To pay their troops, replenish their coffers, and revenge Caesar, the 3 men now let loose the bloodiest reign of terror in Roman history. They listed 300 senators and 2,000 businessmen for execution, and offered 25,000 drachmas or $15,000 to any freeman, and 10,000 to any slave who would bring in the head of a person proscribed. To have money became a capital crime. Children to whom fortunes had been left were condemned and killed. Widows were shorn of their legacies. 1,400 rich women were required to turn over a large share of their property to the triumvirs. At last even the savings deposited with the Vestal Virgins were seized. Atticus was spared because he had helped Antony's wife Fulvia. While acknowledging the courtesy, he sent great sums to Brutus and Cassius. The triumvirs set their soldiers to guard all exits from the city. The proscribed hid in wells, sewers, attics, chimneys. Some died resisting, some submitted quietly to their slayers. Some starved, hanged, or drowned themselves. Some leaped from a roof or into a fire. Some were killed by mistake. Some, not proscribed, committed suicide on the bodies of slain relatives. Salvius, the tribune, knowing himself doomed, gave a last feast to his friends. The emissaries of the triumvirs entered, cut off his head, left his body at the table, and bade the feast go on. Slaves took the opportunity to get rid of hard masters, but many fought to the death to protect their owners. One disguised himself as his master and suffered decapitation in his stead. Sons died to protect their fathers, others betrayed their fathers to inherit a part of their fortunes. Adulterers or deceived wives surrendered their husbands. The wife of Coponius secured his safety by sleeping with Antony. Antony's wife Fulvia had tried to buy the mansion of her neighbor Rufus. He had refused to sell. Now, though he offered it to her as a gift, she had him proscribed and nailed his severed head to his front door. Antony placed Cicero high on the list of those who should be killed. Antony was the husband of Clodius's widow and the stepson of the Catilinarian Lentulus, whom Cicero had slain in jail. And he resented with some reason the unstinted vituperation of the Philippics. Octavian protested, but not too long. He could not forget Cicero's glorification of Caesar's assassins and the pun by which that reckless wit had excused to the conservatives his dalliance with Caesar's heir. Cicero tried to escape, but being buffeted and sickened by the sea, he disembarked and spent the night in his villa at Formii. The next day he wished to stay there and await his executioners, preferring them to a choppy sea, but his slaves forced him into a litter and were carrying him toward the ship when Antony's soldiers came upon them. The servants wished to resist, but Cicero bade them set the litter down and yield. Then, his person covered with dust, his beard and hair untrimmed, and his face worn with his troubles, he stretched his head out so that the soldiers might more conveniently decapitate him, this in 43. By Antony's command, Cicero's right hand was also cut off and brought with the head to the triumvir. Antony laughed in triumph, gave the assassins 250,000 drachmas, and had head and hand hung up in the forum. Early in 42, the triumvirs led their forces across the Adriatic and marched through Macedonia into Thrace. There Brutus and Cassius had massed the last Republican army, financed by exactions beyond even Roman precedent. From the eastern cities of the empire they demanded and received 10 years' taxes in advance. When the Rhodians proved reluctant, Cassius stormed the great port, ordered all citizens to surrender their wealth, killed those who hesitated, and carried away $10 million. In Cilicia, he quartered his soldiers in the homes of Tarsus till it paid him $9 million to leave. To raise this sum, the citizens auctioned off all municipal lands, melted down all temple vessels and ornaments, and sold free persons into slavery. First boys and girls, then women and old men, finally youths. Many, on learning that they had been sold, killed themselves. In Judea, Cassius levied $4,200,000 and sold the inhabitants of 4 towns into slavery. Brutus, too, could raise money by force. When the citizens of Lycian Xanthus refused his demands, he besieged them until, starving but obdurate, they committed suicide en masse. For the most part, Brutus, loving philosophy, tarried in Athens, but the city was filling with young Roman nobles clamoring for a war of restoration. When sufficient funds had been raised, Brutus closed his books, joined his troops with those of Cassius, and took the field. The rival armies met at Philippi in September of 42. Brutus's wing forced back Octavian's and captured his camp, but Antony's routed the legions of Cassius. Cassius ordered his shield-bearer to kill him and was obeyed. Antony could not follow up his success at once. Octavian was confined to his tent with illness, and his troops were in disorder. Antony reorganized the whole army, and after a few days' rest led them against Brutus and put the last remnants of the Republican forces to flight. Seeing his men yield, Brutus realized, perhaps with relief, that all was lost. He threw himself upon the sword of a friend and died. Antony, coming upon the body, covered it with his own purple robe. They had once been friends. 2. Antony and Cleopatra. The old aristocracy fought its last land battle at Philippi. Many of them, Cato's son, Hortensius's son, Quintilius Varus, and Quintus Labio, joined Brutus and Cassius in suicide. The victors divided the empire between them. Lepidus was given Africa, Octavian took the west, Antony, having his choice, took Egypt, Greece, and the east. Always needing money, Antony forgave the eastern cities their contributions to his enemies on condition that they give him a like sum, 10 years' taxes within a year. His old geniality returned as victory made him seemingly secure. He reduced his demands upon the Ephesians when their women, dressed as Bacchantes, greeted him as the god Dionysus, but he gave his cook the house of a Magnesian magnate as reward for a distinguished supper. He called an assembly of the Ionian cities at Ephesus and settled the boundaries and affairs of these states with such good judgment that Augustus a decade later found little to change. He pardoned all who had fought against him except those who had shared in killing Caesar. He gave relief to the cities that had suffered most severely from Cassius and Brutus, released several of them from every Roman tax, freed many who had been sold into slavery by the conspirators, and liberated the cities of Syria from the despots who had overthrown their democracies. While displaying these graces of his simple character, Antony surrendered to such exuberant sensuality that his subjects lost respect for his authority. He surrounded himself with dancers, musicians, courtesans, and roisterers, and took wives and concubines whenever a fair woman struck his Olympian fancy. He had sent messengers to bid Cleopatra present herself before him at Tarsus and answer charges that she had aided Cassius to raise money and troops. She came, but in her own time and way. While Antony sat on a throne in the Forum, waiting for her to plead and be judged, she sailed up the river Cydnus in a barge with purple sails, gilded stern, and silver oars that beat time to the music of flutes and fifes and harps. Her maids, dressed as sea-nymphs and graces, were the crew, while she herself, dressed as Venus, lay under a canopy of cloth of gold. When the news of this seductive apparition spread among the people of Tarsus, they flocked to the shore, leaving Antony solitary on his throne. Cleopatra invited him to dine with her on her ship. He came with an overawing retinue. She feted them with every luxury, and corrupted his generals with gifts and smiles. Antony had almost fallen in love with her as a girl in Alexandria. Now he found her at 29 in the full maturity of her charms. He began by reproving her, and ended by presenting her with Phoenicia, Cilicia, Cyprus, and parts of Arabia, Cilicia, and Judea. She rewarded him according to his desire and invited him to Alexandria. There he spent a carefree winter, from 41 to 40, drinking the queen's love, listening to lectures at the museum, and forgetting that he had an empire to rule. She herself was not in love. She knew that Egypt, rich but weak, would soon attract the cupidity of omnipotent Rome. The only salvation for her country and her throne lay in marriage with Rome's lord. She had sought this with Caesar. She sought it now with Antony. And he, who had no policy but Caesar's, was tempted to realize the dream of uniting Rome and Egypt and making his capital in the fascinating East. While Antony frolicked in Alexandria, his wife Fulvia and his brother Lucius were plotting to overthrow Octavian's power in Rome. Octavian had found no happiness there. The Senate was a rump of adventurers and generals, labor was restless with unemployment, the populares were disorganized, Sextus Pompey was blocking the import of food, business was petrified with fear, taxation and spoliation had ruined nearly every fortune, and many men were living in a reckless and sensual riot on the ground that the morrow might in any case bring repudiation of the currency, or further spoliation, or death. Octavian himself was anything but an exemplar of chastity at this time. To perfect the confusion, Fulvia and Lucius raised an army and called upon Italy to oust him. Marcus Agrippa, Octavian's general, besieged Lucius in Perugia and starved him out, this in March of 40. Fulvia died of illness, frustrated ambition, and grief over Antony's neglect of her. Octavian pardoned Lucius in the hope of maintaining peace with Antony, but Antony crossed the sea and besieged Octavian's troops in Brundisium. The armies, showing more sense than their leaders, refused to fight each other and compelled them to a peaceable agreement in 40. As a pledge of good behavior, Antony married Octavian's sister, the gentle and virtuous Octavia. Everybody was briefly happy, and Virgil, writing now his 4th eclogue, predicted the return of Saturn's utopian reign. In 38, Octavian fell in love with Livia, the pregnant wife of Tiberius Claudius Nero. He divorced his first wife, Scribonia, persuaded Nero to release Livia, married her, and found, in her persuasive counsel and her aristocratic connections as a member of the Claudian gens, a passage to reconciliation with the propertied classes. He reduced taxes, returned 30,000 runaway slaves to their masters, and set himself patiently to restoring order in Italy. With the help of Agrippa, and of 120 ships contributed by Antony, he destroyed the fleet of Sextus Pompey, secured Rome's food supply, and ended the resistance of the Pompeians, this in 36. The Senate, by acclamation, named him tribune for life. After marrying Octavia in a state ceremony at Rome, Antony went with her to Athens. There for a time he enjoyed the novel experience of living with a good woman. He put aside politics and war and, with Octavia at his side, attended the lectures of philosophers. Meanwhile, however, he studied the plans that Caesar had left for conquering Parthia. Labienus, son of Caesar's general, had entered the services of the Parthian king and had led Parthian armies victoriously into Cilicia and Syria, lucrative provinces of Rome, this in 40. To meet this threat, Antony needed soldiers. To pay soldiers, he needed money, and of this Cleopatra had plenty. Suddenly tiring of virtue and peace, he sent Octavia back to Rome and asked Cleopatra to meet him at Antioch. She brought him a few troops, but she disapproved of his grandiose plans, and apparently gave him little of her fabulous treasury. He invaded Parthia with 100,000 men in 36, tried in vain to capture its citadels, and lost almost half his forces in a heroic retreat through 300 miles of hostile country. On the way, he annexed Armenia to the empire. He awarded himself a triumph and shocked Italy by celebrating it at Alexandria. He sent a letter of divorce to Octavia in 32, married Cleopatra, confirmed her and Caesarion as joint rulers of Egypt and Cyprus, and bequeathed the eastern provinces of the empire to the son and daughter that Cleopatra had borne him. Knowing that he would soon have to square accounts with Octavian, he abandoned himself to a year of frolic and luxury. Cleopatra encouraged him to dare the last gamble for omnipotence, helped him to raise an army and a fleet, and chose as her favorite oath, "As surely as I shall one day give judgment in the Capitol." 3. Antony and Octavian. Octavia bore her rejection silently, lived quietly in Antony's house at Rome, and brought up faithfully his children by Fulvia and the 2 daughters that she herself had given him. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 3, Caesar and Christ, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 7, Side 2. Octavia bore her rejection silently, lived quietly in Antony's house at Rome, and brought up faithfully his children by Fulvia and the 2 daughters that she herself had given him. The daily sight of her mute desolation inflamed Octavian's conviction that both Italy and he were doomed if Antony's plans succeeded. He saw to it that Italy should realize the situation. Antony had married the Queen of Egypt, had assigned to her and her illegitimate offspring the most tribute-yielding of Rome's provinces, was seeking to make Alexandria the capital of the empire, and would reduce Rome and Italy to subordinate roles. When Antony sent a message to the Senate, which he had for years ignored, proposing that he and Octavian should retire to private life, and that the institutions of the Republic should be restored, Octavian escaped a difficult situation by reading to the Senate what he claimed was Antony's will, which he had taken by force from the Vestal Virgins. It named Antony's children by Cleopatra his sole heirs, and directed that he should be buried beside the Queen in Alexandria. The last clause was as decisive for the Senate as it should have proved suspicious. Instead of raising doubts that a will filed in Rome should have made such provisions, it convinced the Senate and Italy that Cleopatra was scheming to absorb the empire through Antony. With characteristic subtlety, Octavian declared war in 32 against her rather than Antony, and made the conflict a holy war for the independence of Italy. In September 32, the fleet of Antony and Cleopatra sailed into the Ionian Sea, 500 warships strong. No such armada had been seen before. Supporting it was an army of 100,000 infantry and 12,000 cavalry, mostly supplied by Eastern princes and kings in the hope of making this a war of liberation from Rome. Octavian crossed the Adriatic with 400 vessels, 80,000 foot, 12,000 horse. For almost a year the rival forces prepared and maneuvered. Then, on September 2, 31, they fought at Actium, in the Ambracian Gulf, one of the decisive battles of history. Agrippa proved the better tactician, and his light ships more manageable than Antony's heavy-towered leviathans. Many of these were consumed by fires set by burning brands cast upon them by Octavian's crews. Some sailors, says Dio Cassius, perished by the smoke before the flames could reach them. Others were cooked in their armor, which became red-hot. Others were roasted in their vessels as though in ovens. Many leaped into the sea. Of these, some were mangled by sea monsters, some were shot by arrows, some were drowned. The only ones to obtain an endurable death were those who killed one another. Antony saw that he was losing and signaled to Cleopatra to carry out their prearranged plan for retreat. She headed her squadron southward and waited for Antony. Unable to extricate his flagship, he abandoned it and rowed out to hers. As they sailed for Alexandria, he sat alone on the prow, his head between his hands, conscious that everything was lost, even honor. From Actium, Octavian went to Athens, thence to Italy to quell a mutiny among his troops, who clamored for the plunder of Egypt, then to Asia to depose and punish Antony's adherents and raise new funds from long-suffering cities, then to Alexandria in 30. Antony had left Cleopatra and was staying on an island near Pharos. Thence he sent offers of peace, which Octavian ignored. Unknown to Antony, Cleopatra sent Octavian a golden scepter, crown, and throne, as tokens of her submission. According to Dio, he replied that he would leave her and Egypt untouched if she would kill Antony. The beaten triumvir wrote to Octavian again, reminding him of their former friendship and of all the wanton pranks in which they had shared as youths, and agreed to kill himself if the victor would spare Cleopatra. Again Octavian made no reply. Cleopatra gathered all that she could of the Egyptian treasury into a palace tower, and informed Octavian that she would destroy it all and herself, unless he granted an honorable peace. Antony led what small forces remained to him in a last fight. His desperate courage won a temporary victory, but on the next day, seeing Cleopatra's mercenaries surrender and receiving a report that Cleopatra was dead, he stabbed himself. When he learned that the report was false, he begged to be brought to the tower in whose upper chambers the queen and her attendants had locked themselves. They drew him up through the window, and he died in her arms. Octavian allowed her to come forth and bury her lover. Then he granted her an audience, and, immune to what lure survived in a broken woman of 39, he gave her terms that made life seem worthless to one who had been a queen. Convinced that he intended to take her as captive to adorn a Roman triumph, she arrayed herself in her royal robes, put an asp to her breast, and died. Her handmaidens, Carmian and Iris, followed her in suicide. Octavian permitted her to be buried beside Antony. Caesarion and Antony's eldest son by Fulvia he slew. The children of Antony and the queen he spared and sent to Italy, where Octavia reared them as if they were her own. The victor found the Egyptian treasury intact and as abundant as he had dreamed. Egypt escaped the indignity of being named a Roman province. Octavian merely mounted the throne of the Ptolemies, succeeded to their possessions, and left a praefectus to administer the country in his name. Caesar's heir had conquered those of Alexander and absorbed Alexander's realm. The West, again as at Marathon and Magnesia, had triumphed over the East. The battle of the giants was over, and an invalid had won. The Republic died at Pharsalus. The Revolution ended at Actium. Rome had completed the fatal cycle known to Plato and to us: monarchy, aristocracy, oligarchic exploitation, democracy, revolutionary chaos, dictatorship. Once more in the great systole and diastole of history, an age of freedom ended, and an age of discipline began. Book 3. The Principate, 30 BC to AD 192. Chapter 11. Augustan Statesmanship, 30 BC to AD 14. 1. The Road to Monarchy. From Alexandria, Octavian passed to Asia and continued the reallotment of kingdoms and provinces. Not till the summer of 29 did he reach Italy. There almost all classes welcomed and feted him as a savior and joined in a triumph that lasted 3 days. The Temple of Janus was closed as a sign that for a moment Mars had had his fill. The lusty peninsula was worn out with 20 years of civil war. Its farms had been neglected, its towns had been sacked or besieged, much of its wealth had been stolen or destroyed. Administration and protection had broken down, robbers made every street unsafe at night, highwaymen roamed the roads, kidnapped travelers, and sold them into slavery. Trade diminished, investment stood still, interest rates soared, property values fell. Morals, which had been loosened by riches and luxury, had not been improved by destitution and chaos, for few conditions are more demoralizing than poverty that comes after wealth. Rome was full of men who had lost their economic footing and then their moral stability, soldiers who had tasted adventure and had learned to kill, citizens who had seen their savings consumed in the taxes and inflation of war and waited vacuously for some returning tide to lift them back to affluence, women dizzy with freedom, multiplying divorces, abortions, and adulteries. Childlessness was spreading as the ideal of a declining vitality, and a shallow sophistication prided itself upon its pessimism and cynicism. This was not a full picture of Rome, but a dangerous disease burning in its blood. On the sea, piracy had returned, rejoicing in the suicide of states. Cities and provinces licked their wounds after the successive exactions of Sulla, Lucullus, Pompey, Gabinius, Caesar, Brutus, Cassius, Antony, and Octavian. Greece, which had been the battlefield, was ruined. Egypt was despoiled. The Near East had fed 100 armies and bribed 1,000 generals. Their peoples hated Rome as a master who had destroyed their freedom without giving them security or peace. What if some leader should arise among them, discover the exhaustion of Italy, and unite them in another war of liberation against Rome? Once a virile senate would have faced these dangers, raised sturdy legions, found for them able captains, and guided them with far-seeing statesmanship. But the senate was now only a name. The great families that had been its strength had died out in conflict or sterility, and the traditions of statecraft had not been transmitted to the businessmen, soldiers, and provincials who had succeeded them. The new senate gratefully yielded its major powers to one who would plan, take responsibility, and lead. Octavian hesitated before abolishing the old constitution, and Dio Cassius represents him as discussing the matter at great length with Maecenas and Agrippa. Since in their judgment all governments were oligarchies, the problem could not present itself to them as a choice among monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. They had to decide whether, under the given conditions of space and time, oligarchy was to be preferred in a monarchical form based upon an army, or an aristocratic form rooted in heredity, or a democratic form resting on the wealth of the business class. Octavian combined them all in a principate that mingled the theories of Cicero, the precedents of Pompey, and the policies of Caesar. The people accepted his solution philosophically. They were no longer enamored of freedom, but wearily wished for security and order. Any man might rule them who guaranteed them games and bread. Vaguely they understood that their clumsy comitia, clogged with corruption and racked with violence, could not govern the empire, could not restore health to Italy, could not even administer Rome. The difficulties of freedom multiply with the area it embraces. When Rome ceased to be a city-state, empire drove it inexorably toward the imitation of Egypt, Persia, and Macedon. Out of the collapse of freedom into individualism and chaos, a new government had to be created to forge a new order for a widened realm. All the Mediterranean world lay in disorder at Octavian's feet, waiting for statesmanship. He succeeded where Caesar had failed because he was more patient and devious, because he understood the strategy of words and forms, because he was willing to move cautiously and slowly where his great-uncle had been forced by the brevity of time to wound living traditions and crowd a generation of changes into half a year of life. Moreover, Octavian had money. When he brought the treasury of Egypt to Rome, says Suetonius, money became so abundant that the interest rate fell from 12 to 4%, and the value of real estate rose enormously. As soon as Octavian made it clear that property rights were again sacred, that he was through with proscriptions and confiscations, money came out of hiding, investment took courage, trade expanded, wealth resumed its accumulation, and some of it trickled down to the workers and the slaves. All ranks in Italy were pleased to learn that Italy was to remain the beneficiary and Rome the capital of the empire, that the threat of a resurrected East had for a time been laid, and that Caesar's dream of a commonwealth with equal rights had been replaced by a quiet return to the privileges of the master race. From this bountiful rapine, Octavian first paid his debts to his soldiers. He kept 200,000 men in service, each bound to him by an oath of personal loyalty. The remaining 300,000 he discharged with an allotment of agricultural land, and to each soldier he gave a substantial gift of money. He lavished presents upon his generals, his supporters, and his friends. On several occasions he made up deficits in the public treasury from his private funds. To provinces suffering from political depredations or acts of God he remitted a year's tribute and sent large sums for relief. He forgave property owners all tax arrears and publicly burned the records of their debts to the state. He paid for the corn dole, provided prodigal spectacles and games, and presented cash to every citizen. He undertook great public works to end unemployment and beautify Rome, and paid for them out of his purse. Was it any wonder that the nations looked upon him as a god? While all this money slipped through his hands, this bourgeois empereur lived simply, shunning the luxuries of the nobles and the emoluments of office, wearing the garments woven by the women in his home, and sleeping always in one small room of what had been the palace of Hortensius. When this burned down after he had occupied it for 28 years, he built his new palace on the plan of the old, and slept in the same narrow cubiculum as before. Even when away from the eyes of the city, he lived like a philosopher rather than a prince. His sole indulgence was to escape from public affairs by sailing leisurely along the Campanian coast. Step by step he persuaded, or graciously permitted, the Senate and the assemblies to grant him powers that in their total made him in all but name a king. He kept always the title of Imperator, as commander-in-chief of all the armed forces of the state. As the army remained for the most part outside the capital and usually outside Italy, the citizens could forget, while they went through all the forms of the dead republic, that they were living under a military monarchy in which force was hidden so long as phrases could rule. Octavian was chosen consul in 43 and 33, and in every year from 31 to 23. By the tribunician authority conferred upon him in 36, 30, and 23, he had for life the inviolability of a tribune, the right to initiate legislation in the Senate or the Assembly, and the power to veto the actions of any official in the government. No one protested against this amiable dictatorship. The businessmen who were making hay under the sun of peace, the senators who sniffed Octavian's Egyptian spoils, the soldiers who held their lands or status by his bounty, the beneficiaries of Caesar's laws, appointments, and will, all were now agreed with Homer that the rule of one man is best, at least if he should be so free with his funds as Octavian, so industrious and competent, and so visibly devoted to the good of the state. In 28, as co-censor with Agrippa, he took a census of the people, revised the membership of the Senate, reduced it to 600, and was himself named permanently Princeps Senatus. The title had meant first on the roll call of the Senate. Soon it would mean prince, in the sense of ruler, just as imperator, through Octavian's life tenure of the name, would come to mean emperor. History rightly calls his government, and that of his successors for 2 centuries, a principate rather than strictly a monarchy. For until the death of Commodus, all the emperors recognized, at least in theory, that they were only the leaders, or principes, of the Senate. To make the constitutional facade of his authority more imposing, Octavian in 27 surrendered all his offices, proclaimed the restoration of the Republic, and expressed his desire, at 35, to retire to private life. Perhaps the drama had been arranged. Octavian was one of those cautious men who believe that honesty is the best policy, but that it must be practiced with discrimination. The Senate countered his abdication with its own, returned to him nearly all his powers, implored him to continue his guidance of the state, and conferred upon him the title of Augustus, which history has mistaken as his name. Hitherto the word had been applied only to holy objects and places, and to certain creative or augmenting divinities, from augere, to increase. Applied to Octavian, it clothed him with the halo of sanctity and the protection of religion and the gods. The people of Rome seemed to have thought for a while that the restoration was real, and that they were receiving back the Republic in return for an adjective. Did not the Senate and the assemblies still make the laws, still elect the magistrates? It was so. Augustus or his agents merely proposed the laws and nominated the more important candidates. As imperator and consul, he ruled the army and the treasury and administered the laws, and by his tribunician privileges he controlled all other activities of the government. His powers were not much greater than those of Pericles or Pompey, or any energetic American president. The difference lay in their permanence. In 23 he resigned the consulate, but received from the Senate a proconsular authority that gave him control of all officials in all provinces. Again, no one objected. On the contrary, when a scarcity of grain threatened, the people besieged the Senate with demands that Augustus be made dictator. They had fared so ill under the senatorial oligarchy that they were inclined toward a dictatorship which would presumably cultivate their favor as a foil to the power of wealth. Augustus refused, but he took charge of the annona, or food supply, quickly ended the shortage, and earned such gratitude that Rome looked on with complacency as he remolded its institutions in his image. 2. The New Order. Let us study this Principate government in some detail, for in many ways it was one of the subtlest political achievements in history. The powers of the prince were at once legislative, executive, and judicial. He could propose laws or decrees to assemblies or senate, he could administer and enforce them, he could interpret them, he could penalize their violation. Augustus, says Suetonius, regularly sat as a judge, sometimes till nightfall, having a litter placed upon the tribunal if he was indisposed. He was highly conscientious and very lenient. Bearing the duties of so many offices, Augustus organized an informal cabinet of counselors like Maecenas, executives like Agrippa, generals like Tiberius, and an incipient clerical and administrative bureaucracy, chiefly composed of his freedmen and slaves. Caius Maecenas was a wealthy businessman who devoted half his life to helping Augustus in war and peace, in politics and diplomacy, at last, unwillingly, in love. His palace on the Esquiline was famous for its gardens and its swimming pool of heated water. His enemies described him as an effeminate Epicurean, for he flaunted silks and gems and knew all the lore of a Roman gourmet. He enjoyed and generously patronized literature and art, restored Virgil's farm to him and gave another to Horace, inspired the Georgics and the Odes. He refused public office, though he might have had almost any. He labored for years over principles and details of administration and foreign policy. He had the courage to reprove Augustus when he thought him seriously wrong, and when he died in 8 BC, the prince mourned his losses beyond repair. Perhaps it was on his advice that Augustus, himself of middle-class origin and free from the aristocrats' contempt of trade, named so many businessmen to high administrative posts, even to provincial governorships. To a senate offended by this innovation, he made amends by many obeisances, by giving exceptional powers to senatorial commissions, and by gathering about him a concilium principis of some 20 men, nearly all senators. In the course of time, the decisions of this council acquired the force of senatus consulta, or decrees of the Senate. Its powers and functions grew as those of the Senate waned. However he might lavish courtesies upon it, the Senate was merely his highest instrument. As censor, he 4 times revised its membership. He could and did eject individuals from it for official incompetence or private immorality. Most of its new members were nominated by him, and the quaestors, praetors, and consuls who entered it after their term of office had been chosen by him or with his consent. The richest businessmen of Italy were enrolled in the Senate, and the 2 orders were in some measure brought together in that concordia of united domination which Cicero had proposed. The power of wealth checked the pride and privilege of birth, and an hereditary aristocracy checked the abuses and irresponsibility of wealth. At the suggestion of Augustus, the meetings of the Senate were confined to the 1st and 15th of each month, and usually lasted but a day. As the Princeps Senatus presided, no measure could be submitted without his consent, and in fact all measures presented had been prepared by himself or his aides. The judicial and executive functions of the Senate now outweighed its lawmaking. It served as a supreme court, governed Italy through commissions, and directed the performance of various public works. It ruled those provinces which required no extensive military control, but foreign relations were now controlled by the prince. Shorn in this way of its ancient authority, the Senate grew negligent in even its limited functions, and yielded ever more responsibility to the emperor and his staff. The assemblies still met, though with decreasing frequency. They still voted, but only on measures or nominations approved by the prince. The right of the plebs to hold office was practically ended in 18 BC by a law restricting office to men having a fortune of 400,000 sesterces, or $60,000, or more. Augustus ran for the consulate 13 times and canvassed for votes like the rest. It was a gracious concession to dramatic technique. Corruption was hindered by requiring every candidate to deposit before election a financial guarantee that he would abstain from bribery. Augustus himself, however, once distributed 1,000 sesterces to each voting member of his tribe to make sure that its vote would be correct. Tribunes and consuls continued to be elected till the 5th century AD, but as their major powers had fallen to the prince, these offices were administrative rather than executive, and finally became mere dignitaries. The actual government of Rome was placed by Augustus in the hands of salaried regional officials, equipped with a force of 3,000 police under a praefectus urbi, or municipal police commissioner. Further to assure order of the desired kind and support his own power, Augustus, seriously violating precedent, kept 6 cohorts of 1,000 soldiers each near Rome, and 3 cohorts within it. These 9 cohorts became the Praetorian Guard, that is, Guard of the Praetorium, or headquarters of the commander-in-chief. It was this body that in AD 41 made Claudius emperor and began the subjection of the government to the army. From Rome, the administrative care of Augustus passed to Italy and the provinces.
He conferred Roman citizenship, or the limited franchise of Latin rights, upon all Italian communities that had borne their share in the war against Egypt. He helped the Italian cities with gifts, embellished them with new buildings, and devised a plan whereby their local councillors might vote by mail in the assembly elections at Rome. He divided the provinces into two classes, those that required active defense and those that did not. The latter, Sicily, Baetica, Narbonese Gaul, Macedonia, Achaia, Asia Minor, Bithynia, Pontus, Cyprus, Crete, and Cyrene, and North Africa, he allowed the Senate to rule. The others, imperial provinces, were governed by his own legates, procurators, or prefects. This pleasant arrangement allowed him to keep control of the army, which was mostly quartered in the endangered provinces. It gave him the lush revenue of Egypt, and it enabled him to keep an eye on the senatorial governors through the procurators whom he appointed to collect the tribute in all the provinces. Each governor now received a fixed salary, so that his temptation to mulct his subjects was moderately reduced. Furthermore, a body of civil servants provided a continuing administration and a check upon the malfeasance of their temporary superiors. The kinglets of client states were treated with wise courtesy and gave Augustus full allegiance. He persuaded most of them to send their sons to live in his palace and receive a Roman education. By this generous arrangement, the youths served as hostages until their accession, and then as unwitting vehicles of Romanization. In the flush aftermath of Actium, and possessed of an enormous army and navy, Augustus apparently planned to extend the empire to the Atlantic, the Sahara, the Euphrates, the Black Sea, the Danube, and the Elbe. The Pax Romana was to be maintained not by passive defense, but by an aggressive policy on every frontier. The emperor in person completed the conquest of Spain, and so ably reorganized the administration of Gaul that it remained at peace for nearly a century. In the case of Parthia, he contented himself with the return of the standards and surviving captives taken from Crassus in 53. But he restored to the throne of Armenia a Tigranes favorable to Rome. He sent abortive expeditions to conquer Ethiopia and Arabia. In the decade from 19 to 9 BC, his stepsons Tiberius and Drusus subjugated Illyria, Pannonia, and Rhaetia. Agreeably provoked by German invasions of Gaul, Augustus ordered Drusus to cross the Rhine, and rejoiced to learn that the brilliant youth had fought his way to the Elbe. But Drusus suffered internal injuries from a fall, lingered in pain for 30 days, and died. Tiberius, who loved Drusus with all the intensity of a restrained but passionate nature, rode 400 miles on horseback from Gaul into Germany to hold his brother in his arms in the final hours. Then he conveyed the body to Rome, walking before the cortege all the way, this in 9 BC. Returning to Germany, Tiberius in 2 campaigns, from 8 to 7 BC and from AD 4 to 5, forced the submission of the tribes between the Elbe and the Rhine. 2 disasters coming almost together changed this fever of expansion into a policy of peace. In AD 6, the lately won provinces of Pannonia and Dalmatia revolted, massacred all the Romans in their territory, organized an army of 200,000 men, and threatened to invade Italy. Tiberius quickly made peace with the German tribes and led his depleted forces into Pannonia. With patient and ruthless strategy, he captured or destroyed the crops that could supply the enemy, and by guerrilla warfare prevented new plantings, while he saw to it that his own troops were well fed. For 3 years he persisted in this policy despite universal criticism at home. At last he had the satisfaction of seeing the starving rebels disband and of re-establishing the Roman power. But in that same year, AD 9, Arminius organized a revolt in Germany, lured the 3 legions of Varus, the Roman governor, into a trap and killed every man of them except those who, like Varus, fell upon their own swords. When Augustus heard of this, he was so deeply affected, says Suetonius, that for several months he cut neither his beard nor his hair, and sometimes he would dash his head against a door and cry out, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." Tiberius hastened to Germany, reorganized the army there, stood off the Germans, and, by Augustus's orders, withdrew the Roman boundary to the Rhine. It was a decision costly to the emperor's pride, but creditable to his judgment. Germany was surrendered to barbarism, that is, to a non-classic culture, and was left free to arm its growing population against Rome. However, the same reasons that had argued for the conquest of Germany would have demanded the subjection of Scythia, southern Russia. Somewhere the empire had to stop, and the Rhine was a better frontier than any other west of the Urals. Having annexed northern and western Spain, Rhaetia, Noricum, Pannonia, Moesia, Galatia, Lycia and Pamphylia, Augustus felt that he had sufficiently earned his title of the Increasing God. At his death, the empire covered 3,340,000 square miles, more than the mainland of the United States, and over 100 times the area of Rome before the Punic Wars. Augustus advised his successor to be content with this, the greatest empire yet seen, to seek rather to unite and strengthen it within than to extend it without. He expressed his surprise that Alexander did not regard it as a greater risk to set in order the empire that he had won than to win it. The Pax Romana had begun. 3. Saturnia Regna. It could not be said that Augustus had made a desert and called it peace. Within a decade after Actium, the Mediterranean knew such economic quickening as no tradition could parallel. The restoration of order was in itself a stimulus to recovery. The renewed safety of the seas, the stability of government, the conservatism of Augustus, the consumption of Egypt's hoarded treasure, the opening of new mines and mints, the reliability and accelerated circulation of the currency, the easing of congested population into agricultural allotments and colonial settlements. How could prosperity resist so unanimous an invitation? A group of Alexandrian sailors, landing at Puteoli when Augustus was nearby, approached him in festal dress and offered him incense as to a deity. It was because of him, they said, that they could voyage in safety, trade in confidence, and live in peace. Augustus was convinced, as became the grandson of a banker, that the best economy was one that united freedom with security. He protected all classes with well-administered laws, guarded the highways of trade, lent money without interest to responsible landowners, and mollified the poor with state grain, lotteries, and occasional gifts. For the rest, he left enterprise, production, and exchange freer than before. Even so, the works directed by the state were now of unprecedented magnitude, and played some part in restoring economic life. 82 temples were built. A new forum and basilica were added to facilitate the operations of finance and the courts. A new Senate house replaced the one that had incinerated Clodius. Colonnades were erected to temper the sun. The theater that Caesar had begun was completed and named after Marcellus, son-in-law of Augustus. And rich men were prodded by the emperor into spending part of their fortunes in adorning Italy with basilicas, temples, libraries, theaters, and roads. Those that celebrated triumphs, says Dio Cassius, he commanded to erect out of their spoils some public work to commemorate their deeds. Augustus hoped to make the majesty of Rome enhance and symbolize her power and his own. Toward the close of his life, he remarked that he had found Rome a city of brick and had left it a city of marble. It was a forgivable exaggeration. There had been much marble there before, and much brick remained. But seldom had any man done so much for a city. His indispensable aid in the reconstruction of Rome was Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa. This perfect friend had shared with Maecenas the guidance of Augustus's policy. In his year as aedile, 33 B.C., Agrippa had won the public to Octavian by opening 170 public baths, distributing free oil and salt, presenting games for 55 successive days, and providing free barbers for all citizens for a year, apparently all at his own expense. His ability might have made him another Caesar. He preferred to serve Augustus for a generation. So far as we know, his life was unstained by public or private scandal. Roman gossip, which sooner or later besmirched everyone else, left him untouched. He was the first Roman to realize the importance of sea power. He planned, built, and commanded the fleet, defeated Sextus Pompey, suppressed piracy, and won a world for Augustus at Actium. After these victories and his pacification of Spain, Gaul, and the Bosporan kingdom, he was thrice offered a triumph and always refused. Enriched by a grateful prince, he continued to live without luxury, and devoted himself as ardently to public works as he had done to the preservation of the state. Out of his own purse he hired hundreds of laborers to repair roads, buildings, and sewers, and reopen the Martian aqueduct. He constructed a new aqueduct, the Julian, and further improved the water supply of Rome with 700 wells, 500 fountains, and 130 reservoirs. When the people complained of the high price of wine, Augustus slyly remarked, "My son-in-law Agrippa has seen to it that Rome shall not go thirsty." This greatest of Roman engineers created a spacious harbor and shipbuilding center by connecting the Lucrine and Avernian lakes with the sea. He built the first of the imposing public baths that were to distinguish Rome among the cities. He constructed, again out of his own funds, a temple to Venus and Mars, which was rebuilt by Hadrian, is known to us as the Pantheon, and still bears on its portico the words M. Agrippa Fecit. He organized a 30-year survey of the empire, wrote a treatise on geography, and made in painted marble a map of the world. Like Leonardo, he was a scientist, an engineer, an inventor of military projectiles, and an artist. His early death at the age of 50 in 12 BC was among the many sorrows that darkened the later years of Augustus, who had given him his daughter Julia in marriage and had hoped to bequeath the empire to him as the man best fitted to govern it honestly and well. Costly public works combined with extended governmental services to raise state expenditures beyond precedent. Salaries were now paid to provincial and municipal officials, bureaucrats, and police. A large army and navy were maintained. Buildings were put up or restored without number. Corn and games bribed the populace to peace. Since expenses were met out of current revenue and no national debt was laid upon the future, taxation under Augustus became a science and an unremitting industry. Augustus was not relentless. Often he forgave taxes to harassed individuals and cities or paid them out of his personal funds. He returned to the municipalities 35,000 pounds of gold offered him as a coronation gift on the occasion of his 5th consulate, and he refused many other donations. He abolished the land tax laid upon Italy in the Civil War. In its stead, he levied upon all citizens in the empire a 5% tax on bequests to any persons except near relatives and the poor. A tax of 1% was placed upon auction sales, 4% upon the sale of slaves, 5% upon their manumission, and custom dues from 2.5% to 5% were collected on nearly all ports of entry. All citizens were subject also to municipal taxes, and Roman realty did not share in Italy's exemption from the tax on land. Taxes were paid for water supplied from the public mains. Considerable revenue came from the leasing of public lands, mines, and fisheries, from the state monopoly of salt, and the fines imposed by the courts. The provinces paid a tributum soli, or land tax, and a tributum capitis, literally a head or poll tax, actually a tax on personal property. Taxes flowed into 2 coffers at Rome, both stored in temples, the national treasury, or aerarium, controlled by the Senate, and the imperial treasury, or fiscus, owned and managed by the emperor. To the latter came the income not only from his vast personal properties, but bequests from well-wishers and friends. Such legacies in the lifetime of Augustus amounted to 1,400,000,000 sesterces. All in all, taxation under the Principate was not oppressive, and until Commodus, the results were worth the cost. The provinces prospered and raised altars of gratitude or expectation to Augustus the god. Even in sophisticated Rome, he had to censure the people for the extravagance of their eulogies. One enthusiast ran through the streets calling upon men and women to devote themselves to Augustus, that is, promised to kill themselves when he died. In 2 BC, Messala Corvinus, who had captured Octavian's camp at Philippi, proposed that the title of Pater Patriae should be conferred upon Augustus. The Senate, pleased to have so little responsibility while retaining honors and wealth, gladly heaped upon the emperor this and other titles of praise. The business classes, now richer than ever, celebrated his birthday with a 2-day festival year after year. All sorts and conditions of men, says Suetonius, brought him gifts on the calends of January, New Year's Day. When fire destroyed his old palace, every city, apparently every tribe and guild in the empire, sent him a contribution to rebuild it. He refused to take more than a denarius from any individual, but nevertheless he had more than enough. All the Mediterranean world, after its long ordeal, seemed happy, and Augustus might believe that his patience and labor had accomplished his great task. 4. The Augustan Reformation. He destroyed his own happiness by trying to make people good as well as happy. It was an imposition that Rome never forgave him. Moral reform is the most difficult and delicate branch of statesmanship. Few rulers have dared to attempt it. Most rulers have left it to hypocrites and saints. Augustus began modestly enough by seeking to check the racial transformation of Rome. Population there was not declining. On the contrary, it was growing by mass and dole attraction and the import of wealth and slaves. Since freedmen were included in the dole, many citizens freed old or sickly slaves to have them fed by the state. Kinder motives freed more, and many slaves saved enough to buy their liberty. As the sons of freedmen automatically became citizens, the emancipation of slaves and the fertility of aliens combined with the low birth rate of the native stocks to change the ethnic character of Rome. Augustus wondered what stability there could be in so heterogeneous a population, and what loyalty to the empire might be expected of men in whose veins ran the blood of subject peoples. By his urging, the Lex Fufia Caninia, 2 BC, and later measures enacted that an owner of not more than 2 slaves might free them all, The owner of from 3 to 10 slaves might free half of them, the owner of from 11 to 30, 1/3, the owner of from 31 to 100, 1/4, the owner of from 101 to 300, 1/5, and no master might free more than 100. One might wish that Augustus had limited slavery instead of freedom, but antiquity took slavery for granted and would have contemplated with horror the economic and social effects of a wholesale emancipation, just as the employers of our time fear the sloth that might come from security. Augustus was thinking in terms of race and class. He could not conceive a strong Rome without the character, courage, and political ability that had marked the old Roman. Above all, the old aristocracy. The decay of the ancient faith among the upper classes had washed away the supernatural supports of marriage, fidelity, and parentage. The passage from farm to city had made children less of an asset, more of a liability and a toy. Women wished to be sexually rather than maternally beautiful. In general, the desire for individual freedom seemed to be running counter to the needs of the race. To accentuate the evil, legacy hunting had become the most profitable occupation in Italy. Men without children were sure to be courted in their declining years by expectant ghouls, and so large a number of Romans relished this esurient courtesy that it became an added cause of childlessness. Protracted military service drew a considerable proportion of young men from marriage in their most nubile years. A large number of native stock Romans avoided wedlock altogether, preferring prostitutes or concubines even to a varied succession of wives. Of those who married, a majority appear to have limited their families by abortion, infanticide, coitus interruptus, and contraception. Augustus was disturbed by these insignia of civilization. He began to feel that a movement backward to the old faith and morals was necessary. Respect for the mos maiorum revived in him as the years cleared his vision and tired his frame. It was not good, he felt, for the present to break too sharply with the past. A nation must have a continuity of traditions to be sane, as a man must have a memory. He read with aging seriousness the historians of Rome and envied the virtues they ascribed to the ancients. He relished the speech of Quintus Metellus on marriage, read it to the Senate, and recommended it to the people by imperial proclamation. A large part of the older generation agreed with him. It formed a kind of Puritan party eager to reform morals by law, and probably Livia lent them her influence. By his powers as censor and tribune, Augustus promulgated, or passed through the assembly, a series of laws of now uncertain date and sequence aimed at restoring morals, marriage, fidelity, parentage, and a simpler life. They forbade adolescents to attend public entertainments except in the company of an adult relative, excluded women from athletic exhibitions and restricted them to the upper seats at gladiatorial games, limited expenditure on homes, servants, banquets, weddings, jewels, and dress. The most important of these Julian laws, so named after the clan to which Augustus belonged by adoption, was the Lex Julia de Pudicitia et de Coercendis Adulteris, 18 B.C., the Julian law of chastity and repressing adultery. Here, for the first time in Roman history, marriage was brought under the protection of the state instead of being left to the patria potestas. The father retained the right to kill an adulterous daughter and her accomplice as soon as he discovered them. The husband was allowed to kill his wife's paramour if caught in the husband's house, but he might kill his wife only if he found her sinning in his own home. Within 60 days of detecting a wife's adultery, the husband was required to bring her before the court. If he failed to do this, the woman's father was required to indict her. If he too failed, any citizen might accuse her. The adulterous woman was to be banished for life, was to lose 1/3 of her fortune and half her dowry, and must not marry again. Like penalties were decreed for a husband conniving at his wife's adultery. A wife, however, could not accuse her husband of adultery, and he might with legal impunity have relations with registered prostitutes. The law applied only to Roman citizens. Probably at the same time, Augustus passed another law, usually named Lex Julia de Meritandis Ordinibus, from its chapter on marriage in the orders, that is, the two upper classes. Its purpose was threefold: to encourage and yet restrict marriage, to retard the dilution of Roman with alien blood, and to restore the old conception of marriage as a union for parentage. Marriage was to be obligatory upon all marriageable males under 60 and women under 50. Bequests conditional on the legatee remaining unmarried were made void. Penalties were imposed upon celibates. They could not inherit except from relatives unless they were married within 100 days after the testator's death. They could not attend public festivals or games. Widows and divorcees might inherit only if remarried within 6 months after the death or divorce of the husband. Spinsters and childless wives could not inherit after 50, nor before if they possessed 50,000 sesterces, or $7,500. Men of the senatorial class could not marry a freedwoman, an actress, or a prostitute, and no actor or freedman could marry a senator's daughter. Women owning above 20,000 sesterces were to pay a 1% annual tax till married. After marriage, this tax decreased with each child until the third, with whose coming it ceased. Of the two consuls, the one with more children was to have precedence over the other. In appointments to office, the father of the largest family was as far as feasible to be preferred to his rivals. The mother of 3 children acquired the jus trium liberorum, the right to wear a special garment, and freedom from the power of her husband. These laws offended every class, even the Puritans, who complained that the right of 3 children dangerously emancipated the mother from male authority. This book is continued on Cassette 8, Side 1.